With the help of the system, Junyi lived on Blue Star in the form of a dream for more than 20 years. When he woke up, he realized that the world he lived in was made up of various urban novels. There are all kinds of sons of luck in this world, such as the returning soldier king, the master coming down the mountain, the miracle doctor coming down the mountain, the little brother with 7 senior sisters, Shura released from prison, the dragon king's son-in-law, the returning god of war, etc. And his family is the biggest villain. See how Junyi defeats the son of destiny and leads his family to become the strongest in the world. Chapter 1, The Young Master of an Aristocratic Family. Where am I? Junyi opened his eyes drowsily and found himself lying on a big bed, wearing pajamas that looked very expensive. Suddenly, he felt a little pain in his head, and many memories flooded into his mind. I travel through time? Junyi couldn't believe it, because he was just an ordinary person, and an orphan at that. He was just very tired last night and slept well, and when he woke up he had traveled through time. However, the world I traveled through seemed to be a parallel world. The international situation in this world is almost the same as that in his previous life. The topography and landforms of the two worlds are the same, and the history is also similar. The only difference is that the world's largest country is not the United States, but China. The United States is the second largest country after China, and another thing, his original name was also Junyi, but unlike him, the Junyi in this world is the eldest son of the Jun family in the imperial capital. However, he is not in the imperial capital now, but in a villa in the magic city. As for the Jun family, it is a famous family in the imperial capital, and its status and influence are very important in this city. In this prosperous city, although there are many other families, the strength of the Jun family has always been recognized as second to none. In the officialdom, Jun Xinhua, the old man of the Jun family, has many disciples who are spread across various regions and have formed a powerful force. Relying on the background and resources of the Jun family, these disciples have emerged on the political stage and won wide reputation and influence for the Jun family. In the business field, Junyi's mother's family has businesses all over China, covering many industries. Whether it is finance, real estate, manufacturing, or service industries, you can see the presence of Junyi's mother's family business. If the Jun family has tremendous power in China, then the family that Junyi's mother belongs to is the number one chaebol in China. The marriage between the two families is a fusion of power and money, and the power that can be exerted is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not only that, the Jun family also has deep connections in the military. Ye's relatives hold high positions in the military, and their presence provides a solid backing and support for the Jun family. This military background not only makes the Jun family more prestigious in society, but also provides strong guarantees for the family's development. But these are just superficial. In fact, the Jun family is an ancient family with a history of more than 2,000 years. The power of the family is so huge that it is simply staggering. Although we dare not say that their power has spread all over the world, in the Eurasian continent, especially in Southeast Asia, the Jun family is definitely the uncrowned king. Even on the other side of the ocean, in the United States, the second largest country in the world, the influence of the Jun family is everywhere. What is even more amazing is that in the countries neighboring China, the Jun family has secretly planted countless hidden pawns, too numerous to count, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Junyi knows, and it is far from representing the full strength of the Jun family. And Junyi is the only son of Jun Song, the current head of the Jun family. It can be imagined that from the moment he was born, he was surrounded by endless love, just like the moon surrounded by stars. His life seemed to be at the top of the world, with everything at his fingertips. After Junyi digested his memories, he was stunned. He never thought that an ordinary person like him would travel through time one day and become a young master of a wealthy family, and the family he belongs to was so terrifying. Just when Junyi was happy, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the city's strongest villain system has been bound. System. Junyi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard the voice in his head. He never expected that not only would he have a great start by traveling through time, but there would actually be a system. I am simply the child of destiny. No. What system did this system say it was? System, can you tell me again what system you are? And what world is this? Ding. Dear host, I am the strongest villain system in the city. My mission is to train you into a peerless villain. The world you are in now is a world that is a fusion of various urban novels. In this world, there are various children of destiny, which are the protagonists of various urban novels you have read, and you are the biggest villain in this world of fiction. It can be said that the protagonists of these urban novels are all enemies of you and your family. Fuck. Junyi couldn't help but swear to in his previous life, he was an out-and-out bookworm, and a senior bookworm with 2.5 years of rich experience. In these 2.5 years, he had read countless urban novels. He has read all the novels like Return of the Soldier King, The Master Goes Down the Mountain, and Return of Shura. The protagonists in these novels are really more powerful and unreasonable than each other. Their personal fighting power is so strong that it seems that there is no enemy they cannot defeat. In various urban novels, these protagonists are all winners in life. Not only do they have 3,000 beauties in their harems, but no matter how powerful the enemy is, they can easily defeat it. What's even more unreasonable is that the exaggerated aura of the protagonist around them makes them seem invincible. Every time they encounter danger, this halo always plays a magical role, allowing them to escape danger and find various opportunities. Junyi couldn't help but feel nervous when he thought about having to make enemies with such a group of guys, but Junyi soon calmed down. He had a great start and also had a system. As long as he didn't let the halos of those protagonists lower his intelligence and made full use of his advantages, those protagonists would be serving him food. Junyi calmed down and asked the system, "System, you said you want to train me to be a peerless villain, so what is your function?" Ding! Dear host, the ability of this system is to draw lots. Not only modern skills and talents, but also peerless masters from other worlds, peerless skills and natural treasures, etc. In short, you can get whatever you want. However, you can't draw things from the Shenxia world or the Xuanhuan world, because this world is actually mainly centered around the city. There is no such thing as the rebirth of the immortals. But you have to spend villain points to draw. Ha! That's good, that's good. But, what is the villain value? Junyi breathed a sigh of relief, because with the power of his Jun family, he was not really afraid of the Son of Destiny in those urban novels. On the contrary, the return of an immortal master from the dead was too amazing. However, Junyi reacted and quickly asked the system what the villain value was. Ding! The so-called villain value is that you, the host, can gain villain value by suppressing the children of destiny, intercepting their opportunities, snatching their heroines, etc., breaking their protagonist halo, and weakening their luck. I see. Just don't give them a chance to develop. How many villain points do you need to draw a lottery? Ding! 1,000 villain points at a time. Is that so? Then do you have a novice gift pack? Ding! Yes. Host, do you want to open it now? Of course. Junyi quickly said, if not now, when can we use it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package, obtaining the aura of the destined villain, obtaining a villain value of 10,000, obtaining a peerless talent, obtaining level 99 charm, and obtaining the skill of senior level. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. Junyi was very excited when he saw his novice gift packs, and quickly clicked on them to take a look. Halo of the Destined Villain allows the host to ignore the protagonist. Halo of the Son of Fortune will not be reduced in intelligence by him, and can ignore the protagonist's fortune and forcibly kill him. Unparalleled talent, no matter what the host wants to learn, he can learn it in the shortest time possible. Level 99 Charm, your charm has reached the pinnacle of this world. Note, level 100 charm is the reader's level. Senior level skill, the three realms of cultivation, Ant, Fellow Taoist, and Senior, your skill has reached the pinnacle of this world. Note, skill alone does not have the martial arts to match it. Fuck. Junyi was shocked by the luxury of the novice gift pack. Just the aura of a destined villain is enough for him to ignore the protagonist's aura and forcibly kill him. This is just one aspect, and the same is true for other aspects. Although this world's top charm seems to have no practical use, it actually allows him to easily gain the favor of others. After all, people are visual creatures, and they tend to be more attracted to people with outstanding appearance. If he also has a handsome face, it would be easy for him to win over those lucky ladies. Moreover, charm is not limited to appearance, but also includes temperament and other aspects. This all-round charm enables him to be more adept at interacting with others and makes it easier for him to win the support of his subordinates with his own charm and ability, rather than just relying on his family background. Moreover, a true villain is well-educated, good-looking, and scheming. If he is not good-looking, he will definitely be a cannon fodder. As for the so-called senior realm skills, although it was a bit abstract, Junyi quickly understood what it meant. He had read various fantasy novels in his previous life. In those novels, no matter how many realms were set, they all had 3 realms in common: Aunt, fellow Taoist, senior, but that is the worldview of fantasy novels. In this world, those who are good at skills are all ancient warriors, and the Jun family has many ancient warriors. They don't have any so-called realm divisions, it all depends on their own combat power, but even the stronger side is likely to be killed in a life and death fight. Moreover, ancient warriors are actually mortals. No matter how high their cultivation level is or how strong their combat power is, they can be assassinated and killed due to carelessness. In ancient times, they could also be surrounded and killed by the army, not to mention modern times, where a single powerful bullet hitting the body can kill someone. However, ancient warriors have sharp perception and agile movements, so they can dodge. Powerful ancient warriors can also catch bullets with their bare hands, and are very difficult to kill. However, no matter how high the cultivation level of ancient warriors is, they cannot live forever. At most, they can only increase their lifespan. Junia's skills can be said to be the best among all the ancient martial artists in the world. It can be said that even if the god of war returns or the Dragon King becomes his son-in-law in the future, no matter how strong they become and how much they can beat other ancient warriors, Junya will always be their senior based on his skills alone. However, having skills alone without martial arts cannot bring out the greatest effect. However, the Jun family has been passed down for 2,000 years. It can almost be said that the history of the Jun family is the history of this country. And nowadays, all kinds of martial arts secrets and cultural treasures that cannot be found in the outside world can be found in the Jun family. Not to mention, he also has a systematic lottery. As long as he practices a little, with the blessing of his extraordinary talent, Junya will soon become the strongest man in the world, and then he will be completely invincible. However, it is only invincible in terms of military force. Although it will be able to be fearless of bullets and blow up tanks, it will be useless if a nuclear bomb explodes. Junya couldn't wait to bless himself with these things. In an instant, Junya began to radiate a powerful aura, his charm continued to upgrade, and his thinking became extremely active. And not long after, Junya completed his transformation. Junya stretched out his hands and felt them carefully. He could clearly feel that his body had now become extremely terrifying, and it contained seemingly boundless power. Junya walked to the bathroom according to his memory, saw himself in the mirror, and was immediately fascinated by the face in the mirror. What a face that is! His eyebrows are like newly sprouted green bamboos in spring, thin and neat, with a sharp edge hidden when slightly raised. His eyes are like cold stars in a deep pool, with a chilling light shining from the slightly drooping corners of his eyes, and when he stares, it seems as if there are fragments of the Milky Way flowing, which makes people dare not look directly at him, yet cannot help sinking into him. Her complexion was whiter than snow, with a faint crimson tint on her cheekbones, like a peach blossom shining through frost and snow. Her nose was straight like jade, her lips were a very light coral, and when she pursed her lips they seemed to contain a pool of spring water, and her jawline was as sharp as a knife, blending softness and hardness into one, making it impossible to look away. He looked at the full-length mirror next to him again. In the mirror, he was as slender as a pine tree, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was wearing loose pajamas. From a distance, he looked like a banished immortal who had walked out of a painting. Junya was completely mesmerized by himself in the mirror. He now fully understood what it meant to be attractive to both men and women, and why men were called beauties in his previous life's country. Yes, the word beauty was indeed used to describe men in the past. Chu Yuanzli saw, "I am afraid that the beauty will grow old as the grass and trees wither." Chu Yuan used beauty to metaphorically represent the monarch, King Huai of Chu, and used the beauty's old age to express his worry about the fate of the country. This is a typical fragrant grass beauty symbol system, and the beauty here specifically refers to men. There is also 9 chapters. Thinking of the beauty, I wipe away my tears and stand still. Similarly, beauty refers to the monarch or an ideal virtuous person, who is a man, such as a nobleman with outstanding moral character. If Junya was born in ancient times, he would probably become a typical example of a man who brought disaster to the country and the people. However, at this moment, Junya suddenly came back to his senses. He was just shocked by the amazing beauty. However, despite this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart about his current appearance. In fact, the original owner of this body was an absolute handsome guy. After all, their family is a family with a history of thousands of years. Over the long years, the family's genes have been fully optimized. It can be said that there is no ugly person in their family, and not only that, although Junya's father is middle-aged, he is still a super handsome man, and his mother is a stunning beauty. Such a genetic combination makes Junye's appearance naturally outstanding, not to mention now however, Junye immediately thought of something and quickly asked the system, "System, my current change is so great, won't my family notice the problem?" Ding! No, your current changes are normal in their eyes. In their perception, you have only become more handsome. They won't have any doubts at all. What's more, your so-called past life is actually a journey of traveling through the blue planet in the form of a dream. In other words, the Junyi of that world is you, and the Junyi of this world is also you. You just need to be yourself. Oh? Really? That's good. Junyi thought that he had traveled through time and space through possession of another body. If that was the case, he would feel very uncomfortable. Even though he had the memories of his original body, there was a high possibility that he would still be discovered by the Jun family in this world, but now I don't have to worry so much, I just need to be myself. After Junyi washed up in the bathroom, he returned to his bed and directly used the 10,000 villain points in his novice gift pack that he wanted to see what good stuff would come out. Chapter 3, The Top Killer, 3 Unique Skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the top-ranked assassin Jingang from the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the top-ranked assassin Duan Shui from the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the first-class killer Chaos God in the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the first-class killer Woliang in the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the soul transfer of the top-ranked assassin in the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the top-ranked assassin Miepa in the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the top-ranked assassin Jingwei from the Qin's Moonworld. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Skyfrost Fist, one of the 3 great martial arts in the Fengyun world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Paiyun Palm, one of the 3 great martial arts in the Fengyun world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Wind God Leg, one of the 3 great skills in the Fengyun world. Fuck! I made a fortune. When Junyi saw the luxurious reward he had drawn, joy suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart to his face, and a smile bloomed uncontrollably. Yuzhen Gang, Duan Shui, Luanshan, Wuliang, Zhuanhuan, Mipo, and Jingwei are all Luowang's top-notch killers in the Qin's Moonworld. Among them, Zhen Gang, Duan Shui, Luanshan, Wuliang, Zhuanhuan, and Mipo are also known as the Six Sword Slaves. Zhen Gang, the leader of the Six Sword Slaves, carries the sword Zhen Gang. He is a fierce swordsman and is good at direct attacks. He can destroy the target's manpower in one move. His swordsmanship is neat and succinct, and he is a representative of the fierce type. Duan Shui, a blindfolded old man who has reached the realm of the mind's eye, is the most unfathomable of the 6 sword slaves and carries the sword Duan Shui. He is a planner who makes plans before acting, and is good at invisibility skills, which can take people's lives invisibly. Duan Shui looks like a dying old man, but in fact he is a strong man who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The reason why he blindfolded himself and gave up his vision was to seek further breakthroughs in swordsmanship. Luanshan, just like his sword Luanshan, is a man with evil spirit all over his body. He is bloodthirsty and cruel. He disdains to abide by any human laws and can do anything to achieve his goals. If you are targeted by such a killer, no matter how you die, it will not be a surprise. Among the 6 sword slaves, he is an assistant to Wuliang, the opportunist among the 6 sword slaves, attacks from the side like a ghost, and is hard to guard against. He can often determine the outcome of a battle. He wears 2 swords, Wang and Liang, which are one of the 8 swords of the King of Yu. They are famous weapons made by the famous master Oyezi from Kunwo Mountain. He is good at Qingdong, and his swordsmanship is light and fast, light and refined. There is no flaw under his 2 swords. In battle, he can rely on his excellent Qingdong and agile swordsmanship to shuttle through the battlefield like a ghost and attack the enemy unexpectedly. Zhuanhuan and Maihun are a pair of sister swordsmen among the 6 sword slaves. They each possess a sword, Zhuanhuan sword and Maihun sword. These 2 swords have slender bodies and sharp tips, and are good at confusing and restraining the enemy. Zhuanhuan and Maihun look exactly the same, and they use this to create confusion in battle, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the real and the fake. Their swordsmanship is fierce and precise, and can cause fatal blows to the enemy in battle. As for Jingwei, she is a woman known as the baby fish. I wonder how many otakus who have watched Shin's Moon have regarded her as their wife. Once the 7 Luowang's top-tier assassins join forces, it can be said that except Jun Yi, few people in the whole world can survive from their hands, let alone defeat them. As for the Skyfrost Fist, Paiyun Palm, and Wind God Leg, they are the 3 unique martial arts in the Fengyun world. Each of the 3 unique martial arts has its own internal strength, moves, and footwork. Skyfrost Fist internal force, Tian Shuangjin, a cold internal force that creates a frosty effect when used, moves. There are 14 moves in total, including frosty wind blowing in the face, frosty moon embracing, frosty snow flying, etc. The names of the moves are all related to frost, which vividly reflects the characteristics of this style of boxing. The punches are both hard and soft, and the cold fist force can freeze the opponent. Footwork, walking on thin ice, coordinated with the moving steps of boxing, allows the practitioner to be flexible when moving, as light as walking on thin ice, and can quickly approach or move away from the opponent, increasing the attack range and flexibility of boxing. Paiyun Palm internal force, Suyunjin, a strong internal force. When practicing, the palm force is as powerful as clouds. Moves. There are 12 moves, namely, flowing water and clouds, covering the moon with clouds, turning clouds and rain, overturning mountains and seas, dark clouds covering the sun, etc. As can be seen from the names of the moves, Paiyun Palm uses palm techniques to simulate the various forms and changes of clouds. When attacking, the palm is strong and fierce, and the overwhelming palm force can cause great damage to the opponent. Footwork. Cloud Trace's Phantom Shadow is a unique light kung fu footwork that works in conjunction with the Paiyun Palm. It allows the user's body to be erratic when performing the palm technique, as elusive as a cloud shadow, making it difficult for the opponent to predict the direction and trajectory of the attack. Wind God Leg internal force, Divine Wind Force, long-lasting internal force, emphasizing the explosive power and endurance of the legs. Moves. There are 6 moves in total, including catching shadows, strong grass in the wind, heavy rain and strong wind, etc. Fengshen Leg is mainly based on leg techniques, and the moves are swift and fierce. With the help of the power of the legs and the internal force of the divine wind, it can burst out a powerful attack force in an instant. The kicking, sweeping, and kicking are varied, making it difficult for the opponent to defend. Footwork. Catching wind and shadows is not only one of the moves of Wind God Leg, but also a unique light kung fu footwork, which enables the practitioner to move extremely fast, as light and flexible as the wind, and can quickly shuttle across the battlefield, chasing the enemy or avoiding attacks. These 3 unique skills each have their own characteristics, restraining and complementing each other. Even if they are practiced to a high level, one can comprehend the more advanced 3-part return to origin sheet. At this moment, Junyi looked at the 7 people who appeared in front of him. According to his perception, he found that the internal strength of these 7 people was not weak, but compared with him, they were still like ants. Junyi looked at the leader of the 6 sword slaves, Jin Gang, and said to him, "Jin Gang, you 6 sword slaves are hiding outside the villa now. Don't let the bodyguards outside the villa find you." "Yes." After Jin Gang received the order, he and Luanshan instantly disappeared in front of Jun Yi. With their abilities, it would be easy for them to hide from the bodyguards who were not even ancient warriors. Just after they left, Jun Yi turned his gaze to Jingwei. The more he looked at Jingwei's face, the more he liked him. He really understood why Jingwei was so popular in his previous life. It must be said that Jingwei's appearance is unique. She has a cold and beautiful face, delicate features, and skin as delicate as snow, white and rosy, crystal clear, like the bright moon in the sky. Her long hair is like a waterfall, gently fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of elegance and agility. Jingwei has a graceful and light figure, as if she could turn into a breeze and disappear into thin air at any time. Her clothes are a slim metal combat suit with purple and white stripes. Her legs and right arm are covered with fish scale armor, and her breastplate has a fish-shaped pattern, which matches the style of the Jingwei sword. Junyi said to Jingwei, "Jingwei, from today on, you are my female bodyguard. Now go to this room and change your clothes." Junyi took her to the outside of a room and pointed at the door of the room. Jingwei nodded, then opened the door and walked in. Of course, Junyi doesn't just live in this villa himself. Sometimes, Junya's parents also come here, so Junya's mother's clothes are also placed in this room. As for whether Jingwei can wear it, of course they would. After the 7 of them came here, they already understood all the common sense of this world in their minds. Driving and shooting were not difficult. The tone of their speech was no different from that of modern people. As for why only Jingwei was allowed to change, that's of course because Jingwei's current clothes are too eye-catching, and the 6 sword slaves only need to be responsible for his protection, and they usually hide in the dark. But as for Jingwei, Junyi wanted him to be his personal bodyguard and secretary, so he didn't need to hide in the dark like the 6 sword slaves in normal times. While Jingwei was changing clothes, Junyi quickly returned to his room and began to practice Tianchuan Fist, Paiyun Palm, and Fengshan Leg. Chapter 4. Aaron, with Junyi's terrifying inner strength and extraordinary talent, he quickly mastered the 3 unique skills of the Fengshan world, and the power he exerted was also terrifying. After Junyi finished his training, he changed his clothes and walked out of the room. At this moment, Jingwei has also changed out of his killer costume. When Junyi saw her current outfit, he couldn't help but focus his eyes on her. Jingwei's figure is tall and flexible, as if it were made of finely carved jade. Her broad shoulders and narrow waist are perfectly outlined by the black suit, showing a unique beauty of lines. The suit jacket is designed to be short, which perfectly reveals her slender waistline, while the black leather corset is the finishing touch of the entire look. There is a miniature hidden weapon box hidden on the waist. From a distance, it looks like a fashionable item, cleverly integrated into the overall outfit. The bottom is a pair of high-waisted straight-leg suit pants, the trouser legs just revealing her slender ankles. Paired with a pair of black high-heeled boots, it makes her legs look longer and more slender, while also adding a bit of competence and neatness. However, what is most striking is her cold temperament. Her face is as cold as jade, and her eyes are like deep pools, revealing a kind of indifference that keeps people away from her. And in her right hand, she was holding a sword, which was Jingwei's sword. Jingwei's sword, one of the 8 swords of King Yuei. In the middle of the sword guard is a lifelike nude head, as if it can jump out of the sword at any time. The tail of the sword is a blooming lotus with delicate and lifelike petals. There is an inner notch on the sword head, which makes the whole sword look more unique in design, and there are 3 dents on each side of the sword body, which not only increases the beauty of the sword, but also shows its exquisite craftsmanship. Of the entire sword body presents a light pink color, just like the shyness of a young girl, forming a wonderful contrast with Jingwei's cold temperament. I have to say, Jingwei is really beautiful now. Junyi walked up to her, touched her head, and said, "Jingwei, it's too inconvenient to carry your sword with you. I'll put it away for you first. If I really need you to take action, I will give it to you directly." Good. Jingwei gave his sword to Junyi. Although in Qin's Moon, the rule of Luo Wang is that people can be lost, but swords cannot be lost. However, those who were summoned by the system had full loyalty to Junyi, and they would not hesitate even if asked to commit suicide. Therefore, Jingwei gave his Jingwei sword to Junyi without hesitation. After Junyi took the Jingwei sword in his hand, he directly put it into the system space. He also discovered this system space when he was drawing the lottery just now. This space is very large, but it can only hold inanimate objects. However, if you draw some rare treasures, you can put them directly into the system space. After Junyi put away the Jingwei sword, he took Jingwei outside, but he suddenly remembered that Jingwei did not have his own name. So Junyi said to Jingnyo, "Jingnyo, can I give you a name?" "Can." Jingwei was stunned for a moment, then answered Junyi, "From today on, your name will be Jingning." "How about that?" Jingning thanks the Lord for the name. Jingwei, that's not right. Jingning immediately thanked Junyi after hearing his new name. "It's not a big deal." Junyi waved his hand and opened the door of the villa. Looking at the surrounding environment, Junyi was filled with emotion. After all, the villa area where he lives is the #1 Yunqi Yuling in the entire Magic City. Land is very expensive in Shanghai. It would be astronomical for ordinary people to buy a 3rd-tier house here, let alone here. Junyi sighed and looked forward, where a Rolls-Royce was parked, and next to it stood a man in a black suit and sunglasses. That man was his bodyguard. Aaron. Along was trained by the Jun family. He was once the top soldier in the Chinese Special Forces. After retiring from the army, he returned to the Jun family and became his bodyguard. Aaron himself is good at hacking technology, camouflage, sanda, etc. His sniping level is top-notch, his marksmanship is first class, and his skills are also good. Although in terms of skills alone, Along is no match for the 7 top-tier assassins selected by Junyi. The role that Along can play cannot be underestimated. If you want to kill the Son of Luck, you must not only crush him in terms of military strength, but also in other aspects. In terms of martial arts. Not to mention the current Junyi, even if 7 top-tier killers join forces, they could kill countless people. Even if there are people they cannot kill, they can make them pay a heavy price. Although they had the military force, the 7 top-tier assassins were unable to collect intelligence. This was when Aaron's role came into play. The world is big, and if you underestimate others, you will suffer. Of course, Junyi would never be impulsive and careless. You have to know that the reason why those so-called villains were defeated by those so-called protagonists was because they were careless. Along can pass on Junia's orders and help him complete everything except the use of force. Junia walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce, and Aaron saluted him and said, "Good morning, master." Then, Aaron looked at Jingning next to him, feeling confused. He didn't see this woman last night. Junie saw Along looking at Jingning and immediately understood Along's doubts. Along, she is Jingning. She is an expert, and it is easy for her to come in without telling you. I opened the window for her to come in last night. Junie explained to Along and then gestured to Jingning. After Jingning understood, he immediately released his aura. Aaron's hair stood on end. He felt a great threat from Jingning that he now understood that the woman in front of him was very powerful and could kill him easily. Yet he immediately believed Junia's words, and was extremely impressed by his young master's ability to subdue such a powerful woman. Aaron quickly said to Jingning, "Miss Jingning, please take back your momentum." Jingning retracted his momentum, and Along quickly calmed himself down, opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce, and Junie and Jingning got in together. After closing the car door, Aaron sat in the driver's seat and drove to his young master's company in Shanghai. After seeing Junie leaving, the 6 sword slaves also drove away the 2 cars in the villa, then took a detour and headed towards Junia's destination. After all, there was no one in this villa before except Junie. Junie himself is very clean, so he only needs to hire a cleaning lady to clean the place occasionally. As for breakfast and other things, Junie always eats outside in his own restaurant. Of course, they dared to do so only after receiving Junia's order. For the characters summoned by the system, Junie can convey commands directly into their minds through the system. So when Junie left, the 6 sword slaves drove his car and followed him away. Chapter 5 Taichu Group. Taichu Group, this name is well known in Shanghai. It is like a dazzling meteor, rising rapidly in just 3 years and becoming a shining pearl in the city. Taichu Group has a wide range of businesses, covering finance, foreign trade, medicine and other fields, showing strong strength and unlimited potential. However, as the economic center of China, all industries in Shanghai have long been divided up by major old-established companies. If Taichu Group wants to stand out in this fiercely competitive market, it will inevitably affect the interests of those old-established companies. Therefore, on the road to the development of Taichu Group, these old-established companies have taken action to try to block its progress. At that time, everyone was pessimistic about the prospects of Taichu Group, believing that it would soon be overwhelmed by such a powerful opponent and eventually go bankrupt. However, unexpectedly, just when Taichu Group was facing tremendous pressure, China's #1 chaebol, the Yi family, actually took action. The Yi family, this name is well known in Shanghai. As the first family in Shanghai, the Yi family not only has an unparalleled status and influence in the local area, but its business empire is also spread all over China, with its tentacles extending to various fields. However, the glory of the Yi family is not limited to this point. 30 years ago, Yi Tian's sister Yi Yanbing married the young master of the Jun family in the imperial capital at that time, who is now the head of the Jun family, Jun Song. This marriage undoubtedly brought huge benefits and opportunities to the Yi family. The Jun family, as a prominent family in the imperial capital, its family power should not be underestimated. The combination of Yi Yanbing and Jun Song established a close connection between the Yi family and the Jun family. The power of the Jun family and the financial resources of the Yi family were combined. This powerful alliance model made the Yi family's business empire more powerful, and its development speed was like a galloping wild horse, unstoppable. With the support of the Yi family and the Jun family, the young Yi group under the Yi family has soared to the sky and quickly emerged as a leading enterprise in the industry. Its business scope covers multiple fields such as finance, real estate, and technology. It has many well-known brands and subsidiaries, and has become a shining star in the Chinese business community. Facing such a powerful Yi family, all the old companies in the Magic City at that time felt unprecedented pressure. After seeing the strength and influence of the Yi family, those companies that originally had ill intentions towards the Taichu Group gave up their ideas and quickly stopped all small actions against the Taichu Group. After all, going against a behemoth like the Yi family is like hitting a rock with an egg, and the consequences can be imagined. However, the Yi family did not seem to have any intention of letting them go. With its strong financial resources, the Yi family spared no effort to assist the Taichu Group and continuously acquired many of their industries. This series of actions made the family leaders of those old-fashioned companies in the Magic City feel unprecedented pressure, and their companies were facing a huge crisis. In desperation, these family leaders could only put down their status and go to Taichu Group in person to beg for mercy. They were full of doubts and anxiety, and were full of curiosity about the relationship between Taichu Group and the Yi family. When they stepped into the meeting room of Taichu Group, a young man appeared in front of them. This man looked to be in his 20s, but he exuded a calm and confident temperament. His eyes were like torches, revealing a majesty that no one dared to underestimate. It was not until then that the family leaders suddenly realized that the young man was Jun Yi, the president of Taichu Group. When they learned of Junya's name, they could not help but feel astonished. They immediately realized that the man in front of them was an important person and that their failure was not accidental. Daring to use Jun as his surname, it is obvious that this person is from the Jun family in the imperial capital. And that Yi had already told them clearly that this person was also related to the Yi family. To I and the entire Jun family, the only person related to the Yi family is Yi Yanbing, who married into the Jun family and is now the sister of the head of the Yi family. Obviously, this person should be the son of the current head of the Jun family, the eldest master of the Jun family. This made them dare not even breathe in the following meeting, and they made countless concessions, which was a huge loss. However, in the following period, because a lot of their own company's shares were given up, Taichu Group became their major shareholder, so they were not forgotten when Taichu Group was developing, which brought them many benefits. This gave Taichu Group a good reputation among the entire upper class of the Magic City. After arriving at the Taichu Group's building, Junyi took Jingning directly inside. The employees of Taichu Group greeted Junyi immediately after seeing him. "Hello, President." "Hello, President." Junyi also responded from time to time, and after entering the elevator, he pressed the button to the top floor. After Junyi disappeared from their sight, the employees of Taichu Group started discussing. "Oh my god. The president seems to be much more handsome." "Yes. I used to think the term handsome man was an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. I don't know what kind of woman the president likes. I'm willing to offer myself to him." "Come on, don't you see the beautiful lady next to the president? She must have a special relationship with the president." "Yes, the president has always been rude to everyone. That beautiful woman can stand next to the president. She must be the president's girlfriend." "Woo woo, how come my idol has a girlfriend so soon?" "Yes." All the female employees of Taichu Group became sad, which made the male employees present speechless. "What does it have to do with you if the CEO has a girlfriend? There should be a limit to daydreaming, right? The president's background is not ordinary. Even if he wants to get married, he wants to marry someone of equal status, right?" The male employees of Taichu Group shook their heads in their hearts, said nothing, and hurried to do their work. After all, Taichu Group's salary and benefits are very good, and its development prospects are also bright. Where can we find such a good place in today's society? Junyi didn't know that there were so many sad female employees in his company, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What does it have to do with you? What kind of girl I date? Junyi brought Jingning to his office and asked Jingning to be his secretary and work with him. Junyi found that he had very clear ideas when reading these plans, and he quickly began to revise them. Not long after, he finished reading all the plans, and then asked Jingning to send back those that needed to be modified. When Jingning came back, he was holding a document and said to him, "Master, Mr. Lin from Yukong Group wants to cooperate with our Taichu Group." Chapter 6, Lin Aoshuang, Soldier King Chen Feng Yukong Group. Mr. Lin. After hearing Jingning's words, Junyi pondered for a while, and then he remembered the information about Yukong Group and Mr. Lin. Yukong Group is a pharmaceutical company with great development prospects in Shanghai, mainly engaged in the research and development of various special medicines, and that Ms. Lin is Lin Aoshuang, the president of Yukong Group. She is also the daughter of Lin Hai, the founder of Yukong Group. Lin Aoshuang herself is also a girl of destiny. She graduated from the medical school of Magic City University. In her first year at Magic City University, she taught herself all the 4-year university courses. At the same time, she obtained a master's and doctoral degree in the next 3 years. After graduation, he returned to his father's company to help Yukong Group with pharmaceutical research and development. In addition, she also helps her father manage the Yukong Group, and it can be said that the entire group is managed by her in a very successful manner. Lin Hai gave his daughter the position of president of Yukong Group. This made the entire upper class in Magic City well known for this beautiful female president. Many young people from families in Magic City wanted to marry her home, but the female president refused them all. After Junyi remembered the information about Lin Aoshuang, he felt strange in his heart. Isn't this the most common beautiful female CEO in urban novels? Is this Lin Aoshuang a female protagonist? Ding! Lin Aoxuan, the lucky heroine of the king of soldiers in the city, has been detected. Does the host want to check the relevant plot? Well, this voice from the system made Junyi completely understand that this Lin Aoxuan was indeed the heroine of the novel. Of course, check it out. Check. Ding. In The Soldier King in the City, Chen Feng, a young soldier king of the Chinese Special Forces, once severely injured a member of the Jun family and was eventually forced to retire. Later, Chen Feng went abroad, fought his way into the mercenary world, and established the famous Ghost Mercenary Group. Later, he was favored by a big boss in China and returned to China. After returning to China, Chen Feng traveled around the city and made many confidants. In the end, he helped the family of the big boss and joined forces with other families to destroy the Jun family and the Yi family, reaching the pinnacle of his life. After learning the plot, Junyi recalled that 5 years ago, a member of the Jun family's side branch molested a woman while drinking in a bar. He was seen by a man who had just been on leave from the army to relax. He immediately stood up to help. The young man from the Jun family was already drunk at the time, so his tone was extremely rude. That man also had a bad temper and he hit him directly, causing serious injuries. After the Jun family learned about this, they investigated and found out that the person who attacked the man was Chen Feng, a rising star in the Chinese Special Forces. He had been in the army for 10 years and had made many contributions during those 10 years. The reason he was there was simply because he had made another great contribution, and the people above rewarded him with a week's vacation. But what Chen Feng never expected was that he would actually run into the Jun family kid teasing a woman while drinking in a bar, and so this incident happened. After the Jun family's investigation, they found that the woman was not an ordinary person, but a spy from the United States. To be more precise, she was a Deadpool kept by a US chaebol. The real purpose is to use this drunken Jun family member as a breakthrough point, to find out the information about the people buried by the Jun family in the United States, and also to get some information about China. By the way, as a result, the woman was executed directly. However, the parents of the Jun family member were still not satisfied, so they used their own connections to let a Jun family member who held a high position in the army suppress Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng had made many contributions before, the punishment he received from his superiors was relatively light. He was only put in prison, which was a form of solitary confinement as a punishment. However, for a young man like Chen Feng, this punishment obviously could not calm his inner anger. Young people are hot-blooded and impulsive, and Chen Feng is even more so. During his time in prison, his heart was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. After finally getting out of prison, Chen Feng thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect that what was waiting for him was even more severe suppression. The training volume doubled and the rest time was shortened, which made him feel more stressed, and the anger in his heart burned more fiercely. Finally, during a competition, Chen Feng's patience reached its limit. Faced with his opponent's provocation, he could no longer control his emotions, and attacked without mercy, eventually severely injuring his opponent. This situation made the high-ranking member of the Jun family realize the opportunity, so he took action without hesitation and directly ordered Chen Feng to retire forcibly. However, Chen Feng had made many contributions in the army, so the army gave him quite generous compensation. Despite this, Chen Feng could not stand such humiliation. After all, he was still young, but he had already achieved extremely brilliant achievements in the army. His comrades of the same period had long been left far behind, and even many experienced veterans could not be compared with him. This filled his heart with pride and confidence, and he firmly believed that he would become the youngest general in Chinese history. However, now all of this has vanished in an instant, and all the efforts and dreams have been shattered in an instant. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Chen Feng, and his heart is filled with anger and unwillingness. The angry Chen Feng did not take the so-called compensation. He felt that the Jun family was humiliating him. When he was in solitary confinement, he heard the gatekeeper talk about the power of the Jun family. Later, when he was suppressed, he learned from a leader who treated him very well that it was the Jun family's intention to suppress him. So he left China and worked as a mercenary abroad. Of course, the Jun family investigated all of this clearly. After all, these were people with whom they had a grudge. China's long history has told them that looking down on small people will lead to great losses. Dynasties throughout history have never cared about the little people and allowed themselves to go to destruction. Therefore, the Jun family will thoroughly investigate anyone or any force that has a grudge against the Jun family, and place undercover agents around those people, waiting for the right opportunity. Therefore, the Jun family knew what Chen Feng did after going abroad and what forces he offended. Originally, as the eldest son of the Jun family, Junyi would not pay attention to this little thing at all. Because there are too many powerful forces against the Jun family, the little Chen. Feng is really nothing. The main reason was that when Junyi returned to the imperial capital, he accidentally heard the parents of the Jun family member who was seriously injured came to his father to report on his work, and then mentioned their son. At that time, Junyi became curious and asked his father, and Jun Sung told him what happened. After Junyi remembered everything, he revealed a playful smile. Jingning, inform Mr. Lin to meet at the most luxurious box in Longyu Pavilion in Magic City at 12 noon. Chapter 7 Power and Capital. Longyu Pavilion, a hotel located in Shanghai, is famous for its unique charm and excellent service to IT. Is not only one of the iconic buildings in Shanghai, but also the first choice for many bigwigs to gather socially. However, few people know that the boss behind Longyu Pavilion is actually a member of the Jun family. The Jun family, as a prominent family in the imperial capital, of course also has its own industry. The Tianjun Group. It is the most famous enterprise under the Jun family. Its business scope covers many industries such as real estate, finance, and entertainment. It plays a vital role in the imperial capital and even the whole country. The fact that this branch of the Jun family was able to open such a well-known hotel in such a prosperous magic city was undoubtedly due to the Jun family's strong background and resource advantages, but this does not mean that Longyu Pavilion is just a place that relies on family background to survive. On the contrary, it has attracted countless customers with its unique charm and excellent quality, and has become a shining pearl in the catering industry of Shanghai. Of course, it is still far inferior to the Yi family's Shangrui Pavilion, because the Jun family did not overdevelop business compared with engaging in business activities and starting companies to make wealth. The Jun family has a stronger interest in engaging in politics and serving as officials. The reason behind this is actually not difficult to understand, because in the vast land of China, there is a subtle and profound relationship between wealth and power. In this country, although money does have a certain influence, it is not the same as power. Even if a person has a huge fortune, he or she may not be able to grasp the real power. However, once you have power, wealth will often follow. It's like a scale with wealth and power on each end, and in the Chinese social environment, the weight of power is obviously heavier. Specifically, no matter how big a company or enterprise is, even if it is a state-owned enterprise, it is difficult to be compared with the government. Although these companies may play an important role in the economic field, they can never hang the national emblem high above their heads like the government, and possess that symbol of supreme authority and dignity. On the contrary, as long as it is a first-level government, even the most basic township government, it has the power and honor of hanging the national emblem high. This power not only represents the management and governance of a piece of land, but also means the control and allocation of various resources. In this country, capital may be able to influence people's lives to a certain extent, but it is power that ultimately determines the direction and fate of capital. Moreover, China has a long history of 5,000 years, and has gone through a long period of time from feudal society to modern times and then to the present. In this long historical process, the division and change of social classes have never stopped. In ancient times, the order of social classes was scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, with scholars ranking first, which meant that scholars and officials had the highest status, while merchants were at the bottom of society. In modern times, with the development of industry, the order of scholars, workers, farmers, and merchants gradually took shape. The status of workers has risen, while that of merchants is still relatively low. However, in modern times, the development of society has made the order of scholars, merchants, workers, and farmers the mainstream. Although the status of other classes has changed, the status of scholars has always remained the highest. The scholars here not only include scholars and officials in the traditional sense, but also cover all kinds of professionals and intellectuals in modern society. As a family with a long history, the Jun family was naturally deeply affected by this social class change. Therefore, when choosing a career, many Jun family members tended to go into politics or join the army, while relatively few chose to go into business. This is not only due to the influence of traditional concepts, but also due to the important position of scholars in Chinese society. But there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Some people in the Jun family did not want to go into politics, but started business instead. The Jun family has no objection and will provide assistance to those who are engaged in business. When Jun Yi arrived here, a man in his 20s in a suit was standing at the door. After seeing Jun Yi, he walked straight forward and shook hands with Jun Yi. "Master, Mr. Lin is already waiting inside." The man said to Jun Yi. He is actually Jun Wujiu, the son of Jun Hai, the owner of Longyu Pavilion. When he knew that Jun Yi was coming here to discuss work with the president of Yukong Group, he hurried to receive Jun Yi. "I see. In that case, Wujiu, take me upstairs." "Yes, master." Jun Woojiu immediately agreed and walked in front to lead the way. Jun Yi motioned for Along and Jing Ning to follow. Stepping into Longyu Pavilion, you feel like you are in a luxurious and elegant world. The exquisite decoration, sophisticated layout, and thoughtful service all make people feel noble and comfortable. Every detail here has been carefully crafted, highlighting the hotel's high-end positioning and persistent pursuit of quality. But Jun Yi didn't even look at it, because he only came here to eat occasionally and was tired of it. When Jun Yi and his friends entered Longyu Pavilion, in box number 1, which was also the most luxurious box in Longyu Pavilion, a peerless beauty was waiting anxiously. The crystal chandelier reflected cold light under the 6-meter-high dome. Lin Aoshuang sat on the gilded sandalwood chair in the box, her back as straight as a winter plum branch. She was wearing a handmade smoky gray fishtail skirt with silver thread embroidered with broken ice patterns on the hem. When her skirt trembled with her breathing, it was as if melted water from the snowy mountains was flowing in the moonlight. The bronze incense burners at the 4 corners of the box were filled with submerged incense, and the smoke was winding up to the diamond earrings on her ears. It was a rare pear-shaped cut diamond, but it was glowing with an almost transparent cold light in the shadows, just like the frost that had been condensed in her eyes for years. The waiter once tentatively asked if she wanted the lights to be turned up warmer, but she lowered her eyes and fiddled with the Hatian jade paperweight on the corner of the table, and said lightly, "No need." There were 2 sets of mutton fat jade tea sets on the table. In the white porcelain bowl in front of her was floating this year's first harvest of Lion Peak Longjing tea. The leaves stretched out like jade boats, but had already gone cold. The Patek Philippe mechanical watch on her wrist ticked very quietly. When the hour and minute hands were about to reach 12 o'clock, she finally looked up at the rosewood door of the box that was carved with spring dawn in the Han Palace. She knew that her partner this time was the Taichu Group, which had a great reputation in the business world of Magic City. Jun Yi, the president of Taichu Group, was the eldest son of the Jun family and the patriarch of the Yi family, the richest family in Magic City. Was his uncle. So this time, she said in her heart, there must not be any disrespect to him. Otherwise, even if the Jun family and the Yi family do not take action, the families in the Magic City will definitely volunteer to help, and then the Lin family will face a devastating disaster. At 12 o'clock, the door of the room opened. Chapter 8. Jun Yi's reputation. Lin Aoshuang stared at the slowly opening door nervously, as if time had frozen at this moment. Finally, the door opened completely and 3 people walked in. Walking in front was a man in a black suit. He was tall, with well-defined muscles, and wore a pair of sunglasses, making it difficult to see his face. The pair of sunglasses seemed like his second skin, blending in with his overall outfit, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. There is no doubt that he is a bodyguard, and his presence makes people feel an invisible pressure. Following closely behind the bodyguard was a woman with an absolutely beautiful appearance, like a plum blossom blooming in the cold winter, exuding a cool and elegant charm. Her skin was as white as snow, and her slightly upturned eyes revealed a barely perceptible coldness. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, fluttering gently with her steps. Judging from her dress and temperament, she should be a secretary, responsible for handling various affairs. However, when Lin Aoshuang's eyes fell on the last person, her heart seemed to be suddenly tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she began to beat wildly involuntarily. There is no other reason, it's just that this person's appearance is too unfair. That handsome face, only slightly inferior to the reader's, really told her what it meant to have a face like a crown of jade, eyes like bright stars, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes, and hair like a knife. However, Lin Aoshuang quickly came back to her senses, then stood up, bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Jun, it's an honor to meet you." Jun Yi smiled and said, "I am also honored to meet a beauty like Ms. Lin." After saying that, Jun Yi sat down, while Jing Ning and Along stood behind him. Then, Lin Aoshuang asked the waiter to serve the dishes. Lin Aoshuang stared at Jun Yi, who was sitting opposite her, and a huge rock in her heart finally fell to the ground. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because the Jun Yi in front of her was exactly the same as the image in the rumors outside, without the frivolous and unruly appearance of a playboy. Jun Yi, the eldest son of the Jun family, has received strict education and training since he was young. His etiquette training is perfect, and he shows impeccable demeanor in his words, deeds and dealings with others. Every movement and every word of his reveals an elegance and calmness that makes people respect him. In fact, a real big family is not what the outside world imagines, full of idle playboys. Of course, there may be some idle people in the family who are addicted to alcohol and sex all day long, but they will definitely not be the core figures of the family, nor will they play an important role in family affairs. Even if a true family successor is not particularly outstanding, he will definitely not be uncultured, looking down on this and that all day long and mocking others at every turn. Therefore, Junyi certainly has no negative news. On the contrary, in order to train himself, he resolutely embarked on a journey to the Magic City. This prosperous city is full of opportunities and challenges, which is in line with his desire for self-improvement. After arriving in Shanghai, he did not hesitate at all and immediately set about establishing Taichu Group. This name implies the beginning of all things and everything is possible, and also symbolizes his infinite vision and determination for the future. That's right, Taichu Group was actually founded by Junyi to train himself. At that time, he was curious and explored his own abilities, so he decided to hide it from his family and travel from the imperial capital to the magic capital to start his own entrepreneurial journey. The moment he arrived in the Magic City, the local tyrant, the Yi family, and his uncle Yi Tian noticed his arrival. However, Yi Tian did not expose him or meet with him. He just gave him some help secretly and helped him keep the secret. Why Yi Tian could guess that Junyi must have had the determination and courage to come to the Magic City without telling his family. He also wanted to see if his nephew could carve out a place for himself in this competitive city. However, when Taichu Group went public, the truth could no longer be concealed, and the Jun family found out about it. But I didn't say anything and just let him do his job. Later, Junyi managed the Taichu Group very successfully, and he has been living in the Magic City for the past few years. His parents would come here to see him occasionally. However, after the blocking battle among the major families in Magic City, Junyi's name also spread throughout the upper class of Magic City. Some even call him a rising star in the business world. Junyi didn't really care about this kind of address and didn't say anything. Moreover, after that, Junyi became the dream man of the young ladies from major families in the Magic City, and they all looked forward to having some super friendly relationship with Junyi. There's nothing we can do about it, since Junyi is handsome, talented, has a good background, and no bad rumors about him. So even if it was just to be his lover, those young ladies would not hesitate. But Junyi has never said anything like that. As a woman of destiny, Lin Aoshuang certainly couldn't possibly have a crush on Junyi like those eldest daughters of the Demon City families. However, Taichu Group has been developing very rapidly in recent years, and has close ties with the Yi and Jun families, so Lin Aoshuang also knows about Junyi's deeds in the Magic City. Lin Aoshuang calmed down and started chatting with Junyi about this meeting. Her purpose this time was actually to cooperate with Taichu Group because Yukong Group has recently encountered a bottleneck in drug research and development. It has invested an unknown amount of money but has not seen any progress. This eventually led to a shortage of funds, and even the bank owed too much money, so we had to think about finding a partner. But other companies in Shanghai either saw this opportunity and wanted to acquire Yukong Group, or they were attracted by her as a person. Lin Aoshuang was thinking hard at the time. She saw the news about Taichu Group and remembered the company's past. When she was in the company, Lin Aoshuang had heard some news about Junyi, but there was no negative news. So, Lin Aoshuang wondered if she could cooperate with Taichu Group. After all, Taichu Group has a terrifying background and even owns shares in many large companies in Shanghai. If Yukong Group can cooperate with it, then it can be said that it will soar to the sky. Looking at Lin Aoshuang sitting opposite him, Junyi didn't see the appearance of the iceberg female president of Magic City in the other party at all. That he was extremely approachable, not at all arrogant, and was very skilled in observing people's words and expressions, always paying attention to his facial expressions, as if he was afraid of angering him in some way. However, Junyi was not surprised, because he had already found out about the recent difficulties of Yukong Group before coming. So of course Lin Aoshuang didn't dare to give him the cold shoulder. Of course, even if Yukong Group did not encounter any difficulties, Lin Aoshuang would not dare to do this during normal business negotiations. What a joke! If Lin Aoshuang really dared to do this, she would be courting death. Dare to give him the cold shoulder, he, Junyi, could let her know what it meant to feel like falling into an ice cellar. As long as Lin Aoshuang is not stupid, she will never dare to do that. However, after seeing Lin Aoshuang's request for cooperation, Junyi had an idea in his mind. Chapter 9: Successful Cooperation. Lin Aoshuang's cooperation request is actually to get Taichu Group to invest, and in return she would get a share of the market profits after the drug is successfully developed. However, Junyi asked after Lin Aoshuang finished speaking, "Then Mr. Lin, I have a question. How can we ensure that the progress of drug research and development is smooth? As far as I know, Yukong Group has invested a lot of money in it, but there has been no progress so far. However, I can put aside the popularity of the product in the market for now. I believe that Yukong Group has invested so much money in it, and it must not be a small investment. But if I invest a lot of money in it and it still doesn't work, what should I do?" Lin Aoshuang frowned, because what Junyi said was actually the biggest difficulty of this cooperation. Yukong Group has invested so much money in the research and development of this drug, which is certainly not a small effort. In fact, this drug is an emergency preparation that delays death. The raw material is taken from the anti-apoptotic protein of deep-sea thermophilic bacteria. If it can be successfully developed, it can successfully extend the survival time of human cells in ischemic and hypoxic conditions from 4 to 6 minutes to 45 minutes. It is suitable for emergency situations such as sudden cardiac death, severe traumatic shock, etc., to buy golden time for transfer to the hospital. For example, if this drug is used during the 17 minutes of cardiac arrest after a construction worker falls from a building, a thoracotomy can be successfully completed within 40 minutes. So the outlook is certainly bright. However, the current difficulties are the shortage of raw materials and the difficulty in cultivation. Deep-sea thermophiles are a type of extreme microorganisms that mainly live in high-temperature environments in the ocean, such as deep-sea hydrothermal vents, near submarine volcanoes, or in high-temperature hot spring areas. They have a unique physiological structure and metabolic mechanism, and can survive and reproduce under high temperature conditions of above 45 degrees Celsius or even over 100 degrees C. Marine thermophiles are strictly anaerobic or rely on special minerals, such as iron and manganese. They need to simulate the extreme conditions of deep-sea high pressure, high temperature, and sulfur-rich to be cultured in the laboratory, which limits the in-depth study of their functions. So the raw materials are very expensive and scarce, not to mention the stringent requirements in the cultivation process. The cost of the equipment is not low. It is precisely because of these 2 points that Yukong Group has fallen into its current situation. Lin Aoshuang thought for a while and said, "So, what does Mr. Jun think?" In Lin Aoshuang's opinion, since Junyi could ask this question, he must have his own ideas. Instead of spending time thinking about how to convince him, it would be better to ask directly. Junyi smiled and said, "I can invest 3 billion first. If there is progress, I will continue to invest. And my Taichu group will also send its own researchers to help you. Raw materials and experimental equipment are not a problem. If there are results, I want 50% of the profits from Taichu group, and 5% of the shares of Yukong Group. However, if there are no results, Mr. Lin should not blame me for acquiring Yukong Group." Lin Aoshuang frowned. 50% of the profit was not small, and even giving up 5% of the shares was something Lin Aoshuang wanted to refuse. Yukong Group has invested an unknown amount of money in it. If it gives up 50% of the profits, it will not know when it will get its investment back. Moreover, the 5% of shares must come from its own family. At that time, those shareholders will definitely impeach her, because isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? Moreover, if people from Taichu Group were allowed to join the research, the method of making the drug would be leaked. However, Yukong Group's capital chain was already stretched to the limit, and she could not afford to refuse now. Lin Aoshuang thought of her father. Yukong Group could be said to be the hard work of her father, and she absolutely could not let it collapse. Thinking of this, Lin Aoshuang let out a breath, looked at Junyi, and said, "Mr. Jun, I agree with your request." Lin Aoshuang's father Lin Hai knew about the cooperation with Taichu Group. After all, this was a big deal. Before this, Lin Hai had specifically told Lin Aoshuang that as long as Taichu Group's demands were not too excessive, they could be agreed to. The so-called excessive means that if Junyi develops improper thoughts about his daughter and wants to spend the night with her. If Junyi really made such a request, Lin Hai would refuse it without hesitation, without Lin Aoshuang saying anything. When Junyi received Lin Aoshuang's reply, a smile appeared on his lips. He then winked at Jing Ning beside him. Jing Ning understood what he meant and quickly took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Junyi respectfully. Seeing this, Lin Aoshuang quickly stood up and took the contract with both hands. She read it carefully and confirmed that there were no hidden traps or unreasonable terms. Then she decisively picked up the pen and signed her name at the end of the contract. Junyi nodded with satisfaction and handed the signed contract back to Jing Ning. Then, he stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face and said, "Ms. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you." Seeing this, Lin Aoshuang also quickly stretched out her hand, shook hands tightly with Junyi, and responded, "It's a pleasure to work with you." After signing the contract, both of them felt relieved and relaxed. So, they began to enjoy the delicious food on the table, eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Aoshuang talked about her glory in college, her experiences abroad, the various books she liked to read, her favorite musical instruments, and her work in the business world. Junyi nodded from time to time, and was extremely engaged in the conversation with her. As the eldest son of a 1,000-year-old family, Junyi is of course proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and
Painting.
He also has a high level of attainment in music, because music can cultivate one's sentiments, and his mother also likes music, and it's unknown how many books Junyi himself has read, but it's definitely more than Lin Aoshuang. Junyi himself is very talented in business, otherwise how could he have made Taichu Group so big in such an atmosphere? Lin Aoshuang was really attracted by Junyi's talent, and her affection for him continued to grow, because she is a genius herself. She has been called other people's child by other parents since she was a child. She is also very proud in her heart, because in her opinion, no one of her age can compare with her, let alone surpass her. But facing Junyi, she really couldn't compare to him. Speaking of family background, Junyi is quite powerful.
His family background is extremely strong.
In comparison, her own family background is nothing but a dwarf. She is far behind Junyi and can't even compare to him. Speaking of talent, no matter what difficulty she mentioned when managing the company, Junyi could always easily come up with a solution that was better than the one she used at the time. This made her deeply admire Junyi's wisdom and ability. Finally, speaking of appearance, Junyi's appearance today was simply a lesson for her, allowing her to truly understand what beauty is. He has a handsome appearance and outstanding temperament. His every frown and smile exudes a unique charm that cannot be ignored. How could she not be attracted to such an outstanding Junyi? However, it needs to be emphasized that Lin Aoshuang's feelings for Junyi are not love, but pure appreciation. She admired Junyi's talent, family background, and appearance, but that didn't mean she was in love with him. The two of them had a very pleasant chat and ate while they talked. Finally, the two exchanged their contact information, and Junyi got into the car and left Longyu Pavilion under Lin Aoshuang's gaze. Chapter 10. The original plot direction. Lin Hai's reaction after Junyi returned to Taichu Group. He sat in the president's office thinking about what to do next. According to the original plot development, Chen Feng was expected to return to China in 2 days. After returning to China, Chen Feng will be able to successfully join the Yukon Group with the help of the big boss who appreciates him very much. Not only that, he will also serve as Lin Aoshuang's driver and bodyguard, an important position. There is a certain relationship between this big boss and Lin Hai, which also makes it so easy for Chen Feng to enter Yukon Group and take up a position. One of the key reasons why Chen Feng was arranged to be Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard was the special medicine that Yukon Group was developing. Once this special medicine is successfully developed, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the interests of many pharmaceutical companies. After all, the pharmaceutical industry is highly competitive and peers are often enemies of each other. Therefore, in order to ensure that the research and development process of the special medicine is not interfered with and to protect Lin Aoshuang's safety, it is undoubtedly a wise move to let Chen Feng serve as her bodyguard. More importantly, if this drug is successfully developed, it will bring about tremendous changes in the medical field. Organ transplantation has always been one of the difficult problems in the medical field, with a low success rate and many risks. However, once this drug comes out, it will greatly improve the success rate of organ transplantation and bring hope of life to countless patients. However, in this case, those overseas people engaged in human organ trading will inevitably be eyeing this drug. They will realize the huge commercial value and profit potential of this drug, so they are very likely to grab it at all costs. After all, for these illegal elements, being able to obtain this drug that can increase the success rate of organ transplantation means being able to make more profits. That's why the boss attached so much importance to this project and specially arranged for Chen Feng to come to Yukon Group. But the boss was well aware of the importance of this drug and the series of consequences it might cause. He believed that Chen Feng was capable of dealing with these challenges and protecting the research and development results of this project. Although Junyi did agree to cooperate in the plot, he did not show up in person, but instead sent along as a representative to discuss cooperation matters with the other party. Not only that, his contribution to this cooperation was also quite limited. He only invested some money appropriately, just as a small investment. The reason for all this is that Junyi did not have high expectations for the success of Yukon Group's research and development. In his opinion, the success rate of this project was very small, so he did not put too much energy and resources on it. However, fate is always full of drama. Although Junyi was not optimistic about Yukon Group's research and development, the drug was successfully developed in the end. Once this drug was launched on the market, it was like a blockbuster bomb, causing an uproar in the market and triggering a craze. Shortly after the drug was launched, Yukon Group held a grand press conference to celebrate this important moment. Junyi and a member of the Jun family who happened to be in Magic City attended the press conference together. However, at the press conference, the young man from the Jun family unexpectedly recognized Chen Feng. This discovery immediately caused a conflict and contradiction between him and Chen Feng, and the atmosphere on the scene became very tense for a while. This is of course because the Jun family member who was seriously injured by Qin Feng 5 years ago was actually this person. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. He immediately told all the grudges between them. When Junyi heard about this, he naturally stood on the side of his own family without hesitation, even though they were from a side branch. But blood is thicker than water after all. However, unexpectedly, Lin Aoshuang stood firmly on Chen Feng's side. Why is this? It turned out that during the time when Chen Feng was Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard, he had helped her out of danger many times and successfully solved many difficult crises. These experiences made Lin Aoshuang have some special feelings for Chen Feng. Of course, there is another more critical factor: Chen Feng's powerful protagonist halo. It seems that there is a force guiding everything, making Lin Aoshuang's support for him more firm. She even dared to go against the Taichu group, the Jun family and the Yi family. As a result, the relationship between Taichu group and Yukong group instantly reached a freezing point. However, Junya's performance this time undoubtedly made Lin Aoshuang's favorability towards him soar to a new level. Not only that, he also generously helped her solve problems such as experimental equipment and raw materials. This series of actions made Junya's image in Lin Aoshuang's heart even more lofty. In this way, if Junya wants to successfully capture and conquer this icy female president, it will be a piece of cake. After all, women are visual animals and tend to favor men with outstanding appearance. Moreover, Junya's talent and family background are both first class, far surpassing any man Lin Aoshuang had ever met. Thinking of this, Junya couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile that he was well aware of his own strengths, and also understood that Lin Aoshuang's attitude towards him had changed significantly. So, he called the researcher of Taichu group without hesitation and explained in detail the relevant matters regarding their trip to Yukong group. At this time, Lin Aoshuang returned to Yukong group and was calling her father. Dad, Mr. Jun has agreed to cooperate. He will even provide raw materials and equipment. Really? Then what is his request? Lin Hai was not confused by this good news, because if Junyi could offer such conditions, then his requirements must be very demanding. He wants people from Taichu group to join the research, and he wants 50% of the profits after the drug is developed, and 5% of the shares of Yukong group. Of course, if the drug is not successfully developed, then Yukong group will be acquired by him. Lin Aoshuang told Lin Hai Junya's request. Lin Hai pondered for a while. He did not get angry. After all, Yukong Group was already short of funds. As the founder of Yukong Group, Lin Hai is of course a shrewd person. Making a big fuss is certainly not his style. That is something only incompetent people would do. Of course, in this cooperation, Yukong Group seems to have suffered a loss, but it also has benefits. Although Yukong Group paid these costs, it was able to ensure the research and development of drugs and ensure that Yukong Group would not go bankrupt due to lack of funds. The only thing is that if the research and development fails, then their Yukong Group will end up working for Taichu Group. But the most important point is that Yukong Group can connect with Taichu Group. Nowadays, many large companies in Magic City are related to Taichu Group, and the president of Taichu Group is Jun Yi, who is Jun Yi, the eldest son of the Jun family in the imperial capital, and the nephew of the head of the Yi family, the richest family in China. If they can maintain a good relationship with Jun Yi, or even have his daughter marry him, then the future of Yukong Group will be bright. Chapter 11. Lin Aoshuang's thoughts. Lin Hai, who was thinking wildly in his mind, immediately calmed himself down and said, Aoshuang, thank you for your hard work. You did a great job this time. Lin Aoshuang smiled. She knew her father would not blame her, because her father also knew the difficulties of Yukong Group, and when she decided to cooperate with Taichu Group, her father told her that as long as she didn't feel wronged, she could agree. At this time, Lin Hai remembered something. By the way, what do you think of Master Jun? He asked this question actually to see if his daughter had any feelings towards Junyi. Although he would never force his daughter to marry someone she didn't love, it would be best if his daughter really had feelings for Junyi. After all, there is no negative news about young Master Jun in the Magic City, let alone the imperial capital. When Lin Aoshuang heard her father's words, her beautiful face immediately turned red. How I feel about Jun-sama. She recalled the scene when she and Junyi were chatting in Shangrui Pavilion. Of course, she had no feelings for the famous president of Taichu Group in Magic City before, but after meeting him, it was impossible for her to say that she had no thoughts at all. She has shown extraordinary gifts and talents since she was young, and has performed extremely well both academically and in other aspects. Therefore, she came into contact with many men, including some from prominent families. These young men from big families seemed elegant and polite on the surface, but in fact, The way they looked at her was full of naked desire. She knew very well that these people had already played with countless women behind her back, and their so-called demeanor was just a disguise. However, Junyi is completely different from them. Junyi is not only talented and elegant, but also has a charming appearance. When he looked at her, his eyes were unusually calm, without the slightest desire. This unique attitude greatly changed her impression of Junyi. However, at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. She began to doubt whether her appearance had declined, otherwise why was Junyi so indifferent to her? This self-doubt made her feel a little frustrated, but at the same time it also inspired her to pay more attention to Junyi. However, if you think about it carefully, this is actually reasonable. After all, he is the eldest master of the Jun family. With his identity and status, what kind of women has he not seen? Even the secretary following behind him was no less beautiful than Lin Aoshuang. However, at this moment, Lin Aoshuang only had admiration for Junyi, and was far from reaching the point where she was determined to marry Junyi. After all, Lin Aoshuang is a girl of luck, so she naturally has her own pride. As for the future, let's think about it later. After all, life is full of variables, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. However, after this meeting with Junyi, Lin Aoshuang's vision has been raised a lot by Junyi without her realizing it. It is foreseeable that in the days to come, no matter what kind of men Lin Aoshuang meets, she will inevitably compare them with Junyi. Even a man like Chen Feng, the son of destiny, may not be immune. Hearing his daughter's weak voice, Lin Hai immediately understood that his daughter had some affection for young Master Jun. After all, Lin Hai is an old fox. He was able to start from scratch, establish Yukong Group, and make the company so big. How could he not understand what his daughter meant? He smiled and said, "Haha, that's enough. We will leave the cooperation with Taichu Group to you. No matter whether you have any ideas about Jun Shao or not, Dad supports you." Lin Aoshuang opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but finally said, "I understand, Dad." After saying that, Lin Aoshuang hung up the phone. After his daughter hung up the phone, Lin Hai looked at his phone and smiled. "I also feel emotional that my daughter has grown up." Although he would not let his daughter sacrifice her own happiness, he also hoped that she could find someone who was capable and could help the Yukong Group grow and develop. Junyi, the eldest son of the Jun family, undoubtedly meets this requirement. However, Lin Hai also knew that Junyi had a noble status. Although his daughter was excellent, it would be too high for her to be with Junyi. Forget it, his children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and he is too lazy to think too much. Ding ling ling. Just as Lin Hai's thoughts were flying, his cell phone rang again. He picked up the phone and his pupils shrank immediately when he saw the caller's name. This was a big shot from the imperial capital whom he met by chance 20 years ago, and he had some friendship with him. However, the last time they communicated was several years ago, and no one knew why she called him this time. Lin Hai quickly answered the call and put the phone to his ear. After putting the phone to my ear, a sound came from. "It's long time no see, old friend." Just a few words were like gravel rolling out of a glacier crack. Ordinary people would be frightened and tremble and break out in a cold sweat just by hearing the sound, but Lin Hai is not an ordinary person either. Although his status is not as high as the person on the other end of the phone, he would not be frightened like an ordinary person. "Long time no see. I wonder why you called me. Please let me know if there is anything I can help you with. There is something I need your help with, but it's not a difficult task." "What is that?" "I want you to arrange a position for my people in your Yukong Group, either as a bodyguard or driver." "Why is that?" "You also know the expected effects of the drug your company is currently developing. If it is successfully developed, it will bring great benefits, but it will also attract the covetousness of your peers, especially criminals." Lin Hai's pupils shrank, and he immediately knew what was going on. He is not afraid of competition and suppression from his peers, but he is afraid of those lawless elements acting recklessly. After all, that drug can greatly increase the success rate of organ transplant surgery. How could those scumbags engaged in human organ trafficking let it go? Not to mention that my daughter is a beautiful girl. If she falls into the hands of those people, Lin Hai quickly asked, "So how are your people?" Don't worry, he is very capable." "So, when will the people arrive?" Obviously, Lin Hai agreed. "I'll send you the photos in 2 days, and you can just send someone to pick them up then, no problem." After the call was hung up, Lin Hai received a photo on WeChat with his name on it. Lin Hai clicked on the photo and looked at the person in it. Chan Feng. Chapter 12. The thoughts of the capital boss. When Lin Hai hung up the phone and looked at Chen Feng's photo. In a villa in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man put away his mobile phone, his square face as resolute and his lines as sharp as if carved by a knife. Although the years have left some traces on it, they have added a bit of maturity and stability. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, and his deep eyes were like the twinkling cold stars in the night sky, sharp and bright, as if they could see through everything. This middle-aged man has a tall and straight figure, with a strong posture, without any of the fatness and obesity that middle-aged people have. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to carry the weight of the world, and his every move exuded an innate noble temperament and the majesty of a superior. There was an expression of majesty without anger on his face, which was a temperament developed from being in a high position for a long time. His sparse white hair was combed neatly back, which only added a touch of elegance and wisdom to him. He was the person who had just spoken to Lin Hai, and he was also the one who was optimistic about Chen Feng and wanted him to return to China, the reason why he let Chen Feng join Yukong Group was not just limited to the special medicine developed by Yukong Group. More importantly, he must not allow the Jun family's power to expand further. There is a hostile relationship between his family and the Jun family, and this hostility has a long history. The Jun family is so powerful that not only do they dominate every field in the imperial capital, they also constantly erode the interests of other families. This made many families dissatisfied with the Jun family, and his family suffered the most. Therefore, he had been thinking hard about how to deal a heavy blow to the Jun family, or even destroy it completely. However, after careful consideration and extensive investigation, he gradually realized that achieving this goal was extremely difficult. The influence of the Jun family has penetrated into all levels of the country, and its family members hold important positions in officialdom and wield enormous power. This undoubtedly brought huge obstacles to their plans. Not only that, he also vaguely realized that the Jun family's strength was far more than what was shown on the surface. There seems to be even greater power and resources hidden behind the Jun family, which makes their foundation extremely solid and difficult to shake. Faced with such a powerful opponent, he knew that it was almost impossible to compete with him alone, but he did not give up, but kept looking for various ways to curb the development of the Jun family. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would always find a breakthrough and ultimately achieve his goal of weakening or even destroying the Jun family, until a man appeared in his sight. That was Chen Feng. Chen Feng is very capable and is hostile to the Jun family, so he is a good candidate. Moreover, after he left China, he built the famous ghost mercenary group from scratch in the mercenary world. If this happened to other people, they would never even dare to think about it. So he thought about asking Chen Feng to return to China to help him deal with the Jun family. The most important thing is that he just learned that Jun Song's son and Lin Hai's daughter had discussed a cooperation. He knew without even thinking that this cooperation was related to that special medicine. That's why he called Lin Hai quickly to avoid the situation where any troubles for Yukong Group would be solved by Jun Yi. In this case, wouldn't Lin Hai's daughter be fascinated by Jun Yi? Don't think it's impossible. As the heir of the Jun family, Jun Yi has also investigated the other party. At that time, he also hoped that Jun Yi was a playboy, so that it would be easier to deal with the Jun family. But to his disappointment, Jun Yi himself was extremely outstanding and his political sense was extremely sharp. He single-handedly overwhelmed all the heirs of the big families in the entire imperial capital. When Jun Yi was in the imperial capital, it can be said that every young master of every family would respectfully call him Brother Jun or Brother Yi when they saw him. Some people even wished they would not go out at all, for fear of running into Jun Yi outside. Of course, his family heirs were among them, but there was nothing they could do. Jun Yi always used upright methods to compete with those young masters, making them willingly call him brother. Even many people with bad intentions were dealt with by Jun Yi, and in the end, the families of those young masters paid a huge sum of money to the Jun family. Moreover, Jun Yi is extremely handsome. After seeing Jun Yi, the darlings of countless big families regard him as their dream man. Although Lin Hai's daughter is a genius, she is still a woman. After all, women are emotional and will be attracted to well-educated, good-looking, and talented men. There is no doubt that Jun Yi has all of these, and even surpasses them. In terms of family background, Jun Yi's father is the head of the Jun family, the first family in the imperial capital, the political center of China, and his mother is the sister of the head of the Yi family, the first wealthy family in the Magic City, the economic center of China. In terms of business talent, Jun Yi even established a Taichu group in the Magic City. Not to mention his family background, just his talent alone is enough to beat countless young masters in the capital. How could Lin Hai's daughter not have a good impression of a man like this after meeting him? As for whether Jun Yi would be attracted by Lin Aoshuang's beauty when discussing the cooperation and make some verbal offense, he would rather believe that his family heir was picked up than believe that Jun Yi would say such a thing. Therefore, he must quickly arrange someone to go to Yukong Group. This person must be capable and charming, and must have conflicts with the Jun family, so he chose Chen Feng, according to his investigation. There are many people in the Ghost mercenary group who secretly admire Chen Feng, and even many of the families that have commissioned the Ghost mercenary group, their daughters also have a good impression of him. If things could develop as he had imagined, then after Chen Feng joined Yukong group, he would definitely be able to resolve the crises from abroad and win the favor of Lin Hai's daughter. After all, the hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, but it works. Then with Chen Feng's charm, he can definitely win Lin Hai's daughter. In the end, the Lin family will definitely be hostile to the Taichu group, the Jun family, and the Yi family. They can even cheat Taichu group out of its money and let them spend their own money to train their opponents. In this way, not only can he enhance the strength of Yukong group and make it a powerful ally against the Jun family, but he can also make Chen Feng grateful to him. After all, without his help, he would probably have no chance of returning to China, let alone winning the heart of the beauty. In addition, this is also an excellent opportunity for Taichu group to make generous contributions to its future competitors, thereby gaining a more advantageous position in the competition. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The man made another call, but it was from abroad. Beep, hello? Soon the phone was answered and a man's voice came. Chen Feng, I bought you a plane ticket back to China in 2 days. Your destination is the Magic City. Chapter 13 Phone call. At this moment, outside the country, in the Middle East. A man in military uniform answered the phone. Long time no see, why are you calling me? Is there something wrong? He leaned against a rusty container at a port in the Middle East, and the shoulder straps of his camouflage combat uniform rubbed against the metal surface, making a slight friction sound. The tactical helmet was slanted on his arm, revealing his sweaty forehead, and his knuckles pressed against the earphone as if he was extinguishing a non-existent cigarette. Although open flames were prohibited in this desert area, no one dared to control this man who was as dangerous as a wolf. He is the boss of the Ghost mercenary group, Chen Feng. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the voice of the big boss in the imperial capital came from the phone. Chen Feng, I bought you a plane ticket back to China in 2 days. Your destination is the Magic City. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, and he asked, is there anything you need my help with? The Yukong group in Magic City is developing a special medicine. If it is successful, it can increase the success rate of organ transplant surgery. Those criminals will definitely not let it go. So you want me to go to Yukong group to protect their safety? This is just one of them. The more important thing is that we can win over the Yukong group to our side and deal with the Jun family. Jun family. When mentioning the Jun family, a trace of hatred flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he began to unconsciously exude a murderous aura. He was so full of vigor and ambition back then, and had a great chance of becoming the youngest major general in Chinese history, but all that was gone 5 years ago. The reason was that he had a feud with a member of the Jun family's side branch, which completely ended his military career. The compensation from the army later seemed to him to be a complete humiliation. So he went abroad and became a mercenary. With his personal charm and extraordinary strength, a large number of people quickly gathered around him. The Ghost mercenary group was also established, and in just a few years it developed into a force that could not be underestimated. However, Chen Feng has always wanted to go back to China and take revenge on the Jun family, and now, the opportunity has finally come. I promise, I will return to China in 3 days. Chen Feng's voice was low and firm, as if this was a decision that could not be changed. Okay, it's settled then. The other party seemed to be very satisfied with Chen Feng's answer, and then changed the subject. By the way, the president of Yukong Group is an absolute beauty. If you can successfully win her over, you will definitely not lose out. Oh? Really? A hint of barely perceptible excitement suddenly flashed across Chen Feng's originally calm face, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Mercenary, this profession is very dangerous. They have to face life and death tests every day, and they have to hang their heads on their belts. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives. In this highly stressful life, many mercenaries will try their best to release their stress. For a man, there are only a few ways to relieve stress. In addition, he has been suppressing his inner anger for many years, so he also has a special liking for women. Every time after completing a dangerous mission, Chen Feng would be eager to find some beautiful ladies in the local area to vent his emotions and desires. Hearing the excitement in Chen Feng's words, the big shot in the imperial capital smiled. That's right. You will join Yukong Group as a bodyguard. The closer you are to the water, the sooner you can get the moon. Whether you can capture that woman depends on your ability. Of course. Thank you. Well, don't let me down, beep. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng looked towards the east with sharp eyes, and murderous aura emanated from him. I can finally go back. June family, just wait for me. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Chen Feng told his subordinates that he was going back to China, and also explained what would happen to the ghost mercenary group after he left. Everyone in the ghost mercenary group was shocked, but in the end they obeyed the orders of their boss Chen Feng. After the meeting, 2 of the participants went to a remote place. One of them kept watch while the other took out his phone and called someone in China, telling him that Chen Feng would be returning to China in 2 days, and his destination would be the Magic City. Ding ling ling. Junyi heard his phone ringing and answered it. Then a voice came from the phone. Xiao Ye, is it convenient for you now? Junyi glanced at Jing Ning and motioned for her to lock the office door. Convenient? What's wrong, Dad? Is there something wrong? That's right, the person who called Junyi was his father, the head of the Jun family, Jun Song. Do you remember Chen Feng? Hearing this name, Junyi's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately understood what was going on. Of course I remember. What happened to him? According to the news from my people, he will return to China in 2 days, and the destination is the Magic City. Oh? He will return to China in 2 days? What's his purpose? It seems to be related to Yukong Group. That's a coincidence. I just started working with Yukong Group this afternoon. They are developing a new special medicine and are running out of funds. Really? Then it seems that Chen Feng's purpose of coming back is related to this medicine. In that case, I will keep this medicine completely in our hands. Then do you want me to arrange some more people for you? No need, let me take care of Chen Feng. Since he dares to come back, let him stay here forever. This can be regarded as returning to one's roots. Okay, then you must be extremely careful. After saying that, Jun Song hung up the phone. Jun Song believed in his son. From childhood to adulthood, Junyi had never let him down. Chen Feng, just think of it as Junyi's whetstone. However, let's arrange another layer of insurance. Jun Song called the head of the Yi family, his elder brother-in-law Yi Tian. Song, what do you want from me? A guy who is hostile to the Jun family will arrive in the Magic City in 2 days. I told Xiao Ye, but Xiao Ye told me not to worry about it. He wants to use that guy as his own whetstone. Then what are you afraid of? Xiao Ye has never let us down. But that person is the leader of a well-known mercenary organization abroad. If he gets angry out of shame, I see, no problem. I'll keep an eye on it. Please. It's a small matter. I even think that maybe I don't need to do anything. I hope so. But you should never be careless. When the heads of the 2 major families, Jun Song and Yetian, were talking on the phone, Junyi also felt that he needed to strengthen his own strength. When discussing cooperation with Lin Aoshuang, Junyi greatly improved Lin Aoshuang's favorability towards him and gained a lot of villain value. So, he said to the system in his mind, System, spend 6,000 villain points to draw a prize. Chapter 14 Rewards and Errands. Misunderstanding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the title Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's unique martial arts of Tianlong Babu Life and Death Talisman. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qin's Moon World Kung Fu 10,000 Rivers and Autumn Waters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qin's Moon World Martial Arts Technique Harmony with the World. Looking at these rewards, Junyi raised his eyebrows and accepted them all. Junyi discovered that there were 10 more marrow cleansing pills and 10 anti-aging pills in his system space. In his mind, there were also the cultivation methods of Wanchuan Xiaoshui, Harmony with the Light and Dust and Life and Death Talisman, as well as a lot of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, as if he had become an omnipotent miracle doctor. At the same time, relevant information about these rewards also appeared in Junyi's mind. Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine. This title allows the holder to obtain the entire heritage of traditional Chinese medicine. If you are the one who obtains this title, then congratulations, you have become the most powerful traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the world. Life and Death Talisman. Use liquids such as wine and water to reverse the flow of qi, turning the masculine qi into the feminine qi, making the qi emitted from the palm several times colder than ice, thereby condensing the liquid in the hand into ice. After the Life and Death Talisman is inserted into the acupuncture points of the human body, it will make the person who is hit feel pain and itching, as if bitten by thousands of ants, unable to live or die. Marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can improve the user's root bones and tap into more potential. Anti-aging pill. After taking it, your appearance will be frozen in time, and your face will never age. Note, a person can only take one pill in his lifetime, and taking a second pill will have no effect. Wanchuan Shoshui, Taoist mental method and qi refining technique enable one to mobilize air and water flow at will, harmony with the light and oneness with the dust. The highest mental method of the Taoist Tianzong, harmony with the light and oneness with the dust, allows the practitioner to turn into dust and disappear into the invisible, thus achieving the effect of invisibility, and at the same time can also achieve displacement. Jun Yi began to practice harmony with the world, and the energy around him became more and more ethereal. Jing Ning, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes when he saw this and immediately became alert. As Luowang's top assassin, she had of course heard of Taoism, one of the 100 schools of thought, and she also saw that Jun Yi was practicing Taoist techniques. To practice this technique, one needs to be calm and peaceful, and cannot be disturbed in the slightest. After a while, Jun Yi opened his eyes. At this moment his aura was extremely ethereal. As if he had reached the state of unity between man and nature. Jun Yi exhaled slowly and looked at Jing Ning. He slowly stood up, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Jing Ning, scaring Jing Ning. Jing Ning was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Jun Yi had mastered that Taoist technique. At this moment, the two of them were facing each other. Jun Yi looked carefully at Jing Ning's beautiful face, which made Jing Ning blush a little. Jun Yi smiled and gave her one rejuvenating pill and one marrow cleansing pill. Jing Ning looked at the two pills in his hand, and without asking Jun Yi what they were, he ate them without hesitation. Not long after, Jing Ning's face suddenly became very ugly, as if he was hit by an invisible force. Her body trembled violently, and a sharp pain shot through her from deep inside, making it almost unbearable. For her, the pain was like millions of ants gnawing at her bones, or like countless fine needles darting through her blood vessels. Jing Ning clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, but the pain showed no sign of easing. Just when she was in great pain, something even stranger happened. Some black mud began to emerge from her body, and the mud seemed to be seeping out from her pores, flowing out continuously. The black mud gave off a terrible stench, like the smell of rotting corpses and sewage mixed together. The stench was so bad that it made people want to vomit, and the air around them was polluted by the stench. After seeing this, Jun Yi was glad that his office had a separate bathroom and quickly pointed to the location of the bathroom. Jing Ning ran in hurriedly while Jing Ning went into the bathroom to take a shower. Jun Yi began to practice Wanchuan Shui and Life and Death Talisman again. Before long, he felt that he could control the water vapor around him. Then, his mind moved, and the free water vapor in the air began to gather in his palms. Then, a small piece of ice appeared in his hand. Jun Yi looked at the small piece of ice in his hand and knew that this was the talisman of life and death. Then he put the Life and Death Talisman into his own system. Space. There was no time there anyway, so it was impossible for it to dissolve. Jun Yi took out a marrow cleansing pill and a youthful appearance pill from the system space and ate them directly. Jun Yi found that he didn't feel anything in the situation like Jing Ning didn't occur. So he quickly asked the system, why do I feel like there is no effect? Ding! The black mud on your body is the result of the cleansing marrow pill taking effect, because it is to expel impurities from your body. However, your body, host, was already reborn when you gained the power of the predecessor realm and the full level of charm in this world. Those impurities have long disappeared, so it is useless. But the rejuvenating pill has taken effect, and your appearance will not change from now on. So that's how it is. Jun Yi understood the reason after receiving the system reply. He looked at the remaining marrow cleansing pills in his space and decided to give them to Aaron and the 6 sword slaves. When he returned, seeing that Jing Ning had not finished taking a shower yet, Jun Yi began to practice harmony with the world again, and also practiced the wind god leg, Paiyun palm, and Tianchuang fist. Women's bathing time is long. An hour later, Jing Ning came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Jun Yi found that Jing Ning stopped practicing after taking a shower, and he turned his gaze to Jing Ning. This is a remarkable sight. Jing Ning's hair was wet and scattered on her shoulders. She raised her hand to play with her wet black hair. The water drops on the ends of her hair rolled down the collar of her bathrobe below her collarbone, leaving a deep purple mark. The silk fabric fits the curve of the body, outlining the soft curve of the shoulders and neck and the slender waist. The same colored satin ribbon tied loosely around the waist reveals the delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white skin. It is precisely because of that elusive charm that it looks even more holy and inviolable. In Junia's eyes, a face that outshined the sun and the moon was reflected, eyebrows like distant ink, eyes like autumn water, lips red without any makeup, and skin glowing with a transparent jade color under the light. If the Jing Ning of the past was the cold moon hanging high in the sky, now after taking the elixir, she was like the freshly condensed morning dew, containing both the tranquility of the creation of the world and the agility untainted by the mundane world. Junyi was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. He quickly called Aaron and asked him to buy some women's clothes immediately after receiving the order. Aaron immediately knew that his master bought it for Jingning. After all, Jingning is the only woman by his young master's side now, and Jingning is also an absolute beauty. The young master is also a young man, so it is normal for him to lose control. That's right. Along thought that the reason why his young master asked him to buy clothes for Jingning was definitely because he couldn't control himself and did something that adults like to do with Jingning. Otherwise, why would the young master let Jingning be his secretary? You know, there's a saying that goes, when there's work, there's a secretary to do it. When there's nothing to do, there's a secretary to do it. The consequence was that Jingning's clothes were damaged in the battle. Fortunately, Junyi didn't know what Along was thinking, otherwise he would definitely reward Along for his cleverness. Junyi is such an impatient person. Although he was indeed interested in Jingning, he would not take her virginity in the office. However, when Aaron came back with the clothes and handed them to him, he saw Jingning wearing a bathrobe and immediately confirmed his idea. After all, as the old saying goes, a woman who is nourished by love is the most beautiful. Chapter 15, Deep Love and Endless Companionship. After Junyi got the clothes, he noticed Along's abnormality, but he didn't think about Along's thoughts at all. He handed the clothes to Jingning with a smile, and then said softly, "Go to the bathroom and change." Jingning took the clothes and walked into the bathroom shyly. After a while, the bathroom door slowly opened and Jingning walked out. His eyes fell on Jingning involuntarily, as if attracted by a magnet. I have to say that Aaron's vision is indeed unique. The clothes he chose seemed to be tailor-made for Jingning, perfectly outlining her figure, especially the black stockings that Jingning is wearing now, which adds a different kind of charm to her slender legs, making people fall for her. Junyi secretly sighed in his heart, but he would never admit that he was a leg controlled. He just has a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty. Besides, he is a total control, not just legs, he also has a unique aesthetic and preference for other parts, such as chest and hands. However, at this moment, he could not take his eyes off Jingning's legs. The beautiful legs wrapped in stockings looked even more attractive under the light, as if emitting an irresistible magic. Jingning felt her face burning as Junyi stared at her with such fiery eyes, but she did not flinch and frankly let Junyi enjoy her to his heart's content. Junyi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. He waved gently, motioning Jingning to come closer. Jingning obediently moved forward and walked in front of Junyi. Junyi stretched out his arms without hesitation and hugged her tightly. The warm and generous embrace made Jingning feel extremely safe. She could clearly feel Junyi's body temperature and the faint fragrance emanating from him. Junyi's hand slowly moved on Jingning's back, and the gentle touch made Jingning's body tremble slightly. Her cheeks became hotter and hotter, as if they could fry an egg. She shyly buried her face deep in Junyi's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, which was like a drumbeat, beating rhythmically in her heart. After a while, Junyi gently patted Jingning on the back and motioned for her to look up. Jingning slowly raised her head, and the moment her eyes met Junyi's, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Junyi stared into her eyes as clear as autumn water, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt her. Under Jingning's gaze, Junyi slowly leaned down, and his lips gently touched Jingning's red lips. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Jingning's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of astonishment. However, in just a moment, she was conquered by Junyi's tenderness. She closed her eyes involuntarily and enjoyed this wonderful moment to the fullest. Their lips were pressed tightly together, their breaths intertwined. Junyi's kiss was like a spring breeze, soft and delicate, making Jingning intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Her hands unconsciously climbed up Junyi's back and tightly grasped his clothes, as if she was afraid that he would leave suddenly. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated slowly. Junyi had a sly smile on his lips. His hand gently stroked Jingning's already blushing face. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips playfully, as if savoring the sweetness just now. Jingning lowered her head, not daring to look Junyi in the face. Her heart was beating like a deer, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Looking at Jing Ning, who was as shy as a child, Junyi couldn't help but feel a surge of love in his heart. He slowly leaned close to Jing Ning's ear and whispered, "Jingning, can you come to my room tonight?" Junya's voice is deep and magnetic, as if carrying an irresistible magic. The hot air he exhaled when he spoke gently brushed Jingning's earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation and making Jingning's ears involuntarily turn lightly red. However, what really made Jingning uneasy was what Junyi said. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples and making Jingning's heart restless for a long time. Despite this, Jingning did not have the slightest hesitation in his heart, because she knew that she was summoned by the system and was absolutely loyal to Junyi. This kind of loyalty has penetrated into her bones. Even if Junyi asks her to do something extremely dangerous or even suicidal, she will do it without hesitation. However, Jingning is a woman after all, and she has a soft side deep in her heart. Although she has a deep loyalty to Junyi, her affection for him is also real. This kind of good feeling slowly grew in her heart, like the grass in spring, which is small but has tenacious vitality. So, when Junyi invited her, Jingning was a little shy, but she still responded softly, "Okay." The sound was so faint that it seemed as if only she could hear it. However, Junyi keenly caught this subtle sound, and a faint smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of expectation and joy. From this moment on, Junyi began to look forward to the arrival of the night with great joy, and to spending time with Jingning. After get off work, Junyi and Jingning had dinner first, and then a long drove. Junyi and Jingning to the villa. In the car, Jingning's face was calm, but Junyi beside her could see at a glance the unrest in Jingning's heart. That he didn't say anything either. After getting off the car, Junyi gave a long marrow cleansing pill and warned him to take a shower after eating it. Although Aaron didn't know what this was, he believed that his master would not harm him. Moreover, his intuition told him that eating this thing would bring great benefits. After Junyi gave the marrow cleansing pill to Along, he took Jingning back to the villa. In his perception, the 6 sword slaves had also returned. So he called out the 6 sword slaves. Then, 6 people appeared in front of Junyi, knelt down together, and said, "Master, what do you want?" Junyi looked at the 6 sword slaves, took out 6 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to the 6 sword slaves. Under their puzzled gazes, he said, "This is the marrow cleansing pill. After you eat it, it will improve your aptitude, make you stronger, and make your cultivation more effective." After hearing about the miraculous effect of the elixir in his hand, the 6 sword slaves said loyally, "Thank you for the reward, master." Junyi waved his hand, and then said, "By the way, after taking the marrow cleansing pill, impurities will be expelled from your body, so you should take a shower immediately after eating. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 6 sword slaves all bowed and said. Then they immediately disappeared from Junyi's sight. Junyi said to Jingning gently, "Go to my room and wait for a while." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bathroom to take a shower. Jingning looked at Junya's back, calmed down, and immediately walked into Junya's room. Jingning sat on the edge of the bed, feeling nervous again. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the bathroom door opened and Junyi walked out wrapped in a white bathrobe. His hair was still wet, and a few drops of water slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his broad chest. The collar of his bathrobe was slightly open, revealing his solid muscle lines. Junyi walked to the bedside, looked at Jingning sitting there, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He slowly sat down beside Jingning, stretched out his hand and gently put it around her shoulders, letting her body slowly lean towards him. Jingning's body was a little stiff. She could feel Junya's body temperature coming through the bathrobe, causing her heartbeat to speed up involuntarily. Junyi seemed to notice her nervousness, and he said softly, "Relax, I won't hurt you." The two of them lay back on the bed together, and tonight was also a full moon night, with the moonlight shining on the flowers outside the villa. It is true that when the flowers are in full bloom and the moon is full, on the wedding night, they cling to each other with deep affection and accompany each other with endless love. Chapter 16. The morning begins the day. The next day, the first ray of sunlight outside the window flowed through the gaps in the curtains like a veil. The birdsong from the eaves shattered into gold foil, gently sprinkling on my eyelashes that were not yet fully awake. The wind, wrapped in the coolness of dew, blew in through the window. Last night's stars had quietly left the stage, and the whole world was stretching itself out from the quiet blues, welcoming a new dawn. Junya's eyes moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jingning lying next to him. At this moment, Jingning was still sleeping, as if he was having a sweet dream, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Junyi looked at Jingning and immediately remembered the beauty of last night. I have to say, she is worthy of being the peerless beauty in Shin's moon and the wife of countless otakus. She is truly enchanting. Describe it in one sentence. 9 Dragons in the sea climb the jade disk, and a pillar rising into the sky washes away the dust and haze. Moreover, Jingning's figure and skin are also very perfect. Junyi was very happy last night. However, when Junyi saw the messy room, he felt that the two of them had gone a little too crazy last night, and had not stopped until the early morning. But there is nothing we can do about it, since neither of them are ordinary people. Junyi stretched out his hand and wandered over Jingning's graceful body, which made Jingning seem to feel something and slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Junyi, her pretty face immediately flushed. Then she felt Junyi's hands making some small movements on her body, which made her face even redder, but she didn't say anything. Junyi looked at the beautiful Jingning in front of him and immediately wanted it again. Jingning also noticed Junyi's strangeness, and she quickly shook her head.
My lord, I was too tired last night and I am a little exhausted.
Besides, it is not a good idea to do this kind of thing so early in the morning.
Junyi didn't care about that.
He just held her in his arms and said, "A day's plan begins in the morning.
Since Ninger is tired, I'll move by myself."
After saying that, Junyi ignored Jingning's words and started to fight with her again. After another 2 hours of tossing and turning, Junyi got up to wash up, while Jingning was still slumped on the bed. After Junyi finished washing up, Jingning was still lying on the bed. After all, he was really exhausted. Junyi called Along and asked him to quickly buy breakfast for 2 people, and warned him to order large portions. After hearing what his young master said, Along immediately guessed that his young master must have been struggling with Miss Jingning for a long time last night, leaving Miss Jingning without the strength to get up. Otherwise, why would you ask him to buy breakfast? You know,
Junyi used to eat out whether it was weekdays or weekends, except when
the master and mistress come here. No one eats in the villa. The reason is simple: I just don't want to clean up the garbage. Moreover, the young master had never hired any servants because he felt that those people would be a nuisance and everything he did would be known to others. This made him sigh with emotion, thinking that Miss Jingning was really capable and that her young master liked her so much. Furthermore, he also felt that his young master was really full of energy. You know, Miss Jingning's skills are much stronger than his. Even so, she was tormented by her own young master to the point that she couldn't get out of bed. While thinking about this, Aaron drove to buy breakfast. After finishing the call, Junyi went to get a new set of clothes, then returned to the room and used the Chinese medicine master hands he had won in a lottery to massage Jingning, and released his inner strength to flow throughout her body. This made Jingning feel that all the fatigue in his body disappeared immediately. She opened her eyes and found that it was Junyi who was massaging her. She immediately said, "Thank you, master.
I feel much better now. I can stop now."
Junyi stopped, gave her her pajamas, and asked her to wash up. After Jingning got up, he felt that all the fatigue in his body was gone, but he still felt some pain in his body, and I was covered in sweat, so I quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished washing up, Aaron came back with breakfast. Aaron put breakfast on the table and went out to eat. What a joke! The young master and Miss Jingning were so affectionate with each other, and it was inappropriate for him to just stand there like a light bulb. After Junyi and Jingning finished their meal, they threw the garbage outside. At this time, Aaron had finished eating long ago, and he was practicing boxing in the yard. Junyi looked at Aaron and found that his punching power and speed had improved significantly. Obviously,
this is the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. When Aaron saw Junyi and
Jingning coming out to throw away the garbage, he immediately stopped and walked in front of Junyi. Junyi said, "Along, it seems that your skills have improved a lot. Thank you, young master, for the magical pill you gave me yesterday.
It healed all my hidden injuries,"
Aaron said with gratitude. As a former Special Forces soldier, Aaron certainly has hidden injuries from training and missions. Although there are military doctors in the army, they are unable to cure hidden injuries. But yesterday, after Aaron took the marrow cleansing pill, he immediately felt that his whole body was clear and even his hidden injuries were healed. Aaron's loyalty to his young master soared. Seeing Aaron's grateful face, Junyi said, "Aaron, you have been with me for so long, so of course I will not treat you unfairly."
"Thank you, master."
Junyi waved his hand, asked Along to call the cleaning lady to come and clean, and then asked him to drive because today is the weekend. Junyi wants to take Jingning to the mall to buy things. Aaron immediately obeyed his master's order, called a cleaning lady, drove over in a Maybach S, and took Junyi and Jingning to the mall. In the largest shopping mall in Magic City, Junyi and Jingning walked side by side. It attracted everyone's attention along the way, because they are either stunning beauties or super handsome guys. Of course they get a lot of attention. Junyi felt the gazes of the people around him, but he didn't care at all. You know, he has experienced this situation countless times. But Jingning was very nervous because she had never experienced such a thing before. Although she is a great beauty, she is a killer.as for a killer, of course. It is a profession that hides in the dark and cannot be seen in the light. Junyi noticed Jingning's nervousness and held her hand, trying to ease her tension, and secretly transmitted the message, "Don't be nervous, they won't eat you. And this kind of thing will only happen more often in the future." After hearing Junyi's words, Jingning began to relax. Junyi saw Jingning relax and smiled a smile that charmed all the women around him.
Ah! That guy is so handsome. Damn it! Why isn't I the one next to that handsome guy? I've decided. He will be my idol from now on.
Even some men with strange fetishes were attracted by it, however, they did not say it openly, but just had some thoughts in their hearts. Fortunately, Junyi can't read minds, otherwise he would definitely secretly kill those men who dared to have intentions against him. Chapter 17. When once you in the mall, Junyi came to the most luxurious and famous clothing store here. After seeing the clothes inside, he took Jingning in. When the two of them came in, the shop assistant came over.
My two guests, how can I help you?
The shop assistant said this respectfully, her eyes fixed on Junyi. There's nothing I can do, Junyi is just too handsome. This attracted the shop assistant's attention involuntarily. Junyi looked at the clothes here, and then said to the clerk, "Where are the best clothes here?" The salesgirl's eyes lit up immediately. She felt that she could get rich today because the most expensive and best clothes in the store were worth 30 million yuan. As long as she completes this order, she can get 1/10 of the commission, which is 3 million. As for whether the person in front of you can afford to pay, the saleslady said she was not blind. If someone came in wearing cheap or ordinary clothes, she would refute the other person without thinking. After all, it's obvious that kind of
person has no money.
Why waste time on him? If he had money, why would he dress like that? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Will you die if you wear something decent? The clothes worn by the two people in front of me were obviously made of top quality fabrics, and their temperaments were something that ordinary people could not possess, but she wasn't in a position to make decisions on clothes of this level, so she quickly called the store manager. "Anyway, the commission you deserve will not be less." When the store manager heard that someone wanted to buy his treasure of the store, he immediately rushed over. When she saw Junyi, she knew that this business was stable. As the manager of a clothing store, one must learn to read people's expressions and be able to recognize all upper-class people. There was no doubt that she had recognized the person in front of her as Junyi, the president of Taichu Group. So the store manager recommended his treasure of the store to the two of them without hesitation. It was a skirt, a bright yellow skirt. Junyi walked to the side of the skirt and looked at it carefully. The bright yellow color is not the frivolous brightness of ordinary silk, but carries the deep and noble aura of gamboge and ornament in ancient paintings, like the gilt that had peeled off the palace walls of the prosperous Tang dynasty, crushed and spun into silk thread. From a distance, it looks like a flowing waterfall of light, but when you look closer, you will find that there are 24K gold foil fragments hidden in the texture. As you walk, the gold fragments spread out in ripples on the hem of the skirt. The waistline is 3 inches higher than that of ordinary skirts, just below the ribs, making the whole person look as graceful as a bamboo. The hem of the skirt was in the shape of 12 pieces, and each piece was embroidered with a lotus pattern in peacock gold thread. The lotus heart was embellished with broken oriental pearls. When walking, the beads lightly bumped against each other, making a tiny rustling sound, as if someone had sprinkled a handful of broken diamonds in one's ears. The most amazing thing is the bright yellow brocade shoulder at the neckline, which is embroidered with a sea and sky rising sun pattern using 12 shades of yellow silk threads. There are also tiny rubies and diamonds hidden in the cloud pattern, which can refract colorful rainbow light under strong light. This time, the clerk introduced it on the side. This is the lost mud gold inlay technique. First, the gold foil is ground into powder and mixed with alum water. Then, the embroiderer uses a needle as thin as an eyelash to seed gold inch by inch on the thin Hangzhou custom-made gauze. Just this piece of material consumed 20 taels of pure gold, and it took 7 times of weaving to complete it. The pattern of this skirt was restored according to the Dolian II in the collection of the Palace Museum. It took 3 years just to study the curvature of the lady's skirt. The most valuable thing is the Guanghan Palace silver buckle on the skirt corner. It is said to be made of silver ingots unearthed from the tomb of a prince in the Ming dynasty. The buckle surface is engraved with a picture of China flying to the moon, and even the veins of the laurel tree in the Moon Palace are clearly visible. Our boss spent a lot of effort to get this. The store manager immediately nodded, indicating that the clerk was right. After all, she spent a lot of time and energy, and also spent a lot of money, to get this dress. Junyi looked at it more and more satisfied, and asked, "I want it. How much is it?" The store manager and the clerk's eyes lit up immediately, and the store manager quickly said, 30 million. Junyi directly took out the black card his mother gave him. The clerk quickly brought over the card machine, and after Junyi swiped it, the manager asked the clerk to pack the clothes. After getting the clothes, Junyi bought a lot of clothes for Jingning here, including clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons. Junyi was not short of money anyway. Of course, I also bought a lot of underwear, stockings, and other things. After all, Jingning is such a beauty, it would be a shame if she didn't wear these. Only when Junyi felt that it was enough, did he and Jingning leave the store. After the two left, the store manager said to the clerk, "You performed very well just now. Tomorrow you will be in charge of the position of sales manager. Of course, you will also get the bonus you deserve." Under the excited gaze of the clerk, the manager patted her on the shoulder and said, "Do a good job."
Yes, manager. After Junyi and Jingning came out, they handed all the things they bought to Along and asked him to put them back in the car. The two continued shopping, stopping and walking along the way. This time, Junyi saw a luxurious French restaurant and took Jingning in directly. However, as soon as the two entered, they heard an argument. "Are you blind?" The crystal glass shattered on the beige carpet, and the brown Bordeaux red wine turned into bloodstains. The man in the haute couture suit pulled the waitress's apron, and the plastic watch on her wrist knocked against the edge of the table, and the glass on the dial burst into spiderweb-like cracks. "This is a bottle of Romanée-Conti from 1945, the man said, his cigar leaving burn holes in her apron. "You want me to drink from a cup with fingerprints on it?" He snapped his fingers, and the foreman immediately handed over a silverware cleaning cloth. "Lick it clean, or I'll close your shop tomorrow." Junyi and Jingning stopped by the waiter counter and saw what was going on. A girl in uniform was standing there. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with half of her well-worn jeans showing under her apron, and her hair was casually tied up with a rubber band. Although the clothes are old, the girl is very beautiful. Her brow bones are slightly raised like distant mountains. There is a teardrop mole at the end of her eye, and her nose bridge is just the right height. Her hands were shaking as she held the broken glass. There were fine scratches on her fingertips and blood seeped into the remaining foam and the dishwashing water. The foreman's iPad hit her on the back. "Wanwancho, you broke 3 burgundy glasses last month, and this month is only halfway through. That's enough." The store manager's Chanel suit brushed past the bar, and his nail-painted fingers pinched the girl's chin. "Either you pay 30,000 and then go to the kitchen to clean toilets for 3 months. Or," she glanced at the girl's work badge and said meaningfully, "you know." When Junyi heard the girl's name, he immediately realized that he had met another lucky heroine. Ding! The sister of the Destiny protagonist Chen Feng and the luck heroine Wanwancho are detected. Chapter 18 Wanwancho's difficulties. Wanwancho, the girl of luck, is also Chen Feng's sister. Of course, she and Chen Feng have no blood relationship. In fact, they both grew up in the same orphanage as children. In the orphanage, the relationship between the two of them can be said to be more than family. Of course, those who understand urban novels will understand. This kind of sister who has no blood relationship will often become one of the women in the protagonist's role in the end. Of course, Wanwancho and Chen Feng cannot escape this future. According to the original plot development, Wanwancho, who had just graduated from college, tried to come here to work and earn money because the old dean was seriously ill. However, due to the old dean's illness, she had to work so hard that she couldn't even sleep well, and she could only eat the usual meals. As a result, she would become listless and sloppy at work, which gradually drained the store manager's patience with her. It was not until this incident happened that the store manager here gave her 2 choices. Point 1, pay 30,000 yuan, and then go to the kitchen to clean toilets for 3 months. Second, it is not very clear, but it is easy to give people room for imagination. Although 30,000 is not a lot, it is an astronomical figure for Wanwancho. Not to mention that she has to take care of a seriously ill old man, and all the money she earns is used to buy medicine for him. But the second option the store manager mentioned scared her, so she ran away. However, when Chen Feng met her, she was found by the people from this restaurant, and that group of people wanted to bring her back. Of course, that was according to the plot, but it's different now. Junyi glanced at Wanwancho, who was at the center of the conflict, then walked over with Jingning. This time, the store manager said again, "Wanwancho, have you thought about it?" "That's right. If it were you, I'd say you should just choose the second one. You can't afford that much money anyway." The waiters present also said that it seemed that they all had a bad relationship with her. This is, of course, after all, as a girl of luck, if she lives an easy life on a daily basis and has no conflicts with the people around her, how can the importance of the protagonist be highlighted? The store manager waited for a while,
but still didn't hear what Wanwancho said, so he said impatiently, "Okay, it looks like you can't pay, so are you going to choose the second option?" At this time, the guest said, "In that case, how about you come and accompany me first? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a tip. Ha ha ha, what are you doing?" A sound was heard and they looked in the direction where the sound came from. The store manager's expression changed immediately when he saw Junyi. When the guest saw Jingning next to Junyi, he immediately showed a lustful look. "My beautiful lady, are you interested in going to the hotel with me to discuss this?" Jingning looked at the lustful eyes of the person in front of him, and a hint of murderous intent immediately flashed in his eyes. However, Junyi didn't say anything, but looked at Wanwancho with interest. This time, Wanwancho saw Junyi looking at her and immediately blushed. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Wanwancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1000. It has to be said that most women are visual animals. Junyi only showed his presence in front of her for a glance and her favorability towards him increased. Although Junyi didn't say anything to the customer, the store manager immediately said, "Shut up. Get him out." She immediately called 2 security guards and pointed at the guest. It was obvious that the store manager wanted to throw out the guy who was disrespectful to Junyi's woman. Then, the store manager quickly said to Junyi, "Sorry, master, I made you watch a farce. I will make this foul-mouthed guy go away immediately." That's right, this place is actually Junyi's property, but to be precise, it was his mother's property. However, after his mother Yanbing discovered his great talent in business, she handed over some of the businesses to him to manage. This includes this restaurant, but since I'm usually very busy, I seldom have time to come here. Even when he came, he was not too high profile. Only a few people knew that he was the boss here, and the store manager was one of them. However, it was precisely because so few people knew that he was the boss here that guy dared to threaten to close this place. Junyi waved his hands. He was too lazy to deal with someone like this whom he couldn't even recognize. He is not like some lucky protagonists who like to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and like to hide themselves. It can be said that in the Magic City, anyone with some connections knows Junyi's name and what he looks like. It would be easy for him to crush to death someone like this whom he couldn't even recognize. He didn't even need to say anything, as anyone who was well informed would take immediate action to eliminate this person. There's nothing we can do about it, since Junyi has such a powerful background. After the customer was thrown out, he glanced at Wanwancho, then asked the store manager, "Manager Wang, what's going on? I remember that you don't seem to be the kind of person who would bully a woman, right?" Manager Wang said respectfully, "Master, her name is Wanwancho, and she is a college student who just graduated. When she came here to apply for a job, I saw that she was dressed simply and was really pitiful, so I let her stay. But later, she often slacked off, felt sleepy at any time, and often asked for leave. That would be fine, but mistakes still happen from time to time, causing complaints from customers. Last month, 3 burgundy glasses were broken, and just now, there was another mistake. I really can't stand it anymore, so what did you just say?" Manager Wang leaned close to Junyi's ear and whispered, "It's like this, master. I don't mean to ask her to go to the bar. I mean to ask her to seduce a client when he comes over, and then get him drunk. This way, we can better negotiate the contract." Junyi understood and looked at Wanwancho, and asked, "Miss Wan, is what Manager Wang said true?" Of course he knew that what Manager Wang said was true, and he also knew why. Because the old dean was seriously ill, she couldn't sleep or eat well, and all her usual savings were spent on the old dean's medical treatment and medicine. Because I have no money to hire a nurse, I can only take leave from time to time to go back to see the old director, just in case something happens. Wanwancho lowered her head and said softly, "It's true." She couldn't refute it, and Manager Wang didn't exaggerate anything, he just told the truth. She had worked part-time when she was in school, but if her boss was a man, he would look at her with lustful eyes and want to sleep with her. If her boss was a woman, she would always find trouble to make things difficult for her, even if she had done nothing wrong. So she didn't hate Manager Wang, because she had really done a lot of wrong things during this period, and if it were another boss, based on her attitude towards work, he would have fired her and asked her for compensation, or sold her to someone else. Even if she has her own difficulties, she is not related to him in any way, so why should we be considerate of her? Junyi looked at Wanwancho, thought for a moment, and said, "Come with me." Then we went to the private room of the restaurant. Manager Wang saw that she was still standing there in a daze, so he quickly shouted, "Go quickly." Wanwancho immediately came to her senses and hurriedly followed. In the box, Junyi and Jingning sat on chairs, and when Wancho stood in front of them nervously, Junyi said, "There were too many people there just now, so this is not the place to ask questions." Then, Junyi propped up his face with his hands and asked, "Why did you make that mistake? From the looks of you, you must have something to hide. Tell me, maybe I can help you." Chapter 19 Hiring. When Wancho felt a little hesitant after hearing Junyi's words, she didn't know whether she should speak out about her difficulties. After all, it was her personal privacy. However, after a brief thought, she decided to tell the truth. As she slowly told the story of her predicament, her hands were unconsciously entwined together, revealing her inner tension and anxiety. She didn't know how Junyi would view her situation, and she was even more worried that he would make some requests that would be difficult for her to accept, such as asking her to sell her body. After listening to Wancho's story, Junyi did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a moment. This made Wancho feel even more uneasy, and she couldn't help but guess what Junyi was thinking. After a while, Junyi finally spoke, but his question surprised Wancho. "Can you cook, wash clothes, and clean?" Wancho was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I can." Her voice was a little anxious, as if she was afraid that Junyi did not believe in her ability. Junyi then asked, "How is your level?" Wancho took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then said confidently, "When I was at school on holidays, I often did housework for others. My level is definitely good enough." Her tone was firm, hoping to dispel Junyi's doubts. Although Wancho had no idea why Junyi asked this question, her intuition kept telling her that there was no danger. Moreover, more importantly, she actually had a slight affection for Junyi. When Wancho was in school, in order to earn more pocket money, she often used her spare time to do various odd jobs, so she didn't have much free time at all. But even so, she had more or less heard about the novels that girls love to read the most. For example, works like The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me and The Rich Young Master's Beloved. Although Wancho always felt that the plots depicted in these novels were too unrealistic and far from real life, sometimes she couldn't help but fantasize about them. After all, she was just a pretty young girl, so how could she not envy the characters in the book? At this time, Junyi's voice came. "Well, from today on you don't have to come to work here anymore." Wancho was shocked because she didn't understand how Junyi wanted to deal with her. "If she doesn't have to come to work, what should we do about the losses she has caused? How to make up for it? Could it be that you want to?" The more Wancho thought about it, the more frightened she became, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Junyi saw her like that, smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Don't be afraid, you can come back with me later and be my servant." Wancho was stunned by Junyi's words. "Uncertainly," he said, "Really?" "Of course it's true. The salary is 15,000 a month, and you don't have to do much. It's nothing more than cleaning the house, washing clothes, and cooking. The house is a bit big, and you're the only one cleaning it, but it's actually not dirty, and it's not very busy. But the dean, as for your dean, don't worry. I'll cover his medical expenses. But the price is that you have to work for me for the rest of your life." At this point, Junyi looked into Wancho's eyes and asked, "So, Miss Wan, are you willing?" Wancho took a deep breath and said, "Yes, good." Junyi nodded with satisfaction, then called along and asked him to buy some more maid outfits to put in the car. After all, Wancho's clothes were too old, and there were no maid uniforms in his villa. After asking about the old dean's current location, he arranged for someone to take the old dean to the Magic City's Central Hospital. After Junyi finished the call, he asked the waiter to serve the food. After all, his main purpose for coming here was to eat. Of course, he also thoughtfully ordered one for Wancho. This shocked Wancho, and she repeatedly told Junyi that she was not hungry. But the next second, her stomach growled. This made her face turn red, and she secretly cursed her stomach for being so uncooperative. But there was nothing she could do. Her own stomach was also feeling aggrieved, because she didn't eat at all today, and even yesterday and the day before yesterday, she only had a bite of her meal. So her stomach had been wanting to protest for a long time. So in the end, Wancho sat down and ate embarrassedly. While eating, Junyi also noticed Wancho's restraint and shyness. So I took the initiative to bring up the topic to ease her nervousness. During the conversation, Junyi also talked about some of his past, which surprised Wancho. Only then did I realize that Junyi was the president of Taichu Group. Although she had just graduated from college, she had heard of the Taichu Group, but she never knew who the president of Taichu Group was. I just know that he seems to be a handsome guy. When she was in college, she had dreamed of working for Taichu Group because the salary and benefits of Taichu Group were very good, but it's too difficult to get in. This made Wancho feel a little regretful. She didn't expect that she would meet the president of Taichu Group today. When Wanqiu found it incredible and listened to Junye's words wholeheartedly during the conversation, she was also deeply attracted to Junye, and her affection for him continued to grow. One like Lin Aoshuang, a gifted girl, when Wanqiu was just an ordinary girl. It's easy for a little girl to fall in love. Junye looked at Wen Wanqiu's expression and listened to the continuous prompt sounds from the system, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Wen Wanqiu towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Wen Wanqiu towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Wen Wanqiu towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. After dinner, Junye and Jingning took Wen Wanqiu out of the restaurant. Aaron had already driven the car to the door, and a brand new maid outfit was placed on the back seat. When Wanqiu looked at the outfit and her cheeks flushed slightly after getting in the car, there was a faint smell of perfume inside. Junye sat in the co-pilot seat, Jingning and Wen Wanqiu sat in the back seat. From time to time, he looked back at Wen Wanqiu's nervous expression, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Soon, they arrived at Junye's villa. As soon as Wen Wanqiu got out of the car, she was shocked by the extremely luxurious building in front of her. Junye took her into the villa and introduced the functions of each room as they walked. Starting tomorrow, you will officially start working. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Junye said when Wanqiu nodded vigorously, feeling both nervous and expectant. Then he went back to the room with Jingning. When Wanqiu changed into a maid outfit and looked at herself in the mirror, feeling shy and happy, she secretly made up her mind to work hard and live up to Junye's trust. Maybe she could really start a wonderful fate like in the novel. Chapter 20 Aaron's Methods and Cleverness. The next morning, when the sunlight shone in from the window, Junye woke up hugging Jingning. The two of them struggled for a long time last night. After all, they had just started eating meat, and both sides were enjoying it. However, the sound insulation in the villa room is very good, so Junye is not worried at all that Wen Wanqiu will hear it. After getting up, the two opened the door, and Junye heard some noise coming from the kitchen, and then there was a fragrance. I saw a few dishes on the table in the living room. It was obvious that Wen Wanqiu was making breakfast. Although there is a refrigerator in the villa, there is no food. Because Junye usually eats out. So where do these dishes come from? Of course it's Aaron's credit. Just yesterday, after throwing out the rude customer like trash, manager Wang walked to a deserted place with a gloomy face, called Along, and said to him in a low voice, "Someone has offended our young master." When Along heard this, he immediately understood what manager Wang meant. So, without saying anything, he immediately sent someone to investigate the background and whereabouts of the idiot. After some inquiries, Aaron quickly got the detailed information about the idiot. It turned out that he was just a nouveau riche who opened a small company. He liked to take advantage of his wealth to bully ordinary people. Not only that, he also lent money at high interest rates, putting many people in debt. What's even more outrageous is that none of this idiot's family members are good people either. His son was an absolute scumbag who got several girls pregnant and forced them to have abortions. Those girls who disagreed were brutally beaten to death by his son and his men, and then sunk into the sea to destroy the evidence. After Aaron learned about these situations, the anger in his heart burned more and more. As one of China's special forces, he hates this kind of scum and will never tolerate it if he encounters it. So he took action without hesitation. First, Aaron notified the relevant official departments to shut down the idiot's company and make his business completely bankrupt. Then he provided enough evidence to allow the law to severely punish this guy and his family. In the end, the idiot was sentenced to death and his family received the punishment they deserved. Aaron was ruthless when handling this matter. Even everyone related to their family suffered. However, after he dealt with that group of scum, manager Wang told him that his young master seemed to like a little girl named Wen Wanqiu very much. Aaron didn't believe it at first, but later, he received a call from his master, asking him to buy some maid outfits. Aaron immediately understood that what manager Wang said was true. However, Along was still very curious about why the girl named Wen Wanqiu was liked by his young master. There are many daughters of rich families who want to have a relationship with their young masters, even if it's just a one-night stand, but the young master never gave them any chance at all. So what is Wen Wanqiu's reason? Because of her beauty? Stop it. Although manager Wang said that the girl named Wen Wanqiu is very beautiful, which of the young ladies from those big families is not beautiful, unless the girl named Wen Wanqiu has her own charm. So Along asked manager Wang for the specific information about the girl named Wen Wanqiu, when along heard manager Wang say that the girl named Wanwancho seemed to be in financial difficulty and needed money, and that when she came to apply for the job here she told him that when she was in school she often went to help wealthy families with housework, such as washing clothes and cooking. At this moment, a flash of lightning immediately flashed through Aaron's mind, just like the flash of inspiration in Kudo's washing machine, and he understood what was going on. The young master must have seen that the girl had a hard time, so he thought of hiring her to be his servant. Anyway, there were no servants or nannies in the villa, so just let her come to work in the villa. This made Aaron suddenly feel that his young master was so kind-hearted. He was simply a good man. So, when Aaron bought a few maid outfits, he quickly notified his men to buy groceries and put them in the refrigerator of the villa. That's why there are vegetables in the villa. After Junyi returned to his room yesterday, he received a text message from Aaron. This made him praise Aaron highly. There's no way around it. Who wouldn't like such smart and sensible subordinates? At this time, when Wancho, wearing a maid outfit, just came out of the kitchen with breakfast and saw Junyi and Jingning, and then hurriedly greeted them. Good morning, master. Good morning, Miss Jingning. Jingning nodded and said nothing. She rarely spoke except to Junyi. Junyi smiled and said, Good morning, it seems you had a good rest last night. Well, because the bed here is so comfortable. When Wancho blushed, then quickly said, Master, you and Miss Jingning should wash up quickly, otherwise the breakfast will get cold in a while. Okay, I'd like to try your cooking later. Junyi and Jingning went to wash up. After washing up, the two sat at the table, and Junyi took a bite of the dish made by Wancho. You know what? It's really delicious. Although the plot said that Wancho has a talent for cooking, I never thought that the taste is really good. While eating, Junyi said, Wancho, your cooking skills are really good. It seems that you are really talented in cooking. When Wancho said embarrassedly, Master, it's not that good. It's really good. I'll give you a Chinese cookbook later. It contains many high-end dishes. You should study it carefully. It would be a pity to waste your talent. Got it, Master. I will definitely study hard. When Wancho immediately swore to Junyi that she absolutely did not want Junyi to be disappointed in her, she was almost in despair, but Junyi gave her hope, so she had to do her best. After Junyi finished eating, he said to her, I'll give you a morning off today. Change your clothes and go to the Magic City Central Hospital to visit your dean. When you get there, someone will take you to your dean's ward. Thank you, Master. When Wancho said gratefully, and her favor towards Junyi continued to grow, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Junyi listened to the endless stream of system notifications and looked at his ever-increasing villain value. He couldn't help but feel that when Wancho was really a sheep with a very high will yield rate. Junyi waved his hand, indicating that these were all trivial matters. After breakfast, Junyi asked Alone to drive to the company. After Junyi and Jingning left, when Wancho cleaned up the dishes on the table, changed her clothes, and went out, but what she didn't know was that several cars were following her in secret. These are Aaron's men and Junyi's bodyguards, but he doesn't need bodyguards. Protection now, so he asks them to protect when Wancho secretly. After all, the girl of destiny is always full of disasters, who knows what will happen. Chapter 21 Lin Aoshuang's Wild Thoughts. Taichu Group, President's Office. Junyi sat leisurely in the spacious and bright office, and the comfortable office chair allowed his body to completely relax. There was an exquisite mobile phone in front of him, and the screen showed that he was talking on the phone with Lin Aoshuang. Junyi's voice was deep and magnetic. He smiled and asked, Boss Lin, how is the project going? Are there any difficulties that need to be resolved? On the other end of the phone, Lin Aoshuang's pleasant voice came, like the sound of nature. Mr. Jun, don't worry, the drug research has started again yesterday, everything is going smoothly and we haven't encountered any difficulties yet. I believe that with the full support of Taichu Group, we will be able to achieve complete success. Junyi nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He went on to say, That's good. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lin. By the way, are you free today? I would like to treat you to a meal. How about that? Hearing Junyi's invitation, Lin Aoshuang's heartbeat instantly accelerated. As if a deer was running wildly in her heart, her pretty face flushed slightly, like a ripe apple, and she bit her lips shyly, then mustered up the courage to answer, yes, I happen to have some free time at noon. Junia's voice revealed a hint of joy, and he quickly said, great, then we will meet at Shangrui Pavilion at noon. The environment there is elegant and the dishes are also very good.
See you there. Lin Aoshuang felt a surge of anticipation in her heart, and she said softly, okay, see you there. After Junyi hung up the phone, he called the owner of Shangrui Pavilion directly and ordered the most luxurious package there. After hearing Junia's words, the boss of Shangrui Pavilion quickly asked the chef to prepare and told the chef not to make any mistakes, because Shangrui Pavilion is one of the industries under the Yangye Group. It is more famous in the Magic City than the Jun family's Longyu Pavilion. So, of course he knew Junye's identity, and he didn't dare to neglect him at all. After Junyi ordered the set meal, he asked the owner of Shangrui Pavilion if there were any customers there at noon and what kind of customers they were. Although the boss of Shangrui Pavilion didn't know why Junyi asked these questions, he still told him about the guests who would come at noon today. After hearing a few of the names, Junyi immediately thought of a way to make Lin Aoshuang more fond of him. So he gave some instructions to the owner of Shangrui Pavilion. After that, Junyi hung up the phone. He held his cell phone and began to look forward to what would happen at noon. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, although you will encounter some troubles this afternoon, please rest assured that I will help you out of the dire straits. At this time, Junyi heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Junyi was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what these villain values were. When he sent someone to send Wen Wancho's old dean to the Magic City Central Hospital, he also told the hospital's director Zhang to arrange the old dean in the best ward and send someone to take good care of the patient. It is obvious that Wen Wancho should have known about this, and perhaps Dean Zhang also said a lot of good things. That's why Wen Wancho's favorability towards him is rising rapidly. Jun Yi smiled and felt in his heart that it was really easy to take advantage of this girl. So he called the system again and made 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a pack of sanitary napkins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a pack of sanitary napkins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's unique martial arts of Tianlong Babut Tianshan Luyan Palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. When Junyi saw the first 2 rewards, his face darkened. Do you feel like you've run out of luck? Otherwise, how would I have gotten something like a sanitary napkin? But after the rewards came out, his expression returned to normal. That's what he said. How could his luck run out? But to be on the safe side, let's hold the lottery after a while. It's definitely not that he is afraid of becoming a non-African. Junyi looked at the rewards this time. Not to mention the marrow cleansing pill and the rejuvenating pill, he felt that he might be able to draw these 2 things often in the future. He also knows the efficacy of this 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, because Jun's family has the Tianshan snow lotus, but there is only 1,000-year-old plant left, and the rest are only decades or hundreds of years old. The 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus is extremely precious, and its medicinal effects and functions far exceed those of the Tianshan snow lotus that is hundreds of years old. Even the 999-year-old Tianshan snow lotus is far inferior to the 1,000-year-old one. This is because the 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus can not only greatly increase one's strength after eating it, but also strengthen the body, improve one's physical fitness, make the user immune to all poisons, and even increase one's lifespan by 10 years. The rest of the Tianshan snow lotus does not have the last function, so it is useless no matter how much you eat. After he put the Tianshan snow lotus, marrow cleansing pill, and rejuvenating pill into the system space, he put the 2 packs of sanitary napkins in the drawer of his office. Afterwards, he took in the only martial arts he had extracted this time. Tianshan Sixyan Palm is one of the unique skills of the Xiaoyao sect in the demigods and semi-devils world. The moves include Yangchun Baishua, Yangguan sandy, sunset melting gold, clouds rising from the sea, daytime Shinshin.
Appearance: an enchant subduing the poisonous dragon. In addition, this palm technique can also remove the life and death talisman. Junyi couldn't wait to start practicing the Tianshan 6 Yang palm. Unlike Junyi, who calmed down to practice martial arts, Lin Aoshuang's heart could not calm down. At this moment, she was sitting in her CEO's office dressed like an elite lady. That beautiful face had turned red and her eyes looked a little uneasy. She has been feeling uneasy since she hung up the phone with Junyi, because she didn't know if Junyi had any thoughts about her. Since their last meeting, Junyi's face kept coming to her mind, and she had an indescribable feeling towards him. She didn't know whether she was interested in Junyi or not, because she herself had never been in a relationship before. No one of the opposite sex had ever made her feel this way. So she couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild, and she didn't have the feeling of being the famous iceberg beauty CEO in Magic City at all, and she was worried about what to do if Junyi really had feelings for her. Or what if I am just being too sentimental? This made her very uneasy. While Lin Aoshuang was daydreaming, time passed by little. When she saw the clock on the wall, she immediately realized that time was running out. So she hurried downstairs and asked her driver to drive over to Xiangrui Pavilion. Chapter 22, Making Trouble. Xiangrui Pavilion is a famous hotel under the Yangye Group. In Shanghai, it is more famous than Longyu Pavilion. When Lin Aoshuang arrived at Xiangrui Pavilion, he walked inside. When the lady at the front desk saw Lin Aoshuang, she asked, "Are you Miss Lin Aoshuang?" Although Lin Aoshuang was puzzled as to why the receptionist asked this, she still said politely, "Yes, I am Lin Aoshuang." The receptionist seemed relieved and said, "That's right, Miss Lin, the young master has already booked a room, you can wait inside first." After hearing what the receptionist said, Lin Aoshuang understood why she had to confirm her name. It's because of Junyi. Of course she knew that Xiangrui Pavilion was the property of the Yi family, so of course she knew that the young master the receptionist was talking about was Junyi. Then she thought about it, shook her head, and said, "No, I'll wait here." After all, she thought it would be best for the two of them to go in together, and it wouldn't matter if they waited for a while anyway. "Then you can sit on the sofa for a while." The receptionist extended her hand toward the sofa in the lobby, indicating that she could sit there. "Thanks." After Lin Aoshuang thanked the receptionist, she walked towards the sofa. However, not long after, a surprised voice was heard. "What? You said there are no more boxes?" Lin Aoshuang looked closely and saw 5 young men standing at the front desk not far ahead. These 5 men were tall and had extraordinary temperaments. One glance at them showed that they were definitely not ordinary people. Looking at what they are wearing is even more shocking. Everyone's clothes are branded, and both the cut and material show unparalleled quality and luxury. The watches they wear on their wrists are limited editions of internationally renowned brands, and their value is probably enough to make people's jaws drop. Not only that, but behind the 5 men there was a group of men in black suits and sunglasses. They looked serious and moved in unison, and were obviously their bodyguards. Such a scene is enough to show that the identities and status of these 5 young men are extraordinary. One of the 5 people was lying on the front desk at this time, angrily saying to the receptionist, "Say it again?" The receptionist was not frightened by the young man and said calmly, "Sorry sir, there are guests in your box right now, and the other boxes are occupied or have been reserved, so there are no extra boxes, you." The young man was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to say anything harsh because he knew that the Yi family was behind this hotel. So he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "We are from the He, Su, Zhang, Wu, and Lu families in the imperial capital. Let me ask you again, is there really no more private rooms?" After the young man told the receptionist the origins of the 5 of them, the receptionist was not frightened at all. She has been working here for so long, and the people she meets every day are all big shots. Moreover, it would be impossible for her to become the receptionist of Xiangrui Pavilion at such a young age without any connections in her family. Although she didn't know much about the 5 major families in the imperial capital, she had heard from her father that the Yi family, which was behind the Xiangrui Pavilion where she worked, was the #1 family in the Magic City, the richest family in China, and was also married to the #1 family in the imperial capital, the Jun family. She had also heard of the Jun family's great name. The mayor of Demon City is surnamed Jun, and even the secretary of the municipal party committee is surnamed Jun. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here is going against the Yi family, and even more so against the Jun family. So, the receptionist said calmly, "Sorry, sir, there really is no private room. However, you can sit on the sofa in the lobby for a while, maybe a guest will come out soon." After hearing what the receptionist said, the young man gritted his teeth and wanted to say something harsh but didn't dare to, but they were unwilling to just leave like that. because they had paid to reserve the box a long time ago, and now they were telling him that there was someone else inside. It's not that the people at Shangrui Pavilion didn't want to return their money, but because the food at Shangrui Pavilion was really delicious. So in the end they could only walk towards the sofa in the hall angrily. When Lin Aoshuang saw those people coming, she turned her eyes to her mobile phone, because this group of people has no appeal to her at all. However, although they had no attraction to her, she had a great attraction to them. When the 5 people saw Lin Aoshuang, they immediately felt that this beauty was God's compensation to them. One of them quickly came forward to strike up a conversation. "Hello beautiful lady, I am Zhang Yuhang from the Zhang family in the imperial capital.
Can you add my contact information?"
After hearing this, Lin Aoshuang frowned and looked at Zhang Yuhang, feeling extremely disgusted with this guy, because she had already seen the desire in this guy's eyes, which made her feel very familiar, and she looked at the other 4 people and found that their eyes were exactly the same. It's true that birds of a feather flock together, especially since this group of guys seemed to be from the imperial capital. She unconsciously compared them with Jun Yi. Obviously, Jun Yi won. It's obvious that these guys are good for nothings and playboys. Comparing Jun Yi with them is an insult to him. She couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Jun is worthy of being the eldest son of the first family in the imperial capital. His cultivation, connotation, and demeanor are far superior to them. When Lin Aoshuang was sighing in her heart, Zhang Yuhang saw that Lin Aoshuang did not answer, and said unhappily, "Miss, I am talking to you, can you please answer me?" Lin Aoshuang glanced at him and said coldly, "Get lost." Zhang Yuhang's eyes widened when he heard this, and the 4 people next to him immediately mocked him.
"Hey! Yuhang, it seems your charm is not good enough."
"Yeah, it looks like we'll have to get someone attractive to do it, that is."
"Yuhang, you better just watch from the side."
Then, the 4 people rushed to introduce themselves. "Miss, I'm He Jingchuan from the He family in the imperial capital."
"Can I add your contact information?"
"I'm Su Haocheng from the Su family in the imperial capital."
"It's an honor to meet you. Can I add your contact information?"
"I am Wu Bangchang from the Wu family in the imperial capital."
"Miss, can you tell me your name?" "I am Lu Jiang from the Lu family in the imperial capital." "Miss, can you tell me who you are?"
Listening to these annoying voices, Lin Aoshuang's face turned cold and he uttered a word roll. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the 5 people changed immediately and they spoke one after another.
"Ha! I, He Jingchuan, have seen so many women, but this is the first time I've seen someone as cold as you.
TSK, you are shameless. I want to see if you'll still be like this when you get to bed later." After listening to what this group of people said, Lin Aoshuang immediately realized that the situation was very unfavorable to her. This group of guys are numerous and powerful, and their backgrounds are not simple. "We must find a way to break the situation quickly." Wu Changbang walked towards her first and stretched out his hand to touch her, but he was stopped by the receptionist. The receptionist stood in front of Lin Aoshuang fearlessly, facing Wu Changbang directly, and said righteously, "Mr. Wu, what do you want to do? This is Shangrui Pavilion, not a place for you to act wildly."
"You are so aggressive, are you trying to cause trouble here?" Wu Changbang's face turned extremely ugly in an instant.
He obviously did not expect that this little receptionist would be so tough. At the same time, Zhang Yuhang and others standing behind him also echoed, "Who do you think you are?
You are just a receptionist. Don't think that we dare not do anything to you just because you are an employee of Shangrui Pavilion."
"That's right. You are just a receptionist. What qualifications do you have to speak to us in such a tone?"
Lin Aoshuang's face looked extremely ugly.
She also knew that relying solely on the receptionist would not be helpful at this time. A figure unconsciously emerged in her mind. However, at this moment, a deep and powerful voice came from the door. "Then am I qualified?" Chapter 23 Punishment. The sound came from the door, so everyone looked towards it. The man had a handsome face, like a god. He was accompanied by a man in a black suit and black sunglasses, who looked like a bodyguard. When they saw the people coming, the faces of the young masters of the 5 major families in the imperial capital suddenly changed, as if they had seen some terrifying existence, and they couldn't help shaking all over. Even the bodyguards behind them changed their expressions, because they all recognized who was coming. The receptionist and Lin Aoshuang looked delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. The visitors were Jun Yi and Along Jingning didn't come, so Jun Yi asked her to stay in the company, because how can you bring another woman with you when you were dating a beautiful woman? Junyi looked at the young masters of the 5 major families, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
It's you guys. Long time no see.
He put his hand on Zhang Yuhang's shoulder and spoke in the tone of an old friend. Zhang Yuhang felt the hand on his shoulder and didn't dare to move at all. The others didn't even dare to breathe, because when they were in the imperial capital, a young master of a big family seemed to have beaten a member of the Jun family, so a young man from the Jun family came to seek revenge, and the person who came was the one in front of him. At that time, this person put his hand on the shoulder of the young master of the big family and spoke in this tone. The young master of the big family has a very bad temper, but because he also likes fighting, his fighting skills are very good. At that time, Junya's name was circulated among the younger generations of major families because his knowledge, talent, appearance, and sophistication were far superior to theirs, but no one mentioned his good skills. So he wanted to take action on the spot, trample Junyi under his feet, and publicize his own reputation. However, Junyi is the eldest master of the Jun family. He received the most rigorous education since childhood, and his cultural knowledge and etiquette are first class. Not only that, he also dabbled in ancient martial arts, but he was only an entry-level person, so his strength was naturally not that strong. After all, as the young master of a big family, why should he do it himself? Naturally, he has countless subordinates and guards at his command. He learned ancient martial arts just to strengthen his body. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. Of course, the medicinal bath ingredients used by Junyi are all top grade. These precious medicinal herbs can not only nourish the body, but also enhance his internal strength. Although his ancient martial arts level was not high at that time, his physical fitness was extremely strong. In this way, it would be a piece of cake for Junyi to deal with a young master who was not even an ancient warrior. So the final outcome of that young master was that he was severely injured by Junyi and could not get out of bed for more than 3 months. Afterwards, the Jun family even said that Junyi was acting in self-defense, so the man's family should compensate Junyi for his mental damages. Because that family was afraid of the Jun family's power, they had no choice but to pay compensation. So of course Zhang Yuhang did not dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, Junyi would beat him severely on the pretext of self-defense and then demand compensation from the Zhang family. He had no place to seek justice, and in the end he was even taught a lesson by his elder brother. Zhang Yuhang didn't dare to speak, so he Jingchuan stammered, Junyi, brother, it's you. Hello, long time no see. Yes, yeah, long time no see. Others also spoke quickly, but they were so nervous that they couldn't even speak clearly. But there was nothing they could do, since they had all been severely punished by Junyi. Even their family's eldest son, their big brother, and the future head of the family had been taught a lesson by Junyi. Junyi's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at the 5 people in front of him with a half smile. His voice revealed a hint of teasing and mockery. Why are you gathered here? Are you relying on your power to forcefully seize the woman and then force yourself on her like a bully? When Zhang Yuhang and the other 5 people heard this, their hearts suddenly tightened, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads like an electric current. They knew Junyi's character very well. One of the things he hated most was using power to bully others, especially touching innocent women and doing inappropriate things. These 5 people knew very well that if Junyi really knew that they were doing this, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how powerful the forces behind them are, Junyi will never let them go easily. Even if someone from the Jun family committed such a crime, he will never be merciful. Therefore, Zhang Yuhang and others denied it immediately. Of course not, brother Junyi. Yeah, we just saw this beautiful lady was all alone here, so we wanted to talk to her for a while. That's absolutely not what we meant. Junyi smiled after hearing what they said. Really? Yes, you have to believe us. Zhang Yuhang and the others were sweating profusely and quickly answered. Junyi glanced at them, then turned to look at Lin Aoshuang and asked in a gentle tone, Aoshuang, is what they said true? Zhang Yuhang and the others immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and realized that they were doomed. No matter how much I thought about it, I never thought that this beautiful woman actually knew Junyi, and it seemed that they had a complicated relationship. Maybe she was Junyi's girlfriend. It's over. It's completely over. Zhang Yuhang, He Jingchuan, Wu Changbang, Su Hacheng, and Lu Jiyang all looked as pale as death. When Lin Aoshuang heard Junyi's address to her, her pretty face turned red, and then she reacted. No. Ding. It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoshuang towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system's prompt, Junyi smiled gently at Lin Aoshuang and increased his favorability once again. Then, Junyi turned his head and looked at Zhang Yuhang and the others with a cold face. and released his own aura. Zhang Yuhang and the others felt the terrifying aura emanating from Junyi, and finally could not bear it anymore and all knelt down and begged for mercy.
Brother Junyi, I was wrong.
Yeah. Spare us. We didn't know she was your girlfriend. The 5 young masters' pleas for mercy did not cause Junyi to have any emotional fluctuations. However, when Lin Aoshuang heard these 5 guys calling her Junyi's girlfriend, she couldn't help but look at Junyi, her heart beating fast. Although Lin Aoshuang did not refute, she was also worried that Junyi would say that they were just friends like partners. Of course, Junyi noticed the change in Lin Aoshuang's expression and guessed what Lin Aoshuang was thinking. After all, Lin Aoshuang did not refute after these 5 guys said that she was his girlfriend, so he certainly would not spoil the fun by exposing it. After looking at the 5 guys for a while, he said, "Oh.
So according to you, if she has nothing to do with me, you are planning to force her?" "We dare not."
Zhang Yuhang and the other 4 said loudly.
"It's not that I don't want to, but that I don't dare." "It seems that you have thought about it."
After hearing this, Zhang Yuhang and the others didn't even dare to beg for mercy, because they already knew that Junyi was determined to deal with them. Junyi looked at them and sneered, "Ha, you dare to cause trouble in Shangruwei Pavilion and want to rob a woman? Then you will wash dishes for me here for 3 months.
After 3 months, each of you will give me 1 million. At this point, Junyi paused. "Do you understand?" "I understand. By the way, during these 3 months, I will send someone to keep an eye on you.
If the boss of Shangruwei Pavilion tells me that you are not working actively or violating the rules, you will have to work for me for another 3 months. Until there is not a single mistake made." At this time, the boss of Shangruwei Pavilion had also come over. After Junyi told him about the situation, the boss of Shangruwei Pavilion promised to keep a close eye on them. The 5 of them looked pale. They were the sons of a big family.
When had they ever done a job like washing dishes?
And after doing it, they had to hand over another million, but I can only accept my fate. Chapter 24, Closer Distance. The 5 young masters from big families who came from the imperial capital were taken away by the boss of Shangruwei Pavilion. As for their bodyguards, Junyi didn't care, but he must have gone to call his master. But Junyi didn't care, because even if their parents knew, there was nothing they could do. After Junyi watched the 5 people being taken away, he turned to Lin Aoshuang and said, "Sorry, Aoshuang, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm late." When Lin Aoshuang heard Junyi still calling her Aoshuang, ripples appeared in her heart, as if a group of deer were running around. She couldn't help but lower her head shyly, with a faint blush on her face, but she didn't say much, just whispered, "It's okay, this time it's really thanks to Mr. Jun's timely arrival and the help of this lady." Junyi looked at the receptionist and praised her highly. At this moment, Junyi stretched out his hand without warning and tightly held Lin Aoshuang's soft little hand. Lin Aoshuang's body trembled violently. She had never expected that Junyi would hold her hand so suddenly. According to common sense, Lin Aoshuang would never allow a man she had only met a few times to have such close contact with her. After all, she is a very reserved woman. However, the situation at this moment is somewhat special. The world's top charm emanating from Junyi seemed to have an irresistible magic, which made Lin Aoshuang involuntarily feel an urge to get close to him. In her heart, this impulse was so strong that she didn't even have time to think, and she subconsciously clenched Junyi's big hand. Just like that, Junyi and Lin Aoshuang walked towards the box hand in hand. Along the way, Lin Aoshuang's mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, she enjoyed the intimate feeling of holding hands with Junyi, but on the other hand, she was a little surprised and confused by her own behavior. However, just as she was about to reach the door of the box, Lin Aoshuang suddenly came to her senses and realized that she was holding hands with a man she had only known for a short time. Her face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. However, even though she realized this, she didn't want Junyi to let go of her hand. So, she suppressed her inner shyness and uneasiness and continued to walk to the door of the box with Junyi. It was not until the last moment that she slowly let go of Junyi's hand. Even so, the distance between the 2 people was invisibly shortened in this brief contact. When they walked into the box, the atmosphere between them seemed to become a little subtle. After entering the private room, Junyi and Lin Aoshuang took their seats, and then exquisite dishes were served one after another. While eating, Lin Aoshuang asked curiously, "Mr. Jun?" However, before Lin Aoshuang finished speaking, Junyi said, "Aoshuang, I think you should change your name. We are not having dinner as partners today, so just call me Junyi." Lin Aoshuang was stunned for a moment, and after some mental struggle, she asked, "Junyi, why are those 5 people so afraid of you?" Junyi paused for a moment with the chopsticks in his hand, and smiled as he told Lin Aoshuang about the time when he was king in the imperial capital. Lin Aoshuang listened with great interest, because she had never known that the young masters of those big families in the imperial capital had actually been taught a lesson by Junyi. Moreover, she was extremely impressed by Junyi's ability to defeat so many young masters in the imperial capital. At the same time, my liking for him increased. Again, after Junyi finished talking about how he taught that group of young masters a lesson, he also talked about some of his past events. Lin Aoshuang listened carefully, afraid of missing any details. After Junyi finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lin Aoshuang, and he seemed to be full of curiosity about her past. Lin Aoshuang felt Junyi's gaze. She smiled slightly and did not refuse Junyi's question. After all, her story was no secret, and she had never hidden it from anyone. In fact, in a place like the Magic City, any young master from any family who wants to investigate her past can easily find relevant information. However, Junyi chose to listen to Lin Aoshuang tell her story in person, which surprised Lin Aoshuang. She couldn't help but think that maybe Junyi wanted to hear a more real and vivid version from her mouth. So, Lin Aoshuang began to talk about her past. Her voice was soft and calm, as if those experiences had become a part of her life and no longer caused much waves. Junyi sat quietly aside, listening attentively to Lin Aoshuang's narration. His expression was sometimes serious, sometimes smiling, and he seemed to be completely immersed in Lin Aoshuang's story. Junyi did not interrupt Lin Aoshuang during her narration, but occasionally asked some questions to better understand certain plots, and Lin Aoshuang patiently answered them one by one. In this way, time passed by unknowingly, and Lin Aoshuang's story gradually came to an end. There was a brief silence in the room as she finished her last sentence. Junyi looked at Lin Aoshuang, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He knew that although Lin Aoshuang's story was not earth-shattering, the emotions and experiences it contained were unique for Lin Aoshuang. Being able to share her story with Junyi is also a rare experience. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to communicate so frankly about each other's past. The two of them ate and chatted, and after the meal, the distance between them became much closer. The most obvious thing is that the way the two people address each other has changed. Junyi had been calling her Ao Shuang from the beginning, and Lin Ao Shuang also called Junyi by his name directly, without even adding words like Mr. or Young Master. After finishing the meal, Junyi looked at Lin Aoshuang and said to her, Aoshuang, there is one thing I want to remind you. What's up? Lin Aoshuang was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what Junyi needed to remind her of. Was there something she had forgotten? You may be in danger next because of the special medicine developed by Yukong Group. Obviously, Junyi wanted to tell her about the risks brought by the special medicine developed by Yukong Group. After he finished his story, Lin Aoshuang frowned. Although she had thought that after the special medicine was developed, it would offend many pharmaceutical giants in the Magic City, but I never thought that it would attract the attention of foreign criminals. After listening to this, she immediately thanked Junyi and said that she would definitely strengthen her own safety. Junyi also said to her, Don't worry, if you have any difficulties, just call me directly. The two men walked out of the box slowly, and the door closed gently behind them with a slight click. Just then, a figure flashed out from the side. It turned out to be the owner of Shangrui Pavilion. With a smile on his face, he quickly walked up to Lin Aoshuang and said softly, Miss Lin, please rest assured that the families of those guys will never cause trouble for Yukong Group. His voice was gentle yet firm, revealing a reassuring strength. Lin Aoshuang was slightly startled, then smiled gratefully and said, Thank you, boss. Sorry for bothering you. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a spring breeze. The boss of Shangrui Pavilion waved his hand and said with a smile, You're welcome. This is what Shangrui Pavilion should do. After all, you offended them here, and we will not let Yukong Group be troubled by such things. Besides, you are also the young master's friend. After Lin Aoshuang thanked him again, she said goodbye to Junyi. Because she had to go back and tell her father about the future dangers, she had to prepare early. After Lin Aoshuang left, Junyi said to the boss of Shangrui Pavilion, You did a good job this time. The boss of Shangrui Pavilion immediately said, I will never slack off on the young master's orders. Junyi patted the boss of Shangrui Pavilion on the shoulder and left Shangrui Pavilion. Chapter 25 The Instigator. When Junyi returned to Taichu Group and sat in his office chair, he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he recalled what had just happened this time. Not only did Lin Aoshuang's favor towards him increase again, but he also gave those 5 guys a good beating. It was worth his effort to set up the situation. As the people from Shangrui Pavilion said, there were no extra private rooms. That's right. The instigator of this conflict was none other than him, Junyi. He learned from the owner of Shangrui Pavilion that the young masters of 5 families in the imperial capital had booked a private room at Shangrui Pavilion for noon today. This news gave Junyi an idea, and he instantly came up with a brilliant idea. He immediately told the boss of Shangrui Pavilion, suggesting that he inform the 5 young masters that the box was still occupied by someone else, while the other boxes were either occupied or had been booked. Given the arrogant and domineering personalities of those 5 young masters, they would surely be furious upon hearing the news. However, since Shangrui Pavilion has the powerful support of the Yi family behind it, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they dare not cause trouble in Shangrui Pavilion. Just when these young masters were extremely angry, Junyi had already figured out his next move. He knew that when these people got angry, their emotions tended to become impulsive and irrational. At this moment, if they saw a beauty like Lin Aoshuang, they would definitely rush forward to chat with her without hesitation, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. However, Lin Aoshuang is not an ordinary woman. Her icy personality meant that she would never treat these playboys well. Faced with their advances, Lin Aoshuang would most likely respond indifferently, or even scold them mercilessly. In this case, those young masters would certainly become angry and feel that they had lost face. Driven by anger, they may attempt to rely on the power of their own family to bully Lin Aoshuang, and this is exactly the situation that Junyi expected. When those guys tried to use their power to bully others, he could naturally stand up and act as Lin Aoshuang's protector, and teach those ignorant guys a lesson. In this way, not only will Lin Aoshuang look at him with admiration and have a good impression of him, but he can also show his strength and sense of justice in front of her. There's no way the hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, but it works. But isn't this also the tragedy of the villain? As a young master from a noble family, he has to create difficulties for himself to be a hero and save the beauty, but the protagonist does not need that and can encounter them himself. It's so unfair. However, the effect was gratifying, and it laid the groundwork for the topics of the subsequent dinner. Yes, the topics of this dinner party actually did not exceed Junyi's expectations. He had anticipated every question that Lin Aoshuang would ask, and the initiative of speech was always firmly in his hands. In the end, Junyi accomplished his goal, and the distance between him and Lin Aoshuang was once again narrowed. After only meeting a few times, they went from strangers to partners and then to friends. He also gave Lin Aoshuang a shot of prevention and told her about the dangers she would encounter in the future. Next, we need to prepare well to deal with Chen Feng. He will be back tomorrow. Yukong Group, in the president's office, Lin Aoshuang called her father and told him about the crisis that Yukong Group would face. However, contrary to Lin Aoshuang's expectations, Lin Hai did not panic. She immediately understood that her father had noticed the danger long ago and had taken action. So she asked curiously, "Dad, do you have any way to deal with those foreign criminals?" Hearing his daughter's doubts on the other end of the phone, Lin Hai smiled and said, "Of course. A big shot that Dad met by chance told me a long time ago that a very powerful person will come to help us. Calculating the time, he will arrive at the Magic City airport by plane tomorrow." "Oh? Who is he? Is he trustworthy?" Lin Aoshuang was very curious about who her father could find to help. "His name is Chen Feng. I'm not sure what he does, but he's very famous abroad and his abilities are definitely strong enough." Lin Hai told his daughter what he knew. In fact, he didn't know what Chen Feng did, he just knew that he was very famous abroad. Besides, he didn't have time to inquire about a person. Anyway, that person was sent by a big shot in the imperial capital and was definitely not an ordinary person. "Oh, I see. Then I will send someone to pick him up tomorrow." Lin Aoshuang didn't care much about not knowing the specific information about Chen Feng from her father. If nothing worked, she could go and ask Junyi. Why did she think of Junyi first? When Lin Aoshuang was about to start to have wild thoughts, Lin Hai's voice came from the phone again. "Ao Shuang, Chen Feng's matter is not very important. You just told me that it was Master Jun who told you that there would be danger in the future?" After hearing what Lin Hai said, Lin Aoshuang paused for a moment, then replied, yes. "Ha, it looks like you two are making pretty fast progress," Lin Hai said happily, making Lin Aoshuang blush. No, Dad. Junyi should just be concerned about you as a friend." But Lin Hai noticed that his daughter's way of addressing Junyi had changed. "Oh, even the way you address Jun Xiao has changed to Junyi?" Lin Aoshuang didn't dare to say anything now, for fear that her father would say something again. "Alas! Ao Shuang, I never care about your feelings, and I will not interfere with your feelings. If you really have feelings for Jun Xiao, then pursue him boldly and don't let yourself regret it."
Dad will always support your choice.
Lin Aoxuan was moved by Lin Hai's words.
She bit her red lips and said, I understand, Dad. I won't let myself regret it. After saying that, Lin Aoxuan hung up the phone. She stared at the scenery outside the window in a daze. After a while, she received a text message from her father Lin Hai. It was a photo, and in the photo was a man with a determined look. Although his appearance was attractive, he was not as handsome as Junyi. Then, Lin Hai sent another message, telling her that this person was Chen Feng and would arrive at the Magic City Airport at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. After looking at it for a while, Lin Aoxuan somehow sent the photo to Junyi, and also gave him a phone call.
Ao Shuang, what's wrong? Why did you send me a photo? After hearing Junyi's voice, Lin Aoxuang's mind went blank for a moment, and then she realized what she had just done. She quickly said, this is the person my father found, Chen Feng. He seems to be very famous abroad and is specially responsible for dealing with the danger you mentioned.
I just want to ask you, do you know who this Chen Feng is?
Junyi raised his eyebrows.
He had never thought that Lin Aoxuan would actually ask him about Chen Feng's identity. So will he say it or not, huh?
Of course I did.
I know Chen Feng.
He is the boss of the ghost mercenary group abroad. He specializes in taking on various assassinations and arms smuggling.
Lin Aoxuan frowned, and she believed Junyi's words directly. At this time, Junyi said again, is he your father looking for? If so, then you have to be careful, he might find a way to take you down.
You have to know that the profession of mercenary faces great pressure, and there are only a few ways to relieve the pressure.
I understand. I will be careful.
After hearing Junyi's words, Lin Aoxuan became extremely wary of Chen Feng. The two chatted for a while and then hung up. Junyi glanced at the clock, called along, asked him to drive over, and then got in the car with Jing Ning and went back to the villa. When they returned to the villa, when Wanqiu had already prepared a table full of dishes and thanked Junyi with great gratitude, this allowed Junyi to gain a large amount of villain value. Chapter 26 Chen Feng returns. Lin Wei and Lin Ruoshi. Early in the morning, Junyi woke up from bed looking at the sun outside the window. He knew that today was the day when Chen Feng, the son of destiny, would return. So, after he washed up, he started to arrange people. He had already prepared a big gift for Chen Feng yesterday. As for Chen Feng, he had already boarded the plane at 1:30 in the morning. There is no other way. It takes more than 9 hours to get from Lebanon in the Middle East to Moab. He had just woken up and looked at the time. He had been flying for several hours, but it would still take nearly 5 hours to reach his destination. Chen Feng exhaled slowly and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. It has to be said that although the big boss in the imperial capital booked a flight for Chen Feng in the early morning, it was still a first-class ticket. After Chen Feng finished washing up, he ordered breakfast from the waiter. After eating and drinking, Chen Feng closed his eyes for a while. I didn't wake up until half an hour before reaching my destination. He looked at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable feeling in his heart about setting foot in this country again, and his hatred for the Jun family became even greater. Then he picked up his phone and started playing games while sitting in his seat. After the plane landed, he put away his phone, took his luggage, and walked off the plane. After getting off the plane, Chen Feng just walked out of the airport when suddenly, he felt someone bumped him from behind. Chen Feng quickly turned around, wanting to see who was so blind as to bump into him. However, after seeing it, Chen Feng couldn't take his eyes away and his heart started beating fast. I saw a girl with a pure temperament, like the girl next door, sitting on the ground. She has delicate features, long, shiny black hair, and is wearing a clean white dress with a small shoulder bag on her shoulder. Ouch! Ouch! The little girl seemed to be in pain, and Chen Feng immediately felt distressed. So he quickly squatted down and asked, I'm sorry, little sister.
Are you okay?
It's okay, I just can't get up.
Big brother, can you help me up?
The little girl opened one eye and looked at Chen Feng, asking him for help. Of course Chen Feng would not refuse, and he was extremely happy at this moment. He had just got off the plane when he met such a pure and lovely girl. His luck with women was simply unstoppable. Chen Feng put her right hand on his neck and smelled a pleasant smell at his nose. The smell is like a soft poem, with a mixture of faint scent of ink and flowers, dreamy and distant, as if it can take people to a beautiful fairy tale world. This should be the body fragrance of this girl. This made him even more excited. You have to know that in the Middle East, the women he found had no body odor. I didn't expect that a random girl I met would have one. This must be God's compensation to him. Chen Feng was even more determined to get this little girl. After he helped the little girl to a nearby chair, he asked, Little sister, what's your name?
The little girl seemed very shy and hesitantly said, my name is Lin Wei, big brother, just call me Wei Wei. Well, Wei Wei, are you feeling better now? Yeah. Much better. Thank you, big brother. Haha, nothing. The two started chatting, and during the process, Chen Feng told Lin Wei his name, and the two gave each other their contact information. After a while, Chen Feng's phone rang. He motioned to Lin Wei to be quiet, and then answered the phone. The call was actually from Lin Aoshuang's secretary, who was also her cousin, Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi is only 1 year younger than Lin Aoshuang. Her parents died in a car accident when she was very young, so she has always lived in Lin Aoshuang's home. The two have had a very good relationship since childhood. Lin Ruoshi herself is also a genius. Although she is not as good as her cousin Lin Aoshuang, she is still someone that others cannot catch up with. So after graduating from university, Lin Ruoshi worked as Lin Aoshuang's secretary in Yukong Group, and no one said that she didn't have the ability. Ever since Lin Aoshuang learned about Chen Feng's identity from Jun Yi yesterday, she has been on guard against this person, but she didn't tell her father. Because Chen Feng was sent by a big shot whom even his father could not afford to offend. If Lin Hai knew about this, he might not say anything, but it would be bad if he made Chen Feng unhappy in private. So, she buried this matter in her heart, and asked Lin Ruoshi to come and pick him up today, and observe Chen Feng. By the way, she still has great confidence in her cousin. Lin Ruoshi has met at least 1,000 men, and in some ways, she is smarter than even Lin Aoshuang herself. You can definitely tell what kind of person Chen Feng is as soon as you meet him, but Lin Ruoshi was very angry at this time. She had been waiting here for almost half an hour, but still hadn't seen Chen Feng. So after Chen Feng answered the phone, he spoke in a very impolite tone. Mr. Chen, where are you now? Are you still asleep on the plane? When Chen Feng heard the voice, he immediately realized that it was someone sent by Yukong Group to pick him up. So he quickly explained to the other party, and after hanging up the phone, he told Lin Wei that he was leaving and turned around gracefully. Left with Lin Wei's reluctant eyes. However, when Chen Feng disappeared from Lin Wei's sight, her eyes immediately revealed a mocking look. Then, a man in a black suit came over. He is Aaron. When Lin Wei saw Long, she immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Then, Aaron took Lin Wei to a private room in a nearby restaurant. After the two walked in, Lin Wei saw the man who was having dinner, knelt down and said, Master Jun, I have followed your instructions and gained Chen Feng's trust. Very good. Junya's mouth corners curled up slightly, revealing a smile. It was worth it that he had his men prepare yesterday and spent so much effort to find Lin Wei and arrange today's scene. Now that's right. There is no such thing as a beautiful woman falling from the sky. This was all Junya's own calculations. It took Junya a lot of effort to find the woman in front of him. She is not an innocent little girl, but a hostess who has been hanging around in bars since she dropped out of junior high school. I don't even know how many men I've slept with. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as the slayer of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Her body is carrying the pathogens of 5 major sexually transmitted diseases: AIDS, syphilis, gonorrhea, genital warts, and genital herpes. She wouldn't have lived long. However, in fact, just today, Junyi used his medical skills combined with a little bit of Tianshan snow lotus petals, roughly equivalent to 1/100th of a petal, to suppress her illness so that it would no longer threaten her life. Of course, it was just suppressed and not cured. If something really happened to her, then, moreover, Junyi also gave her some powder of the anti-aging pill. Although it would not make her look young, it was more than enough to make her have a body odor. Then let her wear a little white dress, and then a pure and lovely girl appears. Junyi then gave her a photo of Chen Feng and asked her to wait there. When Chen Feng came out, he asked her to perform the same scene as before. This time, Junyi looked at Lin Wei, praised her, and then asked Along to take her down. Afterwards, Junyi looked out the window. From the window, one could just see a car and a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman looked 3 points like Lin Aoshuang. She was Lin Ruoshi. She is actually also a lucky lady. After Junyi saw her, the system prompted him. Junyi watched Lin Ruoshi waiting anxiously after hanging up the phone just now. After a while, Chen Feng came over. When Lin Ruoshi saw Chen Feng, she scolded him, and then they got in the car and left together. Looking at the car leaving, Junyi smiled slightly at Chen Feng. I hope you can let me have fun. Chapter 27. Lin Aoshuang's speculation. After Chen Feng got into the car that Lin Ruoshi sent to pick him up, he began to speak wildly to Lin Ruoshi without any reservation, and his words were full of frivolity and teasing. This action not only made Lin Ruoshi feel extremely uncomfortable, but also caused her favorability towards Chen Feng to plummet to negative numbers in an instant. In fact, it was no accident that Lin Ruoshi came to pick up Chen Feng this time. She received clear instructions from her CEO, who was also her cousin Lin Aoshuang, To observe Chen Feng carefully during this journey, Lin Aoshuang had warned Lin Ruoshi in advance that Chen Feng was no ordinary person and should not be taken lightly. However, although Lin Ruoshi observed Chen Feng intently, she was still unable to find anything special about him. She just found out that Chen Feng must have gone to chat up a woman just now.
Lin Ruoshi is quite confident in her sense of smell. Her nose has been extremely sensitive since she was a child. When Chen Feng approached her, she smelled a faint fragrance. The smell seemed familiar. After some recollection, she finally remembered that she had smelled this fragrance on her cousin Lin Aoshuang. Therefore, Lin Ruoshi would no longer have any good feelings towards Chen Feng. I was waiting for you under the scorching sun, but you forgot that someone was waiting for you because you were chatting with other women. This made her even more furious and she didn't bother to pay attention to this GUI.at this time. Jun Yi had already returned to Taichu group and suddenly heard a prompt sound from the system. Ding! It is detected that the goodwill of the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi towards Chen Feng has decreased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the goodwill of the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi towards Chen Feng has decreased, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi is furious with Chen Feng, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Ding! It is detected that the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi is furious with Chen Feng, and the villain value is rewarded with 1,000. This series of sounds made Jun Yi laugh. He had anticipated this situation. Lin Ruoshi was originally angry because she had waited for Chen Feng for nearly half an hour. If Chen Feng had done something else during this period of time, such as helping others catch a thief, then Lin Ruoshi might not have been so angry. But in the end, this guy went to chat with the girl, and then forgot about her while chatting. How could Lin Ruoshi not be angry? Of course he knew that Lin Ruoshi had a very sensitive nose, so he gave Lin Wei a little bit of the powder of the anti-aging pill. It was not only to seduce Chen Feng, but more importantly to let Lin Ruoshi know about this, so that her first impression of Chen Feng would be lowered, and at the same time it would make Lin Aoshuang more wary of Chen Feng. After arriving at Yukong Group, Chen Feng went to meet Lin Hai first, while Lin Ruoshi went to report the discovery to Lin Aoshuang. In the president's office, Lin Ruoshi began to complain to Lin Aoshuang, talking about her experience. Lin Aoshuang placed her slender fingers on her flawless white chin. After Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, Lin Aoshuang lowered his head and thought without saying anything. After a while, Lin Aoshuang said, "Ruoshi, what kind of person do you think Chen Feng is?" Lin Ruoshi wrinkled her cute little nose and said dissatisfiedly, "What else can he be? He forgets what he is doing when he sees a woman, speaks wildly and has no manners at all. I really don't know why my uncle thinks such a guy can help us." After thinking for a while, Lin Aoshuang's lips curled up slightly. She already understood Chen Feng's intention. "Ruoshi, don't underestimate him, otherwise you will fall into his trap." Trap? Lin Ruoshi was a little confused. What kind of trap could a guy like Chen Feng set for her? That's right, everything you saw was done intentionally by Chen Feng. Lin Aoshuang smiled slightly and told Lin Ruoshi her guess. If she was not mistaken, the reason why Chen Feng made Lin Ruoshi wait there for so long was not only because he was chatting up girls, but more importantly, he wanted to make Lin Ruoshi dissatisfied with him and have a bad first impression of him. In this way, in the future, Chen Feng can show his abilities. For example, when facing danger and everyone feels despair, Chen Feng can take the opportunity to show his ability to resolve the danger. In this way, Lin Ruoshi will definitely look at him with admiration. I was curious about this person who I thought had no special abilities, but now, what? Sister, are you telling the truth? Lin Ruoshi was shocked. It was not like she had never seen this kind of routine before. However, if Chen Feng wanted her to look at him with new eyes, then Chen Feng himself must be very capable. This is absolutely true, Lin Aoshuang replied firmly. And the reason he did this is probably not just to make you tell me this, but also to make me feel the same way about him. This way, he will be able to succeed more easily in the future. Maybe by then, you will even be his helper. As the boss of the Ghost Mercenary Group, Chen Feng is definitely not a simple person. His every move definitely has another meaning. If she didn't know his identity, Lin Aoshuang might not understand what Chen Feng meant, but now she has understood Chen Feng's intention. How is this possible? Lin Ruoshi's voice unconsciously rose an octave. She widened her eyes and looked at the other person in disbelief. How could I possibly help Chen Feng to take down your sister? This is simply too ridiculous. However, Lin Aoshuang was not shaken by Lin Ruoshi's reaction.
She calmly analyzed, how can it be impossible?
Don't forget, if I didn't see his intention, you would definitely be conquered by him in the end, and I would definitely have some good feelings for him. By that time, you might even want to let both of us become his women. Lin Ruwashi was speechless, because her premonition told her that this was very likely to happen.
Then sister, what should we do? How about telling uncle directly and asking him to drive this Chen Feng away?
No, Chen Feng was recommended by a big shot that my father once knew, so we can't fall out with him until the very end.
Oh, what big shot? Sister, aren't you dating that young Master June recently? How about letting that young Master June take action?
I don't believe that the so-called big shot's background can be as strong as young Master June's.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Jun Yi and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Aoshuang blushed at Lin Ruwashi's words, but she quickly refuted. However, when Lin Ruwashi looked at the blush on Lin Aoshuang's face, she felt that what she said was not convincing. I thought to myself, humph, sister, why are you so frank?
Are you embarrassed?
If you feel embarrassed, then I will go and tell that young Master Jun. Lin Aoshuang didn't know what Lin Ruwashi was thinking and continued, let's wait and see what happens, and pretend nothing happened.
Is this the only way?
Lin Ruwashi was somewhat unwilling, but Lin Aoshuang spread her hands, indicating that she was also helpless.
What do you think?
After hearing this, Lin Ruwashi became more determined to find Jun Yi in private. Chapter 28 Chen Feng's request and Lin Ruwashi's anger. While sisters Lin Ruwashi and Lin Aoshuang were talking, Lin Hai told Chen Feng about his arrangements for him. From today on, Chen Feng officially joins Yukong Group, and the position is security guard, responsible for protecting the safety of Yukong Group. However, Chen Feng also expressed his thoughts. He could be a security guard, but he also wanted to be Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard and driver. This is actually Chen Feng's own little thought. After all, there is nothing wrong with being a security guard every day, but if you can become Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard and driver at the same time, it will be easier to get the upper hand. Lin Hai glanced at Chen Feng. As a veteran, he of course saw through Chen Feng's thoughts, but he did not expose him. But he did not agree immediately either. After all, this matter requires Lin Aoshuang's approval. If his daughter disagrees, there is nothing he can do to force her. So Lin Hai called Lin Aoshuang to come over. Lin Aoshuang came over after receiving a call from her father. The moment Chen Feng saw Lin Aoshuang, his eyes widened. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Her temperament, figure and appearance were impeccable. Lin Aoshuang glanced at Chen Feng and found that he was staring at her, which made her extremely alert. After all, the person in front of her was not an ordinary person, but the boss of the Ghost Mercenary Group. After living on the edge of a knife for so many years abroad, it would be a big loss if we treated him like a normal man. Although Lin Aoshuang was alert in her heart, she did not show it on her face. She didn't even look at Chen Feng and asked her father directly.
Dad, what do you want from me? Aoshuang, it's like this.
You also know that our family will encounter various dangers in the future, so Dad wants Chen Feng to be your bodyguard and driver, so that he can better protect you.
After all, you are my daughter, and I don't want you to get into trouble. What do you think?
Lin Hai looked at his daughter and patted Chen Feng's shoulder as he spoke. Lin Aoshuang immediately understood Chen Feng's little thoughts. He just wanted to get the most out of his situation by being close to the water. If it were normal, how could she agree to let this guy be her bodyguard and driver? But now is not the time for her to be willful, because Chen Feng himself is a dangerous person, not to mention that there is a big boss backing him up. So Lin Aoshuang finally nodded and said to Lin Hai, okay.
Chen Feng quickly jumped up and said to Lin Aoshuang, then Miss Lin, from today on I will be your bodyguard. Please give me your guidance.
As he spoke, Chen Feng smiled and politely extended his right hand to Lin Aoshuang, with his palm slightly open, as if waiting for the other party to respond to his friendly gesture. However, Lin Aoshuang completely ignored Chen Feng's actions. Her eyes just swept across Chen Feng's hand lightly, and then looked away coldly, as if Chen Feng did not exist at all. Chen Feng's smile froze on his face instantly. He looked at Lin Aoshuang somewhat at a loss, not understanding why she treated him so coldly. After a while, Lin Aoshuang finally turned around and said to Chen Feng in a cold and slightly sarcastic tone, you should correct your habit of being late first. After saying that, she didn't even look at Chen Feng again, and turned and left, leaving Chen Feng standing there awkwardly. Chen Feng's hand was still stretched out in the air, as if time had frozen at this moment. He looked at Lin Aoshuang's back as she walked away, and a feeling of anger and desire to conquer surged in his heart. At this moment, Lin Hai on the side suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the awkward silence.
Ah, Chen Feng, don't take it personally.
Lin Hai laughed and said, Aoshuang is just like that.
Sometimes she even gives me the cold shoulder.
Lin Hai's laughter echoed in the air, easing the originally awkward atmosphere a little. Chen Feng came back to his senses when he heard Lin Hai's words.
He found a way out for himself and laughed, saying, it's okay. I was too abrupt and didn't consider Miss Lin's feelings. As he spoke, he slowly withdrew his right hand, which had become somewhat stiff. While the two were bragging about business to each other, Lin Aoshuang returned to his own CEO's office. Seeing this, Lin Ruoshi hurried forward and asked suspiciously, "Sister, what did your uncle ask you to come over just now?" Seeing this, Lin Aoshuang shook her head helplessly, and then answered truthfully, "That guy Chen Feng actually said he wanted to be my bodyguard and driver, so Dad wanted to hear my thoughts." When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she was immediately furious. She widened her eyes and shouted angrily, "This bastard! How could he want to protect you? He clearly wanted to take the opportunity to get close to you. The closer you are to the water, the easier it is to get the moon." Lin Ruoshi became angrier the more she thought about it. The rage in her heart became increasingly difficult to contain, and her face turned red with anger. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind that she would never let Chen Feng succeed. So, before Lin Aoshuang could react, Lin Ruoshi rushed out the door like a gust of wind, and disappeared from Lin Aoshuang's sight without looking back. Lin Aoshuang looked at her sisters departing back in astonishment. She wanted to call out to her, but found it was too late. She could only sigh helplessly and pray silently in her heart that her sister would not act impulsively. After Lin Ruoshi took the elevator downstairs, she quickly asked someone to drive her to Taichu Group. At the same time, Junyi was on the phone, and his men had told him that Lin Ruoshi seemed to be coming to Taichu Group. Modu is the economic center of this country, so the Jun family will of course pay special attention to this city and have already established a huge intelligence network here. As the eldest son of the Jun family, Junyi had already taken control of the intelligence network here. Moreover, he ordered this group of people to focus on observing the Yukong Group, so he would be the first to know any movements of the Yukong Group. He continued to ask, "What happened in Yukong Group? Is it because of Chen Feng? Since you told us that Chen Feng is not a simple person, we didn't dare to get too close. We only know that after Chen Feng and Lin Hai chatted for a while, Miss Lin Aoshuang was also called over. Then Miss Lin came out quickly. Not long after, a voice came from Miss Lin's office. It seemed that Miss Lin Ruoshi was very angry because Chen Feng wanted to be Miss Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard and driver. Oh, I see. Keep a close eye on Chen Feng, but be extremely careful. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Junyi touched his chin with his fingers and then laughed. It seems that Miss Lin wants to seek my help. Chapter 29. Lin Ruoshi knows Chen Feng's identity. He already understood why Lin Ruoshi came to see him. It must be because Chen Feng had intentions towards Lin Aoshuang, and Lin Ruoshi herself had a very bad first impression of Chen Feng, so she now hates Chen Feng very much. And because Chen Feng was a guy with a rather prominent background, it was difficult for her to drive him away. So she thought of him, the eldest master of the Jun family, and wanted to seek his help. Of course he would help. So when he knew Lin Ruoshi was about to arrive, he asked Jing Ning to go downstairs to receive her. When Lin Ruoshi walked into Taichu Group, before she could tell the receptionist, Jing Ning came over. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but admire Jing Ning when she saw her. She had never thought that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Jing Ning walked up to Lin Ruoshi and said, "Miss Lin, the young master asked me to take you upstairs." Lin Ruoshi was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. As the eldest son of the Jun family and the nephew of the head of the Yi family, the #1 family in Magic City, how could he not have his own intelligence network? So Lin Ruoshi said to Jing Ning, "Thank you for your help," and followed Jing Ning upstairs. At the same time, she had full confidence in Junya's abilities. When she entered Junya's office, she was immediately fascinated by Junya's appearance, and even drooled at the corners of her mouth. Ding! It is detected that the girl of luck, Lin Ruoshi, is deeply fascinated by the host. 1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. I have to say that having a good-looking face is very important, because it can easily affect your interpersonal relationships. Just after meeting, Lin Ruoshi's favorability towards Junyi increased greatly, and the system notification sound kept ringing. Junyi looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smile, and pointed to the sofa opposite him, motioning her to sit down.
Lin Ruwashi quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth without making a sound, then sat on the sofa. Junyi noticed Lin Ruwashi's little action and couldn't help but feel amused. In fact, he had known for a long time that the little girl Lin Ruwashi was different from Lin Aoshuang. She was a face control freak. Although I'm not so exhausted from walking when I see a handsome guy, I do like to look at photos of handsome guys in private. Of course, it was just a simple visual feast. If she really wanted to find a boyfriend, her standards would be very high. Whether he is handsome or not is secondary. What is important is that he has strong abilities and good skills. In the original plot, Chen Feng used his extraordinary skills to save Lin Ruwashi several times, but in the end she was captured by Chen Feng. Moreover, Lin Ruwashi's assists are also indispensable on Chen Feng's journey to conquer Lin Aoshuang. Junyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked first, Ms. Lin Ruwashi, why did you come to my Taichu group? Did Aoshuang encounter any difficulties? When Lin Ruwashi heard Junyi addressing her cousin, she was even more certain of the success rate of this matter. So, Lin Ruwashi quickly said to Junyi, brother-in-law, I came here this time to ask you for a favor. Wait, when did I become your brother-in-law? Junyi looked confused, but in his heart he knew what she meant. Although on the surface, Lin Ruwashi seems to be more approachable than Lin Aoshuang. After all, in the Magic City, everyone who has dealt with Lin Aoshuang unanimously commented that she was like an iceberg, cold and difficult to approach. However, although Lin Ruwashi and Lin Aoshuang are cousins, the feeling she gives is completely different from Lin Aoshuang. Everyone who knew her said she was very lively and cheerful. However, it would be a big mistake to easily assume that Lin Ruwashi is a simple person based solely on these superficial phenomena. In fact, the seemingly innocent little girl actually has many thoughts in her heart. She exudes a sly temperament that makes people have to be wary of her. The reason why she called him Junyi her brother-in-law was to get closer to him so that she could speak more easily. Then, Lin Ruwashi said innocently, of course it's because my sister has been absent-minded since she came back from dinner with you, brother-in-law, and she was laughing while holding her phone from time to time. So you two must have become boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, Lin Aoshuang, an icy female CEO, has become a little woman deeply in love in the mouth of your sister. However, Junyi did not show his expression of wanting to complain, but followed the topic and said, really? But I just had a meal with her and helped her deal with those who were harassing her. Oh? Did you have a conflict with others during the last meal? Can you tell me? Lin Ruwashi's eyes lit up. What she loved most was listening to gossip, especially gossip about her cousin. Junyi told her directly what happened. After listening to this, Lin Ruwashi immediately looked at Junyi with shining eyes, and she admired Junyi very much in her heart. Of course she believed what Junyi said, because there was no need to lie, and considering his family background, he would not bother to lie. So Lin Ruwashi exclaimed, I didn't expect that you, brother-in-law, could actually make those 5 young masters obedient. You are really amazing. I've already told you, Aoshuang and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Junyi corrected her address, as if he didn't want her to misunderstand anything, but Lin Ruwashi asked, brother-in-law, don't you like my sister? Do you really have no interest in her at all? Junyi was silent for a moment, then said, do you believe me if I say no? I don't believe it. Lin Ruwashi quickly shook her head, and then said, actually, my sister is also interested in you, but she is too embarrassed to speak up. Yeah, Junyi seemed very happy after hearing Lin Ruwashi's words, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Junyi quickly put away his smile and asked, so you just said you wanted me to help you, what can you do for me? Lin Ruwashi immediately became very angry. Because of a guy named Chen Feng. Chen Feng? The boss of the Ghost Mercenary Group? Ghost Mercenary Group? What is that? Is Chen Feng the boss of this Ghost Mercenary Group? Lin Ruwashi was very surprised after hearing Junyi's words. She seemed to know something extraordinary. You don't know? Aoshuang didn't tell you? What? Sister, do you know that Chen Feng is the boss of the Ghost Mercenary Group? Yes, she asked me yesterday if I knew Chen Feng's information, and I told her. So that's how it is. Then, brother-in-law, how strong is this Ghost Mercenary Group? The Ghost Mercenary Group has appeared in recent years and is mainly active in the Middle East. Although it has only existed for a short time, it is very famous in the mercenary world. They can complete any mission they receive. In the Middle East, even the crown princes of some countries dare not offend the Ghost Mercenaries casually. I see.
What about this Chen Feng?
Chen Feng is the strongest and the soul of the ghost mercenary group. He is not an ordinary person. After hearing this, Lin Ruoshi understood why Lin Aoshuan couldn't do anything to Chen Feng, not only because there is a big shot behind him, but also because Chen Feng himself should not be underestimated.
Chapter 30 Lin Ruoshi's little thoughts. Then what should we do?
Lin Ruoshi felt depressed. Junyi looked at Lin Ruoshi's disappointed expression and asked, "What's wrong?"
Could it be that the help you asked me to help with has something to do with Chen Feng?
Lin Ruoshi quickly came back to her senses and nodded heavily.
That's right.
This Chen Feng actually has evil intentions towards my sister. So, Lin Ruoshi talked about Chen Feng's previous performance and Lin Aoshuang's speculation. Junyi couldn't help but feel surprised. He was very surprised by Lin Aoshuang's guess. Originally, Chen Feng's being late to chat with the woman was just a ploy, and his purpose was nothing more than to make Lin Ruoshi have a bad first impression of him. It was also to prevent something from happening between Chen Feng and Lin Wei if he could no longer control himself. However, Junyi never expected that Lin Aoshuang would use this as an excuse to so keenly perceive Chen Feng's intentions. Not only did she realize that Chen Feng did it on purpose, she also further analyzed Chen Feng's true intention. No matter whether the impression was good or bad, as long as it could leave a deep memory for Lin Ruoshi, it was enough. This insight into people's hearts and analytical ability made Junyi look at Lin Aoshuang with new respect. Yes, if the meeting between Chen Feng and Lin Wei was a deliberate arrangement by him, then what Chen Feng did next in Lin Ruoshi's car was completely intentional on his part. After all, as a veteran bookworm who had been immersed in online novels on Blue Star for 2.5 years, he was very familiar with this kind of plot. Just as Lin Aoshuang said, there was actually nothing special about Chen Feng's methods. They were just common routines in urban novels. In this type of novel, the protagonists are often bohemian and cynical. The first impression they give people is usually that of a guy who talks big but seems to have no real ability. However, this is only superficial. When everyone is pointing fingers at the protagonist and looking down on him, he will suddenly show his true strength, leaving those who once laughed at him dumbfounded, thus achieving the effect of showing off and then slapping others in the face. Not only that, the same routine is used for the heroine in the novel. Usually, the heroine will be disappointed with the protagonist at the beginning, and may even feel disgusted with him. However, when the heroine is in danger, the protagonist will come like a hero and save her from danger. In this way, even if the hero fails to save the beauty, the seeds of curiosity or affection have been planted in the heroine's heart. This trick has been used time and time again, but I didn't expect Lin Aoshuang to see through it. After Junyi figured it out, he asked Lin Ruoshi,
"So what do you want me to do?"
"Of course, we should get this guy who is targeting my sister out of here," Lin Ruoshi said angrily.
"Oh? So according to what you said, I am also targeting Ao Shuang, so do I have to stay away from her as well?"
Junyi said jokingly. Lin Ruoshi quickly waved her hand to refute.
"Of course it's different.
Brother-in-law, you are so handsome and outstanding, you are many times better than Chen Feng."
Ha ha. Junyi found it a little funny.
It seems like you are a hypocrite, but he also knew that this little girl was actually trying to please him. After all, in her heart, she also had feelings for Lin Aoshuang. So instead of letting Lin Aoshuang be taken down by Chen Feng, a man she doesn't like, it would be better to bring him and Lin Aoshuang together. Anyway, Lin Aoshuang also has a good impression of him. If Lin Aoshuang had no feelings for him, then this little girl would not have come to see him.
Okay, I can help.
But Chen Feng is here to protect you, so it's not okay to fire him directly. Doing so will not only offend Chen Feng, but also the big shot behind him. Although I am not afraid, you cannot withstand the wrath of the people behind Chen Feng.
What should we do then? Lin Ruoshi frowned.
She knew that this wouldn't work, so she wanted to ask Junyi if he had any good ideas.
Simple.
First, we need to fire him. As long as he makes a lot of mistakes and the entire Yukong group hates him, under the pressure of all employees, Chen Feng will definitely be fired.
But this is not enough.
Why? Because they just fired him and stopped him from being a security guard for Yukong group, but his position as driver and bodyguard has not changed.
Yeah. What happens next?
Junya's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, he already had a plan before, but he didn't expect that Lin Ruoshi, a little girl, would come to him with this hidden weapon. His plan would be much easier, but I can't tell her now.
Don't take too big a step. Take it one step at a time. You go back first and leave it to me. You just need to fan the flames. By the way, give me your contact information so I can notify you if anything happens.
Lin Ruwashi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but still nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble my brother-in-law. Then, he gave Junyi his contact information and added him as a friend. After finishing, Junyi smiled and rubbed her head. Didn't you say I'm your brother-in-law?
And it's not a big deal.
Lin Ruwashi was a little stunned by this. No one had ever rubbed her head except her uncle, aunt, sister, and her own deceased parents. Coupled with Junyi's amazing looks, Lin Ruwashi couldn't help but blush. Junyi noticed her strangeness and patted her shoulder. Then he asked Jingning to come in and take Lin Ruwashi downstairs. After Lin Ruwashi left, Junyi smiled playfully, took out his cell phone, called along, and told him something. Lin Ruwashi reacted in the elevator and couldn't help but blush.
Oh my god. How could he touch my head? I'm not a child anymore.
But his palm is still quite warm.
Lin Ruwashi's mind was full of random thoughts until the elevator reached the first floor. Arriving at the gate of Taichu Group, she said goodbye to Jingning and got in the car back to Yukon Group. Lin Ruwashi thought it was a very wise decision to come to Taichu Group to find Junyi this time. Although she didn't know what Junyi would do, she knew Junyi's attitude and also knew that Junyi would intervene in this matter. Moreover, there is another unknown purpose. Lin Ruwashi came this time not only to get Junyi's help, but also to take the opportunity to see what kind of person the president of Taichu Group is. Even though Lin Aoshwang seemed to have developed some feelings for Junyi and her uncle was happy to see it, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. Although she had heard of the name of Junyi, the president of Taichu Group, before, and his reputation outside was not bad, but as the saying goes, seeing is believing. I really wouldn't feel at ease unless I saw her with my own eyes. Moreover, she was also curious about this man who even her cousin was attracted to. It turns out that my cousin has really good taste. Even in this short period of time, she had developed a strong liking for Junyi. Lin Ruwashi couldn't help but sigh. Sister's vision is still as good as ever. Chapter 31 Report. When Lin Ruwashi happily returned to Yukon Group from Taichu Group, the scene in front of her stunned her. There were several police cars parked at the entrance of Yukon Group. There were many people at the entrance, including Lin Hai and Lin Aoshwang. Not long after, a man was taken into a police car by the police. The person who was taken into the police car was Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng felt extremely aggrieved. He really wanted to break the handcuffs on his hands. This was not a difficult task for him, but this is China. If he really dares to do so, then his act is resisting arrest, and he is making an enemy of the entire country's administrative organs in this country. Moreover, most of the Jun family members are in the officialdom, so it would be easy to kill him at that time. As long as it is expanded and armed police or even the army are dispatched, Chen Feng will definitely die. He hasn't even taken revenge yet. How could he die so hastily? So, Chen Feng did not resist and followed the police immediately. After the police drove away, Lin Ruwashi quickly got out of the car and ran to Lin Aoshwang and Lin Hai, leaned close to their ears, and whispered, "Uncle, sister, what's going on?" Lin Hai glanced at Lin Ruwashi and sighed, "Oh. Let's go up and talk." When they arrived at Lin Aoshwang's office, Lin Hai told Lin Ruwashi what had happened. It turned out that just now, many policemen drove several police cars to Yukon Group. Of course, Lin Hai didn't dare to delay and quickly brought them in. Just when Lin Hai asked them what they were doing at Yukon Group, Chen Feng came in. When the leading police officer saw Chen Feng, he immediately pointed at him and ordered, "Catch him." All the police immediately rushed forward to subdue Chen Feng. In fact, these policemen are no match for Chen Feng. But Chen Feng doesn't want to be charged with assaulting a police officer as soon as he arrives in China. So he didn't fight back. After the police subdued Chen Feng, Lin Hai stepped forward to ask questions. "Officer Yi Kong, what's going on? Why are you arresting him?" Officer Yi Kong told Lin Hai the reason directly. "We received a report that a foreign terrorist leader has infiltrated the Magic City today." Yi Kong pointed at Chen Feng as he spoke. It was obvious that the suspected terrorist leader he was talking about was him. Lin Hai was shocked, but Lin Aoshwang was not, because she knew Chen Feng's true identity. He was indeed the boss of a foreign mercenary group. Chen Feng's face changed, but he quickly recovered. He didn't say anything, but was wondering who called the police. This time, Yi Kong ordered, "Take him away." Lin Hai quickly stepped forward to persuade him. "Officer Yi Kong, is there any misunderstanding? How could Chen Feng be the leader of some foreign terrorist force?" Yi Kong glanced at Lin Hai. "Boss Lin, is he from Yukon Group?" "Well, he just officially became an employee of our Yukon Group today, and I must be responsible for his safety. Of course, if he is really the leader of a foreign terrorist force, I will not let him go."
But if he is not, then Yi Kong immediately understood what Lin Hai had not finished saying, and assured him, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we will not let a bad guy go, but we will not wrongly accuse a good person. If Mr. Chen is really innocent, then we will apologize to him and compensate him." Well, okay. Lin Hai seemed to want to say something, but finally gave up. That's it. Lin Hai spread his hands and told Lin Ruoshi what happened. Lin Ruoshi thought for a while and soon thought of someone. Could it be him who did this? This was too fast. Lin Ruoshi wanted to know urgently whether Junyi did it, and she wanted to call him right away to confirm, but it's not possible now, because my uncle is still here, Lin Hai said with a worried look on his face. It is really a troubled time.
We can only take it one step at a time. Lin Aoshuang stepped forward and said, "Dad, didn't you say that Chen Feng was sent by an important person you know? He shouldn't be in any trouble, right? Don't worry so much."
Of course, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that this incident will affect the stock of Yukon Group. I'm even more worried that those companies that compete with us will find out and deal with us. Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi didn't know what to say, so they could only quickly order that what happened today should not be spread. Lin Ruoshi even thought about calling Junyi when no one was around. At the same time, Junyi listened to the voice coming from the system.
Ding!
It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, was captured by the police due to the host's scheme. The original plot is changed and 10,000 villain points are awarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious.
3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is extremely depressed.
3,000 villain points are awarded.
Listening to the system's prompt, Junyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy Chen Feng has so many wool.
Just by sending him to the police station, he got so many villain points.
You know, Junya's villain value was obtained before by making the girl of luck feel good about him and increasing her favorability, but every time the system rings, it rewards 1,000 villain value, but this time, the system only beeped 3 times and obtained 16,000 villain points. Junyi couldn't help but say, sure enough, the wool still comes from the sheep. After all, the reason why people like Lin Aoshuang have so much luck is purely because they are the heroines of luck. So in the final analysis, the reason they have so much luck is simply because they will become women of luck in the future, but because of this, no matter how much luck they have, the villain value they can provide him is not as good as his scheme against Chen Feng. That's the big deal, of course.
Junyi will not give up on conquering the lucky heroine just because of this
incident, because although the villain value they gave him was not as high as that of the protagonist, she herself is also a favored girl of heaven, and at the very least, she is very good looking. So the protagonist wants to kill them, and the heroine wants to conquer him. But it's that simple. Just as Junyi was thinking, his phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lin Ruoshi calling. Lin Ruoshi called him, and Junyi of course guessed why, so he answered the call directly.
Hey, Ruoshi, you called me because of Chen Feng, right?
After Lin Ruoshi heard Junyi's words, she immediately confirmed that it was him who did it.
Brother-in-law, you are really too fast.
Of course. Seeing you were so angry, I called my men right after you left and asked them to notify the police. Don't worry, even if he has someone behind him, it's impossible for him to get out so quickly.
Is that so?
But I'm worried that this incident will affect the stock of Yukon Group, and that if competitors find out, then, Junyi understood and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm here, this matter won't get out, and it won't affect the development of Yukon Group.
Then I feel relieved.
Lin Ruoshi patted her chest, and immediately a wave of excitement arose. By the way, although Chen Feng has been captured, there is no one to protect you.
I will send someone to protect you secretly. Do you need it? Of course I need it, but is it a man or a woman? Of course it's women. They don't usually show up, they just protect in secret. That's great. Thank you, brother-in-law. Ha ha. Okay, hang up now.
After hanging up the phone, Junyi ordered Zhuanhuan and Mipo among the 6 sword slaves to protect Lin Aoshuang's family. After a huge stone in Lin Ruoshi's heart fell to the ground, she felt relieved. She will tell her sister later so that she doesn't have to worry.
Chapter 32. The conversation between the Lin sisters and Chen Feng's situation. What? You said Junyi did this?
Lin Aoshuang, who had already returned to her villa, was shocked when she saw Lin Ruoshi. She had never expected that Junyi was behind this matter.
And you went to see him today? And you called him brother-in-law?
Lin Aoshuang's face turned red, and it was unclear whether it was because she was angry or for something else.
Yes, my brother-in-law has told me that he is interested in you, and you also have feelings for him, so is there anything wrong with calling him brother-in-law? Can this be a thing? Lin Aoshuang's face flushed red and she looked at Lin Ruoshi with embarrassment and anger. Oh, sister, you are so dishonest.
Lin Ruoshi waved her hand and looked at Lin Aoshuang's expression. It was obvious that she was saying one thing and thinking another. Lin Aoshuang was still helpless with her cousin, and turned around and said, "So, you mean, Chen Feng can't come out these few days? And the stock of Yukon Group won't be volatile? What happened today won't be known to those business rivals." Yeah, that's what my brother-in-law said. In fact, even if those guys knew, would they dare to attack us? Lin Ruoshi actually just didn't react when Lin Hai said that, but later she realized that Junyi was interested in her sister, and that their Yukon Group and Taichu Group were also in a cooperative relationship. As long as those guys are not stupid, they will not take the risk of offending Junyi to take the opportunity to deal with Yukon Group. After Lin Aoshuang received Lin Ruoshi's affirmation, the heavy stone in his heart fell to the ground and he slowly let out a breath. Oh, that's great. Yes, but I really didn't expect that my brother-in-law would call the police. I thought he would use other methods. Lin Ruoshi also nodded in agreement, and then she talked about her own views on the matter. Lin Aoshuang glanced at Lin Ruoshi and did not correct her address. It was unknown whether it was because she understood that even if she said so, Lin Ruoshi would not change it, or for some other reason. Hey, what other method do you want him to use? Assassination? Poisoning? His method is the best. Afterwards, Lin Aoshuang explained to Lin Ruoshi, Chen Feng himself is very capable. After all, in just a few years, without the help of anyone, he was able to carve out a niche for himself in the mercenary world abroad. This is not something that everyone can do. You have never thought about the dangers he has experienced. He has experienced poisoning and assassination countless times. He has even used such tactics countless times himself. If you want to deal with this kind of person, then that method is useless. Calling the police is the most effective way. As long as he doesn't want to be an enemy of the country, then he has to go to the police station obediently. Otherwise, why do you think Chen Feng didn't resist? But he has a backer. The police shouldn't be able to do anything to him, right? The police can't do anything to him, but don't forget that he is the boss of the Ghost Mercenary Group and an international mercenary. There is nothing wrong with calling him a terrorist. His identity cannot withstand investigation, and once it is discovered, the worst that can happen is that he will be deported. However, if the big boss behind him took him out of the police station and gave them a stern warning, then under normal circumstances, the police would not continue to investigate. But don't forget that this was done by him. Yeah. Looks like we don't need to worry about it. That's right. And if you want to make him talk, it's impossible for that big shot not to bleed. I'm afraid that even if Chen Feng comes out, in the heart of that big shot, Chen Feng's status will decline, and he may even give up on him in the end. That's good. By the way, you just said that Junyi sent people to protect us because Chen Feng was sent to the police station? Lin Aoshuang remembered what Lin Ruoshi had said to her just now. It seemed that she mentioned that Junyi had sent some female bodyguards to them. Yes, but they are all in secret, and they are all women, so don't worry. Lin Ruoshi said happily to Lin Aoshuang that she felt that her brother-in-law was really great. I see. Lin Aoshuang murmured to herself, feeling a sweet feeling in her heart. Afterwards, he went to take a shower with Lin Ruoshi. While the two sisters were happily chatting and bathing, Chen Feng was being interrogated in the interrogation room. Name? Chen Feng. Gender? Chen Feng frowned tightly, glared at the policeman opposite him, and the anger in his heart continued to rise. He had just returned to China when he was inexplicably detained in the police station. How could he not be angry? Can't you see? Chen Feng finally couldn't help it, with obvious anger in his voice. I'm a man. The policeman opposite looked at Chen Feng expressionlessly, as if he was completely unaware of his anger. Chen Feng's anger grew stronger and stronger, and he felt that he had been greatly insulted. Because of his past experiences, he now has aversion to places like police stations and prisons. These places would involuntarily remind him of the past.
Those memories flooded into his mind like a tide, making it almost impossible for him to breathe, and his heart was filled with hatred. However, under Qin Feng's angry eyes, the policeman on the opposite side did not retreat at all. He slammed the table hard, making a loud bang, and the whole room seemed to shake.
"Humph," the policeman said bluntly, "leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist.
You'd better tell the truth about your identity, otherwise no one here will tolerate you."
His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Feng stared at the policeman opposite him.
It was he who arrested him and took him to the police station. If this was not China, he, Qin Feng, would definitely kill this bastard named Yi Kong. Facing Qin Feng's gaze, Yi Kong was not afraid at all that he is not an ordinary person either. The current deputy director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau is his father. The old man in his family is also a veteran who participated in the war and has countless honors. More importantly, Mr. Yu was once a subordinate of Jun Xinhua, the old man of the Jun family. Many of his relatives serve as officers in the military. Would he be afraid of this Qin Feng joke? Qin Feng looked at Yi Kong, who remained calm across from him, and forced himself to calm down. "My name is Qin Feng, male.
I took a flight from the Middle East early this morning and didn't arrive in Shanghai until around 11 noon.
What did you do in the Middle East?"
"I was traveling there, and when I got tired, I came back."
Yi Kong glanced at Qin Feng. He didn't believe a word Qin Feng said. "Traveling in the Middle East, aren't you afraid of being hit by stray bullets? As for working there, don't be funny, the only thing they can do there is digging for oil or something like that." And just now, before Yi Kong came in, he saw Qin Feng's eyes through the glass of the interrogation room. He had only seen that kind of look in his uncle, who was in the army, and his temperament was also very similar to that of his uncle. In other words, this Qin Feng should be a soldier. To be more precise, he should be a mercenary active in the Middle East. China is a forbidden area for international mercenaries, and no mercenary will be allowed to act recklessly. Just when Yi Kong made up his mind to fight Qin Feng to the end, the phone in the office of the director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau rang. Chapter 33 Hemorrhage. At this moment, Jun Huaiqian, the director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau, who was sitting in his office, looked at the ringing landline phone and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. He had received news about his eldest master a long time ago, and of course he knew that the person who called at this time must be the person behind Qin Feng, who was arrested today. Of course, he is also the enemy of his Jun family. However, he did not answer the phone immediately, but answered it after a long while. "Hello, this is the Demon City Public Security Bureau. What can I do for you?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then he said, "Director Jun, I want to ask, did your Public Security Bureau take away a young man named Qin Feng today?" Jun Huaiqian raised his eyebrows and said, "Yeah, why are you asking this?" "I think this must be a misunderstanding. Qin Feng came to the Magic City at my invitation.
I can guarantee that he is definitely not the kind of person who poses a threat to the security of the Magic City."
"Ha ha ha, promise? What can you promise?"
"The news we received is that the leader of a foreign terrorist force entered the Magic City today, and this Qin Feng is a great suspect."
"The Magic City is the economic center of China. If something goes wrong, who will take the responsibility? You? Are you worthy?"
Jun Huaiqian suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. His laughter was deafening and seemed to break through the roof. There was no concealment in that laughter. It was full of contempt and disdain for the person on the other end of the phone. Of course, he knew the status of the person on the other end of the phone in the imperial capital, and he was also well aware of how strong the other party's family background was. If a person with no background were to serve as the director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to talk to the other party, let alone be so ruthless and not give the other party face. However, there is only one reason why Jun Huaiqian can be so unscrupulous: he is from the Jun family. The Jun family, a family with great influence in society, gave him enough confidence and capital. Although there was a huge gap in status between him and the person on the other end of the phone, it did not prevent him from being impolite to the other party. The reason why he didn't directly say the other person's name was not because he was afraid, but because he felt there was no need to expose the other person anyway. They all know the other party's identity. In fact, all of this was instructed by the eldest young master of the Jun family. The eldest young master seemed to want to take this opportunity to hone himself, and the head of the family not only supported the eldest young master's idea, but even specifically ordered Jun Huaiqian to assist Jun Yi with all his strength throughout the process. In response to Jun Huaiqian's words, the person on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, As if time had frozen at this moment, it can be imagined that the other party must be in an extremely heavy mood at the moment, perhaps angry, helpless, or both. However, no matter what he felt in his heart, he could not change one fact: his identity, which had always been invincible, was actually useless in front of the June family. The June family, this huge and mysterious family, was like an insurmountable mountain, making him feel unprecedented powerlessness. Even though the other party was just a branch of the June family, and even though June Huaiqian himself was just a director of the Public Security Bureau, all of this seemed so insignificant. In front of the June family, his identity is like a candle in the wind, which can be blown out at any time. Finally, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded again, with a hint of reluctance and helplessness. Then how can we release Chen Feng? June Huaiqian sighed, seeming to find this problem quite difficult as well, but he brought up another matter. Alas, public security is such a difficult thing to manage. Recently, a young man in the bureau made a great contribution, but he doesn't want the credit. His family member is seriously ill in bed and urgently needs a large sum of medical expenses. It's really, alas. As soon as these words came out, the person on the other end of the phone immediately understood what June Huaiqian meant. It was obvious that June Huaiqian was hinting to him that if he wanted Chen Feng to come out, he would have to pay a certain price in money. Moreover, from June Huaiqian's tone, it can be heard that this number is definitely not a small amount. 1 billion. Thank you. When the voice on the other end of the phone sounded, June Huaiqian immediately agreed. Then he gave the person on the other end of the line a phone number and said, "Sir, you can use this number to talk to that young man. After all, I can't ask you to do good deeds without leaving your name." Then the call was hung up. The moment the call was hung up, the man on the other end's eyes widened suddenly, and an uncontrollable anger erupted like a volcano. His eyes were instantly dyed red with anger, as if they could spit out fire. This anger not only burned in his eyes, but also spread like wildfire in his heart. His chest heaved violently, and every breath seemed to be burned by anger, bringing a stinging pain. At the same time, the already powerful aura of a superior around him burst out like an overwhelming tidal wave. At this moment, his aura was like a violent storm, making people tremble involuntarily like candles in the wind in front of him. However, even though the anger in his heart had burned to the extreme, he did not call June Huaiqian again to ask whether Chen Feng could be released, because June Huaiqian had made it very clear on the phone that as long as he made that call and told the person on the other end that he agreed, Chen Feng would be released. But how could he not know who the owner of the phone was? That's June Song, the patriarch of the June family. The thought of dealing with June Song gave him a headache. The man gritted his teeth unwillingly, knowing in his heart that he would probably have to pay a huge price this time. After all, June Song is not an easy person to get along with. If you want to get him to let Chen Feng go, you must pay a sufficient price, and tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The anger made him toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. And the big shot would probably be furious all night because of this incident and unable to sleep. After paying a huge amount of property, June Song finally gave in. If June Song doesn't agree anymore, he will give up Chen Feng without hesitation. After all, those properties are used to release Chen Feng, but these properties cannot come from the family, they can only come from his own small treasury. However, although June Song agreed, his implication was that Chen Feng would have to be imprisoned for another 6 days. But how could that big shot agree? 6 more days? Oh my goodness, the day Lily is cold. What if Lin Aoshuang develops a dislike for Chen Feng because of this incident? What if Lin Hai thinks his ability is just so because of this incident? This is no longer just a problem for Chen Feng, it includes him as well. If he can't even release Chen Feng from the Magic City Public Security Bureau, then his status in Lin Hai's heart will be greatly reduced. So, the two of them argued, and in the end, June Song gave in again and said that Chen Feng should be detained for 2 more days. The big shot also knew that this was the limit and had to give up. This time, Chen Feng, who had not slept well all night, was staring at the policeman opposite. The policeman opposite was no longer Yi Kong, but his 2 subordinates. Yi Kong himself went to sleep. The 2 of them took turns to replace Yi Kong that night. Chen Feng was furious. Whenever he wanted to sleep, the police would wake him up immediately, including but not limited to banging on the table, shouting in his ear with a loudspeaker, shining a bright light on him. Anyway, it can be said that there are as many means as you want, although there was no torture, and it was nothing to him. But I just can't swallow this. He secretly said in his heart, when I get out, I will make you guys pay. Especially the bastard who reported me, I will make you pay the price. Chen Feng trusted the person who called him back to China very much, and he knew how high that person's status was. In his opinion, as long as the big boss speaks, shouldn't a small public security bureau release the person immediately? He'll be out soon. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was disappointed, because the next moment, Yi Kong pushed the door open and brought him bad news. Chapter 34. The director and deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Yi Kong strode into the room with no expression on his face. His eyes fell directly on Chen Feng, and then he said in a cold and firm tone, "Chen Feng, the higher-ups have made a decision to release you." When Chen Feng heard this, he felt relieved, and an ecstatic smile instantly bloomed on his face. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, and kept muttering, "Ha ha! I knew I was wronged. You guys finally got it. Quick, take off the handcuffs on my hands." However, just when Chen Feng was filled with joy, Yi Kong suddenly interrupted him, "But..." These two words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Chen Feng's heart hard. His smile froze instantly, replaced by a face full of astonishment and disbelief. "What did you say?" Chen Feng's voice echoed in the room. He widened his eyes like a goose with its neck strangled. "I have to stay here for another 2 days?" His voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction. "You must be talking nonsense." Yi Kong seemed to have anticipated Chen Feng's reaction. He just shrugged and said, "Whatever you think, it's the fact. You have to stay here for another 2 days. I hope you can enjoy these 2 days." After saying that, Yi Kong turned around and ordered his 2 subordinates, "Take him to the confinement room, and keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble." Chen Feng's anger was completely ignited, and he glared at Yi Kong. His eyes seemed to want to eat Yi Kong alive. But Yi Kong completely ignored his anger, turned around and left the room without looking back, leaving Chen Feng there stamping his feet in anger. After leaving the interrogation room, Yi Kong went directly to the office of the director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau. Boom boom boom. "Come in." When Jun Huiqian heard the knock on the door, he let the person outside in. Yi Kong pushed open the door and walked in, and immediately saw his father, Yi Mingyuan, deputy director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau, sitting on the sofa. He first bowed politely to Jun Huiqian, who was sitting behind the desk, and greeted him, "Hello, director." Then he turned his gaze to his father and asked doubtfully, "Dad, why are you here too? Is it because of that Chen Feng thing?" However, Yi Mingyuan did not respond to his son's question. Instead, he glared at him and said seriously, "How many times have I told you that you should address people by their job titles when you are working?" Yi Kong felt a little helpless, but he knew that his father always cared about this kind of thing, so he could only obediently change his words and said, "Yes, Deputy Director Yi." Yi Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered his son's question and asked, "What did you just say? Chen Feng?" Yi Kong quickly explained, "Yes, I just asked you if you were in the director's office because of Chen Feng's matter." Yi Mingyuan shook his head and said, "No, Chen Feng's affairs are not something we can interfere with. Someone above us pleaded for him, but the rules cannot be changed, so he will be released the day after tomorrow." After listening to his father's words, Yi Kong nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Is that so?" After hearing his father's explanation, Yi Kong understood that this was not a matter that the Yi family could interfere with. "So what are you doing here?" "Of course it's because of Chinga." "Little sister? What does this have to do with her?" "Of course I did. Have you forgotten that Chinga kept pestering me at home, saying that she also wanted to be a police officer? That's why I told the chief." Oh, Yi Kong understood. At this time, Jun Huiqian smiled slightly. "I also know Chinga, and I agree that she is capable, but she still needs to be polished first. So, Yi Kong, let Chinga be an intern under you first and see how she performs. It just so happens that I also have a task for you." Yi Kong stood up immediately. "Please give your instructions, Director. This Chen Feng is not simple. He is involved in a higher-level struggle and cannot be solved by ordinary means. But he is indeed a dangerous person. I will not tell you his true identity for now. After Chen Feng is released, you and Chinga should keep a close eye on him and arrest him immediately if you find anything wrong. This Chen Feng has been abroad before, so he may be angry and act without restraint, so you and Chinga must take action before he causes a disaster." Yi Kong nodded, "I understand." "Very good, then you go down first." After Yi Kong left, Jun Huiqian asked Yi Mingyuan, "Are you satisfied with my arrangement?" "Of course I am satisfied." Yi Mingyuan was not dissatisfied with Jun Huiqian's arrangement, but the next moment he began to sigh.
It's this Chen Feng. What a pity. Back then, he was a shining star in the army with a bright future. It's a pity that he is too aggressive, which is not a good thing. Yi Mingyuan said with emotion. Yi Mingyuan has many brothers and sisters.
Among them, some of his older and younger brothers work in the public security system, while others are in the army. His elder brother Yi Linchuan actually served as an instructor in the Chinese Special Forces, and Chen Feng was once Yi Linchuan's student. Yi Linchuan was deeply impressed by Chen Feng because he saw a unique kind of arrogance in Chen Feng. At that time, Yi Linchuan felt that Chen Feng's personality might bring him some trouble, so he specially reminded him. However, Chen Feng did
not seem to take Yi Linchuan's words to heart.
He continued to do as he pleased and acted completely in his own way. In the military, as long as a person has the ability, can make achievements, and can be far ahead of others in normal training, then even if his emotional intelligence is not high, it will not have much impact. After all, in the military, strength is the most important thing. However, Chen Feng's style caused him to suffer a great loss when he was put in solitary confinement, because no one was willing to speak for him, because they had all been pinned to the ground and beaten severely by Chen Feng. The scene was simply disgraceful to watch. Although they are not the kind of people who can't afford to lose, Chen Feng's mouth is so stinky that it is simply unbearable. He laughed at them during the competition and afterwards boasted about his own great achievements everywhere, which was undoubtedly rubbing salt into their wounds. In this way, Chen Feng successfully offended everyone. When he was punished, everyone watched him as if he were a joke, and no one expressed sympathy or support for him. This made his hatred for the Jun family deepen. After all, in his opinion, if it weren't for the Jun family, how would those defeated generals have the chance to laugh at him? Oh, who says it isn't true? He was just too proud back then, and ended up like this. Jun Huaiqian certainly knew what happened back then, and he was even more disdainful of Chen Feng. Back then, if people from the same unit as him had pleaded for him, even if there were fewer people, he could have been given a lighter sentence because of his contributions. But what I didn't expect was that no one spoke up for him. Yes, and then he severely injured the person he was competing with. When the others saw this, they were terrified, fearing that they would end up in the same situation, so they all requested that Chen Feng be given a heavy sentence. This is why he was forced to retire. Humph, in this world, ability is important, but you also have to get along well with others. Anyway, one more or one less person in the army won't make a difference. Defending the country has never been about personal strength. Yes. Chapter 35 Horse Charms, Dog Charms. Shen Yanzhou, 9 Swords of Duba Junyi, who was in the president's office of Taichu Group, had already learned that Chen Feng would be released the day after tomorrow. In fact, his father called him this morning to tell him the news. Junyi was not too surprised by this result. After all, Chen Feng is the protagonist. How could he be killed so easily with just one move? This is obviously not common sense. However, what surprised Junyi was that the person behind Chen Feng was willing to pay such a huge price for him. This is not a small amount of money. It can be imagined that the man in the imperial capital probably didn't sleep well the whole night. Not only that, Junyi's system also issued a prompt sound, which made Junyi certain that the man had really suffered a heavy loss this time, and his favorability towards Chen Feng also dropped a lot. This means that Chen Feng's position in that person's heart may have changed, and his future days may not be as easy as in the original plot. Ding! Due to the host's manipulation, the backer of the Son of Luck Chen Feng became furious and resented him. 60,000 villain points are awarded. Wow, 60,000 villain points, adding to the previous villain value. Junyi is going to do 10 consecutive draws at once. System, spend 10,000 villain points to do a 10-draw combo. The big wheel spun 10 times, and finally the rewards appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the financial and management genius from other urban novels, Shen Yanzhou. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the special item from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, the Dog Talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the special item from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, the Horse Talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a roll of toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a box of Coca-Cola. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a roll of toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 ways to please a rich woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the National Directory of White, Rich and Beautiful Women, note, China.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing 20 marrow cleansing pills.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning the 9 Swords of Dugut. Seeing the first 3 rewards, Junyi immediately laughed out loud. The effects of the dog and horse spells are very familiar to readers who have read The Adventures of Jackie Chan. With these 2 things, Junyi is like having an immortal body, which undoubtedly brings him a huge advantage. The appearance of Shinyenjo was just right. In this way, Junyi would not have to go to Taichu group in person every day, thus freeing up more time to deal with his own affairs. However, when Junyi summoned Shinyenjo, he found that he did not appear in front of him as expected. Junyi was puzzled, so he asked the system the reason. The system quickly gave a reply. Shinyenjo's identity had been rationalized by the system, and there was no need to worry about being found out. In addition, it was indeed difficult to explain why he appeared in the office. After the systematic explanation, Junyi's doubts were slightly alleviated. Then, the system told Junyi that Shinyenjo was currently in the stock exchange in Magic City. Moreover, Shinyenjo also had a very famous title, the King of Trading. Hearing this news, Junyi couldn't help but feel curious about Shinyenjo's abilities. However, the system immediately assured Junyi because Shinyenjo was already on his way to Taichu group. Junyi smiled happily, but when he saw the 5 rewards behind him, his face suddenly turned dark. He couldn't help but wonder, was it really because he drew the lottery too frequently that he had used up all his luck? Looking at the pile of inexplicable prizes, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Toilet paper, this thing is simply unnecessary for him. His living environment is so good that he will never lack toilet paper. Coca-Cola, what a joke. If he wanted to drink it, he could easily get 10 or even 100 truckloads, not to mention a truckload. This drink that was available everywhere had no appeal to him. The so-called National White, Rich and Beautiful Address Book and 10,000 Ways to Please Rich Women made him laugh and cry. He is the eldest son of the Jun family, a member of a top noble family, and has an extremely honorable status. How could he possibly need such a thing? He thought to himself, if I want to find a woman, do I need to read this kind of book? No matter if they are fair-skinned, rich or slutty, as long as I, young Master Jun, say a word, they will all rush to clean themselves up and then take the initiative to please me. Junyi had given up hope for the next reward, but he didn't expect there was a guarantee marrow cleansing pills. An old friend, but this time I actually got 20 pills. Junyi called Along over and gave him 20 marrow cleansing pills. Let Aaron distribute it to his bodyguards. Junyi's personal bodyguard is only Along, but in addition to him, there is a 20-member bodyguard team, and Along is also their captain. Each of those 20 people was an orphan adopted by the Jun family since childhood. Each one is proficient in fighting, firearms, and some are even proficient in hacking. This group of people have been trained by the Jun family using special forces training methods since childhood. Although they have never been in the army, each of them has combat skills that are no weaker than those of special forces soldiers. Letting them take the marrow cleansing pill can also improve their strength. They will even be able to complete Junyi's future orders better. After Along left, Junyi extracted 9 Swords of Dugu. Again, the practice method of 9 Swords of Dugu and the experience of Duguchobai appeared in Junyi's mind, and he began to practice 9 Swords of Dugu. There are 9 moves in 9 Swords of Dugu, namely the general formula move, sword breaking move, knife breaking move, spear breaking move, whip breaking move, rope breaking move, palm breaking move, arrow breaking move, and chi breaking move. After mastering it, one can break through various weapons and martial arts. No matter what weapon or martial arts the opponent uses, one can find a way to deal with it. This sword technique also has 5 characteristics. First, always advance and never retreat. Attack with every move, and the enemy will be forced to defend, so you don't need to defend yourself. Second, the key to learning this sword technique is to understand, not to memorize by rote. After you understand the sword's meaning, it doesn't matter if you forget all the changes. The more you forget when facing the enemy, the less restricted you will be by the sword technique. Thirdly, it complements the sword theory of defeating moves with no moves. The sword technique itself is subtle and mysterious, but with the addition of this sword theory it becomes more ethereal and elusive, making it impossible to grasp. Fourthly, it is not bound by internal force. Even if the internal force is completely lost, as long as one comprehends the exquisite swordsmanship, one can still exert great power. Fifthly, since there are no fixed moves, the sword style can be elegant and graceful or clumsy and ugly. The key lies in the sword's intention. The key point of this sword technique is to anticipate the enemy's moves. You must be able to predict your opponent's next move by observing his moves and breath, respond in advance, and take the initiative in the battle. Nine Swords of Dugu only depends on comprehension, but Junyi's comprehension is extremely high soon. A sword intent began to appear around Junyi, and the sword intent became stronger and stronger, causing Jingning to look at it sideways. Sword energy also appeared, surrounding Junyi's body and began to sweep around. However, Junyi realized that the place he was in was not a good place to practice, so he stopped immediately. After opening his eyes, Junyi looked at the messy office and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. I quickly called my subordinates to come and clean up the office. Then Junyi and Jingning went to the lounge first, but not long after, they received a call from the Human Resources Department. It was said that there was a person who wanted to apply for a job at Taichu Group, but his resume was extremely brilliant, so he called Junyi and asked him to make the decision. As soon as Junyi heard it, he knew it was Shenyanzhou who came, and asked someone to take him to the lounge. Chapter 36, Hands-Off Manager. After a while, Junyi looked at the door of the lounge. He could already hear the footsteps of two people getting closer and closer. They were coming towards here. With the sound of the door hinge turning, the HR staff came in first, followed by a slender figure. Shenyanzhou walked on the dark gray carpet. His 185 centimeters height looked even taller in the tailor-made suit. His shoulders were as sharp as a knife, and his waist was elegantly curved. The Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on his wrist glowed coldly under natural light, and the waxing and waning moon phases on the dial were faintly visible, forming a wonderful echo with the pair of slightly drooping phoenix eyes under his brow bones. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, but it seemed as if covered with a layer of frosted glass, revealing a sense of distant refinement. The HR staff handed Shen Yanzhou's resume to Junyi and left respectfully. Junyi looked through Shen Yanzhou's resume. Although he knew that this person was definitely a talent, he still wanted to see how brilliant his experience was. Shen Yanzhou is a Chinese American born in the United States. He was an orphan since childhood, but he is also a genius. He went to New York to study at the age of 16, graduated with a bachelor's degree from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, double major in finance and management, and obtained a master's degree from Harvard Business School. His graduation thesis, Reconstructing the Risk of Securitization Under the Subprime Crisis, was included in an industry journal. He joined Goldman Sachs' New York headquarters at the age of 22 and was promoted to the youngest vice president within 3 years. He led the merger and acquisition of an energy group in a Southeast Asian country, involving a sum of more than $4.7 billion. When he was vice president, he even proposed militarized flat management. This means that although the average age of his team is 28, they have achieved the highest project success rate in the industry, 89%. In short, Shen Yanzhou himself has a keen business sense, superb management skills, top-notch financial operations skills, and crisis public relations capabilities. However, because he was involved in an insider trading investigation on Wall Street, the case was eventually dropped due to insufficient evidence. He offended a big shot and eventually had to resign and leave the United States to return to China. After reading the resume, Junyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is indeed a talent summoned by the system from other urban novel worlds. Shen Yanzhou's resume can be said to be extremely brilliant. He can be said to be a super genius in the finance and management industries. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the protagonist in this field. In fact, the world that Shen Yanzhou previously inhabited was an urban novel world with finance and stocks as the main themes, and Shen Yanzhou himself is the favorite subordinate of the biggest villain in that world. But now, Shen Yanzhou has to serve Junyi. Mr. Shen's experience on Wall Street is legendary. Junyi closed his resume and tapped the controversial record with his fingertips. But the fact that Goldman Sachs made exceptions for you 3 times before the age of 30 is enough to prove the point. Shen Yanzhou nodded slightly, his Adam's apple rolling at the collar of his shirt. Wall Street never believes in innocence, it only believes in performance. His voice was hoarse from being immersed in American English for a long time, but the ending tone was soft, which was unique to Minnan dialect. If Mr. Jun is worried about that investigation, I never ask about the past, I only look to the future. Junyi interrupted him and took out a document from the drawer. The cover was printed with the gold-plated logo of Taichu Group. This is a letter of appointment. The position is CFO and vice president of the group. You will report directly to me. The probation period is 3 months. The salary is based on the industry's top standard, and the option pool is calculated separately. The man's fingertips paused as he took the document and his eyes swept over the clause 0.5% of the option pool. On Wall Street, such treatment is usually only available to executive directors, and his options in his last year at Goldman Sachs accounted for only 0.3%. Taichu Group's sincerity was more important than he expected. Although he was summoned by the system and had full loyalty to Junyi in his subconscious, Junyi trusted him so much that he felt that it was right for him to come to Taichu Group.
Thank you for your trust.
Shinyenjo stretched out his hand and shook hands with Junyi. The thin calluses on his palms brushed against the other's knuckles. Those were the marks left by holding a pen and annotating reports for a long time.
Please give me more advice. Please give me more advice.
Immediately afterwards, Junyi notified other management members to come to the conference room for a meeting and told them that from now on, Shinyenjo would be in charge of Taichu Group's financial affairs and overall strategic decisions. Although others were surprised, no one questioned it, because they all know that their president would not do anything without a purpose. In other words, this man named Shinyenjo was really capable. They were all filled with curiosity. Afterwards, Junyi introduced them to Shinyenjo's deeds. Everyone looked at him with admiration, and at the same time they were extremely impressed that their president was able to recruit such a talent. Next, Junyi asked Shinyenjo to start getting to know these people and prepare for the next work. Junyi himself left the meeting room. After leaving the meeting room, Junyi immediately felt relieved. In the past, he was in charge of all the affairs of the Taichu Group. Although it was not a big deal, he would be busy dealing with various lucky protagonists in the future, and he felt a little overwhelmed. Although the Jun family is not short of business management talents, the Yi family is even more so, but Junyi wanted to look for one outside by himself, but he had never found one that caught his eye. It's different now.
He can just be a hands-off boss and leave everything to Shinyenjo.
He only needs to make the final decision. Junyi suddenly remembered that he had stopped practicing 9 swords of Dugu halfway through. This made him want to quickly find a place where no one was around to practice well. Just do it. So he notified Aaron and asked him to drive over. Along drove over immediately, and Junyi and Jingning got in the car together. Sitting in the car, Junyi suddenly turned his head to look at Along beside him and asked, "Along, is there any uninhabited place nearby?"
Aaron looked puzzled when he heard this. He really couldn't understand why his young master suddenly asked this question. However, he quickly came to his senses and replied, "A place where no one is? Master, why do you suddenly think of asking this?"
Junyi smiled slightly and explained, "No special reason, I just want to find a quiet place to stay for a while." Aaron nodded to show his understanding, and then began to search for a place that met the requirements in his mind. After a while, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something.
"Got it, Master,"
Aaron said excitedly, "I know there's an abandoned park where almost no one goes.
It should be able to meet your requirements."
When Junyi heard Aaron's words, his eyes lit up immediately. "Then let's go there, clear." Aaron immediately accelerated and arrived at the destination not long after. Junyi slowly opened the car door and got out of the car lightly. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings like an eagle. This is a fairly large park, but it has obviously been abandoned for a long time. The weeds grew wildly without anyone trimming them, almost covering the original paths and flower beds. It was a deserted place, as if it had been forgotten by time, and there was no sign of anyone visiting. Junyi turned his head to look at Aaron behind him and ordered expressionlessly, "Just stay here and don't let anyone in." His voice was low and serious, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Aaron nodded quickly and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, Master.
I will never let anyone in." Junyi nodded slightly, showing his trust in Along.
He raised his hand, patted Along's shoulder gently, then turned to Jingning and said, "Come in with me." Jingning nodded obediently, quickly followed Junyi's pace, and walked into the park covered with weeds together.
Chapter 37 Duga 9 Swords in Tianshan 6 Yanpom. The park's gate has long lost its former majesty.
The iron fence is rusty and hangs there crookedly, as if it would fall down with a slight push. Of the words on the sign at the entrance are blurred, and only the name of the former park can be vaguely seen. The surrounding area is covered with vines, as if slowly covering up the past glory. Entering the park, the wide main road is full of cracks, with various weeds growing tenaciously in the gaps, some of which have even grown to half a person's height. The street lamps on both sides of the road were tilted, the bulbs were broken, and glass fragments were scattered all over the ground, reflecting a strange light under the sunlight. There are no clear boundaries between the various areas of the park. The original leisure area, amusement area, viewing area, etc. are all covered with weeds and shrubs, making them difficult to distinguish. How the trees in the park were not trimmed and grew in a disorderly manner. Some branches even lay across the road, blocking people's way. The once neat lawn has become mottled, with the yellow soil exposed, forming a sharp contrast with the wildly growing weeds around it. Junyi and Jingning walked straight in and stopped next to a bamboo grove. Junyi took out the Jingwei sword from the system space. Junyi took a deep breath and slowly pulled the sword out of the sheath. The sword glowed coldly under the light blocked by the vegetation, like a solidified moonlight, with a hint of loneliness and an inviolable majesty. He shook his wrist slightly, and the tip of the sword drew a graceful arc in the air, like a fleeting meteor in the night sky. Although short-lived, it left an unforgettable brilliance. At this moment, the air around seemed to suddenly freeze. Junyi's eyes became as sharp as an eagle, and the aura around him suddenly rose. An invisible sword intent burst out from his body, like a surging tide, quickly spreading throughout the bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves that were originally swaying in the wind now seemed to be held by invisible hands, standing still in the air, with only the veins of the leaves clearly visible, as if it were a frozen ink painting. Junyi let out a low shout, and his figure moved like lightning, instantly blending into the bamboo forest. His sword moves were sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes hard, sometimes soft, like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds, or like the gurgling of water. When he performed the sword-breaking style, the tip of the sword was like a spirit snake emerging from a hole, accurately piercing each bamboo joint. Wherever the sword energy passed, the bamboo joints broke without making too much noise, only the sound of bamboo leaves gently falling, as if nature was accompanying this exquisite sword technique. As the broken sword style was performed, Junyi's sword became more powerful and domineering. He swung the sword like a knife, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, as if he wanted to cut off all the sword moves in the world. A bamboo as thick as a bowl was no match for his sword and was cut in half. The broken end was as smooth as a mirror, which showed how sharp the sword energy was. The moment the bamboo fell, it brought up a gust of wind, which rolled up the surrounding fallen leaves, forming a small vortex in the air, which then quickly dissipated. As Junyi's sword moves continued to change, the entire bamboo forest seemed to have become his battlefield. The sword energy was like an invisible sharp blade, leaving subtle marks on the bamboo. Some bamboo leaves were cut into thin bamboo threads by the sword energy, floating in the air like a fine bamboo rain. The Duga 9 Swords is a martial art created by the sword demon Dugachobai. In Dugachobai's eyes, there are 5 levels of swords: sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, wooden sword, and no sword is better than a sword. The sword is sharp and powerful, and it can break through anything. At this stage, the sword play is based on speed and sharpness, and victory depends on the sharpness of the sword itself and the exquisite sword moves. The soft sword is light and flexible, and can be hard or soft. It can overcome hardness with softness, and its sword moves in an unpredictable manner. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill is not elaborate. It no longer relies on the sharpness of the sword, but relies on strong internal strength and heavy swordsmanship to win, emphasizing that one force can defeat 10 skills, and even ordinary moves can exert great power with strength. Wooden swords are not limited to objects, and grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all be swords. This means that swordsmanship has surpassed the reliance on specific weapons, and the user can use any object as a weapon to exert the power of the sword. No sword is better than having a sword. There is no sword in the heart, and there is no sword in the hand. Use chi as the sword and do whatever you want. You can reach the state of being invisible and formless. You can directly defeat the enemy through thoughts and inner strength without the help of any external objects. Junyi himself does not have a soft sword or a heavy sword now, but this is not really important, because the Duga 9 Swords ultimately depends on your understanding that if one has a high level of comprehension, one can even achieve success in one step. If one has a low level of comprehension, one cannot even succeed in practicing. Time passed by unknowingly, and Junyi's swordsmanship gradually improved. His movements became more and more smooth and natural, as if he had merged into one with the sword in his hand and the bamboo forest around him. There were no longer any distracting thoughts in his mind, only the sword's intent, as if the whole world was left with only him and his sword. When the last sword technique was performed, Junyi slowly sheathed the sword. With the help of his extremely terrifying and extraordinary talent, he has understood all the mysteries of the Dugu 9 Swords. But then again, when he was practicing, Duga 9 Swords gave him a feeling similar to Tianshan 6 Yang Palm. The two are similar in martial arts concepts, realm pursuit, practical logic, and internal strength foundation. In terms of martial arts philosophy, Tianshan 6 Yang Palm implies the changes of yin and yang, and can flexibly adjust the internal force attributes, such as cold force and yang force, according to the opponent's moves, emphasizing combining hardness and softness, and mutual assistance of yin and yang. The core of Duga 9 Swords is no moves are better than moves. By observing the flaws of the opponent's moves, anticipating the enemy's moves, and using flexible sword moves to adapt to the situation, never sticking to the rules, both break the shackles of fixed moves, emphasize changing to defeat the enemy, and oppose rigid martial arts routines. the yin and yang changes of Tianshan 6 Yan Palm and that adapting to the enemy of Duga 9 Swords are essentially the ultimate interpretation of the dynamic confrontation. In terms of realm pursuit, the advanced level of Tianshan 6 Yan Palm can fly in the air with bare hands, use internal force to attack from a distance, like Xiao Shang's sword flying in the air, and even hurt the enemy without touching the opponent. The highest level of Duga 9 Swords is no sword is better than a sword, wooden sword, no sword stage, emphasizing the sword intention rather than the sword itself, and grass, wood, bamboo and stone can all be swords, both ultimately seek to transcend external forms, palm techniques / sword techniques, weapons / bare hands, and reach the essence of martial arts, with internal strength / sword intent as the core, winning through cultivation rather than relying on moves or weapons. In terms of actual combat logic, the Tianshan 6 Yan Palms contain acupoint pressing and enemy controlling techniques, such as hand-waving pipa and Yangguan triple fold, which are good at catching the opponent's flaws in the transition between offense and defense and defeating the enemy with one blow. Duga 9 Swords is centered on breaking moves, and each move targets the flaws of the opponent's weapons / moves, such as breaking sword style to break the world's swordsmanship, and breaking chi style to break the internal force protection. Both are not head-on martial arts, but rather rely on accurately judging the opponent's weaknesses and defeating the enemy with clever strength and moves, emphasizing efficiency first rather than brute force confrontation. On the basis of internal strength, Tianshan 6 Yan Palm needs to be based on deep internal strength, otherwise it cannot stimulate the changes of yin and yang qi, let alone exert the palm force in the air. Although Duga 9 Swords seems to break the force with cleverness, a high-level realm, such as heavy sword and wooden sword, requires extremely high internal strength. Duga Chobai's heavy sword without edge needs to be driven by powerful internal strength. Therefore, no matter whether it is palm technique or sword technique, its appearance is skill and its core is internal force. The high-level realm of both requires the support of deep internal force, otherwise it will be in vain. Therefore, when Junyi was practicing Duga 9 Swords just now, his comprehension of Tianshan 6 Yan Palm unconsciously became more profound. Junyi secretly thought in his heart, could it be that Duga Chobai has also been to Xiaoyao sect? But this guess is very likely. The style of the Xiaoyao sect is different in the entire martial arts world. While others practice martial arts, I practice Taoism. Maybe at the time when Duga Chobai was alive, someone from the Xiaoyao sect really brought him into the Xiaoyao sect. After all, Duga Chobai himself was also an unparalleled genius. However, Junyi quickly put away his thoughts, mainly because it was useless to think about them. He looked at Jingning next to him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Chapter 38 Easy Victory. Junyi smiled and gently handed the Jingwei sword to Jingning, then turned to Xingang and the other four and said, I want to learn martial arts from you. I hope you won't hold back and just go all out. Even if I beat you to the point where you only have your last breath left, I have the ability to heal you. His tone was relaxed and confident, as if this was just a trivial game. Of course, the reason why Junyi was so fearless was because he possessed the magical horse charm of this spell allows him to bring the dead back to life in any situation. As long as there is still a breath left, he can pull the wounded back from the brink of death. Therefore, he was not worried at all that they would be irreversibly injured by him. In fact, Junyi's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to find some opponents to fight with and experience the fierce battle. However, just fighting with Jingning obviously could not satisfy his needs. After all, Jingning's strength was far inferior to his, and they were not opponents of the same level at all. Only by competing with 5 top-notch killers can Junyi feel a little bit of challenge and excitement. The 5 top-ranking assassins looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. They all knew clearly that Junyi's strength had far surpassed theirs, especially his unfathomable internal strength, which was beyond their reach. However, since Junyi made the request, they couldn't refuse, so they nodded in agreement. Then, the 5 of them acted quickly, moving like ghosts, and in the blink of an eye they surrounded Junyi. Forming a tight encirclement, Junyi raised his arm slightly and waved it slightly. The bamboo that was originally chopped to the ground by his sword energy seemed to be suddenly pulled by a powerful force. It suddenly rose from the ground and flew straight into Junyi's hand like a green lightning. Junyi caught the bamboo steadily. His movements were graceful and natural, as if everything was under his control. Then, he shook his wrist, and the bamboo in his hand began to dance rapidly as if it were given life. As Junyi waved the bamboo, the leaves and some small branches on the bamboo seemed to be blown by a gust of wind and fell down like a green rain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush bamboo was reduced to a bare bamboo pole, lying quietly in Junyi's hand. Junyi looked expressionlessly at the 5 top-ranking assassins standing not far away, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "Come together." His voice was not loud, but it echoed in the silent valley, as if carrying an invisible pressure that made people feel awe. After hearing Junia's words, the 5 killers looked at each other and exchanged glances. The first to take action was Luanshan, who was good at a strange sword technique called the art of bewitching the mind. He suddenly shook his sleeves, and 7 soft swords like red silk flew out from his sleeves like lightning, interweaving into a scarlet net in the air. With sharp sword energy, it covered Junyi all over the sky. Faced with this sudden attack, Junyi seemed unusually calm. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and slid backward quickly like a ghost. At the same time, the bamboo pole in his hand drew an arc in the air at an astonishing speed like a snake coming out of a hole. Only 7 crisp sounds of ding 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 were heard almost simultaneously. The 7 soft swords were actually hit accurately on the sword spine by the bamboo pole in Junia's hand in an instant. The force of the soft swords seemed to be offset by a powerful force, and they lost control and fell to the ground like kites with broken strings. Upon seeing this, Wanshan's pupils suddenly shrank and his face was full of disbelief. This technique of confusing the mind was his unique skill and had always been successful, but now it was broken so easily by Junyi. Moreover, the opponent's moves seemed random, but they accurately hit the center of gravity of each sword. This kind of eyesight and control is simply incredible. The sword-breaking style can break all kinds of weapons in the world. Before Junyi finished speaking, Duanshui came towards him. This man's swordsmanship is ruthless, focusing on attacking the throat, and his sword is as powerful as a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Junyi dodged sideways and the bamboo pole swept across his wrist, but when it was about to hit him, it suddenly changed direction and wrapped around his belt and pulled hard. As Duanshui staggered, he was surprised to see Junyi's sword strokes like a dragon and snake, drawing a mark on his clothes. If that was a killing move, his chest would have been pierced with a bloody hole by now. The sword-breaking style can also break the palm-breaking style of fists and kicks. The bamboo shadows flickered at night and were already approaching the 2 goblins and demons. This pair of twin sword slaves were good at combined attack. Their 2 short swords turned like yin-yang fish. However, Junyi used his bamboo pole to move left and right, and actually responded with the spear-breaking style from Duga's 9 swords. When the bamboo tip swept across the sword, it actually made a clear sound of metal hitting each other. His internal strength had made the bamboo pole so hard that it was not inferior to fine iron. Jingning finally made her move. Her swordsmanship was completely different from that of the 6 sword slaves. The Jingwei sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and pink sword energy filled the sky. Junya's pupils shrank slightly, and the chi-breaking style of Duhu 9 swords started to operate on its own. The bamboo poles turned into bamboo shadows all over the sky, and actually unloaded all the sword energy of Jingwei's sword into the ground. And afterwards, the key points of Duga 9 swords kept emerging in Junya's mind, and he felt that he had become one with the bamboo pole in his hand. When the Wuliang's sword stabbed from the left, he instinctively raised his hand to knock it away. When the Chimei's sword attacked from the right, the bamboo pole suddenly blocked it. With the help of Junya's amazing talent, the performance of Duga 9 swords became more and more smooth and natural. If an uninformed martial arts master witnessed this scene, he would probably find it hard to believe that this was Junya's first time practicing this sword technique, because each of his moves seemed so skillful, as if this set of sword skills had long been integrated into his bones, and each movement seemed to have been carefully carved out thousands of times, and it was natural and flawless. As Junyi made exquisite use of his internal strength, the bamboo pole in his hand swung like a gust of wind. He just swung his sword violently, and the powerful internal force swept out like a surging wave, instantly knocking 5 weapons away at the same time. The power of this attack was so staggering that it was jaw-dropping. However, at this thrilling moment, Junya's bamboo tip was like lightning, accurately hitting Jingning's throat. At the same time, the other 4 were knocked to the ground by this powerful force and lost their combat effectiveness. However, it is worth noting that Jingning was still able to stand steadily at this time. This was not because her strength was stronger than others, but because Junyi secretly restrained his strength at the moment of attacking Jingning. After all, Jingning is his first woman. How could Junyi bear to cause her any harm? Even with the horse charm, he would still feel sad if he got hurt a little. After defeating 5 first-class killers, Junyi took out the horse talisman. The horse charm flashed, and the 5 men suddenly found that all their injuries were gone. Although they were surprised, they did not ask what was going on. After Jingang and the other 4 recovered from their injuries, they picked up their weapons and disappeared. After Junyi put the Jingwei sword and the bamboo pole in his hand back into the system space, he went out with Jingning. This time, Along was still standing there. When he saw Junyi and Jingning coming over, he quickly opened the car door without asking what the 2 had just done. After all, that place was a little distance from the gate, and Aaron only felt gusts of wind. After Junyi and Jingning got in the car, they asked Along to drive to Yukong Group. Chapter 39. teaching the Wind God leg, Junyi's purpose of coming to Yukong Group. After arriving at Yukong Group, Junyi got out of the car alone, while Jing Ning was taken back to the villa by Along first, because he had just used the system to transmit the Wind God leg to Jing Ning and the 6 sword slaves in their minds in the car, so Jing Ning had to go back and practice the Wind God leg first. The 7 first-class killers are all swordsmen, and all their martial arts are in the sword. The Skyfrost Fist and Payun Palm are not very suitable for them, but Fengshen Leg is different. This Kung Fu was mainly for leg training. Moreover, the Wind God leg contains the meaning of wind has no form. It is an extremely fast and sharp leg technique, which combines the functions of leg technique and light work. Therefore, practicing the Wind God leg can improve the practitioner's level of lightness skills. In the world of Fengyun, after practicing the Wind God leg, Niefeng became a leader among the younger generation, possessing a speed that is unmatched by ordinary people. Even Xiangba is only slightly better than Niefeng in lightness work, which also shows that the Wind God leg has greatly improved Niefeng's lightness work. Moreover, the peerless light skill Wind Foot Shadow, which Niefeng created later, was also a combination of the essence of 3 peerless light skills: Nia Family Footwork, Quick Turn Footwork, and Wind God leg Footwork, catching wind and shadows, which further demonstrated the important basic role of Wind God leg in improving his light skill attainments. Jing Ning and the 7 6-sword slaves are mainly killers, and practicing the Wind God leg can greatly improve their lightness skills and leg techniques. After all, if the sword is not in his hand, he still has a way to attack and retreat. The news of Junya's arrival at Yukong Group was soon known to the 2 sisters Lin Ao Shuang and Lin Ruoshi. Although they didn't know why Junyi came here, they still went down to greet him in person. Not long after Junyi walked in, Lin Ao Shuang and Lin Ruoshi came down. "Mr. Jun, why are you here?" Lin Aoshuang stepped forward first and said that the reason why she called the other party Mr. Jun was mainly because the occasion was not right. If it were in private, she would of course call the other party Junyi. Junyi smiled and said, "Of course, I want to see the progress of the cooperation project." "Go up and tell me." Lin Aoshuang immediately understood. "Okay." After the 3 people went up, all the employees of Yukong Group were in an uproar. "Did you hear that? Mr. Lin just called that person Mr. Jun? Could it be that person? It should be. Otherwise, is there another Jun Zong in the entire Demon City? I really didn't expect that the president of Taichu Group, the eldest young master of the Jun family, would come to our place. What's so strange about this? Have you forgotten that our Yukong Group and Taichu Group have already started cooperation? President Jun should be here to inspect." That makes sense. However, the female employees of Yukong Group have different focuses. "Ah. That Mr. Jun is so handsome." "Yes. I have never seen such a man before. If I had ever met someone as handsome as Mr. Jun, I would be willing to give him to me even for free. And I wouldn't spend a penny on him afterwards. Don't even think about being as handsome as Mr. Jun. I'd be satisfied if I were half as handsome as him." "Half? I'd be satisfied with 1/10. The female employees acted like female hooligans, which made the other male employees speechless. As old colleagues, they certainly know how explosive the things their female colleagues talk about in private can be. At this time, an employee said, "Do you think Mr. Lin is also interested in that person?" As soon as this voice came out, the scene was suddenly silent, and then someone immediately objected. "I don't think so. Don't forget what Ms. Lin is known as in the business world. She's an iceberg. She's a big iceberg. How could she be interested in someone else?" Another person refuted the previous person's point of view. "So what if she's an iceberg? Ms. Lin is a woman after all. As long as she's a woman, she can't refuse a handsome man." In the past, Ms. Lin didn't say a word to anyone. It must be that those people were not worthy of her eyes. Yes. This Mr. Jun is not like those people that Mr. Lin has met before. His appearance and background are all top-notch. If such a person cannot catch Mr. Lin's eye, then there is only one possibility. What is possible? A person nearby immediately became curious, and then whispered something in his ear. "Mr. Lin doesn't like men, he likes women." As soon as he said this, the man punched him playfully. While the employees of Yukong Group were chatting, Junyi and others had already arrived at Lin Aoshuang's president's office. Junyi sat on the sofa, and Lin Ruoshi couldn't wait to speak. "Brother-in-law, why did you come here? You're not here to see my sister, are you?"
Lin Aoxuan's face immediately turned as red as an apple because of these words. Ding!
It is detected that the girl of luck, Lin Aoxuan, is shy.
1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that the girl of luck, Lin Aoxuan, is restless.
1,000 villain points are awarded.
Junyi gave Lin Ruoxi a thumbs up in his heart. Wow, she is indeed a professional wingman. He didn't say anything yet, but Lin Aoxuan contributed 2,000 villain points to him. Junyi glanced at the blushing Lin Aoxuan and said to Lin Ruoxi beside her, Ruoxi, what you said is just one of the reasons. After hearing Junyi's admission, Lin Aoxuan's affection for Junyi increased again. When Lin Ruoxi heard Junyi's address to her, she began to have wild thoughts for a moment.
Oh my god! Why does he call me like that? Does he think I'm his sister? Or is he interested in me too? But my sister is also interested in him. Ah! What should I do? What should I do? Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoxuan towards the host has increased, and 2,000 villain points are awarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the lucky girl Lin Ruoxi is daydreaming, and 2,000 villain points are awarded. Junyi looked at Lin Ruoxi with some confusion, only to see that her eyes were a little erratic, as if she was distracted and didn't notice Junyi's gaze at all. Junyi couldn't help but feel a little curious. He really wanted to know what Lin Ruoxi was thinking about at the moment. Is it because of the name I addressed you just now? But she clearly called him brother-in-law, so there should be nothing wrong with him calling her Ruoxi. Could it be that
Lin Ruoxi had misunderstood something? Could it be that she thought that he was interested in her as well?
Thinking of this, Junyi's heart tightened slightly. In fact, Junyi did have feelings for Lin Ruoxi, but he hadn't put them into action yet. Most, it would make Lin Ruoxi feel good about him. After all, he hasn't even dealt with Lin Aoxuan yet, so how could he possibly set his sights on Lin Ruoxi? Moreover, even if he really wanted to conquer Lin Ruoxi, it would probably not be an easy task. Although Lin Ruoxi looks innocent and cute, it may take some effort to truly enter her inner world. More, if we launch an offensive against Lin Ruoxi now, I'm afraid Lin Aoxuan will have some ideas. After all, the relationship between the two sisters is so good, and Lin Aoxuan definitely doesn't want her sister to have anything to do with the man she likes. Junyi stopped thinking about it when he couldn't think of it, and said directly to Lin Aoxuan, I came here this time because I got some information. A pharmaceutical giant that was previously against Yukong Group learned some information about the special medicine you are developing, so it plans to take action against you this evening.
Chapter 40 Chao Shaolin, the eldest son of the Chao family. What?
Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi were very shocked, but they did not doubt the truthfulness of Junyi's words.
Who is it? Lin Aoxuan asked quickly.
She wanted to know which bastard was so bold as to attack them. Junyi glanced at the angry Lin Aoxuan and told her who it was.
It's the Chao family.
The Chao family's Chao Group and Yukong Group both play an important role in the pharmaceutical industry, but the nature of their businesses is completely different. Yukong Group was co-founded by Lin Hai and a group of his friends, while Chao Group is a typical family business, and all senior managers in the group are members of the Chao family. This difference is largely due to Lin Hai's family background. In fact, Lin Hai has only one younger brother, who is Lin Ruoxi's father. Lin Hai's parents unfortunately passed away when he was young, and they did not have many relatives to rely on. Therefore, after his parents passed away, Lin Hai took on the responsibility of raising his younger brother and brought him up single-handedly. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. Later, Lin Hai's younger brother and sister-in-law also suffered a tragic car accident and both died. What is more worth mentioning is that Lin Hai's sister-in-law is not from a famous family, she is just the only daughter of an ordinary family. Now, only her mother is left in her family. Despite this, Lin Hai did not forget this lonely old woman. He was grateful and had already taken her to his villa to take good care of her so that she could enjoy her old age. In other words, Lin Hai's only blood relatives now are Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi. Therefore, the so-called Lin family only consists of a few of them. However, the Chao family is very powerful and is also a first-class family in Shanghai. The reason why the Chao family knew about this was not accidental. It turned out that Yukong Group had encountered a shortage of funds a while ago, and this news attracted the attention of the Chao family. The Chao family has always regarded Yukong Group as a competitor, so naturally they would not miss any opportunity to understand the other party's situation. The Chao family knew the truth that knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle, and they were eager to know what went wrong with the Yukon group so that they could formulate a more accurate strategy to deal with it. So, the Chow family launched an in-depth investigation. After a period of hard work, the Chow family finally learned the truth about the lack of funds of Yukon Group. It turned out that Yukon Group was fully committed to developing a special medicine. In order to ensure the smooth progress of research and development work, Yukon Group invested a lot of money, which led to a tight financial situation. After hearing the news, the Chow family felt like they had found a treasure. They realized that this was a rare opportunity to launch an attack on Yukon Group when it was running out of funds. In particular, Chow family's eldest son Xiao Shaolin has long coveted the sisters Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi, but has been troubled by the lack of a suitable opportunity. Now that Yukon Group is in trouble, Xiao Shaolin feels that his chance has finally come, and he is determined to take advantage of this opportunity to take down the two sisters in one fell swoop. However, what the Chow family never expected was that the Yukon Group actually reached a deep cooperation with the Taichu Group. Taichu Group not only provided financial support, but also sent its own research team to join in the research and development of special effect drugs. This left the Chow family dumbfounded. They just couldn't understand why Taichu Group would go to such great lengths to support Yukon Group. Even the Chow family themselves didn't have high hopes for the development of this kind of medicine. There are two main reasons. First, the funds required for research and development are too huge. Second, according to the information they had, Yukon Group's research progress was not smooth. Because of this, the Chow family didn't believe that anyone would have confidence in the research and development capabilities of the Yukon Group. After all, the risk of investing huge amounts of money but gaining nothing is too high. That is why the Chow family was so calm and composed, watching the Yukon Group struggling with financial issues with ease, because only in this way, when the Yukon Group is unable to continue and is on the verge of collapse, the Chow family can naturally use the financial problem as an excuse to start the so-called negotiations with the Yukon Group. However, the so-called negotiation is actually just a threat. However, man proposes, God disposes. The sudden intervention of Taichu Group was like a sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin, which completely disrupted the Chow family's wishful thinking. All the plans that the Chow family had carefully planned were shattered in an instant and became meaningless. However, the Chow family did not dare to be an enemy of the Taichu Group. There's no way, the background is too hard. When the Taichu Group emerged, it faced resistance from many sides, and all the groups that took action afterwards suffered unprecedented and devastating blows. However, I don't know if the Chow family was lucky or not. They didn't join in at that time and were not dealt with. Therefore, the Chow family is now one of the few forces in the Magic City that has no intersection with the Taichu Group. But the reason why the Chow family took action now was to force the Yukon Group. In fact, rather than saying that it was the Chow family who took action, it would be more accurate to say that it was Xiao Shaolin, the eldest son of the Chow family, who took action. He had long had intentions towards the Lin sisters, but due to the power of the Yukon Group, he had to be cautious. Now that the opportunity has finally come, it has been ruined by Taichu Group. This made him extremely resentful towards Taichu Group and Junyi. Moreover, he has been a treasure in his family since he was a child and has never suffered any hardship. No matter what he has done that is hated by heaven and man, his family will take the initiative to help him settle it. This has made him develop an arrogant and domineering personality. There is no woman you can't get if you want one, but he suffered several setbacks when it came to the Lin sisters. As the saying goes, what you can't get will always cause you trouble. Because of this, Xiao Shaolin has always regarded the Lin sisters as his exclusive concubines, but now, Xiao Shaolin knew that Lin Aoshuang and Junyi had even eaten in Xiangrui Pavilion. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, he immediately sent people and even contacted a group of mercenaries from abroad, intending to take action when Lin Aoshuang and the others were on their way back today. As for whether he would offend Junyi, he had never thought about it at all. Xiao Shaolin, after Junyi told Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi what he knew, the two of them immediately became furious, and at the same time, they were filled with fear. They already had a great dislike for Xiao Shaolin, the bastard who had been harassing them, not to mention, that bastard actually planned to kidnap them today. If Junyi hadn't told them, they couldn't imagine what they would face. Xiao Shaolin's notoriety is well known. Don't worry, I'll go with you today. Looking at the two angry sisters, Junyi smiled slightly and stepped forward and said his words seemed to have a magical power that calmed Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi down, and their favorable impression of Junyi increased again. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoshuang towards the host has increased, and 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Ruoxi towards the host has increased, and 3,000 villain points are awarded. Chapter 41. Xiao Shaolin's past. Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi's favorable impression of Junyi increased, and they were even somewhat grateful to Xiao Shaolin for this action. Otherwise, how could Junyi be with them? As a result, the relationship between the three people was suddenly shortened. The three of them started chatting again in the office, and the people from Yukong Group found that it was almost time to get off work, but Junyi had not come down yet, and they were even more certain that there was something fishy going on between their president and young Master Jun. When it was time to get off work, all the employees left one after another. Junyi left with Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruo 11.at the same time. In a villa, a young man was calling a group of people. After finishing the call, the young man looked outside, with hatred in his eyes. He is Xiao Shaolin, the eldest son of the Qiao family. The eldest son of the Qiao family is well known in the upper circles of Shanghai. It's just a bad reputation. This guy has done so many evil things that it is hard to count. He has even been to the Public Security Bureau countless times. It is worth mentioning that when this guy first entered the Public Security Bureau, he acted like a boss and wanted to see the director. He also threatened, if you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize, you will face revenge from the Qiao family. However, to his disappointment, all the police officers were not scared by him and even laughed. This made Xiao Shaolin furious and he started cursing. He even shouted, "Just wait. I will be out soon, and then I will make sure all of you pay the price." Afterwards, Xiao Shaolin was brutally beaten by all the police officers and hated the entire Public Security Bureau. He was looking forward to the Qiao family taking him out quickly so that he could take revenge on everyone in the Public Security Bureau. However, as time went by, Xiao Shaolin was still in prison in the cell. As time went by, he was gradually overwhelmed by fear and began to wonder if his parents had abandoned him. This thought kept circling in his mind, causing him to feel deep resentment towards his parents. On the 7th day of his detention, Xiao Shaolin finally received a visit from his father Chao Ying. However, what he never expected was that before he could open his mouth to express his grievances, Chao Ying started to curse him angrily. This scolding shocked Xiao Shaolin. He had never expected his father to treat him like this. After Chao Ying calmed down a little, he told Xiao Shaolin about the current difficulties the Qiao family was facing. It turned out that since Xiao Shaolin was arrested, the Qiao family had suffered a devastating blow. The Public Security Bureau, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Fire Bureau and Municipal Regulatory Bureau all dispatched personnel to the Qiao Group to conduct searches and inspections. These sudden actions were like a storm, ruthlessly impacting the Qiao Group, causing the group's operations to be paralyzed in an instant. The originally orderly business processes were completely disrupted and could not be carried out normally at all. To make matters worse, due to Xiao Shaolin's previous insults to the Public Security Bureau, not only was he imprisoned, but Chao Ying and his wife were also not spared and were taken to the Public Security Bureau to receive a severe education. The occurrence of this series of events was like a huge rock falling into the water, causing 1,000 waves and making countless competitors smell an opportunity. Like hungry wolves, they launched fierce attacks on the Qiao Group, ruthlessly snatching market share in an attempt to defeat the Qiao Group in one fell swoop. When Xiao Shaolin learned the news, he immediately panicked and had no idea how to deal with such a serious situation. Faced with this sudden change, he felt as if he was being crushed by a huge force and couldn't breathe. However, the story does not end there. In order to quell the turmoil, the Qiao family had to pay a huge fee of up to 1 billion yuan to the Public Security Bureau and the Magic City government. This amount of money is undoubtedly a heavy burden for the Qiao Group, but in order to save the company's reputation in business, they can only bear the pain and cut losses. After some twists and turns, the incident was finally settled. But Xiao Shaolin, the culprit, did not have a good life afterwards. After he was released, not only was he disliked by his family, but all his relatives were disgusted with him, and even his former friends blocked him without hesitation. He became a complete joke that was despised by everyone and suffered the consequences of all this alone. This filled Xiao Shaolin's heart with hatred, but because of what happened before, he didn't dare to act recklessly and could only indulge in women all day long, and even so, he didn't dare to force it, so he could only use money to find those gold digger women. His days would have passed like this, but when he saw Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi, his eyes suddenly lit up and he wanted to take down these two people even more urgently. He had originally seen an opportunity, but his fantasy was shattered by the Taichu group's interference. Especially when he knew that the relationship between Junyi and Lin Aoshuang had progressed by leaps and bounds, his heart was filled with jealousy towards Junyi. After the Taichu group appeared, everyone in the family took Junyi as a role model for the younger generation, and he was a negative example. After that incident, Xiao Shaolin learned from Chao Ying how terrible the Jun family was. The Public Security Bureau chief Jun Huichin was a member of the Jun family. So Chao Shaolin also began to hate the Jun family, but it was of no use. There are so many people who hate your family, so who is Chao Shaolin?
Lin Aoxuan, Lin Ruoxi, they are mine.
Jun Yi, I want you to know how powerful I, Chao Shaolin, am. Chao Shaolin was already jealous of Jun Yi in his heart. He was jealous of Junya's talent, Junya's appearance, Junya's family background, and Junya's fame in the upper class of Magic City. He was jealous of everything about Jun Yi, so he wanted to see what would happen next after Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi were abducted by him. And then he would make a film and send it to Jun Yi. He wanted to see Junya's burning anger. He didn't care whether he would be retaliated by Jun Yi next, or even if the Chao family was retaliated against, because of the Chao family's current disgust towards him. He had already hated everyone in the Chao family. He also resented why the family he was born into was not as powerful as the Jun family. So he doesn't care about the fate of the Chao family at all. However, in the original plot, it was Chao Shaolin's father Chao Ying who contacted the mercenaries because the Yukong group does not have the support of the Taichu group. The Chao family has no scruples when taking action. Coincidentally, the mercenary group contacted by the Chao family happened to be the mortal enemy of the ghost mercenary group. Chen Feng showed off his skills, which changed Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi's impression of him. It can be said that this crisis was very important, which enabled Chen Feng to take down the pair of sisters later on. However, because of Jun Yi, the Chao family didn't dare to have this idea at all, but Chao Shaolin hid it from his family and planned to do it himself. The mercenary group he contacted was actually the same mercenary group that Chao Ying contacted in the original plot. Chao Shaolin looked at the scenery outside and muttered to himself, "It's almost time, it's almost time. Soon I can let that bastard Jun Yi know how powerful I am." Hee, Lin Aoxuan, Lin Ruoxi, brother Chao will love you well. Chapter 42 Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Racing on the way from Yukong Group to the villa where the Lin family lives, Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi enjoyed the time with Jun Yi, but they were extremely alert to possible dangers. But Jun Yi looked relaxed, as if he didn't care about what would happen next at all. But he also said, "Don't be so nervous, relax, you are just a bunch of mediocre guys." Junya's voice seemed to have some magical power, calming the two people whose nerves were tense. This was actually because Junya used his powerful inner strength to silently spread the rhyme of harmony with the world to the two of them, calming their minds. Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi were very surprised and curious about Junya's abilities. At this moment, several black vans appeared behind their car and surrounded them. It is obvious that the visitor has ill intentions. The other party is the mercenary group hired by Chao Shaolin, and also the mortal enemy of the ghost mercenary group, the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Junyi glanced behind him and said to the driver, "I'll drive." Then, the driver immediately felt a blur before his eyes, and after a dizzy spell, he sat in the passenger seat, and the person sitting in the driver's seat at this moment was Junyi. Junyi glanced at the rearview mirror and said to Lin Aoxuan, Lin Ruoxi, and the confused driver, "Fasten your seatbelts." After saying that, Jun Yeshan stepped on the accelerator, and the engine made a low roar, like an enraged beast, and the whole car rushed out like an arrow with the wheels rubbed against the ground with a sharp sound, and the smell of burning rubber filled the air. In a blink of an eye, the vehicle came to a sharp turn, but Junya showed no sign of slowing down. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and turned the steering wheel sharply. The car completed a beautiful drift at an astonishing speed like a dancing dancer. The rear end of the car swung out a perfect arc, and the friction between the tires and the ground produced a string of sparks that was dazzling. At the same time, several black vans following closely behind were not to be outdone. They also began to accelerate, and the roar of the engine was deafening. At the sharp turn, these vans did the same thing, drifting with skillful techniques, tightly biting the rear of Junia's car. Drifting is not a difficult task for these mercenaries. When performing their missions, they often need to quickly escape the enemy's pursuit under various complex road conditions, so mastering superb driving skills is essential. The reason why Junia's driving skills are so superb is entirely due to his pursuit of excitement. Once upon a time, Junya felt that his life was dull and boring because he learned everything very quickly, and he longed to find something that could make his heart beat faster. So he asked his family to find him a professional racing coach and started learning driving skills. Under the careful guidance of the coach, Junia's driving skills improved by leaps and bounds. Not only that, there are also many young masters in the imperial capital who are fond of racing, so some people who have a good relationship with Junyi often look for Junyi to play together. However, in every race, Junyi can easily defeat this group of guys and become the undisputed king of racing. Junyi was driving the car, speeding on the road like an arrow. The speed was astonishing. However, in sharp contrast to him were Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi, who were sitting in the car. Although Lin Aoxuan was a little nervous, she managed to remain calm, but Lin Ruoxi was completely unable to withstand such a speed. Her screams echoed in the car, as if they were about to break through the roof. In contrast, the driver was just a little surprised. After all, he was not only a driver, but also the bodyguard of Lin Ao Shuang and the others. It was not that he had never experienced drag racing before, but he did not step on the accelerator to the bottom and accelerate so crazily like Junyi did. The driver observed the situation behind him through the rearview mirror. His face gradually became solemn because he found that the vehicles chasing him were not thrown away, but getting closer and closer. "Master Jun, those guys behind us are still chasing us." There was a hint of worry in the driver's voice. Junyi heard this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He also glanced at the rearview mirror, and then said easily, "Don't worry, they will stop soon." The driver was very confused by Junyi's words and didn't understand why he was so sure. However, while he was still thinking, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air. Then he saw many darts flying out from the green belt next to him, shooting towards the vehicles behind like raindrops. After the darts hit the tires, the black vans lost control instantly and the bodies of the vehicles shook violently. As the tires deflated, the vans left long streaks on the road and eventually came to a stop. Lin Ao Shuang and Lin Ruoshi were also startled by this sudden situation, and Lin Ruoshi's scream stopped abruptly. The driver opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Junyi with confusion in his eyes. Junyi explained with a smile, "I asked my men to ambush nearby in advance. Their darts are very accurate." Junyi had already ordered the 6 sword slaves to ambush here in advance after learning of Xiao Shaolin's actions. After all, everyone knows that someone is going to take action, so how can we not make some preparations? At this time, the 6 sword slaves rushed out from the green belt, quickly rushed towards the black vans, and started fighting with the people from the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Junyi drove the car away first. After all, who knew whether these guys had guns or not? Although he was not afraid, it would be bad if he accidentally hurt Lin Aoshuang and the others. After Junyi drove the car to a certain distance, he stopped. After a while, Jingang used the connection between them and Junyi to tell Junyi that the Blood Wolf mercenary group had lost their ability to move. "Okay, those people have been dealt with. Now call the police and let them take them away." Junyi looked at Lin Aoshuang, and she immediately took out her cell phone to call the police. "Hello? This is the Demon City Public Security Bureau. How can I help you? I want to call the police. A group of people just tried to kidnap us." "What? Please tell me where you are." After Lin Aoshuang told the police where she was, the Public Security Bureau immediately sent someone over. Beep, beep. Not long after, several police cars drove over. Then, a man and a woman got out of the leading police car. They looked somewhat similar and should be siblings. The male police officer was Yi Kong, and the female police officer next to him was his sister Yi Qingge, who was still a trainee police officer. After receiving the call, Yi Qingge pestered Yi Kong and said that she also wanted to join. Yi Kong thought it was not a big deal, so he agreed to let her go. "I have to say, Yi Qingge is also a great beauty. The tip of her brow under her police hat is like a rapier drawn from its sheath, exuding an air of heroism, while the slightly raised curve at the end of her eyes conceals a gentleness that cannot be ignored. The navy blue police uniform on her is as straight as a poplar, and her back under the epaulets is always straight into neat lines. Her steps are sonorous when she patrols, and the morning light on the streets is shattered, but when she turned around, her ponytail swept across the curve of her shoulders and neck, adding a touch of flexibility to the hardness, just like a green vine wrapped around the scabbard of an unsheathed sword. The lines on her face were as clear as if they were cut by a knife. The curve of her jaw was neat and almost sharp, but her skin was as delicate as warm jade, and it glowed coldly white in the red and blue halo of the police lights. When she smiles, her dimples are visible, but they cannot hide the coldness in her brows. She is like a plum blossom blooming in the snow, with both cold fragrance and sharpness. Ding! Yi Qingge, the girl of luck, is detected. Chapter 43. Junyi's purpose. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Junyi's mind. Junyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking to himself, this system notification sound comes at a perfect time. His eyes fell on Yi Qingge, and the moment he saw her, a guess in his mind seemed to be confirmed. After all, in the world of urban novels, how can we miss characters like beautiful policewomen? However, Junyi quickly recalled the script given by the system in his mind, but found that there was no description of Yi Qingge in it. This obviously means that Yi Qingge should be the woman of the other protagonists, not Chen Feng. Thinking of this, Junyi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He pushed open the car door and got out of the car gracefully, his movements flowing like water, as if everything was under his control. Yi Kong was standing not far away. When he saw Junyi getting out of the car, he showed an extremely shocked expression on his face. He had never thought that Junyi would be involved in this matter. Yi Kong hurried forward and asked with concern, "Master Jun, why are you here too? Are you injured?" There was a hint of anxiety and worry in his voice. "You have to know that their family is on the same side as the Jun family. If something happens to Junyi in the Magic City, it would be a good thing if he doesn't get skinned alive. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he's the captain of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Not to mention him, even his father and director Jun Huaiqian are to blame." Junyi waved his hand. "It's okay, don't worry." "Is this your sister?" Yi Qingge was also looking at Junyi curiously at this time. She had always heard her father talk about the eldest young master of the Jun family, and had long been curious about him. "It's a pity that we never had the chance to meet." Later, after she learned that the president of Taichu Group was the eldest son of the Jun family, she had always wanted to find an opportunity to go and see him, but she never had the time. Unexpectedly, she met him here. After hearing Junyi's words, Yi Qingge smiled at him, and Yi Kong also introduced Junyi. "Master Jun, this is my younger sister, Yi Qingge. She has just joined the police station and is still in the internship stage." Junyi nodded. "Yes, it seems to have unlimited potential." "Thank you for the compliment, Master Jun." At this time, Yi Kong hurriedly asked, "Mr. Jun, those people chasing you?" Before Yi Kong finished speaking, Junyi waved his hand and said, "My men have beaten those people to the point of incapacity. You can see them if you follow this path. Send someone to take them over first." Junyi stretched out his right index finger and pointed straight in the direction they came from, as if some important clue or target was hidden there. Seeing this, Yi Kong immediately understood what he meant. He turned around and gave orders to his men without hesitation, "Go over and capture those people." Following Yi Kong's order, his men acted quickly, jumped into the car, started the engine, and sped away in the direction Junyi pointed. The wheels rubbed against the ground rapidly, making a harsh sound and raising a cloud of dust. After the police vehicles disappeared from sight, Junyi slowly retracted his fingers, then patted Yi Kong on the shoulder as if nothing had happened, and said softly, "Yi Kong, don't underestimate these people, their identities are not simple. However, this matter is also a great achievement for you and your team." It turned out that Junya's men had already passed this news to Cao Shaolin when he contacted the Blood Wolf mercenaries. With Junya's ability and resources, he has the ability to prevent the Blood Wolf mercenary group from even having the chance to enter China. He could even catch them all in one fell swoop the moment they got off the plane and eliminate any future trouble. However, Junyi did not choose to do so. The reason why he allowed the Blood Wolf mercenaries to enter China and let them arrive here smoothly was actually because of deeper considerations. All of this is under his control. What he wants is to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First of all, the most insignificant point is that this matter is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for him to show his talents in front of Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruo 11. In addition, through this incident, he can also cleverly use the situation to eliminate the Chao family in one fell swoop. The Chao family and the Yukon group have always been at odds, and in the entire Magic City, there are very few companies that have no connection with his Taichu group. The Chao family happens to be one of them. Such a conspicuous existence naturally became his primary target. Once the Chao family is eliminated, Yukon Group and Taichu Group will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to expand their business territory and further consolidate their position in the market. Finally, there is one benefit that cannot be ignored, and it is also the most important point, which is to give the Magic City Public Security Bureau a generous contribution. As a member of the Jun family, family relationships are crucial to Jun Huaiqian's development in his political career. Through this incident, Jun Huaiqian was able to achieve remarkable results in the position of director, which will undoubtedly pave the way for his career and give him an advantage in future promotions. As the young master of the Jun family, there is no problem in helping his family members and enhancing his prestige in the family anyway. When he becomes the head of the Jun family in the future, Jun Huaiqian and even his children will serve him. Yi Kong immediately understood what Junyi meant. This young master might have planned all of this. By taking advantage of this incident, the Magic City Public Security Bureau will gain credit and Director Jun Huaiqian will have another notable achievement. Moreover, since he led the team here, he and his sister can also share some of the credit. By then, his father will also praise him. Thinking of this, Yi Kong hurriedly thanked him. "I understand, thank you, Master Jun." At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he was the one leading the team and that he brought Yi Qingge with him as well, otherwise she might have missed out on this credit. Although Yi Kong and Yi Qingge are destined to reach high positions as long as they don't make any big mistakes, But who wouldn't want to make an extra contribution? You can also use this to make it easier to get promoted, or even climb to a higher position.
Junyi smiled and said, "Nothing.
By the way, I noticed something is wrong with the Chow family recently.
You should pay more attention when you go back." "Understood."
Yikong immediately understood that this must have been done by the Chow family. I'm afraid the Chow family is doomed this time. Although Yiqingda understood the meaning of the conversation between the two, she did not interrupt, she just listened quietly beside him, and she admired Junyi very much in her heart. Although she didn't see Junyi's first two purposes, she understood that catching those guys was undoubtedly a great achievement. The Magic City Public Security Bureau can add another merit with this, and even the two of them can add another merit. Obviously, the eldest son of the Jun family definitely knew about it before the incident even started. She didn't believe that this person couldn't avoid it with his ability, and he did this definitely to give credit to director Jun Huaiqian. As expected, he is the young master of the Jun family. Only those who never forget their family can lead the family better. Only such a person can catch my Yiqingda's eye.
Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Yiqingda towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded.
Ding!
It is detected that Yiqingda, the girl of luck, admires the host very much.
1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that Yiqingda, the girl of luck, admires the host very much.
1,000 villain points are awarded.
Chapter 44, The Tragic Situation of the Blood Wolf Mercenaries, Scavengers. While Jun Yi and Lin Kong were talking, the police officers arrived at the location of the black van as quickly as the wind. However, when they witnessed the tragic scene with their own eyes, they couldn't help but gasp. I saw that the more than 20 members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group were all wailing in pain at this moment. Their bodies seemed to have lost support and were unable to stand. Some leaned against the car, while others simply collapsed to the ground. What is even more shocking is that blood is constantly oozing out of their limbs, as if they were torn apart by some terrible force. Among them, the most tragic one was the boss of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, the Wolf King. At this moment, he seemed to be lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The once majestic figure who traveled all over the Middle East now looked so fragile and helpless. In fact, the people of the Blood Wolf mercenary group were completely at a loss at this time. They could not understand how the 6 people holding long swords had such amazing speed and powerful strength. Just now, before they could come to their senses, their leader was easily knocked to the ground by the other side. Immediately afterwards, although the other members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group realized that the situation was not good and wanted to get out of the car to fight back, the moment they stepped out of the car door, they were attacked quickly and fiercely by the other side like lightning. This sudden attack left them with no time to make any effective defensive moves, and they didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, these people only felt a flash of cold light before their eyes, and then a sharp pain came from their limbs, as if they were cut by something extremely sharp. Then, their bodies lost support and fell heavily to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The entire battle process was extremely short, not even more than a minute from start to finish, and more than 20 people were all defeated by the other side. It was not until the last moment that the Blood Wolf mercenaries finally saw clearly that there were a total of 6 people on the other side. The long swords in the hands of the 6 mysterious men were dripping with blood. It was obvious that their limbs were crippled by the swords of this group of people. Just as everyone was shocked, several police officers quickly stepped forward and carefully checked the condition of the Wolf King. After some inspection, they found that although the Wolf King was knocked unconscious, he did not suffer any fatal injuries, which made everyone feel a little relieved. However, when they turned their eyes to the Wolf King's limbs, the shock in their hearts became even stronger. They saw that the Wolf King's limbs were bleeding, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured and was likely disabled. Faced with such a tragic scene, although all the police officers were terrified, they knew in their hearts that this must have been done by the eldest young master of the Jun family. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt that everything became natural. As for whether the Jun family's eldest son's men were too harsh, these police officers don't care. They are all Yi Kong's people. And who is Yi Kong? He is the son of Deputy Director Yi, and the Yi family is originally the younger brother of the Jun family. In other words, these police officers are naturally on Junya's side. After all, they are all Yi Kong's direct subordinates, and they usually follow Yi Kong's orders. Therefore, they are also Yi Kong's confidants. The people that Yi Kong respects are naturally the same as the people they respect. They stepped forward and checked all the Blood Wolf mercenary group members who were lying on the ground and wailing. They found that although their wounds were bleeding, they only needed to stop the bleeding and then bandage them. The only thing is that their limbs have been disabled, and even if their injuries heal, they can no longer function like normal people. So the police took everyone into the car and called Yikong.
Report to the captain, we have received all these people, here you go. But what?
All their limbs are broken, and their wounds are still bleeding. We need to stop the bleeding and bandage the wounds first.
Okay. Just take your people away first, and I'll send someone else to clean up the scene, yes.
As a result, all the police officers left the scene. This time, Junyi also stopped Yikong, who was about to call the Public Security Bureau again, and said with a smile, Yikong, there is no need to trouble you with cleaning up the scene.
I will send someone to clean up the scene. You and your sister can go back first.
Yikong nodded. Yichingda said goodbye to Junyi, and the two got on the police car and returned to the Public Security Bureau. After the two left, Junyi also returned to the car, but this time he did not sit in the driver's seat, but sat in the passenger seat. After getting in the car, the driver asked, Mr. Jun, should I take you back first or, with you? Junyi smiled, but his words made Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi feel uneasy.
What does Junyi want to do? Is he going back with us to meet my parents? Or, does my brother-in-law want to stay the night at home? Or does he want to take this opportunity to do those things with my sister? Ding!
It is detected that the girl of luck, Lin Aoshuang, is disturbed by the host's words.
2,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that the lucky girl Lin Ruoshi has delusional thoughts because of the host's words.
2,000 villain points are awarded.
Listening to the system prompt, Junyi couldn't help but smile in his heart. At the same time, several huge trucks arrived at the location where the Blood Wolf mercenaries were taken away like ghosts. As soon as the car stopped, a group of people in black work clothes came out one after another and began to clean up the scene quickly and orderly. This group of people were obviously well trained. Their actions were quick and efficient. Without any delay or hesitation, everyone performed their duties and cooperated seamlessly, as if they were already familiar with such tasks. Before long, the black vans that were originally parked at the scene were quickly dismantled into a pile of scattered parts as if they were under a spell. The bloodstains scattered on the ground disappeared without a trace after being carefully cleaned by this group of people, as if nothing had ever happened here even. Using professional detection tools such as luminol reagent, it is impossible to find a trace of blood residue at the scene. The cleanup job this group did was so thorough it was simply astonishing. After completing the cleanup, the group did not stay for long. They quickly loaded the dismantled black van parts onto the truck and drove away, leaving behind an empty scene. However, although the scene had been cleaned up, there was still a faint smell of blood in the air, as if telling of what had happened here. And this group of people are actually from the Jun family. They are specifically responsible for dealing with this kind of things, so they are called scavengers. Their task is to ensure that no clues related to the incident are left at the scene, making everything clean, as if nothing had happened. After all big families have some shameful things to do, and the after-sales work is done by this group of scavengers. Chapter 45 Lin Hai and Ji Qinghe. The villa complex where the Lin family lives is Lanshan Villa. Although it is not as famous as where Junyi lives, it is well known for its low-density buildings and the scenery of mountains and lakes. Within the dark green wrought iron fence, each villa is hidden among neatly trimmed bushes and cherry trees. Occasionally, you can see a gardener wearing white gloves pushing a lawn mower by, and the buzzing sound keeps ringing in your ears. When the car reached the third villa, it stopped. It was obvious that this was where the Lin family lived. The car stopped steadily on the marble-paved road, and the butler in a navy blue Zhongshan suit was already waiting at the bottom of the stairs with a black umbrella. As soon as Junyi got out of the car, he heard a scream from behind the French window. At the entrance, Lin Hai, dressed in a tang suit, was pouring tea from a purple clay teapot. When he saw the slim figures following his daughter and niece, his fingers trembled violently, and the amber tea spilled onto the rosewood coffee table, leaving a dark mark on the mother-of-pearl pattern that read, "May everything go well for you."
Jun. Young Master Jun?
Lin Hai's voice seemed to be strangled by someone, trembling with disbelief, and the lid of the purple clay teapot in his hand made a crisp sound on the tea tray because of his astonishment. He stared at the person in front of him with his eyes wide open, and couldn't understand why Junyi appeared here. Moreover, judging from the situation, he seemed to be here with his daughter and niece. However, Lin Hai had no time to ponder the reason at this moment. He quickly came to his senses and realized that now was not the time to be daydreaming. At this moment, Junyi had already opened the car door for Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi, then stepped forward and walked towards Lin Hai. Junyi had a faint smile on his face. He nodded slightly to Lin Hai and said politely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I may bother you tonight."
I hope you don't mind.
Lin Hai waved his hands quickly, showing a warm smile on his face, and said, No, you are too polite, Master Jun.
It is an honor for our Lin family to have you here. Please come in.
As he said this, Lin Hai quickly put down the purple clay teapot in his hand. However, because he was in too much of a hurry, his sleeve accidentally rubbed the teapot next to him. With a splash, the Biluakan tea leaves fell on the carved bricks like snowflakes. Seeing this, Lin Hai smiled awkwardly, and while bending down to pick up the tea leaves, he said, Oh, look at how clumsy I am.
Jun Xiao, please don't be offended.
Seeing this, Junyi quickly said, Boss Lin, don't be so polite, let me help you. As he spoke, he showed off a few of his skills in front of Lin Hai. Junyi waved his hand, and Lin Hai felt a gust of wind blowing. Then, all the scattered tea leaves were wrapped back into the tea can by a force. Lin Hai was shocked when he saw this, but his expression remained unchanged.
Sorry to bother you, Master Jun. Master Jun's abilities are truly unfathomable.
Junyi smiled and said, Boss Lin, please don't be polite to me.
This is just a small trick.
Lin Hai didn't believe Junyi's modesty, but he just nodded. Then, Lin Hai picked up the tea can and closed the lid. He stood up and said to Junyi with a smile, Mr. Jun, please come in. Junyi walked in, and Lin Hai quickly told the housekeeper to prepare another set of bowls and chopsticks, and asked the kitchen to prepare more food. At this time, Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi also got out of the car.
When Lin Hai saw them, he quickly asked, What's going on? Why did Jun Xiao come here?
Lin Aoshuang knew that this was not a place to talk, so she did not answer her father's question. Dad, this is not a place to talk either.
Let's go in first.
You will know later.
That's right, uncle. Let's talk about it after we go in.
Lin Ruoshi also nodded, indicating that she thought so too. Lin Hai also thought about it and found that it was indeed inappropriate to say it here. With his state of mind, he would not have made such a mistake. It was mainly because he was too surprised just now and lost his composure. That's right, you two should go in and talk to Master Jun for a while. Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi also hurried in. At this time, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the scene where Junyi opened the car door for Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi just now. When Junyi opened the car door for Lin Aoshuang, his fingertips seemed to linger on her waist for a moment. In the wind of this spring night, it seemed as if some invisible silk threads were quietly weaving, just like the unfinished Suzhou embroidery in his study, whose seemingly random stitches already concealed intricate patterns. This made his heart skip a beat and he
suddenly remembered what happened before. Could it be? Is it possible that Jun Xiao and Ao Xuan?
He pondered in his heart, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making him overjoyed. Although he always respected his daughter's personal wishes, never interfered with her love life, and would not force her to marry someone she did not love, as a father, he naturally hoped that Lin Ao Xuan could find a strong partner to entrust her life to. At this moment, he couldn't help but start thinking, in the entire Magic City, or even in the entire China, who can compare to Junyi? If all this is really possible, Lin Hai's gaze slowly turned to Junyi and Lin Aoshuang, who were chatting and laughing on the sofa in the hall. He saw that they were talking happily, while Lin Ruoshi sat quietly beside them and listened, seeming to be quite interested in their topic. Watching this scene, Lin Hai's mind became more active. Obviously, he has noticed his daughter's affection for Junyi. If that's the case, how can he not be happy to see it happen? After all, Junyi is first-rate in both family background and personal ability. If he can marry Lin Aoshuang, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for his daughter, the Lin family, and the Yukong group. At this moment, a beautiful woman slowly walked down the stairs. She held onto the glittering gilded railing of the spiral staircase and walked lightly, as if every step was on the clouds. The light from the crystal chandelier fell on her dangling pearl tassel earrings like stars, just like a handful of broken diamonds scattered on a velvet curtain. Dazzling and dazzling, she was wearing a beige silk nightgown that loosely wrapped her graceful figure. The texture of the nightgown was soft and smooth, and it fluttered gently with her movements, like petals in the breeze. Her hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. It was of excellent quality, black and shiny with a natural chestnut luster. It was obvious that she had just had a deep-sea caviar treatment, which made her hair even smoother and shinier. The ends of her hair were slightly curled, gently resting on her fair collarbone, exuding a faint scent of orange blossom essential oil, like a fresh spring breeze blowing on her face. When Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi saw this beautiful woman, they shouted in unison, "Mum! Auntie!" Seeing this, Junyi immediately understood that this woman was the hostess here, Lin Hai's wife, and also Lin Aoshuang's mother, Ji Qinghe. Ji Qinghe was stunned when he saw Junyi. Is this a guest coming? Lin Hai quickly stepped forward and pulled his wife aside, then put his mouth next to Ji Qinghe's ear and spoke, although the two of them were some distance away from the sofa where Junyi was sitting, and the sound was already low. It was almost impossible for anyone to hear it. However, Junyi is not an ordinary person. His personal military power has reached the peak in the world. So of course he heard clearly what Lin Hai said. It was nothing more than his identity, and then he asked her not to offend him, and then he said that he seemed to be interested in Lin Aoshuang, and Lin Aoshuang felt the same way. After Lin Hai finished speaking, Ji Qinghe nodded slightly. She was very surprised at Junyi's identity at the moment, but she had no objection to bringing the two together. The main reason was that Junyi was so charming that he easily left a good first impression on Ji Qinghe. I have to say, this charm, second only to that of the readers, is really useful. Ji Qinghe smiled and walked gracefully to the sofa. When Lin Aoshuang saw her mother coming, she introduced her and Junyi to each other. Not long after, there was another burst of laughter from the sofa. Chapter 46. Let Lin Hai choose his side. The crystal chandelier reflected tiny spots of light on the bone china plate. Junyi stirred the soup with a silver spoon. The emerald-colored truffle fragments floated up and down with the ripples. The Lafite poured by Lin Hai himself created a ruby-like halo in the goblet. The business tycoon pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, but his eyes were always on the young man opposite him. Mr. Jun, why are you free to come to our place today? Lin Hai's deliberately slowed tone concealed a test. Ji Qinghe, who was sitting next to him, sipped the red wine elegantly, but stared at Junyi's expression from the corner of his eyes. This really made the couple feel very confused and puzzled. Normally, if Junyi was going to come visit, their daughter would definitely inform them in advance. However, this time they were completely kept in the dark and knew nothing about Junyi's arrival. There is no doubt that this was definitely Junyi's sudden idea, and he might even have made the sudden decision on his way here. There must be some major event hidden behind such a hasty decision. When the knife gently cuts open the crust of the Wellington steak, the dark red gravy slowly oozes out from the cut, as if the secret inside the steak is being revealed. Junyi's gaze followed the flow of gravy and finally stopped on the pool of dark red liquid. He raised his head, exchanged glances with Lin Hai and Ji Qinghe, and then said slowly, "Because something happened today." His voice was calm and low, yet it carried a solemnity that could not be ignored. After saying that, he casually threw the blood-stained white handkerchief on the tablecloth, as if the bloodstains on it meant nothing to him. But he then recounted in detail what had just happened, including every detail and every conversation. When he mentioned Xiao Shaolin, Ji Qinghe's face instantly became extremely gloomy. She tightly grasped the red wine glass in her hand, her fingers turning white from excessive force. Suddenly, there was a crisp crack sound, and the red wine glass exploded in her hand, with glass fragments flying everywhere. Some of the fragments pierced her palms, and blood immediately gushed out from the wounds, dripping drop by drop onto the expensive Persian carpet, forming hideous blood flowers. Lin Hai stood up suddenly, and the sleeve of his suit swept off the salt shaker, leaving sharp edges on the tablecloth. The couple's mood was like a roller coaster, and they gradually calmed down from the initial panic. They took a deep breath, then bowed deeply to Junyi at the same time, and said in unison, "Thank you for your help today, Mr. Jun." If Junyi hadn't appeared in time and helped, Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi would have suffered unimaginable consequences. Just thinking about it, they all felt terrified. Junyi waved his hands and sighed helplessly, "Alas. I also have some responsibility for the fact that things have developed to this point." There was a hint of self-blame in his words. Then, Junyi told Lin Hai and Ji Qinghe the truth about Chen Feng's arrest. When they heard the news, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They exclaimed in unison, "What? You said you reported Chen Feng? Why?" Lin Hai and Ji Qinghe were very surprised by this sudden news. They widened their eyes and looked at Junyi with suspicion, as if they could not understand why he did this. Junyi smiled slightly, appearing very calm. He explained, "Of course, that's because Chen Feng is the enemy of my Jun family." His tone was firm, without any hesitation. Then, Junyi began to talk about Chen Feng's resume. "Anyway, it's not something shameful, and the Jun family is too lazy to hide it. The incident caused a lot of uproar at that time and even caused an uproar in the army. Because of his bad behavior, he is still regarded by the army as a negative example of arrogance. Let countless soldiers remember that they should not think that they can become complacent and forget themselves just because they have made
some contributions, so that they will not value their comrades and fail to maintain good relations with them. Therefore, this matter was widely circulated in the army and could be easily found out. Everyone present was shocked when they heard what happened to Chen Feng in the army. After Junyi mentioned that Chen Feng was forced to retire, Lin Hai couldn't wait to ask, what happened after that? After Junyi then gave a brief account of what Chen Feng had done in the past 5 years, and now Lin Hai completely understood why Junyi reported that Chen Feng was a terrorist. However, when he glanced at his daughter and niece, he found that they were not shocked by Chen Feng's identity as the leader of the ghost mercenary group. Could it be that they had known it for a long time? Lin Hai suddenly remembered that when Chen Feng first came to Yukong Group, Lin Ruoshi seemed to have left Yukong Group, and then Chen Feng was arrested not long after. Then Lin Ruoshi should have gone to Taichu Group at that time. It should be because Chen Feng's performance at the airport made Lin Ruoshi very angry. In addition, based on her understanding of Lin Ruoshi, she knew that the other party would definitely be angry because Chen Feng wanted to become Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard, so there was a high possibility that he would do such a thing. Therefore, it was probably at that time that Lin Ruoshi learned from Junyi about Chen Feng's identity as the leader of the ghost mercenary group, and then Lin Ruoshi told Lin Aoshuang after she came back. So the two of them were not surprised now, after figuring it out. Lin Hai heard Junyi's words again. Boss Lin, now you also know the relationship between Chen Feng and my Jun family. So what do you think? Lin Hai immediately understood that Junyi's words were asking him to take sides. If he dared to speak well of Chen Feng, then everything would be over. He would even have to face pressure from the Jun family and the Yi family, and if he wasn't careful, it would be a disaster. If Chen Feng had been here for a while and Junyi had not intervened then, under the influence of Chen Feng's protagonist halo, there is a great possibility that Lin Hai will stand on Chen Feng's side. But now, I think that since our two families are now partners, and young Master Jun is friends with Ao Shuang, I certainly won't make my daughter sad. Lin Hai's words made Junyi chuckle. He looked at Lin Hai, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, Boss Lin, it's great that you think so. I'm telling you this today out of my concern and worry for you. Junyi paused, then continued, you also know that this business world is like a battlefield, and people's hearts are hard to predict. I am worried that you will be deceived by some people with ulterior motives in the future, and may even become hostile to my Taichu group. That's why I came here specially to have a frank exchange with you. His tone was sincere and genuine, as if he really did it for Lin Hai's own good. However, Junyi knew clearly in his heart that his real purpose was to get Lin Hai to stand on his side. In the original novel, it was suddenly revealed at the press conference that Chen Feng had a hostile relationship with the Jun family. At that time, he had already been in Yukong Group for some time and helped the group overcome many difficulties. He even saved Lin Ruoshi and Lin Aoshuang's lives several times. Under such circumstances, almost everyone in the Yukong Group was grateful to Chen Feng. But even so, after it was revealed that Chen Feng was an enemy of the Jun family, Lin Hai had reflected many times on whether it was right to be an enemy of the Jun family. After hearing Junyi's words, Lin Hai's heart couldn't help but move. He naturally understood the deep meaning of Junyi's words, not to mention, his daughter also has a crush on Junyi, so what can he do? Although he felt somewhat helpless, Lin Hai still said with a worried look on his face, but Master Jun, the power behind Chen Feng is extraordinary. Junyi smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated Lin Hai's worries. He said leisurely, Boss Lin, you don't have to worry too much. Do you think that with the strength of our Jun family and the Yi family, can that person's family compete with them? Lin Hai was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly realized that his worries might be unnecessary. Indeed, the Jun family and the Yi family are both prestigious families. Their power and status are so huge that they are beyond the reach of ordinary people. In comparison, although that person's family is also quite influential, it is ultimately difficult to be compared with the Jun and Yi families. Thinking of this, Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. He secretly lamented that he had overlooked this point because of his momentary worry. With the support of the Jun family and the Yi family, what else does the Lin family have to worry about? After letting go of his worries, Lin Hai felt much more relaxed. He and Junyi chatted happily while enjoying the food. During the conversation, Lin Hai asked Junyi how their Lin family should act in the coming days to better cooperate with Junyi's plan. Chapter 47. The Chao family curses Chao Shaolin. At the same time, all the police officers at the Magic City Public Security Bureau were on duty because of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group incident. Jun Huiqian, director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau, was sitting in his office at this moment, listening to Yi Kong's report. He didn't show any expression on the surface,
But in fact he was very happy in his heart that he really didn't expect that his young master would give him such a big gift of blood wolf mercenaries. That he has long been well known in the mercenary world and has been involved in many major crimes in third world countries and even in Europe, for example, kidnapping of politicians and power games. They once kidnapped a deputy prime minister level official of a country to threaten the government to release serious criminals, obtain military secrets, or interfere with specific policies. A plan to purge the business oligarchs, commissioned by competitors. They carry out decapitation operations against CEOs of multinational corporations, and even plan explosions in commercial buildings and fake accidents, such as private plane crashes, to subvert corporate control. Central bank gold heist plan: a raid on a heavily guarded national vault or a private bank's underground safe deposit box. Use drones to disrupt security systems, demolition experts to crack blast-proof doors, or even infiltrate internal security teams to coordinate internal and external operations. Human trafficking and the black market for organs. At the transit stations at international airports and border cities of various countries, they kidnap wealthy people or vulnerable groups, and sell them to other countries through underground networks. They even collude with hospital insiders to harvest organs while they are still alive. It can be said that what the blood wolf mercenaries did was enough to warrant shooting all of them 800 times. Various countries in the world have attempted to capture them, but due to internal discord, the governments of those countries have the protection of the blood wolf mercenaries and their positions are very high, which means that every action has ended in failure. But now, the blood wolf mercenary group, which has caused headaches for many countries, has been defeated in China and was arrested by the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. This is truly a great achievement. In this way, Jun Huaiqian would even have the opportunity to be promoted faster even after retirement. It is still a resume that you can brag about. Not to mention, this incident was also an internationally renowned event, making China a big star in the international arena. At the same time, let those mercenaries abroad with ulterior motives know how powerful China is, and let them understand that the title of International Mercenary Forbidden Land is not boasted. Jun Huaiqian is very happy now. He respects Junyi even more and is willing to serve Junyi wholeheartedly. After all, as the future heir of the family, the most important thing is to bring honor to the family and benefits to every member. For people like this, their job is to divide the cake, and it's best to make the cake bigger so that everyone can have a piece of it. This is what a leader should do. Although Junyi was nominally the young master of the Jun family and had displayed dazzling talent, he only proved that he was not a fool or a useless waste, but he did not show the ability to make and divide the cake, so Junyi was only the young master in name only. All the people in the Jun family listened to him only because of his identity. Not to mention, Grandpa Jun Shinhua also has his own brothers, and the head of the family Junsang also has brothers. Although their descendants are not as outstanding as Junyi, they have already left the heirs of other big families far behind. Therefore, it is still very difficult for Junyi to become the actual young master of the Jun family, but now it's different. Junyi can already bring benefits to the family, so he has undoubtedly left others far behind. The younger generation of other members of the Jun family have not reached this level. In this world, everyone will only remember the first person. There is no doubt that Junyi has done it. Jun Huaiqian has received Junyi's kindness, so he must also make corresponding achievements. You are right, Chao family. That night, all members of the Chao family, including Chao Shaolin, were arrested on charges of treason and all their properties were confiscated. Chao Shaolin had no intention of escaping because he knew he couldn't escape. But what he never expected was that all the blood wolf mercenaries were captured. When he learned about this, he couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of losers! They asked me for so much money and made me spend so much effort to get them into China, but in the end, they were all arrested. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't change the facts. After seeing Chao Shaolin, the Chao family members directed their attacks at him. It's you! You unlucky star! Chao Shaolin, you have ruined the entire Chao family. You bastard! Chao Ying! Why didn't you strangle him to death when he was just born? That's right! Your whole family is the sinner of the Chao family. Chao Ying was even more furious, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Chao Shaolin. He now wished he could kill the bastard in front of him, but this is the police station, not a place where he can mess around, so he looked at Yi Mingyuan who was watching them next to him. Deputy Director Yi, all this was the idea of Chao Shaolin, the rebellious son. We didn't do anything at all. Yes, if you want to kill him, just kill him and let us go, okay? That's right. Yi Mingyuan didn't say anything. Chao Shaolin admired his relatives, even his own parents, and was not surprised at all. There is no one in the Chao family who has a good relationship with him. Even his own parents have given up on him long ago and turned to practicing the trumpet. So he had already anticipated what would happen if he was caught. When the Chao family saw that Yi Mingyuan didn't say anything, they became anxious. When they saw Chao Shaolin's calm appearance and panic, anger rose in their hearts.
Chao Shaolin. What's the meaning of that expression on your face? Rebellious son. You better confess your guilt immediately. Do you want the entire Chao family to pay for your mistakes? He.
Chao Shaolin sneered twice, then looked at Yi Mingyuan. Deputy Director Yi, I want to report it.
Oh? What are you reporting? Yi Mingyuan was a little curious. Could it be that Chao Shaolin wanted to report that the Chao family had done something shameful in private? I'm going to report them all.
Chao Shaolin pointed at the Chao family angrily, and then completely ignited the anger of all the Chao family members.
You're talking nonsense. When have we ever done anything illegal? That's right.
Chao Shaolin, please don't spit blood on me. The Chao family retorted angrily, but they were all panicked in their hearts. How could they not know what they did in private? Those things are shameful. If they could take action now, they would immediately shut Chao Shaolin up, but they can't do it now. Chao Shaolin looked at them with mocking eyes, and then revealed everything that the Chao family had done in private. After he was abandoned by the Chao family, he had been looking for ways to take revenge on the Chao family, so he also investigated this group of people privately. It is difficult to prevent thieves in your home even if you guard against them day and night. Although the Chao family acted secretly, they had never taken Chao Shaolin seriously since that incident, so they had never been on guard against him, which also allowed Chao Shaolin to know so many things. After listening to this, Yi Mingyuan glanced at the Chao family, then took Chao Shaolin away and asked him to write a testimony. Only the Chao family members were left there cursing Chao Shaolin. Chapter 48, The Grudge Between Ghost and Blood Wolf. The favorability panel is opened at this time. Chen Feng, who was also detained in the Public Security Bureau, learned that the Blood Wolf mercenary group had been arrested. Chen Feng was being held in the solitary confinement room at the moment, and he could clearly hear the shouting and cursing from the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Judging from the direction of the sound, these people should be detained in the detention rooms. Around him, it can be imagined that the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group must be very angry and unwilling now. They may have thought that their final fate would be to die on the battlefield, but they did not expect to be captured by the Chinese police and die under the judgment of the law. However, their shouting and cursing did not attract the attention of the police. The police seemed to be completely dismissive of these people. After all, they were already trapped in a jar and had no power to resist. In fact, if these guys had not had their limbs crippled by the 6 sword slaves, rendering them unable to move anything except their heads, the people from the Public Security Bureau would have thrown them into prison long ago. After all, the safest approach for such a group of dangerous elements is to let them face legal trial as soon as possible. However, due to their current situation, even if the door of the confinement room was opened, these people could only stay inside and could not escape at all. Therefore, after careful consideration, Public Security Bureau Director Jun Huiqian and Deputy Director Yi Mingyuan decided to hold a press conference tomorrow to announce the news to everyone. Then, these guys will be officially thrown into prison. In this case, the final outcome of these members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group would probably be being sentenced to death and then shot. After all, the crimes they committed are so serious that the law will never show them any leniency. Chen Feng stood there quietly, listening to the harsh shouting and cursing, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer. He knew very well that the grudges between the Ghost mercenary group and the Blood Wolf mercenary group were irreconcilable. As early as when the Ghost mercenary group just came to prominence, it was ruthlessly suppressed by the Blood Wolf mercenary group. At that time, the Ghost mercenary group was just a small, unknown group, while the Blood Wolf mercenary group was already a veteran powerhouse in the industry. Faced with the powerful attack of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, the members of the Ghost mercenaries did not retreat. They rose up to fight back and engaged in fierce firefights with the Blood Wolf mercenaries one after another. In those brutal battles, many of the original members of the Ghost mercenaries unfortunately died at the hands of the Blood Wolf mercenaries. However, the Ghost mercenaries did not fall, but continued to grow and develop in adversity. As time went on, they gradually developed into a powerful mercenary group and began to snatch a large number of commissions from the Blood Wolf mercenaries. In this way, the conflict between the two sides became more and more serious, and finally reached the point where they were incompatible. And now, Watching the people of the Blood Wolf mercenary group struggling in the predicament, Chen Feng's joy in his heart was simply indescribable. From those shouting and cursing, Chen Feng had already roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that all the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, including their leader, the Wolf King, had become quadriplegic and had lost their ability to move. This means that even if they can escape from this place, they will never be able to work as a mercenary. After all, a quadriplegic cannot do the high-intensity and high-risk work of a mercenary. Not to mention, judging from the current situation, it is still unknown whether these guys can escape successfully. Chen Feng pondered in his heart, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter, but after a moment, he felt a sense of regret, because he knew that the reason these guys came to China was to kidnap Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi. If he had not been caught, he could use this opportunity to make Lin Aoshuang look at him with admiration, and even Lin Ruoxi would be curious about him. Then it would be easy for him to take down the pair of sisters, but he was also shocked and deeply confused, because he learned from the people of the Blood Wolf mercenary group that this group of people originally thought that this mission was a sure thing, but something unexpected happened and they were ambushed by 6 masters. They didn't even have time to react before they were all killed. You have to know that the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group are all veterans of battles. Not everyone can make them unable to react or even lose their ability to move. It can be imagined that Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi are both protected by experts, but if they already had experts around them, why would that person let him come back? Chen Feng didn't understand, but he made up his mind that he must get the detailed information after going out, and then make plans. He listened to the shouting and cursing, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he lay down and fell asleep. He didn't have time to talk to the people from the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Besides, it was not appropriate to cause trouble now. The Lin family villa was brightly lit and peaceful. Junyi was wearing loose pajamas, lying leisurely on the big bed in the guest room, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. Just now, he had a conversation with Lin Hai and his wife. He told them that he had sent professional personnel, who were hiding in secret and were specifically responsible for protecting the safety of everyone in the Lin family. In particular, the guards secretly protecting Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi are the strongest. This means that even without Chen Feng's existence, no one would be able to pose any threat to the Lin family. Not only that, Junyi also specifically told Lin Hai and his wife that if they encountered any difficult problems or difficulties, they should not hesitate to call Jun Huaiqian, the director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. He will not hesitate to mobilize all resources and go all out to assist Yukong Group in solving the problem. When the Lin Hai family heard this, they were filled with gratitude. They expressed their sincere gratitude to Junyi for his generous help, and also deeply admired his strength and background. Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi gave him a lot of villain value. However, Junyi was frowning at this moment, thinking secretly in his heart he was really confused as to how much Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi liked him. Although the system has been showing that the two people's favorability towards him has increased, Junyi does not know to what extent. Oh, it would be nice if the system could display the favorability. Junyi couldn't help but sigh, secretly hoping that there was a way that would allow him to clearly know what Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi really thought of him. However, just before he finished speaking, suddenly, a crisp voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's needs have been detected, and the favorability panel has been opened. Junyi was startled and looked at the void in front of him with astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, what's going on? I just complained casually, and I actually gained the ability to see favorability? After a brief moment of shock, Junyi's face gradually showed excitement. He couldn't wait to ask the system, is this favorability panel the same as I remember? You know, when Junyi was on Blue Star, he was a real novel fan. He had read countless novels, including those with various magical systems. In these novels, the favorability system is often a very important setting. Through this system, the owner can intuitively see the favorability values of others towards him or her, and can even use this system to improve others' favorability towards him or her. What's even more outrageous is that once the favorability level rises, it will never fall. If this favorability panel is really the same as he remembered, then Junyi couldn't help but feel excited, as if he had already seen a bright future where he would be more at ease in this world. Ding! Dear host, you guessed correctly. The favorability panel does have those functions. After hearing what the system said, Junyi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a Dragon King smile, but soon, Junyi quickly restored the corners of his mouth. Then the next step is very simple.
The system will open the favorability panel of Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoxi. Chapter 49 Likeability Name, Lin Aoshuang Likeability Rating, 83 Name, Lin Ruoxi Likeability Rating, 75 Seeing the favorability of the two, Junyi raised his eyebrows. System, what level are this favorability 83 and favorability 75? He had read too many similar novels when he was on Blue Star, but their favorability classification systems were a little different, so Junyi now didn't understand the extent of this. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information appeared in Junyi's mind. 0-20, disgust, refusal to communicate, possibly triggering hostile behavior. 21-40, strange/wary, keep distance. Perfunctory conversation. 41-59, friendly, willing to interact, can develop normal relationship. 60-79, favorability, active concern. Emotional inclination. 80-89, admiration/trust, strong sense of dependence, willing to pay for it. 90-100, absolute loyalty/love, unconditional support, rarely seen. Junyi immediately understood that this was the system's favorability classification. Lin Aoshuang now has a crush on him, while Lin Ruoxi just has a good impression of him. Junyi was not surprised either. After all, he is openly interested in Lin Aoshuang and only flirts with Lin Ruoxi occasionally, so Lin Ruoxi's affection for him is certainly not as great as that for Lin Aoshuang. However, what Junyi did not expect was that Lin Ruoxi's favorability towards him had reached 75 and was about to reach 80. He and Lin Ruoxi didn't experience anything unforgettable, right? Junyi couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Then he checked the favorability of the 6 sword slaves, Jingning and Shenyanzhou. Not surprisingly, they are all 100. After all, he was summoned by the system, so it is normal to have a high level of favorable impression towards him. However, except for those summoned by the system, no one can have a favorability level of 100 towards him. This is normal. After all, no one is born to exist for others. After reading it, Junyi felt that he would be able to defeat Lin Aoshuang after some time. At this moment, Lin Aoshuang was having a pleasant conversation with her parents. However, Lin Ruoxi was sent back to her room to sleep. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious. Lin Aoshuang's mother Ji Qinghe suddenly asked, "Aoshuang, what do you think of Jun Xiao?" This sentence is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Lin Aoshuang's pretty face instantly flushed, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly and answered hesitantly, "I think he is very good." Although Lin Aoshuang's answer was brief and vague, Ji Qinghe had keenly captured the deep meaning behind it. She smiled slightly and continued to ask, "Very good? Does that mean you are interested in him?" Facing her mother's questioning, Lin Aoshuang's heart was beating like a deer, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. She opened her lips slightly, but no sound came out. Her beautiful face became even redder at this moment, as beautiful as the sunset. Lin Aoshuang is a well-known female CEO in the Magic City. She is usually vigorous and decisive. How could she have such a shy side? If others saw her like this, they would probably be shocked and surprised. Ji Qinghe looked at his daughter, who was as shy as a ripe apple, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "Since you think he is very good, it means that you are not opposed to him." After hearing what her mother said, Lin Aoshuang lowered her head shyly, bit her lips tightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded gently to show that she agreed with her mother's opinion. Seeing this, Ji Qinghe became more certain of his thoughts, so he continued, "In fact, I also think that Master Jun is indeed a very good candidate. If you can be with him, you will definitely be very happy." However, Lin Aoshuang frowned slightly, and said with some concern, "But I don't know how he feels about me. What if this is just my wishful thinking? After all, Junyi is really too outstanding. He has probably come into contact with countless women, including many daughters of prominent status and wealthy families. In comparison, although Lin Aoshuang also has her own advantages, she is not sure whether she can attract a man like Junyi. After all, Junyi has met too many women. How can I be sure that he will like me?" Lin Aoshuang's voice became smaller and smaller, as if she was afraid of being heard by others. Besides, she had never been in love and knew nothing about the relationships between men and women, but with Junyi, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Ji Qinghe reached out and patted Lin Aoshuang. "Aoshuang, if you meet someone you like, you should pursue them boldly. If you hesitate because of something like this, you will regret it for the rest of your life." "Yes, Aoshuang." At this time, Lin Hai also said, "I also know that you have no experience in this area, but in fact, just follow your inner choice. What if it works?" Ji Qinghe also nodded. Lin Aoshuang closed her eyes and fell into thought.
Lin Hai and Ji Qinghe looked at each other and said to Lin Aoshuang, "Think about it carefully."
The two of them went back to their room, leaving Lin Aoshuang alone there to think. After returning to the room, Ji Qinghe asked Lin Hai, "What do you think Aoshuang thinks?"
Lin Hai sat on the bed and spread his hands. "I'm not sure, but she is obviously interested in Jun Xiao. It's just that I have never experienced such a thing and I don't know what to do, so I can only bury it in my heart."
Hey! You asked me to help convince Aoshuang. Do you really think that young Master Jun is a good match for Aoshuang? What do you think?
Lin Hai smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. "You and I both know that for a big family like the Jun family, when choosing a partner, you have to consider many aspects. And that young Master Jun is the eldest young master of the Jun family, and he has a distinguished status. So it is destined that he can't have only one woman. Even if he can only have one woman, he will choose a wife, but the position of this wife will definitely not be Aoshuang, yes."
Ji Qinghe sighed. Their Lin family was far inferior to the Jun family.
"Even the families in the imperial capital could not compare to them. Although my daughter is outstanding, it is impossible for her to become Junya's wife.
At most she can become his confidant."
Fortunately, Aoshuang has a crush on Master Jun, and this Master Jun is not a playboy, and he doesn't have any scandals in society. And I think that if they really get together, although Master Jun won't let Aoshuang become her wife, he won't treat her badly either."
Yeah.
That means Aoshuang is really interested in him, and he doesn't look like that kind of person, otherwise I wouldn't help you convince Aoshuang. Ji Qinghe looked at her husband and expressed her thoughts. Lin Hai smiled, then hugged Ji Qinghe in his arms, and then they both lay down on the bed.
"Ah. What are you doing? Hey, what do you think? I'm going to die."
Chapter 50. Lin Aoshuang's decision. After her parents returned to their room, Lin Aoshuang sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Her mind kept flashing back to every detail of her acquaintance with Junyi, and those scenes kept playing in front of her eyes like a movie. She recalled the first time she met Junyi. At that time, she had the mentality of giving it a try, and sent someone to Taichu group to ask if they could cooperate. Originally, she didn't have high expectations. After all, Taichu group played an important role in the industry, and Yukong group was really about to collapse. However, what she didn't expect was that the president of Taichu group readily agreed to her request for cooperation. This unexpected result made Lin Aoshuang feel surprised and excited, and she also developed a strong interest in this mysterious president. In the following contacts, Lin Aoshuang discovered that Junyi was not only a business elite, but also a man of elegant demeanor. An outstanding temperament, his every smile and every word made Lin Aoshuang's heart beat fast. Gradually, her affection for Junyi deepened unconsciously. Afterwards, her thoughts gradually drifted back to that special day. When she remembered that she was invited to have dinner at Shangrui Pavilion, her heart was beating like a little rabbit. The moment she stepped into Shangrui Pavilion, the tension became more intense. However, what she had never expected was that what was waiting for her was the coercion of the 5 young masters of the imperial capital. Faced with this sudden situation, she was immediately panicked and at a loss, not knowing how to deal with it. Just when she felt desperate, Junyi arrived like a savior. His appearance was like a flash of lightning that cut through the darkness, instantly changing the situation. When the 5 arrogant young masters saw Junyi, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they turned pale and trembled all over. Without even having time to think, they all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Junyi was intimidating without even getting angry, and his tone was playful. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of those young masters, making them dare not resist at all. In the end, these 5 arrogant young masters were not only severely reprimanded by Junyi, but also punished to wash dishes in Shangrui Pavilion. Faced with Junya's majesty, they dared not even utter a harsh word and could only accept the punishment obediently. It was not until later that she slowly realized how respected Junyi was among the younger generation in the imperial capital, that he was actually able to subdue all the children of the big families in the imperial capital by himself, which made her admire Junyi even more profound. She couldn't help but sigh. What kind of means did Junyi use, and how outstanding did he need to be to achieve such a level? If she were in Junya's position, she would definitely not be able to deal with all this as easily as he did. Her thoughts flooded back to her mind as she recalled the scene from this afternoon. That time, she was about to be in danger, but she had no idea that Junyi appeared beside her like timely rain. When she saw the black vans behind her car, the fear in her heart was instantly ignited. However, in this panic, she felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, Junyi was there. If he hadn't taken the initiative to help,
she and Ruwashi would have fallen into the hands of that group of people, and she couldn't imagine what would happen next. Then, Junie sat in the driver's seat in an amazing way, under his control. The engine roared like a wild beast. She stared at his profile as he concentrated on driving, and saw that the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, as if everything was under his control. Just as he did that perfect drift, she noticed that the muscles in his arms bulged with effort, and the fabric of his shirt could not hide the clear outlines. It is a perfect combination of absolute power and precise control that makes people fall in love with it. Although fear was still coursing through her veins, at the same time, a more complex emotion was quietly growing in her heart. The feeling in Lin Aoshwang's heart was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, shining warmly and softly on her body, making her feel an unprecedented comfort and pleasure. This feeling was both strange and familiar, as if it was something she had been looking for a long time, and now she had finally found it. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. There seemed to be a hint of shyness in this smile, and it also seemed to be an affirmation of this emotion. Lin Aoshwang's eyes gradually lost focus and became a little dazed, as if the whole person was attracted by an invisible force. Immersed in the depths of her own thoughts, unable to extricate herself, she had to face the fact that she had fallen hopelessly in love with the man she had only met a few times. Even though she had never truly experienced love, the feelings deep inside were so clear that she couldn't ignore them. However, Lin Aoshwang also clearly realized that the gap in status between the two was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Although she was a favored daughter of heaven and had a distinguished status, she still pales in comparison to the daughters of the big families in the imperial capital. She knew very well that she could only be his confidant at best, but could never truly become his wife. But these are irrelevant. Lin Aoshwang doesn't care about the so-called status. For her, as long as Junie has a place for her in his heart, that is enough. She is willing to let go of all her worries and constraints just to avoid having any regrets in the future. She remembered what her parents had just said to her, telling her to pursue him boldly. Lin Aoshwang felt that her parents were right. Instead of missing out because of fear, it was better to try bravely. Even if there was no result in the end, at least there would be no regrets. Moreover, she didn't think that Junie had no feelings for her. Otherwise, why didn't Junie object when Lin Ruwashi called the other party brother-in-law? Lin Aoshwang patted her face, looked towards the room where Junie was, and showed a beautiful smile. After she made up her mind, she returned to her room, lying in bed. I began to look forward to tomorrow's events. At the same time, Junie was also startled by the system's prompt sound. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoshwang towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoshwang towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoshwang towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded. Junie quickly opened Lin Aoshwang's favorability panel, which showed that Lin Aoshwang's favorability towards him had reached 89. What does that mean? This means that if he directly proposed to Lin Aoshwang to have sex, Lin Aoshwang would agree without hesitation. But Junie was surprised and a little confused. Why did Lin Aoshwang's favorability increase again? He didn't do anything. Could it be that Junie thought of Lin Hai and his wife? Judging from the current candidates, it is most likely that these two people assisted his daughter and did ideological work. That's why Lin Aoshwang's favorability towards him increased so quickly. Junie couldn't help but reveal a Dragon King smile again, and he made up his mind to capture Lin Aoshwang tomorrow. He also began to look forward to tomorrow. Chapter 51 Sword Training Prescription. The next morning, Lin Aoshwang got up from the bed, stretched, and looked out the window. She thought of the dream she had last night and her face turned red. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day you dream about at night. After she made up her mind, she had a dream. In the dream, she expressed her feelings to Junie, and Junie responded. Then they kissed, and then, thinking of this, Lin Aoshwang patted her red face. Then, she stepped on the warm beige sandstone tiles. Her cashmere shawl slipped off half of her shoulder, revealing a piece of her white wrist faintly visible in the morning mist, and walked onto the balcony. Her room was located on the east side, and she could see the sunrise from the balcony. The lights of the city in the distance have faded into orange stars in the mist, and among the indigo mountains farther away, a line of glass-colored light is quietly spreading. The brass wall lamps at the edge of the terrace were still emitting warm light, illuminating the rose vines wrapped around the columns with varying shades of dark green. The surface of the heated swimming pool in the corner was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the half-dawn sky. Occasionally, a night moth would fly across the water,
causing circles of silver ripples. The outlines of the mountains in the east gradually became clear, like light blue ink spread on black rice paper. The first thing that caught my eye was not the sun, but the crimson ribbon that suddenly ignited in the sky, spreading obliquely from the valley, giving the edges of the thick clouds a golden edge. The wind chimes hanging on the terrace railing suddenly rang softly, not the crisp sound of metal colliding, but the subtle sound of deep-sea shells touching each other, spreading tiny ripples in the silent morning mist. When the first ray of light passed over the farthest ridge, Lin Aoshuang saw that the light was like melted golden water, first flowing over the scattered European-style pointed roofs on the hillside, dyeing the glazed tiles into flowing amber, and then flowing down along the neatly trimmed lawn outside the terrace. The dewdrops on the grass leaves were instantly lit up, like broken diamonds scattered on the ground. Even the budding jacaranda in the corner was coated with a layer of transparent halo. The surface of the swimming pool began to shimmer with golden light. The moment the sunlight penetrated the morning mist, tiny dust particles floated in the air on the terrace, dancing a silent waltz in the beams of light. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Lin Aoshuang suddenly heard a slight whoosh sound, as if something was quickly cutting through the air. Although the sound was very subtle, it was extremely clear in the quiet morning. Her curiosity was instantly aroused, and she couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. When her eyes fell on the direction where the sound came from, she was completely stunned. As if she was under a spell, it turned out that in an open space not far away, a figure was holding a bamboo pole and waving it vigorously. The man's posture was as straight as a pine tree, and every movement seemed so smooth and natural, as if he was one with the bamboo pole in his hand. The sunlight shone on him, outlining his resolute features. The sweat running down his cheeks only added to his heroic spirit, and the bamboo pole in his hand was like a nimble dragon, flying up and down, sometimes as fierce as a storm, and sometimes as gentle and soothing as a gurgling stream. Every time it is swung, you can hear the sound of the bamboo pole cutting through the air, crisp and loud, as if playing a unique symphony. Lin Aoshuang's attention was completely attracted by this figure. She forgot the time and everything around her. The only thing in her mind was the dancing figure and the agile bamboo pole. As he moved, Lin Aoshuang's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, her breathing became a little rapid, and a blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. She had never seen Junyi so focused and charming, and the scene in her dream came to her mind again. Junyi seemed to notice her gaze, stopped, turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Lin Aoshuang's face turned red instantly. Junyi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile. Then he put away the bamboo pole and stood on the balcony looking at her. Lin Aoshuang nervously clutched her shawl, not knowing what would happen next. She felt her heart beating like a deer. Aoshuang, are you awake? Junyi stood below and looked at her. Lin Aoshuang nodded, then asked, what were you doing just now? Oh, you're talking about this. Junyi weighed the bamboo pole in his hand and said, practice swordplay. Practicing swordplay? Yes, this is the sword technique I recently acquired. I'll practice it in the morning. I see. After the two chatted for a while, Lin Aoshuang went to wash up first. Junyi stood below and watched her walk in and smiled. His powerful strength had already enabled him to discover Lin Aoshuang when she walked to the balcony. It's just that he didn't say it. Anyway, if Lin Aoshuang likes to watch it, let her watch it. It won't lose any meat. Of course, he didn't practice sword in the morning just to show off or to let Lin Aoshuang see him. It was simply because he got up very early and saw the scenery outside, so he took out the bamboo pole from the system space and swung the sword on a whim. But he discovered something interesting. Lin Aoshuang was staring at him just now. When he looked back, he could see clearly the infatuation in Lin Aoshuang's eyes. Junyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. He really didn't expect that his unintentional action would actually fascinate Lin Aoshuang. It looks like we can capture Lin Aoshuang today. Junyi is very confident about this. If you want to know why, it is because of the high favorability level of 89. After Junyi put the bamboo pole back into the system space, he walked into the villa. Not long after, Lin Ruoshi also walked out of the room. After seeing Junyi, Lin Ruoshi said good morning to Junyi. Then I quickly went to wash up. Lin Hai and Ji Qinghao were the last to come out. The main thing is that these two people were passionate for more than an hour last night. This is very physically demanding. It's just that the two people's states are very different. Lin Hai looked listless, as if he had exhausted a lot of energy, whereas Ji Qinghao looked energetic and in very good spirits. As a person with the title of Master of Traditional Chinese medicine, Junyi saw what was going on at a glance. Lin Hai and the other man felt a little embarrassed when they saw Junyi's playful look, but they were not young and would not be shy about such things. Junyi looked at Lin Hai's listless appearance and said, Boss Lin, you must exercise moderation at your age. Lin Hai scratched his head. Oh, I know, I just couldn't help myself yesterday. Never mind,
I have some ideas to help you regain your energy. What is the solution? Lin Hai's eyes immediately lit up.
As a man, he cares a lot about that kind of things, and with Junye's identity, he would not fool him because there is no point. Junye asked the other party to bring paper and pen, and then wrote down several prescriptions on it. Then he said earnestly, Boss Lin, follow these prescriptions and take one medicine a week, 3 times a day. After you finish, your sexual function will not only be restored to your youth, but at least its duration will be greatly enhanced.
Lin Hai's eyes lit up, and even Ji Qinghe couldn't help but look at the prescription.
Will this work?
Lin Hai was a little unsure. Don't worry, it will definitely be cured. But you have to control yourself during this period. Otherwise, all your efforts will be wasted, or even worse.
Don't worry, I will definitely control myself. Lin Hai patted his chest and then carefully put away the prescription. She said to Junyi gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Jun.
Junyi waved his hand, it's a small matter.
Chapter 52, Love is intertwined with each other, and lovers finally become a pair of lotus flowers. When the morning light shone through the window onto the dining table, Lin Aoxuan and Lin Ruoxi walked into the restaurant together to enjoy breakfast. However, to their surprise, Lin Hai, who was sitting at the dining table, was smiling and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Lin Ruoxi couldn't hold back her curiosity. She blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Uncle, you look so happy.
Did something special happen?
Lin Aoxuan couldn't help but look at her father, with obvious inquiry in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Hai coughed twice, trying to hide his joy, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was hard to suppress. He hesitated for a moment, then pretended to be calm and replied, Ahem, nothing special, I'm just in a good mood. Even so, Lin Ruoxi obviously didn't believe what her uncle said.
She continued to ask, Really?
Uncle, please don't hide it from us.
Tell us what makes you so happy.
Although Lin Aoxuan didn't say anything, her eyes were also full of anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Hai smiled helplessly and did not answer. Then he looked at Lin Aoxuan and said, Aoxuan, you don't have to go to work in the company these 2 days.
Dad will give you 2 days off. Lin Aoxuan looked at her father in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly gave her a holiday.
Before she could ask, Lin Hai said, Mr. Jun has finally come here, you should also accompany him well. After all, he is also an important partner of our Yukong group. At this point, Lin Hai smiled and thought to himself, My dear daughter, it's not that daddy wants to sell you on purpose.
It's just that young Master Jun is interested in you. Besides, don't you have a good impression of him too?
So daddy will go with the flow and make things work for him. Of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with those prescriptions. After Lin Hai finished speaking, Junyi showed a very satisfied smile on his face, thinking to himself, this future father-in-law is really quite sensible. He was very satisfied with Lin Hai's words and felt that Lin Hai understood his thoughts very well. Naturally, Lin Aoxuan immediately understood what her father meant, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She knew that her father was telling her that she could pursue her love boldly without any worries. So, Lin Aoxuan quickly said to Lin Hai, Thank you, Dad. Lin Hai smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. In this pleasant atmosphere, several people finished their breakfast happily. After dinner, Lin Aoxuan and Junyi went to the garage together, ready to choose a car to go out for a trip. After some selection, they finally chose a car. Junyi sat in the driver's seat without hesitation, while Lin Aoxuan sat lightly in the passenger seat. After Junyi started the car, he turned to look at Lin Aoxuan and asked with a smile, Where?
Are we going to play? Lin Aoxuan's eyes met Junye's. She smiled slightly and replied gently, It's up to you. I'll go wherever you go.
Junye's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a charming arc, and he answered readily, Okay. Before he finished speaking, Junyi drove away quickly in one direction, watching the car driven by Junyi and Lin Aoxuan going farther and farther away. Lin Hai showed a gratified smile on his face. He turned to Lin Ruoxi and instructed, Ruoxi, take good care of yourself and look after the house at home. Lin Ruoxi nodded obediently. After arranging everything, Lin Hai and his wife got in the car and drove to a nearby pharmacy to get the medicine. This time, Junyi drove for more than 10 minutes and arrived at the destination. After getting off the bus, the two listened to the laughter around them and looked at the many facilities in front of them.
Amusement park? Lin Aoxuan asked curiously. Yes. Junyi nodded. This is the largest amusement park in Magic City. There are many fun things in it. Lin Aoxuan looked at Junyi. If I remember correctly, the financial backer here is Yongye Group. That's right, so I'll be the host.
Junyi took Lin Aoxuang's hand and went in. This time, the staff inside the amusement park had also received instructions from their leaders, telling them not to neglect Junyi and Lin Aoxuang. They also sent their photos to every staff member, asking them to do their best to serve if Junyi and his friend came to the amusement facilities where they were working. After the two of them passed through the archway covered with colorful balloons, Lin Aoxuang asked, "What do we want to play first?" Junyi smiled slightly. "Roller coaster, good." While waiting in line, Lin Aoxuang's high heels stepped on the concrete floor. Standing out from the crowd with the sneakers around her, she looked at the carriages tumbling on the tracks, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was analyzing a complex business report. Junyi handed her the marshmallow. When she took it, her fingertips were stained with sugar threads. She subconsciously wiped it with a tissue, but in Junyi's laughter, she awkwardly took a small bite.
"Actually, if you're scared, you can hold my hand."
Junyi fastened her seatbelt and his fingertips brushed the skin on the side of her neck. Lin Aoxuang turned her head sharply and met his smiling eyes. Her throat rolled for a moment, and finally she just straightened her back. "I'm just calculating the centrifugal force." As the train climbed higher, she looked at the crowd below her, which was gradually shrinking, her knuckles turning blue from pressing against the handrails.
"It's over."
Junyi's voice sounded in his ears. Lin Aoxuang loosened her hand and found that her palm was sweating. She pretended to be calm and adjusted the hem of her skirt, but she didn't notice that Junyi quietly smoothed his cuffs that were wrinkled by her. "How does it feel?" he asked knowingly. She raised her eyes, and a barely perceptible light flashed in her eyes.
"Compared to the pleasure of acquiring a competitor, there is a little more adrenaline."
Junyi knew that Lin Aoxuang had never been to the amusement park. It's not that Lin Hai didn't want to bring his daughter here, but mainly because Lin Aoxuang never said anything when she was in school. Even if Lin Hai took the initiative to bring it up, she just glanced at her father and devoted herself to her studies. This was especially true after she graduated from college, which is why she is like this now.
What's next? The big pendulum.
The two spent a whole day in the amusement park, playing all the facilities, and it was already evening when they finished. Junyi could see that Lin Aoxuang was very happy. It's not just about having fun, but more importantly, it's about who you play with. However, Lin Aoxuang looked at Junyi with deep affection at this moment. This is mainly because of something that happened on the Ferris wheel just now. The cabin slowly rose, and the city's steel forest spread out like a model. Under our feet, Lin Aoxuang sat by the window, her fingertips unconsciously sliding across the glass, leaving a blurry mark. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, the setting sun was dyeing the clouds molten gold. Lin Aoxuang looked out the window and suddenly said, "Junyi, I seem to have fallen in love with someone."
"Oh? Who is it? How could he be so lucky to capture the heart of the famous female CEO of Demon City?"
Junyi asked knowingly. She turned her head and looked at Junyi tenderly, without any of the coldness she usually showed when looking at others.
"You?" Yes, I have never felt the same way about any other man as I do about you. I think I am in love with you."
Junyi smiled and looked at her. "Aoxuang, to be honest, when I first saw you, I had already decided to make you my woman." Lin Aoxuang smiled, and her smile was very beautiful. She moved her hand to the middle of the seat and gently touched the back of Junyi's hand with her fingertips. He held her backhand, and her fingers slowly relaxed, letting him hold them. The neon lights outside the window flowed through the cabin, reflecting her slightly red earlobes and the starlight deep in her eyes that was no longer concealed. After leaving the amusement park, Lin Aoxuang said, "Let's not go back tonight."
Junyi glanced at her and said, "Okay."
Then we drove to the nearby hotel. After booking a presidential suite, Junyi went to take a shower first.
Lin Aoxuang looked at the big bed, thought about what would happen next, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Soon, Junyi came out wearing a bathrobe. It has to be said that Junyi's current appearance is extremely lethal to women. Even Lin Aoxuang was a little stunned. Junyi waved his hand in front of her to bring her back to her senses, then looked at her with a smile. Lin Aoxuang took a deep breath and walked into the bathroom. After a while, Lin Aoxuang also came out wearing a bathrobe. A picture of a beautiful woman emerging from the bath appeared in front of Junyi. He smiled and walked forward, holding Lin Aoxuang in his arms and looking into her eyes. "Are you ready?" Lin Aoxuang nodded, "Yes."
Junyi picked her up in a princess hug, walked into the room and put her on the bed. Then, at this time, the light of the moon in the sky just happened to shine on a blooming flower on the roadside. The threads of love are entwined with each other's hearts, and lovers finally become twin lotus flowers. Chapter 53, Pills Explosion. At this moment, in the confinement room of the Magic City Public Security Bureau, Chen Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if something vital had left him. However, he could not say exactly what it was. This feeling made him a little confused, and he only vaguely felt that there seemed to be something extra above his head. In fact, all this was because Chen Feng's luck had been lost a lot, and his protagonist halo had become much dimmer. The main reason for this situation is that Lin Aoshuang has now been conquered by Jun Yi. In the original plot setting, the reason why Chen Feng was able to rise was not only due to his own efforts and the support of the big boss, but also because his women gave him great help. Among them, the one who contributed the most was Lin Aoshuang. When Chen Feng was charging at the front, Lin Aoshuang was silently stabilizing the rear for him. When there were loopholes in his plan, it was Lin Aoshuang who quickly took action to remedy the situation. Not to mention, because of that special medicine, the Yukon group also got to know many big shots, which was also the capital that enabled Chen Feng to fight against the Jun family and the Yi family. It can be said that without Lin Aoshuang, Chen Feng would probably have found it difficult to achieve such brilliant achievements. Therefore, Lin Aoshuang can be said to be the well-deserved first female lead. It's just now. The next day, the sun rose and sunlight shone through the windows. A man and a woman were lying on the bed. The man is extremely handsome, like a god. The woman has a beautiful face, like a fairy pulled into the mortal world. These two people are Jun Yi and Lin Aoshuang. This time, Jun Yi's eyes moved, and he found that his right arm seemed to be pressed by something, so he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Lin Aoshuang's beautiful face. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Jun Yi's lips curled up. Who would have thought that Lin Aoshuang, the famously cold and beautiful female CEO, would have such a huge contrast in bed? Those who have dealt with Lin Aoshuang all describe her as an iceberg. In other words, except for those closest to her, everyone who has ever met Lin Aoshuang is cold. But last night the two of them worked until late at night, during which time Lin Aoshuang got excited several times, but she did not collapse every time and was extremely proactive. Jun Yi stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, recalling the feeling of last night. Yeah, very moist. Not to mention, last night, the system's notification sound kept ringing, forcing him to turn it off. It is conceivable how much villain value Lin Aoshuang contributed to him this time. Jun Yi looked tenderly at the person sleeping in his arms and placed his hand on her flawless white back. A warm current surged on my hand, moving slowly over it. This is the massage technique from the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge that Jun Yi has acquired. It was Lin Aoshuang's virgin after all, but last night was still too intense, so this could help relieve her fatigue. Lin Aoshuang made a series of comfortable and exciting sounds, which made Jun Yi unable to hold back and wanted to pull Lin Aoshuang for some morning exercises, but Jun Yi finally held back. The main reason is that Lin Aoshuang is just an ordinary person, and her physical fitness is not as good as Jing Ning's. She should just endure it for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Jun Yi opened the system to check how many villain points he had obtained last night. This sight shocked Jun Yi. It clearly showed that a total of 60,000 villain points were obtained last night. Among them, a considerable part was obtained due to the massive loss of Chen Feng's luck. Jun Yi certainly knew how important Lin Aoshuang was to Chen Feng according to the original plot. It is conceivable how much luck Chen Feng lost because of this incident. Although as the owner of the halo of the destined villain, he can kill Chen Feng directly no matter how much luck he has, but he enjoys the pleasure of toying with the protagonist more. After all, he can easily obtain most things in this world without relying on the system. His birthplace is the destination that 99% of the people in the world will never reach in their lifetime. So Jun Yi felt that he could see the end of his life at a glance. Very boring. Then Jun Yi can only find fun from those lucky protagonists. He now has a playful attitude towards Chen Feng, wanting him to add some fun to his life. Otherwise, Jun Yi could have knocked Chen Feng out and captured him as soon as he got off the plane, and then killed him, with the halo of the destined villain and his own unrivaled martial arts. Jun Yi would not worry about failing. Looking at so many villain values, Jun Yi directly made 20 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 physical fitness pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 physical fitness pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 boxes of Sprite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 boxes of Sprite. Well, I don't know if it's because Lin Aoshwang is the president of a pharmaceutical company, but most of the things this time are medicine. A total of 60,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses, 60 anti-aging pills, 60 marrow cleansing pills, and 60 physical fitness pills. In the end, it seemed like my luck had run out, so I pulled out 20 boxes of Sprite. Looking at these rewards, Junyi felt that even if he didn't draw the lottery, these things would be enough for him, but this time there isn't. Extra physical fitness pill. What is this? Junyi took a look at the information about this elixir and realized that it was used to strengthen people's physical fitness. This can be taken in conjunction with the marrow cleansing pill. The marrow cleansing pill expels impurities from the human body, allowing the user to have greater potential and better physical fitness. Physical fitness pills can directly enhance a person's physical fitness and have no side effects. However, one needs to practice afterwards to control one's own strength. If the two kinds of pills are used together, the medicinal power of the physical pill can be absorbed to the maximum extent. However, each person can only take 3 physical fitness pills, any more will be useless. Junyi looked at these pills and planned to have his men take all the physical fitness pills after returning. He could also give the marrow cleansing pills and the anti-aging pills to his woman and family anyway. This thing is useless in his hands, and he doesn't need it this time. Lin Aoshwang's eyes moved, and it was obvious that she woke up after opening her eyes. Lin Aoshwang was still a little confused, and was stunned for a moment after seeing Junyi. However, her somewhat unwell body and surroundings made her recall. When she thought of how unsatisfied she was yesterday, her face turned red. Yi looked at her red face and smiled. How do you feel? Lin Aoshwang blushed and said nothing. She just hugged Junyi tightly, even putting her thighs on Junyi's body. This made Junyi's body stiffen, and Lin Aoshwang also understood something. After all, I understood the relationship between convex and concave last night. She looked at Junyi and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Junyi nodded. Of course, his energy was too much for even Jingning to handle. That was why he planned to give Jingning the physical fitness pill, and even the women he would have later, otherwise they won't be able to hold on. My body is a little overwhelmed right now, but Lin Aoshwang pursed her lips, and Junyi immediately understood what she meant. She sank down and got into the quilt. Junyi suddenly took a deep breath and then placed his hand on the rising and falling area. Chapter 54 Lin Aoshwang's affection for Junyi and Chen Feng's appearance. Please be lenient, dear readers. The author knows that some of the things he wrote did not meet the reader's expectations. For example, the attitude towards the girl of luck and the means of attacking are not in line with the identity of the protagonist, but there is no way. The author is just a newcomer, and a student who has never had a relationship. My understanding of these things comes from the novels and online jokes I have read. I hope all readers can understand. The following is the text. After a while, Junyi let out a breath. Lin Aoshwang crawled out of the bed, swallowed what was in her mouth, and went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. This time, Junyi said, "Aoshwang, I will give you some good things later." Lin Aoshwang, who was rinsing her mouth in the bathroom, spit out the water in her mouth and said, "Okay." She didn't ask what it was. After all, she would know soon. Besides, Junyi couldn't possibly harm her. When Lin Aoshwang came out of the bathroom, she saw 3 more pills in Junyi's hand. Junyi put one of the pills in her hand and said, "Aoshwang, go back to the bathroom first, and then take this pill." Although Lin Aoshwang didn't understand what Junyi wanted to do, she still obediently went to the bathroom. When she swallowed the pill, she suddenly felt a pain. Junyi's voice came at this time. "This pill is called the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can cleanse your meridians and marrow and expel impurities from your body, but the process will be a bit painful." Lin Aoshwang gritted her teeth and endured the pain in her body. "I understand." Then after a while, Lin Aoshwang found that there was a lot of black mud on her body, and it smelled very bad. With Junyi's words just now, she understood that the black mud was the impurities in her body. Lin Aoshwang frowned because the smell was so bad. When she felt the pain in her body was gone, she quickly turned on the water to take a bath. It took a full hour and a half to wash, mainly because Lin Aoshwang still felt that there was an unpleasant smell on her body. After taking a shower, Lin Aoshwang looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. This sight left Lin Aoshwang stunned. The skin in the mirror became white and smooth, as if water could be squeezed out of it, and the facial features also became much more refined, and the overall temperament was elevated by several levels. Lin Aoshwang touched her face in disbelief. Is this really her? She walked out of the bathroom excitedly, rushed to Junyi, and said with sparkling eyes, "Junyi, this pill is so magical, I feel like a different person." Junyi looked at her like this and smiled slightly. "This is just the beginning, you eat the remaining 2 as well." Lin Aoxuang took the other 2 pills without hesitation and swallowed them. This time, Lin Aoxuang did not feel any pain, but instead felt that her body seemed to have become stronger. Junyi saw Lin Aoxuang's confusion and said with a smile, "These 2 are the physical fitness pill and the anti-aging pill." Then Junyi told her the functions of the 2 pills. However, when he heard that Junyi gave her the physical fitness pill because her physical fitness was a little weak, he was not very satisfied. This made Lin Aoxuang blush, and she even slapped Junyi. However, when she learned that the anti-aging pill could keep her looking young, she was immediately moved and hugged Junyi. No woman would like to watch herself getting old. To this end, they spend a lot of money on cosmetics and skin care products. Lin Aoxuang was certainly not surprised.
Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl Lin Aoxuang towards the host has increased and has reached its peak.
The reward is 10,000 villain points.
Junyi opened the favorability panel. Name, Lin Aoxuang likability rating, 99. Note, except for those summoned by the system, the peak favorability of the host in this world is 99. Junyi stared at the favorability value that was almost at the maximum level, and the shock in his heart surged like a raging wave. He couldn't imagine that Lin Aoxuang's affection for him was so deep, which made his feelings for her even stronger. He couldn't help but hold Lin Aoxuang's delicate body tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his own body. He felt her warmth, smelled her faint fragrance, and his heart was filled with sweetness and satisfaction. In fact, when he just woke up, Junyi also looked at Lin Aoxuang's favorability, which was 96. At this point, it is almost impossible to increase the favorability level any further. Even though there seems to be only a difference of 3 levels between 96 and 99, it is actually extremely difficult to increase the favorability by these 3 levels. However, Junyi also felt that this was reasonable. In fact, from the original plot, Junyi had already noticed the true side of Lin Aoxuang hidden under her seemingly indifferent appearance. Although she appears cold on the surface, this is just a protective color. If someone can remove this cold coat, they will find that Lin Aoxuang is actually a woman with an extremely gentle heart. She is gentler than anyone else, just like Dongjun of the Yin Yang school in the Qin's moon world. When you are happy, I am happy. When you are worried, I am worried. Her gentleness is like the warm spring sun, warm but not dazzling, but able to melt people's hearts inadvertently. Such people often find it difficult to develop real feelings for others, but once they are attracted, they will give their all without reservation. Junyi knew very well that Lin Aoxuang was such a person. When facing her enemies, she will retaliate mercilessly and show no mercy. However, when facing her loved ones, she will silently stay by his side and give him endless support with her tenderness and care. Lin Aoxuang looked up at Junyi. From her eyes, Junyi could see his own reflection and her deep love. Junyi put her on the bed again and started another morning exercise. I have to say that Lin Aoxuang's physical fitness this time is much stronger than last night. Junyi had sex with her for 2 hours this time, and then they went to wash up together. Then the 2 of them called the waiter and asked them to bring breakfast. After breakfast, Junyi and Lin Aoxuang left the hotel together. Lin Hai gave Lin Aoxuang 2 days off yesterday so that she could have a good time with Junyi for another day today, but today is also the day when Chen Feng will be released. Chen Feng walked out of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. He looked back at the Magic City Public Security Bureau, then turned around and hailed a taxi and left, but his heart was not so calm, but full of anger. He swore that he would find the person who reported it and kill him, and before killing that bastard, he must make him wish he were in a state of being unable to live or die. Chen Feng told his master to take him to Yukong Group. After the driver found out, he started the car and asked Chen Feng curiously, "Young man, are you an employee of Yukong Group?" Chen Feng nodded, "Yes." "Then why did you just come out of the police station?" Before Chen Feng could finish his words, the driver excitedly guessed, "Did you go to see them early in the morning because the police from the Public Security Bureau arrested a group of mercenaries yesterday?" Early yesterday morning, Jun Huaiqian held a press conference and told the media that their Magic City Public Security Bureau had captured a group of mercenaries who had infiltrated China, and he also let all media reporters know that this group of mercenaries was the internationally famous Blood Wolf mercenaries. Moreover, Jun Huaiqian said, he also brought out the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group and took out their international wanted warrants as evidence of their identities. This made the entire Magic City Public Security Bureau famous, greatly enhanced its prestige in Magic City, and the higher-ups also gave the Magic City Public Security Bureau great credit. This move made colleagues in other cities very envious, and after the press conference, they immediately called their friends at the Shanghai Public Security Bureau to express their envy. At the same time, this also prompted many people in Shanghai to go to the Public Security Bureau to express their gratitude to the police officers there. Chen Feng frowned, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded, as if he acknowledged the driver's guess. This made the driver more excited and he started chatting with Chen Feng enthusiastically. However, it was the driver who was talking all the time, and Chen Feng just responded with him. What made Chen Feng angry was that the driver kept praising the Shanghai Public Security Bureau from beginning to end. But he couldn't get angry and could only hope to drive faster and reach Yukong Group as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Unlucky Chen Feng. Conflict with security guards. Chen Feng was extremely anxious and he wanted to fly to Yukong Group immediately because he was worried that Lin Aoshuang and Lin Ruoshi would have a bad impression of him because of this incident. He knew that time was running out and he had to rush back to explain everything. Moreover, the strange feeling from last night has been lingering in his mind. Although Chen Feng couldn't explain why, his intuition told him that all this was inextricably linked to Lin Aoshuang. He has absolute trust in his intuition. After all, this intuition has saved his life many times in the past, whether he was serving as a soldier in China or after establishing the Ghost Mercenary Group. His intuition was like a beacon, guiding him to overcome danger in life and death crises. However, fate always seems to like playing tricks on people. Although Chen Feng was extremely anxious, the reality was not satisfactory. It was not known whether he had lost too much good fortune or his luck today was just too bad, but the taxi ride from the Shanghai Public Security Bureau to Yukong Group should only take a dozen minutes. But the driver drove for nearly an hour and still failed to reach the destination. The main reason is that every time I wait for a traffic light, it's red, and today there is a lot of traffic on the road, so there are often traffic jams. I even encountered a traffic accident now, and I can't even turn around. Chen Feng's face turned extremely ugly. He felt that everyone in the world was against him. He took a deep breath and asked, "Master, when will we get there?" The driver looked at the situation ahead and based on his years of work experience, he said, "I think it will take at least 3 hours." This traffic accident involved a serious collision of 3 vehicles, but the deformation of the vehicles was not too serious. Therefore, rescue workers can rescue the trapped people quickly, and tow trucks can tow away the accident vehicle in time, but it will take at least 3 hours to restore traffic. What? 3 hours? Chen Feng looked at the driver in surprise. That's right. The driver sighed and glanced at Chen Feng in the back seat. "Young man, I've been a taxi driver for so many years, but this is the first time I've encountered a situation like today. I don't know if it's my bad luck or your bad luck. It's only a 10-minute journey, but it's already been almost an hour and I still haven't arrived yet. Now I have to wait at least 3 hours. Sigh. The driver felt that he was in a very strange situation today. Normally, he would be lucky to encounter just one such situation, but today he encountered so many situations at once. Therefore, the driver decided to burn incense and worship after sending Chen Feng to his destination. After hearing what the driver said, Chen Feng didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. After waiting for more than 3 hours, the car was finally able to drive normally. After arriving at Yukong Group, Chen Feng felt like Tang Monk and his disciples who had gone through 81 difficulties and obtained the true scriptures. Chen Feng hurried in, but was stopped by the security guard. "Stop." A group of security guards stood in front of the gate of Yukong Group, blocking Chen Feng's way in. One of them narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Feng. "Weren't you taken away by the police?" Before, Chen Feng was handcuffed and taken away by the police in public, which is still fresh in everyone's memory, but now they were also very curious. Wasn't he taken away? Why did he come out again? Could it be that the comrades from the Public Security Bureau arrested the wrong person? Impossible. You know, yesterday, the Public Security Bureau arrested all the members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Could it be that? Oh. I see. The police from the Public Security Bureau must be trying to catch a bigger fish and see if there is any power behind this guy. One of the security guards' eyes lit up, and then he quickly and quietly told the others. Other security guards also thought this guess made sense. So they stared at Chen Feng. Seeing the hostile looks from all the security guards, Chen Feng quickly explained, No, I was wrongly accused. Under normal circumstances, if someone dared to treat him like this, he would have taken action long ago, but now he didn't want to conflict with this group of security guards. Yi Kong said to him before he came out, "Chen Feng, I know you are not ordinary. Although I don't know it yet, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you let me know that you are causing trouble outside, I will definitely bring you back." So how could he dare to really take action now? That bastard Yi Kong must be keeping a close eye on him now. Humph. I don't believe it. That's right, maybe you still sneaked out from there. That's right. A group of security guards spoke up one after another, not believing Chen Feng's words at all. How could the Public Security Bureau arrest the wrong person? I have to say that yesterday's press conference greatly enhanced the reputation of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau.
Now even the public security in Shanghai is much easier to manage. Of course, the security guards also knew that what they said was impossible, because the Magic City Public Security Bureau was able to catch even the Blood Wolf mercenaries, so how could they let Chen Feng get away? But now they just want to anger Chen Feng, let Chen Feng lose his mind and then take action, so that they can beat this guy up with justification. They didn't know why, but when they first saw Chen Feng, they just disliked him and wanted to mock him. In other words, the other party was taken away by the Public Security Bureau not long after he came in, otherwise Chen Feng would have directly clashed with this group of security guards that day. The security guards looked unconvinced and then continued. Besides, we at Yukong Group don't need guys like you at all. Get out of here. Otherwise I'll beat you up.
Oh, this guy might have offended Secretary Lin and has bad intentions towards her.
We must not let him in. Bah! What kind of guy is this?
He doesn't even look in the mirror and dares to have thoughts about Secretary Lin.
That's right. Others have a top-of-the-line iPhone, and his phone is considered low-end even for seniors, and he still wants to pair it with Bluetooth?
A group of security guards mocked him, saying that Chen Feng was dreaming.
If you ask me, it has to be President Jun.
That one and Secretary Lin are the perfect match.
Secretary Lin? I think adding a CEO Lin is more than enough.
At this time, two sentences reached Chen Feng's ears, which made him realize something immediately.
What did you say? Mr. Jun? What Mr. Jun?
The security guards looked at Chen Feng and laughed mockingly.
You don't even know Mr. Lien, you are so ignorant.
It seems like he really has feelings for Mr. Lin and Secretary Lin, but it's just wishful thinking. I'll tell you who Mr. Jun is. A security guard kindly helped him answer his questions.
Mr. Jun is Jun Yi, the president of Taichu Group.
He is the nephew of the head of the Yi family, the first family in Magic City, and the eldest son of the Jun family. Chen Feng clenched his fists, anger evident in his eyes. The eldest young master of the Jun family, if you dare to set your sights on the woman I choose, I will make you pay the price. It's a good time to settle new and old grudges together.
I heard that Mr. Lin was invited by Mr. Jun to have dinner together. Really? Doesn't that mean that Mr. Lin is interested in Mr. Jun?
Of course. These words made Chen Feng furious.
Shut up.
The security guards looked at Chen Feng, who was lowering his head and clenching his fists, with disdain on their faces.
What? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of telling us to shut up? I think his defense is broken. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I said. Shut up.
Chen Feng shouted angrily, then rushed towards the security guards with clenched fists. Chapter 56 Punishment of Chen Feng. That angry Chen Feng felt a nameless fire surging in his heart, instantly devouring his sanity. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if two flames were burning in them, and the frustration and irritability in his heart erupted like a volcano, especially just now, after the driver chattered on and on for most of the day. Chen Feng's patience had reached its limit. And the strange feeling he had yesterday made him even more upset and unable to calm down. He urgently needs some punching bags to vent his anger. At this moment, the mocking voices of the security guards were like sharp swords, piercing through the last bit of his rational defense. What was even more unacceptable to him was that he actually heard that the eldest young master of the Jun family seemed to be interested in Lin Ashuang. The series of stimulations made Chen Feng's anger like a flood that broke through the dam, and he could no longer contain it. He roared like an enraged lion, and then rushed towards the security guards at an astonishing speed like a fired cannonball. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng appeared in front of the security guards like a ghost. Before the security guards could even react, they saw a black shadow rushing towards them like lightning. Then, there was a loud bang, and the security guard in the front was thrown back as if he was hit by a speeding truck. He drew an arc in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Team leader. Accompanied by a shout, Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Good boy, you've practiced this before. The other security guards couldn't help but shout when they saw this, but they soon raised the corners of their mouths and revealed a disdainful smile. Oh, so what if I can fight? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Let's go together. The security guards roared in unison and pounced on Chen Feng like hungry tigers, trying to suppress him with their numerical advantage. However, they obviously underestimated Chen Feng's strength. Chen Feng flashed and easily avoided the siege of the security guards. Then, he attacked as quickly as lightning, and each punch and kick landed accurately on the security guards' vital parts. There was a crackling sound, and the security guards fell to the ground wailing like ricers blown down by a hurricane. Chen Feng's movements were as fast as the wind and as fierce as thunder, and each attack contained tremendous power. Although he only punched each security guard a few times, the power of these punches was enough to injure them seriously, and even broke their bones. In the blink of an eye, the security guards who were originally aggressive all lay on the ground, groaning in pain, completely losing the ability to resist.
Chen Feng, what are you doing?
An angry voice came from the gate of Yukong Group. Chen Feng looked over and found that Lin Hai was looking at him angrily, and even many employees of Yukong Group were watching from inside, listening to the wailing of the security guards around him. Chen Feng felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him, and his anger was instantly extinguished. He knew that he had gotten into big trouble again. Lin Hai looked at the scene with a frown on his face, and quickly asked someone to call an ambulance to send the security guards to the hospital. Then he glanced at Chen Feng. "Come up with me." After saying that, Lin Hai turned around and walked into Yukong Group. Chen Feng glanced at the security guards around him, gritted his teeth, and quickly followed him. When the two came to Lin Hai's office, Chen Feng was extremely anxious. He couldn't wait to explain the whole story to Lin Hai. As soon as he saw Lin Hai, Chen Feng hurriedly said, "Uncle Lin, I really didn't mean it. I just..." However, before he could finish his words, Lin Hai stretched out his hand and interrupted his explanation. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Wondering how Lin Hai would view this matter, Lin Hai said slowly, "Alas. I know you must feel very upset because you were detained in the Public Security Bureau for a few days for no reason. And you were ridiculed by the security guards as soon as you came back.
It's normal for you to feel angry. I can completely understand."
Hearing Lin Hai's words, Chen Feng was moved. He originally thought that Lin Hai would be furious with him, but he didn't expect Lin Hai to be so understanding and considerate. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Lin is such a good person. Just as Chen Feng was moved, Lin Hai suddenly changed the subject and said, "But..." This "but" was like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing the fire of hope that had just ignited in Chen Feng's heart. Lin Hai continued, "After all, they are the security guards of my Yukong Group, and now they have been severely injured by you.
If you can't give a reasonable explanation, this matter will never be justified. Then, Uncle Lin, what do you think I should do?"
Chen Feng gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't know what to do. Given his pride, it was impossible for him to apologize to the security guards who had mocked him. He dared to beat even the children of the Jun family back then if he said so. Even when he was retaliated against, he never gave in or begged for mercy. Therefore, we can only let Lin Hai deal with it. Lin Hai closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes. "You'd better not be a security guard for Yukong Group. After all, you beat every one of them like that, so you can't be a security guard anymore." Chen Feng immediately became anxious. He didn't care about security or anything like that, but if he couldn't be Lin Aoshuang's bodyguard and driver because of this incident, then it would be over. So Chen Feng quickly asked, "Uncle Lin, then Miss Lin's driver and bodyguard?" Lin Hai glanced at Chen Feng and said, "It's just that your security guard position has been removed. This remains unchanged."
"Phew, that's good."
Chen Feng felt relieved. He turned around and asked, "Uncle Lin, I just heard those people say that Miss Lin seemed to have had dinner with the eldest young master of the Jun family.
What's going on?"
Lin Hai raised his eyebrows. Because Yukong Group was short of funds, Ao Shuang sought cooperation with Taichu Group.
"I had dinner with them because they invited me." "I see."
Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
"Then Mr. Lin, is Miss Lin busy now?"
"As her bodyguard, I think I should go and tell her that I'm back."
Ao Shuang is not in the company. Lin Hai's words made Chen Feng a little stunned. Not in the company? Then at home? Not at home either. This made Chen Feng's eyes widen. Then where is she?
"What does it have to do with you where my sister is?" At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside the door. Lin Ruoshi opened the office door and came in. She walked up to Chen Feng and said fiercely, "I advise you to stop thinking about your sister. You have no right to control where your sister goes."
Chen Feng didn't care about Lin Ruoshi's attitude towards him, and quickly asked Lin Hai, "Uncle Lin, where is Miss Lin?"
"Hey!
I'm telling you, do you understand what I'm saying?
Lin Ruoshi's dissatisfied voice sounded again, but Chen Feng didn't even look at her. He just kept looking at Lin Hai, hoping that he could tell him where Lin Aoshuang was, but who would have thought that Lin Hai also shook his head? I gave her 2 days off yesterday. She went out to play, but I didn't ask her where she was going, and I didn't want to disturb her.
So I don't know where Ao Shuang is now. But she will be back tonight. What a joke! How could he possibly tell Chen Feng and let this guy disturb the happy time between his daughter and young Master Jun? Besides, he really didn't know where the two of them were, but even if he knew, he would not tell Chen Feng, I see. Looking at Lin Hai's eyes, Chen Feng finally gave up because he also realized that Lin Hai really didn't know. So, all we can do is wait. Chapter 57. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi's strangeness seeing Chen Feng's restless look, Lin Hai slowly said, Chen Feng, you look so restless, why don't you go have a meal first? From your looks, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? When Chen Feng heard this, he was stunned at first, then he touched his stomach and realized that he was indeed a little hungry. He nodded quickly and said, Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go eat first. After saying that, Chen Feng stood up, said goodbye to Lin Hai, then turned around and quickly left the office. After Chen Feng left for a while, Lin Hai looked at the door of his office, suddenly picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he asked directly, Where is Chen Feng now? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously prepared for Lin Hai's question. He quickly replied, Boss Lin, Chen Feng is eating at a restaurant near Yukong Group now. It turned out that this person was one of the people sent by Junyi to secretly protect the Lin family, and he was also the leader of this group. He knew Chen Feng's whereabouts very well, so he could naturally answer Lin Hai's questions as soon as possible. According to common sense, a person with such good fortune as Chen Feng should be extremely difficult to track and monitor. After all, the sons of luck often possess extraordinary perception and insight, and any disturbance may arouse their vigilance. However, this time the situation is different because Chen Feng's luck has been lost a lot, his perception has decreased. Besides, this group of people are not ordinary people. They are the professionals who were responsible for Junia's safety before. All of these people have undergone extremely cruel hell-level training, and their skills and techniques are first class. More importantly, what they represent is the power of a 1,000-year-old family. This kind of family has a long heritage and profound cultural heritage, so the talents it cultivates are naturally extraordinary. The sophisticated concealment methods these people use are enough to make people astonished. For them, monitoring Chen Feng was a piece of cake. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. If he comes back after dinner, be sure to notify me immediately. Lin Hai reminded on the phone. Understood. The other party replied concisely. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Chen Feng had not left, but was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping on their conversation. But now it seems that such worries are obviously unnecessary. With this group of professionals watching over him, it would be difficult for Chen Feng to notice that he was being monitored. This Chen Feng is really impulsive and irritable. Thinking of what happened just now, Lin Hai shook his head, but he was not very surprised. After all, he actually dared to severely injure a member of the Jun family, and then dared to severely injure his opponent during a competition, so that he was forced to retire. How could this guy not have a hot temper? Yeah, that guy is impulsive and doesn't care about the consequences. If he continues to stay here, won't he make enemies everywhere for us? Lin Ruoshi also complained. After the ambulance arrived, she asked the doctor about the injuries of the security guards. The doctor told her that the security guards had broken bones. This is very troublesome, and if you are not careful it will affect your future life. Lin Hai said, I'll tell the people in the finance department to reimburse the medical expenses of the security guards and give each of them a bonus. Yes, I will do it later. After saying this, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but feel fortunate. It's a good thing that my sister knows that young Master Jun, otherwise we would have been kept in the dark by this Chen Feng. Who would have known that he had already offended the Jun family? Lin Hai also nodded, yes. It's really a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought that because of the lack of funds of Yukong Group, it would seek cooperation with Taichu Group, which would make Ao Shuang and that young Master Jun interested in each other, and let us know about this. It prevented us from becoming enemies with the Jun family and the Yi family. Business does not cooperate with government. In China, no company wants to be an enemy of the powerful Jun family, not to mention that the Jun family is now married to the Yi family. That's right. If it weren't for this incident, our whole family would have been forced to become accomplices with Chen Feng. God is really helping us.
Lin Ruoshi also realized how dangerous such a situation would be, and subconsciously patted her chest. This caused the dress to ripple across her chest. Then she asked, "Uncle, what should we do next?"
Master Jun has already made a plan, we just need to cooperate.
Jun Yi had already made arrangements long beforehand. The Lin family only needed to act according to circumstances and cooperate. They didn't need to do anything else. Lin Ruoshi laughed when she heard this and said, "Hee, that's good." Then, she asked curiously, "I wonder what they are doing now?" Lin Hai glanced at Lin Ruoshi and said, "I don't know, but I have a feeling that after tonight, your address to that young Master Jun can be real." Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened, "Really?" Lin Hai nodded, "Although it's just my guess, I think it will definitely work." "That's great." Lin Ruoshi was very happy, because she had a level 75 favorability towards Junyi. Although she would not fall in love with Junyi directly, she was also very satisfied with Junyi being her brother-in-law. Besides, Junyi's appearance is also very much to her liking. If Junyi could become her brother-in-law, wouldn't she be able to often see that face that is almost as handsome as yours? I wonder what it feels like to do that with that young Master Jun. It must be very comfortable. Lin Ruoshi thought secretly in her heart, and her face blushed involuntarily. She even felt a little envious of her sister. Ruoshi. Lin Hai looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was distracted, and asked her to come back to her senses. What's wrong? What were you thinking about just now? Why are you blushing? What, do you have a crush on someone? Lin Hai said jokingly. Lin Ruoshi touched her face with both hands and found that it was indeed a little hot. "Oh. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I have a sweetheart? With my brother-in-law in front of me, who could possibly catch my eye?" Lin Ruoshi quickly refuted Lin Hai's words. She didn't want Lin Hai to mistakenly think that she was in heat, but she didn't expect that her words made Lin Hai look at her in surprise. Because of Lin Ruoshi's words, Lin Hai thought that she was also interested in Junyi, but Lin Hai didn't say anything, just let everything take its course. If Lin Ruoshi is really interested in Junyi, then he will not object. After all, Junyi's status is too high. Lin Aoshuang is destined not to be his wife, so if Lin Ruoshi can join in, she can also help Lin Aoshuang. Besides, the prescription the other party gave him was so effective that he felt more energetic now. When he finishes taking these medicines, he will definitely become braver than when he was young. Of course, it doesn't mean that his love for Lin Ruoshi is not as great as that for Lin Aoshuang. He has been raising Lin Ruoshi since his brother and sister-in-law got into trouble. It can be said that Lin Ruoshi is just like his biological daughter. His love for Lin Ruoshi is no less than that for Lin Aoshuang. I just hope Lin Ruoshi can have a good home, so that my brother and sister-in-law can rest in peace. But it's useless for Lin Ruoshi to have this idea alone, because everything will ultimately depend on the intention of young Master Jun. Chapter 58. Jun Huaiqian's deep intentions. Just after Lin Hai and Lin Ruoshi chatted for a while, Lin Hai's phone suddenly rang, and the urgent ringtone broke the originally quiet atmosphere. Lin Hai quickly picked up the phone and saw that it was the person in charge of monitoring Chen Feng calling. His heart tightened, and he immediately pressed the answer button, only to hear the person on the other end say quickly, "Boss Lin, Chen Feng has finished his meal and is returning to Yukong Group." After hearing this, Lin Hai's expression changed slightly. He quickly hung up the phone, turned to Lin Ruoshi and said, "Ruoshi, go down and notify the people in the finance department and ask them to do it quickly." Lin Ruoshi nodded, turned around and left like a whirlwind. Not long after, Chen Feng arrived at the door of Lin Hai's office. He gently opened the door and walked in. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly stood up, walked forward, smiled, and said, "Chen Feng, you're just in time. You see, you can't stay here all the time. Why don't you go to the lounge and take a rest first?" Chen Feng also understood in his heart that he really couldn't stay in Lin Hai's office all the time. After all, many things needed to be handled by Lin Hai personally. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. I'll go and rest first. If there's anything, you can always call me." "Okay, got it." Lin Hai responded casually, but he was thinking in his heart that even if something really happened, he would never call Chen Feng. After Chen Feng left the office, Lin Hai took a deep breath and began to deal with the work that originally belonged to his daughter. He felt a little helpless. His daughter and Junyi were out playing, so he had to take responsibility for these things. Lin Hai operates the computer skillfully, processing various files and data. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, as if playing a silent symphony. At the same time, a surveillance camera not far from the Yukon Group building was silently recording the entire process of the conflict between Chen Feng and the security guard. This surveillance camera is located in an inconspicuous corner, but its field of view is just enough to cover everything in front of the gate of Yukon Group. In an RV, Yi Qingda looked at the surveillance footage on the computer screen and couldn't help but shout, "Brother, look at that Chen Feng, he actually beat up the security guard. Let's go and catch him now." Yi Kong sat aside, looked at his sister calmly, and said, "No, not now, Qingda. We need to observe the situation again." There were computers everywhere in the RV, and the screens showed various surveillance images near Yukon Group. These surveillance images were closely monitored by Yi Kong and Yi Qingda, brother and sister, whose task was to monitor Chen Feng's every move. In fact, Chen Feng's feeling was not wrong. Yi Kong had indeed been watching him. However, Yi Kong did not send people to follow him as Chen Feng imagined, but used the surveillance cameras scattered around Yukon Group. Yi Kong is an experienced policeman. When dealing with people like Chen Feng, it is easy for him to be exposed if he sends people to monitor him. After all, it is impossible for the people in the police station to have the same skills as the people in the Jun family and be able to hide their whereabouts. The location where this RV is parked is actually not far from the Yukon Group, so it would be easy to capture Chen Feng. After hearing what Yi Kong said, Yi Qingda asked suspiciously, "Why? Brother, didn't you see it with your own eyes? That Chen Feng actually beat all those security guards into the hospital. If we just let it go, who could have predicted how much trouble it would cause? Besides, wasn't it because Uncle Jun asked us to monitor Chen Feng that he was worried that he would cause a big disaster?" As Yi Qingda spoke, he turned his gaze to the surveillance footage displayed on the computer screen. The footage showed Chen Feng beating the group of security guards. Seeing this, Yi Kong quickly explained, "First of all, the director did instruct us to do so, but don't forget, what the director meant was that we can only take action when Chen Feng wants to harm innocent people. But what about the current situation? After all, it was caused by the group of security guards, so this is just an internal matter of Yukon Group. If Yukon Group can't handle it themselves, then it would be logical and reasonable for us to wait for the security guards to call the police before arresting Chen Feng." Yi Kong paused, then continued, "However, Mr. Lin is not a fool. He will definitely give Chen Feng a due punishment and properly settle the security guards. In this case, what's the point of us getting involved in this matter now?" After listening to her brother's explanation, Yi Qingda suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's how it is. Besides, do you think the director asked us to monitor Chen Feng just because of this? Is there another reason?" "Of course." "What is it?" "Keep it a secret for now. You'll know it sooner or later anyway." "All right." When Yi Qingda heard that her brother was unwilling to talk, she felt a little confused, but she was not the kind of person who was particularly curious. She thought that the truth would come out sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. So she stopped asking questions and acted very calmly. Yi Kong couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw how sensible his sister was. He thought to himself that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After all, the interests involved were complicated. Before this, he had doubts about Chen Feng's identity, believing that he was most likely a mercenary and his strength should not be underestimated. Based on this judgment, Yi Kong further speculated that a person like Chen Feng must have some subordinates or friends who are mercenaries like him. The reason why the director arranged him and Yi Qingda to monitor Chen Feng together was probably because of this. The director's purpose was obvious, which was to use Chen Feng as bait to lure the group of mercenaries into the trap and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Not only that, if the situation requires, the army can even be mobilized to suppress it. In this way, the Magic City Public Security Bureau can not only make a great contribution, but also take this opportunity to apply to the superiors to let the Yi family's people in the army lead a team to assist. In this way, it can be said that two birds with one stone can be achieved, which can not only solve the problem but also enhance the reputation and status of the Yi family. Time passed little by little, and as Chen Feng waited anxiously, it finally reached the afternoon. He couldn't wait to take a car back to the Lin family villa with Lin Hai and Lin Ro 11.at. This time, Lin Aoshuang, who had been playing with Jun Yi for a long time, looked at the sky and said to Jun Yi, "It's time to go back." Jun Yi glanced at the setting sun and nodded, then he turned to look at Lin Aoshuang. "Are you having fun?" "Happy. Every moment with you is a happy one." Lin Aoshuang smiled happily. It must be said that Lin Aoxuan looked very beautiful when she smiled. Her one smile makes her look charming, and all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. This poem is not an exaggeration to describe the current Lin Aoxuan. Junyi smiled and took Lin Aoxuan into his arms, then bent down and kissed her red lips.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the Son of Luck, Chen Feng, very irritated.
You will be rewarded with 3,000 villain points.
At this time, Chen Feng, who had returned to the Lin family villa, felt extremely irritated. He couldn't say why, but he just couldn't calm down. I have been anxiously waiting for Lin Aoxuan to come back, but it is already evening and Lin Aoxuan has not come back yet. Just when Chen Feng was about to lose his patience, he saw a car driving towards the Lin family villa. Chen Feng was suddenly very excited. He was sure that Lin Aoxuan had returned. He immediately went downstairs to greet her, but when the car opened its door, besides Lin Aoxuan, there was also a very handsome man who got out. When he saw this person, Chen Feng suddenly felt disgusted. In addition, when this person got out of Lin Aoxuan's car, his favorable impression of this person plummeted. Just when he was about to ask who Lin Aoxuan was, Lin Hai's voice came from behind. Aoxuan, it seems like you and Jun Xiao have had a lot of fun these past 2 days. Chapter 59 Angry Chen Feng. Young master. When Chen Feng heard Lin Hai's address to this man, his breathing suddenly stagnated, as if someone was strangling his throat. Immediately afterwards, an unstoppable murderous intent surged in his heart like a tide. It turns out that this guy is the bastard who coveted Lin Aoxuan. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. He could never have imagined that the man he hated so much would appear here. And this guy seems to be the eldest son of the Jun family. That's great. The anger in Chen Feng's heart grew more and more intense, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. However, even though the murderous intent in his heart had erupted like a volcano, Chen Feng still forced himself not to take action immediately. He knew very well that now was not the best time to take action. There are many people here, and if he acts rashly, he might not only alert the enemy but also bring himself unnecessary trouble. Let me let you live a little longer. Chen Feng snorted coldly in his heart and swore secretly that if he got the chance later, he would let this guy have a good taste of the anger that he, Chen Feng, had accumulated over the years. By then, he will definitely let this eldest young master of the Jun family know what it means to live a life worse than death. Junyi casually glanced at Chen Feng, who was standing at the gate of the Lin family villa. His eyes were cold and he didn't even pause for a moment, as if Chen Feng didn't exist at all. After seeing Chen Feng, Lin Aoxuan's expression did not change much. She just continued to hold Junya's arm and said to Lin Hai, who was already walking towards her with a smile, "Yeah, I really had a lot of fun these 2 days."
Junyi also smiled and nodded, "Yes, Uncle Lin."
When Lin Hai heard his daughter say this, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground.
He quickly smiled and replied, "That's good, that's good." At the same time, his eyes fell on Lin Aoxuan's arm around Junyi, and as a person who had experienced this, he could tell at a glance that his daughter's temperament had changed. In addition, Junyi started addressing him as Uncle Lin, which made him even more certain that the relationship between the two had been confirmed. But why did he feel that his daughter seemed more beautiful? However, Lin Hai did not think too much about it and warmly invited the two to go into the villa. Together, when Junyi and Lin Aoxuan passed by Chen Feng, Junya's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. That smile was as if he was looking at an angry but helpless loser. As for the malicious look Chen Feng gave him, Junyi completely ignored it, as if it was just an insignificant breeze. However, Chen Feng was deeply hurt by Junya's mocking look. A raging rage suddenly ignited in his heart. This rage was like a volcano about to erupt, and it instantly reached an unprecedented height, especially when he saw that Lin Aoxuan was even more beautiful and was holding Junya's arm tightly. The jealousy made him feel as if his heart was torn apart and he was in great pain. Ding!
It is detected that the Son of Luck, Chen Feng, is furious.
6,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that Chen Feng, the Son of Luck, is jealous.
6,000 villain points are awarded.
Good man. Just because Chen Feng was angry, he increased his villain value by 12,000. Wonderful. At this time, Lin Hai noticed Chen Feng's abnormality, but he didn't think there was anything strange. Lin Hai had long seen that Chen Feng had feelings for his daughter. After all, the other party's purpose was too obvious. Besides, this guy's temper always explodes at the slightest provocation. How could he not be angry when he saw the woman he liked holding another man's arm? Not to mention, this man and the people behind him are hostile to the Jun family. Lin Hai even now felt that Chen Feng was planning to take action when Junyi was left alone later. However, Lin Hai was not worried about Junyi, because the skill Junyi showed him before had already proved. That he was not an ordinary person, not to mention that the other side also has many bodyguards hiding in the dark. If Junyi didn't know Chen Feng's identity, then it might be possible that he did it unintentionally, but now everyone knows all about you, Chen Feng. How could they possibly let you succeed? Lin Hai is now planning to watch the show. Lin Hai walked forward and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder.
Chen Feng, what's wrong?
Chen Feng came back to his senses. He suppressed the anger in his heart, forced out a smile and said, "Nothing, Uncle Lin, I'm just a little tired." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Then go and have a rest first, don't get too tired." Chen Feng nodded and followed Lin Hai into the villa. After entering the villa, Chen Feng's eyes were always on Lin Aoshuang and Jun Ye. This moment, a voice came from the stairs.
"Sister, you're back."
Lin Ruoshi hurriedly came down the stairs and ran towards Lin Aoshuang. Lin Aoshuang also opened her arms and hugged Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Aoshuang and asked curiously, "Sister, did you and your brother-in-law have fun these 2 days?" "Sister, husband," this shout was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Chen Feng's ears. His body trembled violently, and the clenched fist in his hand seemed to be shattered by an invisible force, making a crisp crack sound. Chen Feng's eyes lost focus. He looked blankly at the Lin sisters who were hugging each other tightly in front of him, but the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. His eyes were fixed on Junyi, and the urge to rush up and take action was almost uncontrollable. However, just as he was about to swing his fist, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It was because of his impulsiveness that Lin Hai was greatly disappointed in him. If he acts impulsively again now, the consequences will be disastrous. No, it's not
the right time yet.
Chen Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails deep into his palms, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. On the other side, after hearing Lin Ruoshi's words, Lin Aoshuang seemed to remember something, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Well, I had a lot of fun."
Lin Aoshuang's voice was like the sound of nature.
When it reached Chen Feng's ears, it made him clench his teeth even tighter.
"No. It's not the right time yet. I can't bear it."
After they hugged each other for a while, Ji Qinghe quickly said it was time to eat. At the dinner table, Chen Feng kept going back and forth between Junyi and Lin Aoshuang. He saw that Junyi was very caring towards Lin Aoshuang and Lin Aoshuang was smiling happily, and the jealousy and anger in his heart became stronger. Junyi could also feel Chen Feng's gaze, and the system prompt sound that kept ringing in his ears was extremely pleasant. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Since he couldn't deal with Junyi openly, he might as well trip him up secretly. He quietly observed Junyi's every move, waiting for the right opportunity. After dinner, Junyi got up and went to the garden. Chen Feng felt that the opportunity had come. He followed secretly, preparing to give Junyi a surprise in the garden. However, what he didn't know was that Junyi had already noticed his little action, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
A good show was about to begin.
Chapter 60. Chen Feng was killed instantly. The night is as dark as ink, gently wrapping the villa garden in a gentle embrace. On the wrought iron fence covered with vines, several warm yellow floor lamps lit up one after another, and the halo of light spread on the bluestone path like spilled honey, and even the entwined rose petals were coated with a hazy golden edge. The fountain whispers in the center of the garden. The water drops shatter into stars as they fall, reflecting the Milky Way scattered across the sky. Koi fish swim at the bottom of the pond, holding the moonlight in their mouths, shattering the shadows of the magnolias floating on the water. Junyi leisurely admired the beautiful scenery before him, as if he was completely immersed in the embrace of nature and unaware of everything around him. However, he seemed unaware that in the bushes not far behind him, there was a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. Chen Feng was lurking in the bushes, his eyes like a hungry wolf, fixed on Junyi. The murderous intent in his heart was like a blazing flame, growing stronger and stronger. Chen Feng secretly made up his mind that he must first teach this ignorant guy a lesson, let him know how powerful he is, and then drive him away from Lin Aoshuang. Chen Feng's eyes became more and more fierce. He rushed out from the bushes like an arrow and rushed straight towards Junyi. He was extremely fast, like a gust of wind, carrying endless murderous intent and anger. Almost there. Almost there. Chen Feng shouted secretly in his heart, and as he got closer and closer to Junyi, his fists clenched tighter and tighter. He seemed to be able to see the tragic scene of Junyi falling to the ground, seriously injured and wailing in pain after being hit by his punch. Chen Feng used all his strength in this punch without holding back at all. He believed that even those veteran mercenaries who had experienced many battles would have their bones broken if they were hit by his punch. What's more, in his eyes, Junyi in front of him was nothing but a pampered waste. Chen Feng saw the right opportunity, closed his eyes without hesitation, and then used all his strength to punch Junyi hard. He was looking forward to hearing Junyi's melodious screams. That would be the sound he wanted to hear the most. Clang!
Hey! What's going on? Why does it feel wrong? It feels like I hit something hard.
Chen Feng quickly opened his eyes and found that his fist had not hit Junyi, but a big man with a sword who rushed out from nowhere. He is tall and strong, with broad shoulders and back, standing like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. His posture is upright and agile, and every movement is full of power, as if it contains endless energy that can burst out at any time. At this moment, he was holding the sword across in front of him. It was obvious that the punch just now hit the sword. Chen Feng frowned and looked at the person who suddenly appeared. Feeling the aura of this person, his heart trembled. This person is very strong. At this time, Junyi asked in confusion, "Your name is Chen Feng, right?
Why did you attack me?" Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Why? Jun, I'm warning you. Leave Lin Aoshuang immediately and I can let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude."
He looked fierce, hoping that this would scare Junyi. The main reason was that he felt that the sword-wielding man in front of him was very dangerous, and if he fought head-on, he would most likely not be his opponent. More importantly, he had a hunch that this person was one of the 6 people who had crippled the Blood Wolf mercenaries. He was so overwhelmed by anger just now that he didn't even remember that there was a group of people around the other party, but it would be too embarrassing to back down now, so I can only hope to make Junyi leave on his own in this way. Pity, laugh. Junyi sneered, and then said, "Okay, then you should defeat Jingang first." As he said this, he pointed at the big man with the sword, Jingang. Of course, to be fair, he can't use a sword. Jingang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then slowly put the sword in his hand into the scabbard. His movements were graceful and calm, as if this was not a life-and-death battle, but just an ordinary sparring match. Chen Feng felt relieved when he saw this. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing and state, then clenched his fists again, and pounced on Jingang like an angry lion. However, Jingang stood there motionless, without even blinking, just watching Chen Feng rushing over. This made Chen Feng's anger even more intense. He felt that this guy was simply looking down on him and didn't take him seriously at all. Chen Feng's speed was getting faster and faster. His fist made a sharp sound and went straight towards Jingang's chest like a cannonball. Seeing that the punch was about to hit Jingang, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, at this moment, Jingang's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace in front of Chen Feng like a ghost. Chen Feng's fist suddenly lost its target. He looked at the empty space in front of him in astonishment, having no idea where Jingang had gone. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a huge force coming from his waist. This force was like an overwhelming force, knocking him away. He could even clearly hear the crackling sound of his bones breaking under the impact of this huge force. Bang! Chen Feng's body hit the wall straight away like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground. He only felt unbearable pain in his waist, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. He was unable to move for a while. Ding! It is detected that the host's men have severely injured the Son of Luck, Chen Feng. 60,000 villain points are awarded. At this moment, Jingang slowly retracted his right leg. The whole movement seemed extremely light and graceful, as if he had not used much force in that kick. Jingang is a person who has practiced the wind god leg. After a long period of practice and training, his leg strength has become extremely powerful. Not only that, but his speed has also been significantly increased, allowing him to move and attack swiftly in combat. What's more worth mentioning is that the 6 sword slaves have already taken the physical fitness pills bestowed by Junyi, and each of them has taken 3 pills. This kind of physical fitness pill is of great help in improving physical fitness, allowing them to reach a higher level of strength. So, the attack just now really had a lot of power reduced. If he was serious, Chen Feng would probably be kicked into 2 pieces by him, with his body separated at the waist, which would be a horrible sight. However, despite this, Chen Feng still endured the severe pain, clenched his teeth, and tried hard not to scream out. He didn't want the 2 guys in front of him to see him wailing and screaming. However, he was unable to move at all now. Even if he moved a little, the piercing pain in his waist would become more intense, making it almost unbearable for him. His eyes were fixed on Junyi and Jingang. His heart was full of doubts and confusion. He is now certain that the destruction of the Blood Wolf mercenary group was definitely caused by this man. What's so special about this bastard Junyi that he can make such a powerful person willing to work for him? This is really unbelievable. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to him. These questions were like a tangled mess that made it difficult for him to make sense of them. However, at this moment he had no time to delve into these mysteries. Junyi was walking towards him step by step, and every step seemed so steady and powerful, as if the whole world was shaking with his steps. Chen Feng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He could feel Junyi's hawk-like sharp gaze falling on him. That gaze was full of indifference and contempt, as if he was admiring a ridiculous clown. This feeling of being looked down upon instantly made Chen Feng's anger rise. He really wanted to curse and hit back at Junyi fiercely. However, the waves of severe pain in his body made him unable to speak. The pain came like a tide, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Chapter 61 Lin Ruoshi mocked Chen Feng. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and tried to get up from the ground, but the severe pain in his waist made all his efforts come to nothing. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead and his face turned pale. Junyi stood aside with a teasing smile on his face. He looked at Chen Feng's embarrassed appearance and said sarcastically, "Is that all you can do? I really overestimated you. I thought you were very capable." Anger welled up in Chen Feng's heart. He glared at Junyi and responded while enduring the pain, "Humph. If it weren't for that guy, you wouldn't be able to take even one punch from me. I don't accept it." His voice trembled a little due to pain, but his tone was extremely firm, as if he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Chen Feng stared at Junyi intently, the anger in his eyes seemed to be bursting out. Junyi laughed disdainfully when he heard Chen Feng's words. "TSK. Not convinced? I don't need you to be convinced. Even if you are not convinced, what can I do?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his foot and stepped mercilessly on Chen Feng's head, pressing his head hard to the ground. Chen Feng's face was pressed against the ground. He could feel the pressure from Junyi's feet, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. However, his heart was still filled with resentment and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, do you think you can make me surrender like this? You are too naive. You'd better pray that I don't get the chance, otherwise I will make you regret it." Chen Feng felt a sense of humiliation at this moment, followed by a huge anger. He, the leader of the ghost mercenary group, was actually trampled under the feet of a mere fancy move, especially since this guy is actually the eldest son of the Jun family. If he could still move, he would make this bastard suffer a fate worse than death. "Oh, you still can't see the situation clearly, and you still dare to speak harshly. If you have the guts, just stand up." Chen Feng also wanted to struggle to break free, but the severe pain in his waist and the big foot on his head made him unable to even struggle. Ding! It is detected that the Son of Luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 6,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the Son of Luck, Chen Feng, feels extremely humiliated, and 5,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the Son of Luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 6,000 villain points are awarded. Junyi admired Chen Feng's reaction. Suddenly, he turned to Zhengang and said, "Zhengang, you step down first, yes." Zhengang bowed and clasped his hands, then immediately disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a sound of footsteps was heard. Lin Hai and the others came over, and Junyi retracted his foot. When Lin Hai and the others came over, they saw Chen Feng lying on the ground. He seemed to have suffered some serious injury and was unable to stand. His eyes were fixed on Junyi. Junyi stood next to Chen Feng and did not take Chen Feng's threatening look seriously at all. Lin Hai understood what happened at a glance. It must be that Chen Feng wanted to take action just now, but was beaten like this by Junyi or the people who were secretly protecting him. He immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Master Jun, what's going on?" "Chen Feng." Junyi took a look at Lin Hai's expression. "Wow, Lin Hai's acting skills are really good." He frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction, and his tone was a little angry. "What's going on?" "I was just about to ask you. Who is this guy? Why did he suddenly want to attack me just now?" When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she immediately screamed, He actually wanted to sneak attack you, brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, are you hurt?" Her voice was full of worry and anxiety. Lin Aoshuang's reaction was even faster. Before Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, she had already rushed to Junyi like a gust of wind. Her eyes were fixed on Junyi, full of concern and worry, as if she was afraid that he was injured. The reactions of these two people made Chen Feng's face look even uglier. His eyes almost popped out, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely.
But Junyi turned a blind eye to all this. He just waved his hand casually and said lightly, "How could this guy hurt me?" After that, Junyi turned his gaze to Lin Aoshuang. His eyes became unusually gentle. He comforted her softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then, he naturally hugged Lin Aoshuang tightly into his arms. Lin Aoshuang also cooperated very well and nestled in Junia's arms, like a well-behaved little bird. She had a happy smile on her face and looked very sweet. The scene fell into the eyes of Lin Hai and Ji Qing'e, and they both smiled like aunties at the same time, but this surprised Lin Ruoshi very much, as she had never seen her sister like this before. Dai was even more curious about Junia's methods. From what she knew, the two had only known each other for a few days. Although Lin Hai had given Lin Aoshuang a holiday before so that she could be alone with Junyi, but it was only 2 days, and even if the relationship between the two was confirmed, it wouldn't make her sister look like this. How did my brother-in-law do it? And what did they do in the past 2 days? Lin Ruoshi made up her mind that she would definitely ask Lin Aoshuang when she had time in the future. After Junyi comforted Lin Aoshuang, Lin Hai also hurriedly asked Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, what's going on? Why did you attack Jun Xiao? Is there any misunderstanding between you two?" In fact, Lin Hai knew everything. He knew why Chen Feng took action, and he also knew the conflict between Chen Feng and Junyi. However, all this was instructed by Junyi before. He pretended to be a person who knew nothing and gave Chen Feng a fatal blow at the critical moment. Ji Qing'e also joined in. "Yes, Chen Feng. Why did you attack Jun Xiao?" Chen Feng didn't know what to say. Did he have a grudge against the Jun family? And because of Lin Aoshuang, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson but failed. Putting aside the question of whether it is embarrassing or not, once Lin Hai and the others know about his relationship with the Jun family, under the pressure of the Jun family, Lin Hai will most likely let him leave. Don't say that he has someone backing him up. Lin Hai can't afford to offend that person, but the Jun family is even more difficult to deal with, not to mention that the Jun family is also married to the Yi family. Besides, Lin Aoshuang now has a great liking for the eldest son of the Jun family. When the time comes, with the support of the Jun family and the Yi family, her own backer will not be able to do anything to them. So Chen Feng remained silent. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say anything, Lin Ruoshi immediately stepped forward and taunted, "Ha, I think you are just jealous of your brother-in-law, so you want to do it. Don't you see who you are? There must be a limit to your wishful thinking. I tell you, don't even mention that my sister already has a brother-in-law. Even if she doesn't find one, I won't let you succeed." Chen Feng gritted his teeth and felt even more dissatisfied with Lin Ruoshi. "Just wait for me, little girl. I will make you pay the price." Chen Feng said hatefully in his heart. He made up his mind that he must find an opportunity in the future to let Lin Ruoshi enjoy herself under him. Chapter 62: The Lin Family Acting Bite. Suddenly, a clear reminder sound rang in Junia's mind. It is detected that due to the host, the son of luck, Chen Feng, is dissatisfied with the daughter of luck, Lin Ruoshi, and attempts to force her. The plot has changed and 30,000 villain points are awarded. Hearing this news, Junia's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He turned his head to look at Chen Feng, who was still lying on the ground, raised his eyebrows, and seemed not surprised by the result. Chen Feng actually had evil intentions towards Lin Ruoshi. This is a really interesting discovery, Junyi was secretly thinking in his heart. If that was the case, then he could definitely make good use of this matter. As long as Chen Feng continues to act according to his plan, Lin Ruoshi will be easier for him to take down. Thinking of this, Junyi couldn't help but smile in his heart, as if he had seen the dawn of success. Chen Feng, just implement your ideas well. I will silently help you clear all obstacles behind the scenes. Junyi said secretly in his heart. Then, he gave orders to Zhuanhuan and Mipo without hesitation, asking them to pay close attention to Chen Feng's every move from now on. If they found any abnormal situation, they must report to him immediately. After all the people in the Lin family are now secretly protected by people arranged by Junyi. With the existence of these people, they can solve most of the possible problems. Moreover, Zhuanhuan and Mipo were originally placed here specifically to monitor Chen Feng. Junyi didn't want Chen Feng to do anything weird when he was away because of his negligence. Therefore, he must not relax his surveillance on Chen Feng. Junyi looked up at the sky, then said to Lin Hai, "Uncle Lin, it's getting late, I need to rest first. I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation tomorrow at the latest." Lin Hai nodded quickly. "No problem, Master Jun. I will definitely give you an explanation tomorrow.
Junyi lowered his head and looked at Lin Aoshuang in his arms. Aoshuang, let's go back and rest first.
Lin Aoshuang hummed softly, then returned to the villa with Junyi. Lin Ruoshi snorted at Chen Feng again and went back to the villa. At this moment, Lin Hai turned around, looked at Ji Qinghe tenderly, and said softly, "Wife, you should go home and have a good rest first.
I'm here, you don't have to worry."
Ji Qinghe nodded. Although he still looked a little worried, he still followed Lin Hai's advice and turned to leave the scene. Seeing Ji Qinghe's receding figure, Lin Hai squatted down hurriedly, looked at Chen Feng lying on the ground with a worried look on his face, and asked with concern, "Chen Feng, how do you feel now? Can you try to stand up?"
Chen Feng frowned, shook his head in pain, and answered with difficulty, "No, Uncle Lin, I feel like my waist has suffered a serious injury. It hurts terribly if I move a little." Seeing this, Lin Hai became even more anxious. He quickly comforted him, "Don't worry, Chen Feng.
I'll call an ambulance for you right away. Just hold on a little longer, the ambulance will be here soon."
As he spoke, Lin Hai quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the emergency number. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, Lin Hai stayed by Chen Feng's side, constantly comforting him and asking him to stay calm. After a while, Lin Hai said to Chen Feng, "Okay, Chen Feng, just be patient, the ambulance should be here soon." Chen Feng looked at Lin Hai gratefully, endured the pain, forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lin.
It's really troublesome for you. Don't say thank you or not. What happened just now? Why did you attack Jun Xiao?"
Lin Hai shook his head and asked the same question. Chen Feng thought for a while, then said, "I am interested in Miss Lin, but after seeing that scene, I felt a surge of anger in my heart, and I didn't even think about it." "Nonsense."
Lin Hai glared at Chen Feng with anger on his face.
He was very dissatisfied with what Chen Feng had just said. Although what Chen Feng said was true, it was only part of the reason. Lin Hai actually knew that the real reason was that Chen Feng was forced to retire from the army 5 years ago because he offended the Jun family. This incident made Chen Feng resent the Jun family, so much so that he was so impulsive when he saw Lin Aoshuang and Junyi getting so close. However,
Lin Hai did not intend to expose Chen Feng's true thoughts. He sighed helplessly and said, "Oh,
forget it, I don't want to interfere too much in the affairs of you young people. I won't stop you if you have a crush on A.O. Shuang.
But you must never act rashly like you did today again." Chen Feng quickly nodded and responded, "I understand, Uncle Lin, I will never make this mistake again."
His attitude was very sincere, and he seemed to have realized his mistake. Lin Hai looked at Chen Feng and continued earnestly, "Chen Feng, I know you have a lot of reluctance in your heart, but I must remind you that the Jun family is very powerful, especially after their marriage with the Yi family.
Although this is not the imperial capital, the Yi family is the undisputed overlord here. So, no matter what you do, you must think carefully and don't be impulsive."
Chen Feng nodded again, indicating that he understood what Lin Hai meant. "Uncle Lin, I'll remember it."
At this time, the ambulance also arrived. Lin Hai smiled disdainfully as he watched Chen Feng being carried into the ambulance and out of sight. He turned back to the villa and saw Junyi, Lin Aoshuang, Lin Ruoshi, and Ji Qinghe all sitting on the sofa in the living room. Junyi took a sip of tea and asked, "Chen Feng was carried away?" "Yes. He has been taken to the Magic City Central Hospital by ambulance."
Hearing about this hospital, a smile flashed in Junya's eyes. "It seems that Chen Feng should meet the old dean who was hospitalized in this hospital. There's more fun to do." Junyi collected his thoughts and looked at Lin Hai, who had already sat down.
"Uncle Lin, how did he explain it just now?"
Lin Hai smiled playfully. "He told me that he was interested in A.O. Shuang, and he couldn't control himself, so he wanted to attack you."
"Oh. This is only part of the reason. The more fundamental reason is what happened 5 years ago."
Lin Ruoshi also knew about the grudge between Chen Feng and the Jun family, so she could guess why Chen Feng was so impulsive. How could the leader of the ghost mercenary group, who was very famous in the mercenary world, be so impulsive for such a reason? Moreover, Lin Aoshuang and Ji Qinghe also frowned after hearing Chen Feng's explanation. The fundamental reason why Chen Feng was unwilling to reveal the truth was because he was an enemy of the Jun family, so he wanted to gain the power of the Yu Kang group, but by doing so,
they would also become enemies with the Jun and Yi families. This is not what Lin Hai's family wants to see. Thinking of this, they hated Chen Feng even more. However, when they saw Jun Yi, they felt even more relieved. Fortunately, Lin Aoshuang sought cooperation with Taichu group at that time, and fortunately, Lin Hai did not refuse the cooperation. Otherwise, their family might have to follow Chen Feng to the end. Lin Hai, feeling emotional, glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "It's getting late. It's time to rest." Ji Qingha immediately understood what her husband meant, and then said with a smile, "Yes. It's time to rest, otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Then the two said to Jun Yi, "Good night, Mr. Jun." "Good night." Jun Yi responded with a smile. Ji Qingha even winked at Lin Aoshuang and went upstairs, which made Lin Aoshuang feel a little embarrassed. Lin Ruoshi also understood, and said good night to Jun Yi and Lin Aoshuang, then returned to her room. Now, only Jun Yi and Lin Aoshuang were left. Jun Yi held Lin Aoshuang in his arms and smiled evilly. "Aoshuang, let's go to your room tonight." "Yeah, okay." Lin Aoshuang's pretty face flushed, but she did not refuse. Instead, she spoke in a very low voice. Of course, Jun Yi heard it clearly, so his smile got even bigger. He stood up, picked up Lin Aoshuang in a princess hug, and then the two of them walked into Lin Aoshuang's room together. Chapter 63 Lin Aoshuang's Distress. Dear readers, thank you for your support. I hope you will leave more comments and click the button to urge me to update in your busy schedule. Your urging is the biggest motivation for the author to write. Also, please, dear readers, if you are dissatisfied with what the author has written, please write a comment in the last paragraph of the latest chapter every day so that the author can make corrections in time and communicate with you readers in a timely manner. Thank you all readers. The following text. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. Jun Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Lin Aoshuang, who was sleeping beside him. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Jun Yi couldn't help but smile. He got out of bed quietly, afraid of waking her up. Recalling the intensity of last night, even Lin Aoshuang, who had taken a physical fitness pill, found it difficult to bear. Jun Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his energy was really strong. He walked out of the room quietly and went to the bathroom to wash up, so that he could wake up completely from his sleep. When Jun Yi finished washing up and walked out of the room, a faint smell of medicine hit his nose. He walked in the direction of the smell and found Lin Hai sitting in the living room with a bowl of steaming Chinese medicine in his hand, about to drink it. "Uncle Lin, good morning." Jun Yi greeted with a smile. Lin Hai raised his head and saw Jun Yi. A smile appeared on his face. "Morning, Jun Yi." Jun Yi walked to Lin Hai, looked at the medicine bowl in his hand, and asked with concern, "Uncle Lin, how do you feel?" Lin Hai drank the medicine in the medicine bowl, then put the bowl down and nodded with satisfaction. "I feel much better, Jun Xiao. The prescription you gave me is really amazing." Jun Yi smiled and said, "That's good. But, Uncle Lin, you must remember that you must not have sex during this period, otherwise all your previous efforts will be in vain." Lin Hai nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, Master Jun, I know." Jun Yi reminded again, "This is not a trivial matter, you must hold back. If you accidentally lose control, it will be a lot of fun." Lin Hai patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Master Jun, I will definitely not do anything rash." At this point, Lin Hai paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject and said to Jun Yi with a smile, "Mr. Jun, how did you feel last night?" Jun Yi did not answer immediately. He just looked at Lin Hai expressionlessly. His eyes seemed to hide many deep meanings that were difficult to understand. However, Lin Hai seemed to understand Jun Yi's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the air, which seemed a little abrupt. After laughing, Lin Hai's expression turned serious. He looked at Jun Yi and said sincerely, "Mr. Jun, I know that with your identity and status, Aoshuang can only be one of your many confidants. After all, a person like you is destined to have many women around you." Lin Hai paused, then continued, "However, as a father, I still want to ask you to treat Aoshuang well. She is my daughter, and I don't expect her to get any status. I just hope that she can get your sincere treatment." Jun Yi listened to Lin Hai's words quietly. Of course he understood what Lin Hai meant. As a father, Lin Hai does not ask for Lin Aoshuang to have a formal status, but he also hopes that Jun Yi can be nicer to Lin Aoshuang. After a moment's silence, Jun Yi finally spoke, his voice low and firm, "Uncle Lin, although I, Jun Yi, dare not call myself a good person, I am definitely not the kind of person who plays with feelings. As for my women, although I may not be able to give them a name, but apart from the name, I will not lose anything else that they should have." Lin Hai's eyes suddenly lit up.
He was very satisfied with Junia's answer, and a huge weight of relief fell from his heart. Then he burst into laughter.
I knew I wasn't mistaken.
He actually felt that Junie was not that kind of person, but as a father, he still had to hear a guarantee before he could feel at ease. After all, with Junia's identity, there was no need to lie to Lin Hai. The two chatted for a while and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. At this moment, other people also came out of the room one after another. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast at the Lin family, Junie said goodbye to everyone in the Lin family and set off. Lin Aoshuang watched Junie walk farther and farther away until his figure completely disappeared from her sight. Then she slowly turned around and returned to her boudoir. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Aoshuang seemed to have lost all her strength. Like a lazy cat, she fell limply on the soft bed, her cheek was pressed against the quilt and she took a deep breath. The unique scent belonging to Junie instantly filled her nostrils. All the memories of last night flooded into her mind like a tide, especially that crazy and passionate scene, which made Lin Aoshuang's pretty face blush involuntarily. She shyly covered her hot cheeks with her hands, but her heart felt like a deer beating in its tracks and she couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long while, Lin Aoshuang came back to her senses from her memories. She sat up gently and her eyes fell on the two physical pills placed on the bedside. This was specially left for her by Junie. As someone who had taken the physical fitness pill, she also knew the effect of this pill. Lin Aoshuang carefully held the two pills in her palms, looked at them carefully, and then put them all into her mouth without hesitation. The pill melted in her mouth, turning into a cool medicinal force that flowed down her throat and quickly penetrated into every part of her body. Lin Aoshuang could clearly feel that subtle changes were taking place in her body. Her originally tired body gradually regained its vitality, and her strength was increasing bit by bit. She clenched her fists excitedly, feeling the endless power surging in her body. However, when she thought of the lingering time with Junie last night, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She had used up almost all her strength last night, but Junie seemed to be still unsatisfied, which made her feel a little inferior.
No, I must exercise my body well.
Lin Aoshuang secretly made up her mind, as Junia's woman, if I can't even satisfy him with this kind of thing, then I am too unqualified. Thinking of this, Lin Aoshuang immediately jumped out of bed and started her exercise planned out. Of course, what Lin Aoshuang didn't know was that Junie had never actually used his full strength. Not to mention, no matter how much Lin Aoshuang trained, she could never be better than Junie in that aspect. They will only be defeated by Junie. At this time, in the Magic City Central Hospital, Chen Feng had slowly woken up. When Chen Feng woke up, he found that his waist was in a cast. I touched it, and it was quite hard. After looking around, he found that he was still in an independent ward. This time, a nurse wearing a mask opened the door of the ward and walked in. When she saw Chen Feng, her pupils shrank and she said in surprise, "So it was you who was hospitalized last night?" Chen Feng also looked at the nurse. He felt that this person looked familiar. After the nurse took off her mask, she revealed a pure and beautiful face. Chen Feng also remembered who this nurse was. "Wei Wei, it's you." Chapter 64. Lin Wei takes care of Chen Feng. Wei Wei, she was actually none other than the girl whom Chen Feng met by chance at the airport in Shanghai when he just returned to China. Lin Wei. That's right, it was the biochemical matrix that Junie spent a lot of time and energy looking for specifically for Chen Feng. So the question is, why did Lin Wei appear in the Shanghai Central Hospital as a nurse? Is she really a nurse here? The answer is obviously no. As mentioned before, Lin Wei dropped out of school before even finishing junior high school. Her educational level is far different from that of a nurse who can work in the Central Hospital of Shanghai. After all, most of the nurses working in this hospital are top students from medical school. So, according to common sense, it is impossible for Lin Wei to appear here wearing this nurse uniform. But who made her work for Junie now? Therefore, if Lin Wei wants to be a nurse here, she can do the job even though she knows nothing about medicine and does not have enough academic qualifications. Just last night, Junie and Lin Aoshuang had a thrilling battle. After the fierce battle, Lin Aoshuang was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. However, Junie did not fall asleep like Lin Aoshuang. He quickly notified Jing Ning through the system, conveying his instructions in a calm and decisive tone. "Jingning, I need you to notify Aaron immediately and ask him to arrange for Lin Wei to work as a nurse at the Magic City Central Hospital as soon as possible." Junia's voice was low and firm, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Jing Ning responded on the other end of the phone and then took quick action. She didn't ask why, and she didn't need to ask. In her heart, Junia's orders were absolute and must be executed unconditionally. Furthermore, the dean here is from the Jun family, while the vice dean is from the Yi family. It can be said that Junie has absolute say and influence in this hospital, therefore, arranging a small nursing position for Junie was a piece of cake. Of course, the reason why Junyi arranged Linwei here was not because he really expected her to treat patients. In fact, Linwei doesn't have this ability at all. Junyi's real purpose is to take the relationship between Linwei and Chen Feng to the next level through this arrangement. Chen Feng suffered tremendous humiliation and resentment in the Lin family villa yesterday, but now, there is a beautiful girl who once met him and took good care of him when he was injured. In this case, it is only a matter of time before Chen Feng falls. By then, things will develop in the direction that Junyi expects. Hey, alas. I have to say that Junyi really cares about Chen Feng. Even after finishing with Lin Aoxuan last night, he still did not choose to go to bed, but quickly arranged a beautiful girl for Chen Feng. He even intended to let the two of them create sparks. I'm afraid neither of his parents have ever been so attentive to Chen Feng. After Chen Feng recognized her, Linwei quickly showed a happy expression. I didn't expect that the person I have to take care of is actually you. Wait, Weiwei, you just said you would take care of me? Yes, the head nurse assigned me to take care of the patient in Ward 250. I didn't expect it would be you. Is this God's arrangement? Linwei had the expression of a little girl immersed in her own fantasy. God's arrangement, Chen Feng murmured to himself. He now felt that this was God's arrangement, allowing him to meet the girl he knew before when he was injured and hospitalized. Junyi chuckled. Chen Feng, your fate is in my hands. To you, my will is God's will. At this time, Linwei hurried to Chen Feng's bed and patted her chest. Don't worry, big brother. If you need anything during the next period of time, just tell me directly. I will definitely take good care of you. Linwei's action caused the clothes on her chest to shake, which attracted Chen Feng's attention. After Chen Feng looked at it unconsciously for a while, he quickly came back to his senses and said to Linwei, Weiwei, thank you. Nothing. By the way, big brother, why are you injured? The head nurse told me that the bones in your waist are cracked. Did you encounter any danger? Linwei asked Chen Feng another question, which made Chen Feng at a loss for words. Should he say that he caused trouble for others out of jealousy, and was killed instantly by the other party's bodyguard? If this were to be said out loud, would Chen Feng still have any face left? Chen Feng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Linwei quickly comforted him. Don't say anything, that must be a painful memory for you, big brother. It's also Weiwei's fault for reminding you of that incident. As Linwei spoke, she revealed a guilty look. This immediately made Chen Feng feel more favorable towards Linwei, and he felt that Linwei was a considerate and good girl. Linwei quickly skipped the topic and said briskly, Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me help you wash up first. She turned around and picked up the basin from the bedside table. She filled it with warm water, wet a towel with it, and gently wrung it until it was half dry. Be careful to lie down and don't get involved in the wound. She leaned over the bed and gently wiped Chen Feng's forehead. Her fingertips were warm like warm water, and her movements were as delicate as if she was treating fragile porcelain. When she wiped her cheek, she used lighter force on her fingertips, and the towel brushed across her jawline, not even missing the corner of her earlobe. After washing her face, Linwei took out the toothbrush and mouthwash cup. Open your mouth. She half knelt beside the bed, holding the mouthwash cup in one hand and a toothbrush dipped in water in the other, helping him clean his teeth bit by bit. Chen Feng pursed his lips uncomfortably, but she smiled and said, Don't be nervous, big brother. I used to take care of grandma in the same way. I'm very skilled at it. As she spoke, she shook her wrist, which made Chen Feng couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This was of course a lie. The reason why Linwei was so skilled was purely because she was specially trained by Junyi's people during this period. Don't underestimate a person's potential. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you don't know how great your potential is. Junyi simply told her that as long as she studied well, he would reward her with 100,000 yuan. Linwei suddenly became motivated. She didn't have any hobbies except money. It was just taking care of someone, but Linwei learned it perfectly quickly. Moreover, due to Linwei's past experience, it was even easier for her to act and seduce men. And then comes the hand wiping. Linwei gently lifted his arm and wiped it carefully from his fingertips to his forearm with a towel, making sure even the spaces between his fingers were clean. When she was wiping his elbows, she noticed that Chen Feng's elbows were a little dry due to lying down for a long time, so she took out the hand cream from her pocket, squeezed a little, rubbed it on the palm of her hand and massaged gently. This way the skin won't be too dry. She lowered her head, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyelids, and her serious look made Chen Feng feel inexplicably hot in his heart. When taking care of him while eating, Lin Wei always blew on the food until it was warm before handing it to his mouth. If she comes across soup or water, she will carefully scoop it up with a spoon and wait for the foam to settle before feeding it. Chen Feng wanted to take the spoon himself, but she immediately held his hand down. Don't move, the wound is important, I'll do it. As she said this, she gave him a reproachful look, which was like a kitten scratching its heart, and made Chen Feng retract his hand obediently. Whenever Lin Wei helped him turn over and wipe his back, she was extremely cautious. If it hurts, tell me, don't bear it. She asked softly as she patted his back gently with a towel dipped in talcum powder. When Chen Feng smelled the faint scent of shampoo in her hair, he would often be distracted and would not come back to his senses until she covered him with the quilt. Sometimes he wanted to drink water. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Wei came over with a cup of water as if sensing it, and asked, "Do you want some honey?" Before going to bed at night, Lin Wei would bring hot water to soak his feet. She gently placed his feet in the basin and massaged the soles and ankles with her fingertips. This will promote blood circulation and help you sleep better. She looked up and smiled at him, her eyes curved into crescents. Chen Feng looked at her profile under the warm yellow light, and suddenly felt that even though his waist bones still hurt, with her taking care of him, even the days in the hospital seemed to have become different. Chapter 65. When Wanqiu's touch the next day, Chen Feng was woken up by Lin Wei, and then enjoyed Lin Wei's meticulous care. This almost made Chen Feng fall. Not to mention, it was not known whether Lin Wei did it intentionally or accidentally, but she was vaguely provoking Chen Feng's anger while taking care of him. If it weren't for the pain in Chen Feng's waist telling him, he would have turned into a beast right now. But as the saying goes, it is better to loosen than to block. Chen Feng is inconvenient now because he is injured. When his waist injury heals, he will definitely not be able to hold back. Let me explain this on two sides. While Chen Feng was enjoying Lin Wei's care, Junyi was also enjoying Jingning's lap in his own villa. Because of Xin Yanzhou's presence, Junyi can be a hands-off boss without any psychological pressure. As his personal secretary, Jingning naturally has to be with Junyi all the time. So Junyi stayed in his villa the whole time yesterday, enjoying the time with Jingning, and also gave Jingning 3 physical fitness pills. This made Jingning's physical fitness much stronger, and even his combat effectiveness in that aspect improved greatly. Although he was still no match for Junyi, he was defeated by him. Junyi closed his eyes comfortably, and Jingning consciously poured him a glass of juice and brought him some snacks. This made Wen Wanqiu, who was cleaning nearby, look sideways. Because she had never seen such a scene before, and for some reason, she was somewhat envious of Jingning for being so close to Junyi. Of course, Junyi took in all of Wen Wanqiu's expressions. He secretly called the system and opened Wen Wanqiu's favorability panel. Name: Wen Wanqiu likability rating 79. The favorability level is 79, just a little bit away from breaking through 80 and becoming admiration. Junyi was not surprised at this level of favorability. Wen Wanqiu is just a girl with a difficult life. After the old dean fell ill, it was like a mountain pressing down on her, and Junyi appeared when she was about to fall into darkness and helped her solve all her difficulties. How could a girl not be grateful? However, the favorability is only 79. Although this level of favorability is indeed not low, it still has not reached the level of admiration. It seems we need to add more fuel to the fire. Junyi secretly glanced at Wen Wanqiu, thought of Chen Feng, who was in the central hospital of Magic City, and began to plan to make something of this matter. I don't know if God heard Junyi's thoughts, but when Wanqiu's phone rang, Wen Wanqiu took out her cell phone and saw that it was a call from the Magic City Central Hospital. She told Junyi who the caller was. Junyi instinctively felt that this call was a good thing for him. So he smiled and said to Wen Wanqiu, "Take it." "Hello?" After Wen Wanqiu answered the phone, the person on the other end started talking. "Excuse me, are you Miss Wen Wanqiu?" "I am." "That's great. I have good news for you. The patient has recovered and is awake now." This news made Wen Wanqiu's eyes widen. "Really? That's great. Thank you, doctor." Wen Wanqiu quickly expressed her gratitude to the doctor on the other end of the phone. "It's my job, Miss Wen, you don't need to say thank you or not." The doctor on the other end of the phone paused and then continued. "Then Miss Wen, please take some time to see the patient." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor." When Wanqiu expressed her gratitude to the doctor on the other end of the phone, after hanging up the phone, Junyi looked at her with a smile. "It looks like good news." Although Wen Wanqiu did not turn on the speakerphone just now, Junyi and Jingning could still hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly, but Junyi didn't say it directly. Wen Wanqiu smiled and nodded happily, her eyes showing deep gratitude towards Junyi. She said softly, "Good news just came from the hospital. The dean has recovered. Thank you very much for your generous help, young master.
Without your help, I really don't know what I would do."
Junyi smiled and waved his hand casually, as if the matter was insignificant to him.
He responded, "You're welcome. It's just a small favor."
However, when Wanqiu shook her head firmly, her voice trembling slightly, "It may be just a small matter for you, young master, but it is a big deal for me. I have been an orphan since I was a child, without anyone to rely on. It was the dean who raised me and treated me like his own daughter. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet a kind person like you, young master, I'm afraid the dean would." Before she finished speaking, when Wanqiu's eyes were already wet and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Seeing this, Junyi quickly stood up and walked quickly to Wen Wanqiu. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her hair, as if comforting a wounded child, and said softly, "Okay, don't cry.
Hasn't your dean recovered now? Everything is over.
Look forward." Wen Wanqiu was a little overwhelmed by Junyi's sudden action. She felt a warm current surge in her heart and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Junyi's mind. Ding! It is detected that Wen Wanqiu, the daughter of luck, is shy.
1,000 villain points are rewarded. Hearing this prompt tone, Junyi was delighted, but he did not show it. Instead, he looked at Wen Wanqiu as if nothing had happened. Wen Wanqiu realized her loss of composure and hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then looked at Junyi somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing that she stopped crying, Junyi slowly withdrew his hand. Wen Wanqiu felt Junyi take his hand back, and she felt inexplicably lost in her heart. She looked up at Junyi. "Master, can I take a day off today?" Junyi smiled gently. "Okay, and I'll go with you, real?"
Wen Wanqiu widened her eyes and felt flattered.
"Of course it's true." Junyi smiled and nodded. "Thank you, master."
Wen Wanqiu felt very happy and hugged Junyi unconsciously, but she soon realized her own impoliteness and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, master.
I accidentally offended you."
Junyi gently touched her head again. "It's human nature, I understand. Besides, Wanqiu is so beautiful, I won't suffer any loss if I hug her."
Junyi's words made Wen Wanqiu blush even more.
"Then master, I will go change my clothes first, and then we will go together. Good." Wen Wanqiu quickly ran back to her room to change clothes. Wen Wanqiu ran back to her room and closed the door tightly. She leaned against the door and remembered how Junyi touched her head and comforted her like a child, which made her very shy. She covered her face and said shyly in her heart, "Ah, I was so embarrassed just now, but the young master's hands are so warm and gentle." Wen Wanqiu stopped her wild thoughts, opened the closet, changed her maid outfit into a neat denim suit, paired with a pair of white sneakers, and walked out of the room. Junyi and the other two walked out of the entrance hall, and Aaron had already parked the black car at the foot of the stone steps outside the door. Junyi opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Wen Wanqiu lowered her head and sat in the back seat. Jingning also sat in the back. The engine started slightly, and the car rolled over the sycamore leaves on the ground and drove towards the Central Hospital of Shanghai. Chapter 66: The Hidden Function of the System in the Magic City Central Hospital. As a public hospital funded by the Shanghai government, Shanghai Central Hospital has a great reputation in Shanghai. As the economic center of China, Shanghai has a huge population, so there is never a shortage of patients in Shanghai Central Hospital. When the black car stopped at the main entrance of the Magic City Central Hospital, Junyi was the first to open the door. There was still a hint of early morning coolness on the metal door handle. Looking up, the glass curtain wall of the hospital's main building glows ice blue under the sun, and the red cross symbol on the top exudes the vitality of life, like a miniature sun hanging above the city. The granite steps in front of the hospital were polished to a shine by countless footsteps, and security guards in navy blue uniforms were guiding vehicles to park. The automatic sensor door slid open with a hiss, and the smell of disinfectant and air freshener hit me in the face, carrying with it the unique, hurried atmosphere of the emergency room. The dome of the hall is nearly 10 meters high, and the frosted glass chandeliers cast soft light, making the marble floor shiny and clearly reflecting the hurried shadows of people passing by. On the electronic screen directly in front, the names of various departments scrolled like flowing stars. Department of Neurology, east side of the third floor. Department of Cardiovascular Medicine, west side of the 5th floor, emergency room, go straight on the 1st floor. The long line at the registration desk snaked to the center of the hall.
Family members in plain clothes stood on tiptoe, holding their medical records, and looked around.
Medical staff in white coats walked quickly through the crowd with treatment trays, their rubber soles making a rustling sound as they rubbed against the ground. In the row of seats in the waiting area on the right, some people were staring down at their mobile phone screens, while others were staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze. Next to the water dispenser in the corner, an old man was using an enamel cup to collect hot water. The red words "Serve the People" on the wall of the cup glowed slightly under the light. At the elevator entrance at the end of the corridor, the wheels of the emergency bed collided with the ground with a regular click sound. A nurse pushed a stretcher past quickly, and the infusion tube exposed under the white sheet drew a trembling arc in the air. This is the daily routine of the Magic City Central Hospital, which is extremely busy every day. At this moment, Jing Ning, Wenwanqiu, and Along got out of the car together, and their eyes were attracted by the scene in the hospital. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses walked out of the hospital quickly. He saw Junyi and the others at a glance, and hurriedly ran forward to greet Junyi respectfully. "Master."
Junyi nodded slightly as a response, and then said simply, "Take us in."
"Yes." The middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent and responded quickly, then led them into the hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, the patients inside all turned their eyes to Junyi and his friends. This is not surprising, after all, their group is so eye-catching. Junyi, who was walking in the front, had an upright posture and outstanding temperament. Jing Ning and Wenwanqiu followed closely behind. One was cool and beautiful, the other was graceful and elegant, plus there was a big man like Along who wore sunglasses and had a burly figure. It was hard not to attract other people's attention. However, these patients only took a glance. After all, everyone here is either suffering from a disease or has a family member who has suffered misfortune. How can they have the extra energy to pay attention to others? Not to mention that Junyi and his group are no simple people at first glance, so no one would be so blind as to step forward. After arriving at the old dean's attending physician's office, attending physician Li Ping took Junyi and others to the door of the old dean's ward. Then he said, "Miss Wen, the patient has recovered now, but he is still very weak due to his old age. You can go in and talk to him for a while, but not too long."
"Thank you, Dr. Li. I understand." Wenwanqiu thanked Li Ping and opened the door of the ward and went in. After she went in, Junyi asked Li Ping, "Dr. Li, how is Chen Feng who lives in Ward 250?
Li Ping said respectfully, "Master, the patient named Chen Feng has a waist injury that has damaged his bones.
Normally, it would take at least 3 months to recover. But for some reason, Chen Feng's recovery ability is too abnormal.
According to my estimation, he may only need 1 month to recover." Junyi smiled playfully after hearing Li Ping's words. Li Ping didn't know what was going on. How could he not know? It was nothing more than Chen Feng's aura as the protagonist at work. After all, if Chen Feng had acted normally, the flowers would have withered in 3 months. And the plot related to Chen Feng, although he has many women, the real heroines are actually only Lin Aoshuang, Lin Ruoshi, and Wenwanqiu. The rest of the women have no role to play in the main storyline and are dispensable. So to put it bluntly, it's just a supporting role. The only purpose is to enable Chen Feng to connect with the forces behind them. Therefore, if Chen Feng lies in bed for 3 months, everything will be too late. Because of this, Chen Feng's protagonist halo will come into play, greatly accelerating Chen Feng's recovery, but doing so is actually consuming Chen Feng's luck. Look, Junyi kept hearing the system notification sound in his ears.
Ding!
It is detected that the protagonist aura of the Son of Luck Chen Feng consumes luck to shorten Chen Feng's recovery time, and 1,000 villain points are rewarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the protagonist aura of the Son of Luck Chen Feng consumes luck to shorten Chen Feng's recovery time, and 1,000 villain points are rewarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the protagonist aura of the Son of Luck Chen Feng consumes luck to shorten Chen Feng's recovery time, and 1,000 villain points are rewarded.
Junyi listened to the system's prompt and asked curiously, "System, if Chen Feng recovers faster, will the luck he consumes increase significantly?" Ding!
Dear host, your guess is correct.
The faster Chen Feng recovers, the more luck he will consume.
Since this goes against common sense, Chen Feng needs to pay the price with his own luck.
Then how can we make him recover faster?
This was not out of Junyi's kindness, it was simply because he really wanted to see Chen Feng lose control and then practice writing the word koan with Lin Wei. If Chen Feng recovers too late, Junyi will be anxious.
Ding!
The system has a malfunction, and the products inside can do this, but the host needs to kill a child of luck to unlock it.
Oh. Well, it seems I can only wait for a month.
Junie felt a little pity, but he was not disappointed anyway. It's just a matter of waiting for a month, and a month is enough time for him to deal with Chen Feng's younger brothers, helpers, etc. in the original plot. Although those guys are just a mob to Junie, any chance of getting some wool from them is good. Besides, the system said that after he kills Chen Feng, the system mall will be opened, and a lot of villain points will be needed at that time. Every bit of money he can earn now is valuable. After Junie came up with an idea, he said to Li Ping, "You don't need to worry about Chen Feng's affairs, just pay attention to the progress between Chen Feng and Lin Wei." "Yes." Li Ping responded respectfully. At this time, when Wanqiu also opened the door of the ward and walked out. Chapter 67. The old dean is grateful to Junyi and the Yi family. When Wanqiu seemed to have cried at this moment, but she looked at Junyi with gratitude.
"Master. Wanqiu, why are you still crying?" Junyi looked at Wen Wanqiu and asked with concern.
"Nothing, when Wanqiu told her what happened in the ward just now, while Junyi and Dr. Li Ping were talking outside, when Wanqiu walked into the ward and saw the old dean who had opened his eyes, the old dean seemed to have heard the noise and slowly turned his head. When he saw Wen Wanqiu, he gave an apologetic smile.
"Wanqiu, come here." When Wanqiu quickly came to the old dean's bed and squatted down, "Dean, what's wrong?"
The old dean's skinny fingers trembled slightly, his eyes fell on Wen Wanqiu's red eyes, and a deep sense of apology welled up in his turbid eyes. He slowly raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch her cheek, but stopped in midair, and finally fell limply on the bedsheet, his knuckles turning white from the force.
"I've made you suffer,"
he repeated, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. "From the time I got sick until now, you've been busy running around for so many days and nights.
You couldn't even eat well and didn't even get a good night's sleep."
He paused, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty, and turned his gaze to the sky outside the window. Actually,
there was a time when I really felt that I couldn't hold on any longer."
When Wanqiu's heart suddenly clenched, and she knelt half a step forward, her knees pressed against the cold edge of the bed, but she was completely unaware. She saw the old dean's mouth curled up into a bitter smile, and that smile had a fragility she had never seen before. "During that time, I saw you worrying about my illness all the time, and you would come back to see me from time to time. All the money you earned from working over the years was swallowed up by this bottomless pit, but you couldn't see any hope at all. I even thought for a while that if I died, you wouldn't have to worry about it anymore."
"Dean."
When Wanqiu interrupted him abruptly, her voice filled with suppressed tears, and she couldn't help but let her tears roll down. "How could you think like that?" She reached out and held the old dean's cold hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would really float away like a fallen leaf.
"I have been an orphan since I was a child. You raised me. In my heart, you are my father. If you leave like this, I will really have no relatives in this world." Her shoulders trembled violently, and fear flooded her like a cold tide. "Do you know?
Every time I ran back to see you, I was worried that you would leave silently when I didn't notice it, and I would never wake up again, and I would never hear you calling my name again." She lowered her head and tried to wipe her tears with her sleeves, but she couldn't wipe them away. The old dean looked at her red eyes from crying, and the emotions that had been suppressed when she was tortured by illness instantly burst out. He held Wen Wanqiu's hand with his backhand, his strength was weak, but full of eager apology. "Silly child. It's my fault, I'm too selfish." His eyes were red, and turbid tears slid down his wrinkles. "Seeing you so tired that you can't even hide the dark circles under your eyes every day, and still forcing yourself to eat, I feel like a needle is stabbing my heart.
I think if I'm gone, you'll be more relaxed. It's not easy." "Not at all."
When Wanqiu shook her head violently, tears dripping on the back of the old dean's hand, "I have a home only when you are here. If you are gone, even if I live in a big house, no matter how beautiful it is just a cold house." She sniffed and said in a tearful but resolute voice, "Don't say such things again.
Your illness is cured now.
You just need to rest and you can be discharged from the hospital."
"Okay, I'll listen to you."
The old dean smiled.
"By the way, Dean, why did you seem relieved when I told you that the young master was the boss of Taichu Group? And you even asked me to take good care of the young master?"
The old dean also remembered the situation at that time when Wanqiu became a servant in Junia's villa. A group of people came to the old dean's house and took him to the Magic City Central Hospital. At that time, the old dean didn't know what was going on. He just heard those people say that it was because Wen Wanqiu became a servant in their young master's family, and the young master was kind-hearted, so he brought him to the hospital. Afterwards, Wen Wanqiu came here to tell the old dean about the situation and told him that the young master was a good man and that the old dean's hospitalization fees and medical expenses were all covered by him. However, the price Wen Wanqiu paid was that she would have to work as a servant for someone else from then on. But the old dean knew very well that Wen Wanqiu was also a great beauty, and the young master was most likely attracted by this fact. This made him feel very painful. However, when Wen Wanqiu told him that the young master was the president of Taichu Group, the old dean was completely relieved. He felt that God was really blessing Wen Wanqiu and allowing her to meet the young master under such circumstances. He was even more grateful to Junyi and planned to go to his house in person to thank him after he was discharged from the hospital. The old dean actually knew about the Taichu Group. After all, he was still very healthy a few years at Go.at that time. All the major old established companies blocked the Taichu Group and were defeated by the Yi family. Then they all went to the Taichu Group to beg for mercy. This caused a lot of uproar. Anyone who lived in the Magic City knew about this more or less, and precisely because of this, most people in Magic City know the identity of the president of Taichu Group, or the old dean is no exception. He was relieved when he found out that Junyi was the president of Taichu Group because his orphanage had also received help from the Yi family. The Yi family's charity foundation donates a large sum of money every year to orphanages, nursing homes, or schools living in the mountains in most parts of the country. Of course, no one would be greedy for this money, because it was the marriage between the Yi family and the Jun family. Unless that person wants to die, they would not do such a thing that would cost them their lives even if they were given 100 courages. The old director's orphanage was of course also on the list of beneficiaries. It could be said that the orphanage was able to continue operating until the old director retired, all thanks to the Yi family. That's why the old dean wanted to come and express his gratitude in person. The old dean told Wen Wanqiu what happened, and said earnestly, "Wanqiu, you can grow up, thanks to the Yi family. That young master is the nephew of the head of the Yi family, plus this incident, it can be said that the young master is our great benefactor."
Dean, I understand.
I will definitely take care of the young master wholeheartedly.
Wen Wanqiu nodded, and her heart was filled with gratitude towards Junyi. Then, Wen Wanqiu told the old dean that Junyi came with her and was now outside the ward. This surprised the old dean, and he hurried to get out of bed. But Wen Wanqiu immediately stopped him and told the old dean that she told Junyi. Let the old dean thank the other party after Junyi comes in. The old dean looked at his body and finally agreed. Chapter 68. Thanks. Wen Wanqiu took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then told Junyi everything that had just happened in the ward. Her voice was trembling, and her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes tightly, as if that was her only support. As she told the story, memories of the orphanage kept flashing through Wen Wanqiu's mind: the leaky roof of the orphanage, the cracked water pipes in winter. The old director's eyes moistened as he counted the remittance slips from the Yi family. These images flashed before her eyes like movie shots. Every scene was so clear that it made her feel even more depressed. Finally, when Wanqiu finished telling everything, she raised her head suddenly, her eyes met Junyi's, and the water in her eyes shone with tiny sparkles under the light. Her lips trembled slightly as she said, "Master, thank you, Yi family." However, before she finished speaking, Wen Wanqiu suddenly seemed to have lost all her strength and bent down suddenly, with her forehead almost touching her knees. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she was trying to suppress her inner emotions. If it weren't for the Yi family's annual funding, the orphanage would not have been able to survive until now, and the children in the orphanage, including me, would not have been able to grow up well. When Wanqiu's voice was choked with sobs and a hint of tears, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. When Wanqiu could clearly hear her own violent heartbeat, which was particularly abrupt in the silent room. Just when she thought time would stand still like this, a pair of bony hands gently placed their hands on her shoulders. Junyi's voice was softer than before, with a low magnetic tone. "Get up, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is what the Yi family should do." Junyi patted her shoulder. In fact, he was also very emotional. He knew about the Yi family's charitable foundation, and they did donate money to orphanages, nursing homes, and children in the mountains every year. However, he had never thought that when Wanqiu's orphanage had also received help from the Yi family. This is really God's help. Junyi also heard the system prompt sound. Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wanqiu towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wanqiu towards the host has increased, and 1,000 villain points are awarded.
Ding!
It is detected that the favorability of the lucky girl when Wancho towards the host has increased, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Junie opened when Wancho's favorability panel again. Name, when Wancho likability rating, 86. It has reached 86, which is already the level of admiration. Junie had never thought that his favorability would increase so smoothly. At this moment, when Wancho said softly, "Young master, please come in with me. The dean really wants to express his gratitude to you in person." Upon hearing this, Junie raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then nodded slightly to show his agreement. However, when he turned to look at Jing Ning beside him, he found that she actually shook her head gently.
Junie couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't you going in with us?"
Jing Ning smiled slightly and explained softly, "Master, I'd better wait outside. This will also help you keep an eye on the surrounding situation.
You and Wancho can go in."
This is what Junie had told Jingning a long time ago, to call him young master when there are people around, and to call him lord when there are no one else around. Junie thought about it for a moment and felt that what Jingning said made sense. However, he suddenly thought that he could ask Jingning to secretly check on Chen Feng's condition. So, he secretly activated the system and said in Jingning's mind, "Then go to Chen Feng's ward and see how he is doing now.
Remember, don't let anyone find out.
By the way, I have one more thing to tell you." Jingning was shocked, but she quickly came to her senses and responded respectfully in her heart, "Yes, my lord." Seeing that Jingning understood what he meant, Junie walked into the room with Wancho with peace of mind. After asking Dr. Li Ping about the location of Chen Feng's ward, Jingning asked him to help look after it, then hurried away and headed straight for Chen Feng's ward. When Junie entered the ward, the old dean lying on the bed immediately wanted to get up. Junie quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Old sir,
you'd better not get up so easily. If you have anything to say, you can just lie down and talk."
After hearing Junia's words, the old dean nodded slowly. "Master Jun, I have always wanted to express my gratitude to you and the Yi family."
"You're welcome, old man. This is what we should do."
The old dean shook his head.
"It's easier said than done.
Although those big companies and big bosses often do charity, in the end, not much is given to us. Only the Yi family is really helping us. Not to mention, you saved my old bones." The old dean's skinny hands suddenly grasped the bedsheet, his knuckles turned blue and white due to the force. His cloudy eyes suddenly surged with tears, and his Adam's apple rolled violently under the loose skin. "Master Jun, you don't know." Before he could finish his words, he was cut off by a rapid cough, and his dry chest rose and fell violently. Junie immediately took half a step forward, his bony hands hovering behind the old man's back, secretly using his inner strength and traditional Chinese medicine to stop the old dean from coughing. The smell of disinfectant in the ward mixed with the faint
smell of medicine on the old man's body.
He heard the rustling sound of pillows rubbing against the sheets, and the old dean actually tried to half sit up by supporting himself with his elbows. "That winter the snow was deep enough to cover our knees." The old man's voice suddenly became hoarse, as if the past was frozen by the wind and snow. Half of the roof tiles were broken, and the children were huddled in their quilts and shivering. I held the phone book and flipped through it again and again, but the bosses who used to be my friends either said they had trouble making ends meet or simply refused to answer the phone. Just when I was about to get desperate, someone came to deliver a lot of coal. When Wancho recalled the cold winter of that year, when she saw the dean running around in a panic, and then there was a knock on the door. After the dean opened the door, many people came in, and they also brought a lot of coal, which allowed them to survive that winter. If the Yi family's charity money hadn't arrived in advance, the children would have had to spend the winter hugging hot water bottles. A turbid tear suddenly rolled down from the corner of the old man's eye, hitting the quilt and leaving a small stain. Those big companies have to put ads in the newspapers and hold press conferences when donating money. He wiped his face with his sleeve, his voice suddenly rising, but the Yi family's money always arrives quietly, and they don't even ask for a receipt. Last year, I asked someone to send 2 baskets of mountain products I picked in the back mountain, but they returned them intact with a note attached saying, "We appreciate your kindness, please leave the supplies for the children." Junie looked at the old man's excited expression in silence, and suddenly remembered his childhood. At that time, his mother Yi Yanbing, knowing that the Yi family had made another donation, told his father Jun Song that she wanted to take him to see those difficult places. Jun Song agreed, thinking of letting his son broaden his horizons, and he was very curious at the time, so he agreed. The place they chose was a primary school in the mountains. Yi Yanbing looked at the children with him and said to him, "Charity is not a performance. It is about making every penny grow legs and walk to the feet of those in need." Looking at the old man in front of him, he understood that the funding process that was repeatedly reviewed by the financial department and the low-key decision to refuse media interviews had grown into a big tree in the old man's heart that could shelter him from wind and rain. "Old man, lie down quickly," Junia's voice suddenly became heavy. He gently pressed the old man's shoulders, and his palms could feel the trembling in his thin body. "The Yi family will continue to do this." He looked at the light that suddenly lit up in the old man's eyes and added, "Just like you guarded the orphanage, we will also keep this promise." The chirping of cicadas outside the window suddenly became clear. The old dean stared at the young man in a suit and tie in front of him, and suddenly remembered the elegant word "night" at the end of the remittance slip when he first received it many years ago. But he raised his hand tremblingly, wanting to shake the other person's hand, but stopped in midair. In the end, he just nodded vigorously, and tears silently slid down his wrinkled cheeks. Chapter 69 Entrustment. After the old dean said everything in his heart, he turned to Wancho and said, "Wancho, I haven't had breakfast yet. Can you help me get it?" "Good." After hearing this, Wancho immediately agreed and hurried out to get breakfast for the old dean. The old dean then smiled at Junyi and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jun, I want to say something to you, but I don't want Wancho to know about it." "You say?" "Alas! I got seriously ill by mistake before. Although I am well now, my body is still hurt. I don't know how many years I have left to live. I am not worried about the orphanage, but I am always worried about Wancho." At this point, the old director looked out the window and said, "Wancho has been very sensible since she was young. She often helps me take care of the children in the orphanage. Originally, I was planning to let her not worry so much and quickly find a kind person to start a family, so that I can put my mind at ease, but I don't know if God dislikes her or what. All the people she meets have bad intentions." When Junyi heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm. The old dean didn't know why, but he knew it's simply because Wancho was the heroine, so she will definitely be Chen Feng's woman in the future. If that's the case, then what kind of men could she have met other than Chen Feng? The old dean continued, "Master Jun, although I don't know the specific reason, I can feel that Wancho has a difficult life. She has suffered too much before, and now she has met a noble person like you, which can be regarded as a happy ending." At this point, the old dean paused for a moment, then turned his head, his eyes fell on Junyi, and continued, "Jun Xiao, I can see that Wancho has a special liking for you. So, I want to entrust her to you. What do you think?" Junya's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He replied in a gentle but firm voice, "Don't worry, old sir. Since Wancho will work for me in the future, I will naturally take good care of her." After hearing Junya's words, the old dean smiled even brighter. He nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. I feel relieved with your words." The big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. In fact, the old dean also knew that Wancho could only be a servant in Junya's family for the rest of her life, so it was impossible for her to start a family with another man. He didn't ask Wancho to become Junya's woman, he just hoped that Junyi could take good care of her. The old dean, now no longer worried, started chatting with Junyi about the interesting things that happened in Wancho's childhood. When talking about these things, the old dean would also talk about Chen Feng, who got along very well with Wancho at that time. After chatting for a while, when Wancho came back with food, seeing the two people chatting happily, she couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Master Dean, what were you talking about just now?" Junyi smiled and said, "I'm talking about your embarrassing childhood." When Wancho blushed, put down the food in embarrassment and said to the old dean, "Dean, how could you say these to the young master?" Okay, I was wrong." The old dean apologized to Wancho with a smile. Junyi said at this time, "Old sir, please enjoy your meal. We won't disturb you." "Okay." The old dean responded with a smile. "Please take care of yourself, Dean." After leaving the ward, when Wancho blushed and asked Junyi, "Master, how much did the dean tell you just now?" She now had no idea how much the dean had told the young master. If the young master knew everything, she would want to live on another planet. Junyi looked at Wancho's blushing face and said jokingly, "Everything. It's over, it's all over." When Wancho's heart was broken, and she couldn't help but blame the old dean for telling Junyi those things. "Woohoo, my image in the young master's heart is completely ruined." Looking at the sad Wancho, Junyi burst out laughing.
Master is annoying, and you're laughing at me.
When Wancho's voice sounded like a complaint, but her tone was more like she was acting coquettishly.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
Your old dean was just telling me some interesting stories about you in the past.
Not all? No.
Phew, that's great. When Wancho felt relieved, but this made Junyi laugh again. He also said. Junyi paused, and the ending tone was soft and gentle. He said that you have been shy since childhood, so he asked me to bear more responsibilities. This sentence was like a drop of water thrown into hot oil, causing Wancho's heart to suddenly skip a beat. She secretly raised her eyes and caught a glimpse of Junya's slightly curved eyes through the gap between his eyelashes. The gentle smile made her instantly look away in panic, her forehead almost touching her knees.
I understand.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and even she couldn't hear what she was saying. Her fingertips were picking at her clothes unconsciously. But Junya's expression just now kept replaying in her mind. When the young master said this, was there some emotion hidden in his eyes that she couldn't read? This thought made the heat from her cheeks burn all the way down to her neck, as if even the air had become sticky, and every breath was filled with a heart-pounding sweetness. After a while, seeing that Wancho was still very shy, Junya began to change the subject. By the way, I just heard from your dean that you had an older brother in the orphanage named Chinfeng? When Wancho trembled all over as if struck by lightning when she heard this, and her thoughts were instantly pulled back to the past. She didn't understand why the young master suddenly mentioned Chinfeng, and she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. However, she took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and quickly explained, yes, but there is no blood relationship between us. The reason why I recognized him as my brother was just because he was the oldest at that time and he took good care of me.
Junyi nodded thoughtfully, seeming to be satisfied with this explanation.
But he immediately asked, oh, so that's how it is.
So what happened to him later?
When Wancho's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, he was adopted a long time ago. I haven't seen him again in all these years.
At this point, Wancho couldn't help but feel resentful.
She couldn't help but think of how good Chinfeng had been to her, but now he had disappeared without a trace, as if he had forgotten everything about her and the orphanage. He must have forgotten all these things a long time ago. In all these years, he has never come back to visit the dean once. When Wancho became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and said indignantly she secretly made up her mind that if she could meet Chinfeng again one day, she would definitely question him face to face and ask him to give an explanation. However, when Wancho couldn't help but worry that something had happened to Chinfeng, which was why he never came back to visit. At this time, Junyi said meaningfully,
maybe Chinfeng is here? This sentence made Wancho look at Junyi. How is it possible, master? How could he be in the hospital?
Chapter 70. When Wancho's anger at Chinfeng. When Wancho felt that Junyi was joking with her, Chinfeng is in this hospital? What a joke! She hadn't seen Chinfeng for so many years, but Junyi now told her that he was in this hospital. How could it be such a coincidence? Seeing Wancho's disbelief, Junyi said meaningfully, I'm not sure if the Chinfeng I know is the one you know. That Chinfeng was indeed an orphan, from the same orphanage as you, but he was adopted by a kind-hearted person a long time ago. However, this kind-hearted person was a retired veteran, and he died of a recurrence of a hidden injury not long after adopting Chinfeng. And because of the other party's identity, Chinfeng joined the army not long after. When Junyi said this, Wancho had already believed that the Chinfeng the other party was talking about was the one she knew, but why was he in the hospital?
Was he injured after carrying out the mission? Young master, why is he in the hospital? Could he have been accidentally injured while performing the mission?
When Wancho asked suspiciously, Junya's mouth corners slightly raised, and he replied with a smile, Chinfeng is indeed injured, but his injury has something to do with me.
When Wancho's curiosity grew stronger after hearing this, and she quickly asked, is it related to you? What's going on?
Junyi explained slowly, to be precise, this guy was so reckless that he actually wanted to attack me. As a result, he was severely beaten by my bodyguards and was seriously injured.
That's why he is now hospitalized in this hospital. When Wancho widened her eyes and said in disbelief, why did he attack you?
Junyi said casually, you have been with me for a while, so you should know that my Taichu group and Yukon group have cooperation, right?
When Wancho nodded and replied, I know.
Junyi went on to say, it was because of this incident that I met Lin Aoshuang, the president of Yukon Group. Then, we got along pretty well during this period of time, and we decided to be in a romantic relationship. Junia's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Wanwancho's heart. Her heart suddenly ached, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart.
Then what?
Then this made Chen Feng jealous. The night before yesterday at the Lin family villa, he secretly followed me to the garden and attacked me when he found an opportunity, but in the end he was severely injured by my bodyguards.
I see.
Wanwancho murmured to herself. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart, but she still didn't quite understand. Junie clearly told her that Chen Feng had joined the army, so why was he severely injured by the other party's bodyguards because of this? She forced herself to suppress the feeling in her heart and asked.
Master, didn't you say he joined the army? Then why did he?
Wanwancho stopped talking suddenly, as if she was having a hard time speaking.
However, Junie immediately understood what she meant.
Because he was forced to retire from the army a few years ago. Junia's voice was calm and indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him.
What? Wanwancho couldn't help but scream, with an expression of disbelief on her face. What happened?
Junie was silent for a moment, then said slowly, to be precise, this matter is somewhat related to my Jun family. Although his tone was still calm, his eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible guilt. Wanwancho looked at him in surprise, obviously very surprised by his words. She had never thought that this matter would be related to the Jun family.
That's because.
Junie took a deep breath and began to narrate what happened that year. However, he did not tell the whole truth. Instead, he exaggerated the story and emphasized the innocence of the Jun family disciple and Chen Feng's own impulsiveness and arrogance. He also told Wanwancho that Chen Feng's previous style of work in the army was the reason why Chen Feng was forced to retire so easily. There is also the matter of Chen Feng working as a mercenary abroad after going abroad.
Mercenary? He has been working as a mercenary outside for all these years?
Wanwancho was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth after listening to Junia's story. She could never have imagined that Chen Feng would actually take such a path. After hearing Junia's words, Wanwancho showed an expression of disbelief on her face, as if she had heard something extremely absurd. However, Junia's words were so consistent with her childhood impression of Chen Feng that she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chen Feng, the boy who once made her look at him with sidelong glances, was indeed arrogant. When he was a child, if someone dared to offend him, he would never delay revenge until the next day, but would take action on the spot and make the other party pay the price. Although this character of taking revenge on the spot is a bit extreme, in Wanwancho's eyes at that time, it also had a unique charm. After all, the children around Wanwancho became orphans for various reasons, and their personalities tend to be introverted and inferior, which forms a sharp contrast with Chen Feng. In such an environment, when a unique person like Chen Feng suddenly appears, Wanwancho will naturally pay more attention to him. However, as time went by, Wanwancho gradually understood how terrible the consequences of acting on impulse could be. She had witnessed many tragedies caused by impulse, which made her not surprised by Chen Feng's fate. However, when she learned that Chen Feng was not only hostile to the Jun family, but was even engaged in a dangerous profession as a mercenary abroad, Wanwancho still could not accept this fact. In her heart, she couldn't help but think of the once proud and energetic Chen Feng. She never imagined that he would embark on such a path. Although she had never seen a real mercenary, she had seen how cruel mercenaries were on TV. Wanwancho's fingertips dug into her palm so hard that her nails almost dug into the flesh. The smell of disinfectant suddenly became sharp, like countless fine needles piercing her nostrils. The shaking scenes on TV suddenly flashed before her eyes. On the smoke-filled streets, people in camouflage uniforms swept through the ruins with guns, blood dripping from the barrels. In the dark warehouse, the sound of knives cutting flesh mixed with suppressed screams. The camera swept across the curled black shadows on the ground, and the red dots splashed when the mercenary's boots stepped on the pool of blood, which looked very much like ripe wild berries on the back hill of the orphanage. Last winter, she watched a war movie in which mercenaries rushed into a refugee camp for money. Bullets shot through the bread bags in the hands of children, and when the flour flew up, the smiles on their faces were colder than the ice in winter. She was so scared that she covered her eyes, and later she had a nightmare all night. Mercenaries on TV will raise villages for commissions and slit hostages' throats when negotiations break down. In their world, there is no right or wrong, only price. This guy Chen Feng was clearly a Chinese soldier, but in the end he became a mercenary who killed people without blinking an eye, and he was even hostile to the Jun family because of that incident. When Wanxiu was very disappointed and angry. I even speculated why the other party returned to China. It must be because the other party wanted to take revenge on the Jun family, so they planned to start with the Yi family, which was married to the Jun family, so they came to the demon city. This bastard. The Yi family has done a great favor to everyone in the orphanage, not to mention how many people in need the Yi family has helped. Chen Feng actually dared to attack the Yi family. What a beast!
Master, which ward is Chen Feng staying in?
Chapter 71. Chen Feng's lies and Lin Wei's acting skills. When Wanxiu was very angry now, she must go and scold Chen Feng. Junia's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, Jing Ning went to the toilet first, wait for her to come back first, and then we will go together.
Yes, I didn't even notice that Sister Jingning was not here. When Wanxiu realized it later,
her attention was completely attracted by Junyi and what he said, and she didn't even notice that Jingning was not there. So the two of them waited there. Not long after Jingning came back, she just went to check on Chen Feng's condition and found that the guy had already let down his guard against Lin Wei. If he wasn't injured now, he would have eaten Lin Wei without hesitation, and she also completed the task that Junyi had just instructed her to do. After she told Junyi the news, Junyi quickly asked her to come back and told her that if when Wanxiu asked her what she had done just now, she should say that she went to the bathroom. When Wanxiu saw Jingning coming back, she immediately said to Junyi, Master, Sister Jingning is back now, please tell me which ward Chen Feng is in.
Can.
Junyi shrugged and told Wanxiu that Ward 250 was the ward where Chen Feng was. After Wanxiu found out, she hurried to Ward 250. Jingning and Junyi followed slowly behind. However, although the two of them were walking, they always kept a certain distance from Wanxiu, who was in a hurry in front of them. When Wanxiu arrived at the door of Ward 250, she saw the scene inside through the glass above the door. I saw a man lying on the bed being carefully taken care of by a nurse, who would touch the man's hand from time to time. That look made Wanxiu feel angry. She was certain that the man lying on the hospital bed was Chen Feng. Although she hadn't seen him for many years, her intuition told her that this was definitely Chen Feng. She resisted the urge and just watched from outside. Suddenly, she noticed that the door of the ward was not closed tightly and there was a gap. This meant she could hear voices inside. You know, the wards in the Shanghai Central Hospital are well soundproofed. If the door of the ward is closed tightly, you can hardly hear any sound from outside from inside, and people outside can hardly hear any sound from inside either. But now, when Wanxiu gently placed her ear against the crack of the door and clearly heard the conversation inside, hearing this, she immediately became furious. At this moment, inside the ward, Lin Wei glanced at the door of the ward. She just noticed someone at the door of the ward. In order to allow the other party to hear the sounds inside, she was considerate enough to leave the door ajar. This was all because she met Jing Ning when she went out just now. The other party told her not to close the door of the ward when she went in later, because someone would come here later. After that person came to the door of the ward, he asked her to do as Jing Ning said. Of course, Lin Wei obeyed her boss's words. She left the door ajar when she came in and kept looking at the door from time to time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her to notice that there was really someone there. In order to avoid Chen Feng's attention, she tried her best to attract his attention and pretended not to notice this guy's groping behavior. This left Chen Feng with even less time to pay attention to what was happening outside the door. Just after Lin Wei made sure that everyone was in place, she curiously touched Chen Feng's injured waist.
Brother Chen Feng, you haven't told me what's wrong with your injury.
Lin Wei's voice is like a glutinous rice ball coated with honey, so soft that you can squeeze out water from it. The ending tone always rises gently, with the unique cuteness of a little girl, like the sound of a newly melted stream in spring, and every word is wrapped in a sweet breath, especially the phrase Brother Chen Feng. The ending tone was drawn out lingeringly, like a handful of fine sugar, drilling straight into one's heart. Even the curiosity about the injury was revealed with the warmth of honey, making one's heart softened, as if the air around was also rippling with sweetness. It has to be said that Lin Wei is worthy of being someone who has been hanging out in bars at a young age and has met countless men of all kinds. It only took one short day to bring the relationship between him and Chen Feng so much closer. When Chen Feng heard Lin Wei's voice, his soul was almost hooked away. He also remembered what happened that night, gritted his teeth in anger, and clenched his hands tightly. It's all because of that bastard. He actually dared to steal my woman. And that Lin Aoshuang. I don't know if Chen Feng had suffered too much injustice or wanted to win Lin Wei's sympathy, but he told a lie about what happened that night. He said that he came to protect Lin Aoshuang, and during the time he was protecting Lin Aoshuang, he was very nice to her. During this period of time, he fell in love with Lin Aoshuang, and Lin Aoshuang also told him that she was willing to be his girlfriend.
But what he never expected was that Lin Aoshuang actually brought back a pretty boy that night. The pretty boy was the young master of a big family. That day, Lin Aoshuang held his arm and talked and laughed with the pretty boy in front of him. Even Lin Aoshuang's father Lin Hai praised the two of them as a perfect match. Chen Feng was very angry, but decided to talk to Lin Aoshuang in private. Lin Aoshuang agreed to explain to him in private, and then asked him to wait outside alone, but he didn't expect that he would be ambushed by that pretty boy, and his waist was seriously injured by the other party's sneak attack. The pretty boy even humiliated him, saying that someone like him was not worthy of being by Lin Aoshuang's side. After the Lin family arrived, the pretty boy turned the tables and said that he wanted to launch a sneak attack on the other party, but was seriously injured by the other party's bodyguards. Then Lin Hai quickly called an ambulance and was admitted to the hospital. After Chen Feng finished speaking, it seemed that even he believed it. The unwillingness and anger in his eyes were so real, but Lin Wei was almost speechless. She knew the truth of the matter very well. This Chen Feng was really good at making up stories. However, as a professional hostess, and having received special training from Jun Yi, Lin Wei's acting skills have long been on par with those of the top actors. She wanted to let Chen Feng see her movie queen level acting skills. Lin Wei's eyelashes trembled violently, and the orange she had just peeled half of fell plop onto the bedside table, and the orange segments rolled onto Chen Feng's sheets. Her upturned face instantly turned red, like a lit lantern, and her fingertips tightly grasped the cuffs of Chen Feng's hospital gown, her knuckles turning white. How could that pretty boy be so mean? The smell of disinfectant in the ward seemed to be scorched by her anger. She stood up from the stool, her leather shoes stomping on the floor with crisp sounds, and her ponytail swung like a flaming tail. Why did he sneak attack you? And Lin Aoshuang, the little girl's voice suddenly choked, and her eyes turned red, like a balloon pricked by a needle. A mixture of grievance and anger surged up. How could she watch others beat you? Didn't you do that to protect her? The apple on the bedside table rolled to the edge of the table. Lin Wei angrily reached out and brushed it away, causing the fruit to fall all over the floor. She didn't bother to pick it up, but squatted down and grabbed Chen Feng's hand and shook it. Brother Chen Feng, don't be sad. The tip of her nose was covered with sweat, and her chest rose and fell slightly with excitement as she spoke. The cherry hairpin at the end of her hair tilted to the side with her movements. What a perfect match! It's clearly a conspiracy. That bastard, and Lin Aoshuang's father, how could they not tell right from wrong? The sycamore leaves outside the window were rustling in the wind, flickering on Lin Wei's flushed cheeks. She suddenly let go of her hand, and lay on the bedside, lowering her voice, her eyes sparkling with anger. Brother Chen Feng, don't worry, I won't let them bully you. When your injury is healed, I will help you smash that pretty boy's car. The little girl waved her clenched fist in the air, as if she really wanted to beat all the grievances into pieces. Why do they look down on me? You're much better than that pretty boy. Her voice still had a hint of childishness, but because of her anger it was tinged with an unprecedented firmness, like a little animal protecting its cub. Even though she wasn't grown up yet, she wanted to protect the person in front of her under her wings. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She just held Chen Feng's arm tighter and tighter, as if she wanted to transfer all her strength to him. I will come to accompany you every day from now on, and see who dares to bully you again. Chapter 72, Film Queen Lin Wei and the Runaway. When once you wonder Lin Wei's actress-level acting skills, Chen Feng's heart was instantly conquered by her. He was deeply attracted by Lin Wei's charm and felt that she was like an angel sent by God, so considerate and caring about him. This feeling made Chen Feng more determined in his thoughts. He firmly believed that such a good girl would definitely become his woman. However, at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly remembered Lin Hai's kind reminder to him before. He realized that he couldn't completely ignore Lin Hai's kindness to him, so he quickly made amends. Wei, Uncle Lin also has his own difficulties. However, before Chen Feng could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the angry Lin Wei. Lin Wei's emotions seemed to have been completely ignited. She said angrily, "What do you mean by hardship? He just saw that you were not as rich as that pretty boy, so he negated everything you had done before without hesitation. I, Lin Wei, am ashamed to have the same last name as this kind of person." Lin Wei's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Chen Feng's heart. Looking at Lin Wei's angry expression, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty towards Lin Hai. But at the same time, he was also infected by Lin Wei's emotions and felt that her anger was so real. Chen Feng sighed helplessly and said to Lin Wei, "Hey, Wei, you don't have to be so angry. It's not worth getting angry about such a thing.
He tried to calm Lin Wei's anger with a gentle tone, and at the same time silently said sorry to Lin Hai in his heart. Then, Chen Feng's eyes slowly moved out the window, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. His eyes were full of desolation and helplessness, as if he had lost hope in everything.
Anyway, I'm like this now, and things have turned out like this. What's the point of you getting angry? I have nothing now.
Chen Feng's voice was low and hoarse, revealing endless frustration and despair. At this moment, Lin Wei gently walked to Chen Feng and looked at him tenderly. There was no blame or dissatisfaction in her eyes, only deep care and love.
You still have me.
Lin Wei said softly, while holding Chen Feng's hand tightly, as if to pass her warmth to him. Chen Feng was slightly shocked. He turned his head and stared into Lin Wei's eyes. The tenderness and determination in her eyes made his heart melt instantly. I won't leave you like that, Lin Aoshuang, nor will I despise you for having no power.
I just like you as a person.
Lin Wei's words were like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that pierced the night sky and struck Chen Feng's heart. His heart was like a target hit by a love cannonball of the same type as Cupid's arrow, and was instantly filled with love. Chen Feng could no longer suppress his inner emotions. He quickly used his other hand to hold Lin Wei tightly in his arms, feeling her body temperature and breathing. He took a deep breath, smelling the faint fragrance coming from Lin Wei, a smell that intoxicated him.
Wei, it's great to have you.
Chen Feng's voice trembled a little, and his arms tightened unconsciously, fearing that Lin Wei would suddenly disappear. Lin Wei also gently put her arms around Chen Feng's neck. Her eyes were always on Chen Feng's face, and the love in her eyes became stronger and stronger.
I will always be by your side, watching you silently,
Lin Wei said softly. Her voice was like the sound of nature, lingering in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng looked at Lin Wei's beautiful face and couldn't help but close his eyes and kiss her. There was a gleam of light in Lin Wei's eyes that was not noticed by others, and she responded to Chen Feng like a novice. After they kissed for a while, Lin Wei blushed, and then seemed to realize what she had just done, and said shyly, I'll go get you some food.
As he said that, he quickly broke free and ran out the door in a hurry. When Wanqiu, who was watching the show at the door, saw Lin Wei running towards her and quickly moved away. The moment when Wanqiu left the place, the door of the ward opened.
Lin Wei ran past her in a hurry, as if she didn't see when Wanqiu's eyes were filled with anger, which made her not think of any doubt at all. Lin Wei had just covered her face and looked down at the ground, but she was able to walk past her so smoothly. She clenched her teeth tightly, as if she wanted to break them, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her knuckles slightly white due to excessive force. She heard the conversation between the two people just now clearly. Without missing a word, she finally saw the true face of this guy Chen Feng. It turned out that he was so shameless. In order to achieve their goals, they can use any means necessary, yet he is worthy of being an international mercenary. It was obvious that he became the bodyguard for Mr. Lin in order to utilize the resources of Yukong Group, but he shamelessly said that he and Mr. Lin had a special relationship, and even made up a lie that they were interested in each other. What made Wen Wanqiu even more angry was that this bastard was obviously beaten seriously by the bodyguards around the young master because he was not as skilled as others, but he still did not repent. Instead, he turned the tables and slandered the young master as a gigolo and a third party who interfered. Furthermore, it would be fine if he just had his own wishful thinking, but he even went so far as to deceive other people's feelings. This behavior is simply intolerable. The more Wen Wanqiu thought about it, the angrier she became. She could no longer tolerate such a person continuing to be so arrogant in front of her. She strode into the room angrily, the rage in her heart seeming to burst out. At this moment, Chen Feng was still immersed in the intoxicating kiss just now, as if time had stopped for him. However, just as he was savoring that wonderful moment, a figure suddenly broke into his sight. It was a beautiful woman. She walked in angrily, with hurried steps, as if she was full of anger. Chen Feng's eyes were attracted by her, and he couldn't help but teasing her. My beautiful lady, what's wrong with you? You look so angry. Did you encounter any troubles? Smile, maybe you will feel better if you smile. When Wen Wanqiu heard what Chen Feng said, she looked at him coldly and said through gritted teeth, I appreciate the kindness of this gentleman, but I am in a bad mood not because of anything else, but because a bastard pissed me off. Chen Feng was immediately interested when he heard this, and asked quickly, Oh? There is such a person? How could that bastard be so blind as to anger such a beautiful woman like you? Miss, you might as well tell me who it is. If there is a chance, I will definitely help you vent your anger. However, when Wanwanchio said, "That person is you," Chen Feng was completely stunned.
He widened his eyes, pointed at himself in disbelief, and stammered, "Me?"
When Wanchio looked at Chen Feng's surprised expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer. "Chen Feng, long time no see." Chen Feng looked at Wanwanchio, and suddenly a familiar feeling surged in his heart. He felt that the beauty in front of him seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where for a moment.
"Well, this beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before?" Mr. Chen Feng is really a forgetful person. Well, that was 20 years ago after all. I wonder if you still remember a person named Wanwanchio. Chapter 73, Cutting Off Wanwanchio.
When these three words reached Chen Feng's ears, his eyes suddenly became a little dazed, as if he was brought back to the distant past by an invisible force. In the orphanage 20 years ago, there was a little girl who always followed him. Her name was Wanwanchio. Chen Feng stared at the beauty in front of him, trying to find a hint of familiarity in her face. Gradually, his memory and reality intertwined, and the image of the little girl became clearer and clearer in his mind.
"Wanchio, is it really you?"
Chen Feng's voice revealed an irrepressible surprise, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily.
However, in the face of his enthusiasm, Wanwanchio just smiled coldly, and that smile seemed to contain endless indifference and disappointment. "If it's not me, who else could it be?"
"Chen Feng, I thought you had forgotten all of us over the years."
"But even if you forgot, I wouldn't be surprised. After all, you are a very busy man. How could you possibly take the time to remember the past?"
Wanwanchio's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Chen Feng's heart. This made Chen Feng a little confused. No, shouldn't the script be like this? Shouldn't it be that the two people have been separated for many years, and then finally recognize each other, and then give each other a big hug and confide in each other about their lives over the years? Why is he wearing this expression?
This tone? Wanchio, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? I misunderstood you? Wanchio seemed to have heard some joke. Then tell me, what have you been doing these years? And how did you get these injuries?
After hearing Wanwanchio's words, Chen Feng suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity to quickly improve the relationship between him and Wanwanchio.
I
joined the army not long after I was adopted, and I made many contributions there. But because I offended a powerful young master, I was forced to retire and have been abroad for so many years. Then Chen Feng touched his waist again.
As for how I got hurt, it was because, he repeated the words he had just said to Linwei, then looked at Wanwanchio with a bleak gaze, hoping that this would arouse Wanwanchio's sympathy. However, Wanwanchio's performance was completely beyond his expectations. "Ha! Aren't the injuries on your body caused by you being jealous and trying to plot against someone, and then being kicked to death by that person's bodyguard?"
Where did you hear that?" Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank into needle-like shapes, and the fingers on his waist twitched violently. His fingertips unconsciously hooked the bedsheet, pulling a crooked wrinkle on the fabric. He opened his mouth, and his Adam's apple rolled violently in his pale neck, but only made a hoarse sound, as if someone was grabbing his throat.
"You, what nonsense are you talking about?"
He finally managed to squeeze out a voice, but with a tremor that he himself didn't even notice. The fingertips of his right hand dug into his palm so hard that his nails almost dug into his flesh, but the pain still couldn't suppress the chill that ran up his spine to his head. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and cold sweat flowed down his temples into his collar, leaving dark marks on the collar of his hospital gown. Wanwanchio looked at Chen Feng's panicked expression and laughed. "What's wrong?"
"Did I get it right? And you actually deceived other people's sympathy just now."
As Wanwanchio spoke, she looked at Chen Feng as if he were a scumbag. "You have made many contributions in the army, but this has made you arrogant and conceited. You don't take seriously those comrades who have fought with you through thick and thin, and those who have also fought for the country through thick and thin. You said you offended a young master, but in fact you beat that young master severely. Then you refused to accept the punishment imposed on you by the army and severely injured your comrade. People like you deserve this fate."
I have made contributions,"
he muttered incoherently, his fingers trembling as he touched the scar on his chest, but he suddenly retracted it when he touched the fabric, as if the scar would burn him. The hem of his hospital gown was wrinkled by his grip, and his knuckles turned white due to excessive force.
"Who told you?" He suddenly raised his voice, but with an undisguised panic. Was it that pretty boy Junyi? Did he tell you something?
He realized he had said something wrong before he finished speaking. His pupils dilated in fear, his lips trembled, and he could no longer speak a complete sentence. The wind poured in from the open window, blowing the strands of hair on his forehead, but it couldn't blow away the blood color that had instantly faded from his face. When Wancho's words reminded him of something he had deliberately forgotten that year, that was when the final judgment was made that year that he was forced to retire. The leader who notified him said one thing, that is, this verdict was made after he and a member of the army made a request to the higher authorities, because he offended everyone during normal training, but because he didn't make any big mistakes at that time, those people couldn't do anything to him. He himself was happy to see those guys dislike him but unable to get rid of him, so he didn't take the matter to heart. But it was because of this incident that he was forced to retire, and because those guys spread his past deeds throughout the entire army. No one stood up to speak for him. The chief finally said to him, "Chen Feng, you are a good candidate. But you are not a qualified soldier. Even if this incident had not happened, the higher-ups would have found a chance to let you retire." This sentence caused him great harm at that time, but Chen Feng deliberately forgot about this incident and often hypnotized himself, thinking that it was the Jun family who was wrong and that it was the Jun family who ruined his military career. But now, when Wancho's words tore apart all his disguises of so many years. "Shut up! Shut up!" Chen Feng yelled at Wen Wancho in frustration. "What do you know? It was the Jun family. It was the Jun family that ruined me. If it weren't for the Jun family, how could I be like this now? And that pretty boy actually dared to humiliate me at that time. When my injuries are healed, I will make him pay the price. You are not allowed to attack the young master." When Wancho's words made Chen Feng look at her in astonishment, he laughed. "Huh, it seems that you are being kept by that pretty boy, right? And you're still speaking for him. Humph. And you're still criticizing and educating me. I think you're no different from those cheap women. Ha, 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 ha." After hearing what Chen Feng said, when Wancho completely gave up on him, as the brother who took care of her when she was a child, no matter how angry she was, when Wancho still had feelings for Chen Feng. She was so angry now because she was too disappointed in Chen Feng. Otherwise, who would have nothing better to do than to get angry over someone who has nothing to do with you? But Chen Feng's words completely broke her heart, and she decided in her heart that she would have no ties with this guy from now on. There is a saying that goes, "I am not afraid of your loved ones yelling at you, I am afraid that she treats you like a stranger and doesn't care about anything and doesn't ask anything." Even if there is a big quarrel, it is possible that the two still have the other person in their hearts and there is a possibility of forgiving each other. But once you give up on someone, you will only treat them as a stranger, and it will never be possible to start over. Chapter 74 Kiss. When Wancho stormed into Chen Feng's ward like an enraged lioness, 3 other people were talking in low voices at a corner of the corridor. No, it's not so much that there were 3 people, but rather that 2 of them were talking while the third was standing quietly by the side. "Mr. Jun, what do you think of my acting skills?" Lin Wei, who was supposed to get food for Chen Feng, was standing in front of Junyi at this moment with a playful smile on her face, as if she was quite proud of her performance just now. Junyi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He nodded and said, "Good acting. Keep up the good work." After hearing Junyi's comments, Lin Wei felt even more proud. She felt that with her current acting skills, she could definitely thrive in the film and television industry. After all, she had tricked Chen Feng into a loop just now. Junyi looked at Lin Wei's smug look and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that women are born actors. Just now, when he listened to Lin Wei describing how she deceived Chen Feng, the performance could be said to be flawless and so natural that it was almost impossible to detect any flaws. Of course, this is not just because Lin Wei is talented, but more importantly, she has received professional training in such a short period of time to reach this level. However, Junyi knew very well that he must not let Lin Wei become too arrogant and underestimate the enemy, otherwise once Chen Feng noticed any clues, his carefully planned plan would probably fail. "But you must not take it lightly," Junyi reminded solemnly. "Chen Feng is not an easy man to deal with. He is very careful and meticulous. If we are not careful, our plan will fail completely." Hearing this, Lin Wei immediately stopped smiling and became serious. "Yes, Master Jun, I understand what you mean. I will be careful and will never let that bastard Chen Feng take advantage of me." Then, Lin Wei seemed to remember something and said indignantly, "Come to think of it,
Chen Feng is really a complete liar. His ability to make up stories is simply first rate. If I hadn't known the truth of the matter in advance, I would have been fooled by him. Lin Wei was full of contempt and disdain for Chen Feng in her words. Although her own private life was also quite chaotic, and she even became a biochemical matrix because of it, in her opinion, this could not be entirely attributed to her personal behavior, but more because she was too kind and too loving. So, I, Lin Wei, am actually a good girl. Lin Wei smiled self-deprecatingly in her heart. It's just that sometimes I'm just unlucky. Junyi didn't know what Lin Wei was thinking, nor did he have the mind to think about Lin Wei's psychological activities. Anyway, all he needs is for Lin Wei to listen to him. Alright. It's precisely because he's not a good person that I won't feel any burden in cheating him. Junyi said to Lin Wei, "Oh, go get Chen Feng's meal now. When you come back, check the wall here to see if there is a mark. If there is, go in. If not, then wait here for a while. Wait until you see us coming out of Chen Feng's ward before going in." "Yes, sir." After receiving Junya's instructions, Lin Wei turned around and went to the cafeteria without hesitation, preparing a hearty meal for Chen Feng, so that Chen Feng could feel the love from her. Lin Wei. The same time, Junyi and Jing Ning walked towards Chen Feng's ward together. These two men were both top masters. Their steps were as light as feathers and made almost no sound, especially Junyi. The sound of his footsteps was barely audible, as if he didn't even touch the ground. Soon, they arrived at the door of Chen Feng's ward. But they did not go in directly, but stopped quietly beside the door. This position allows them to clearly hear the conversation inside the house without being discovered by people inside. Sure enough, as they expected, the conversation between Wen Wanqiu and Chen Feng could be heard from inside the house. Junyi pricked up his ears and listened carefully to every word. As Wen Wanqiu spoke, Junyi could truly feel her inner anger and disappointment. When Wen Wanqiu sneered, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Junyi's ears. Ding! It is detected that Wen Wanqiu, the daughter of luck, has given up on Chen Feng, the son of luck. 30,000 villain points are awarded. Hearing this voice, Junyi's heart moved. He knew that the time was ripe. So, he decisively winked at Jing Ning, signaling her to stay where she was, and then he walked into the ward. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue mocking Wen Wanqiu, he suddenly felt someone walking in. His eyes swept over subconsciously. However, when he saw the face of the person coming clearly, his eyes widened instantly, as if they were about to burst. "It's you!" Chen Feng's voice became hoarse due to extreme anger. "How dare you come to see me?" His emotions were completely out of control, his mind was blank, and he had no time to think about anything else. Chen Feng didn't consider his current situation at all. He was just blinded by anger and shouted without thinking. He seemed to have forgotten that even if he was intact now, Junyi would definitely not be afraid of him. Chen Feng's words caught Wen Wanqiu's attention. She followed Chen Feng's gaze, and when she saw the person who walked in, her eyes immediately became moist and tears flowed out like a flood. Immediately afterwards, Wen Wanqiu seemed to have lost all her strength and threw herself into Junyi's arms. She hugged Junyi tightly, buried her head deep in his arms, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. Young Master Wen Wanqiu choked up and only shouted out these two words, but the grievance and sadness contained in them made people feel the same. Junyi felt Wen Wanqiu trembling. He patted her back distressfully and whispered softly in her ear, "It's okay, it's not worth it for such a scumbag." When Wanqiu hugged Junyi tightly and didn't say anything, Chen Feng was even more furious when he saw their performance. "Well, Wen Wanqiu, you actually had an affair with this pretty boy. You disappoint me so much." Ding! It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Junyi didn't even look at Chen Feng, but lowered his head to look at the crying girl in his arms. When Wanqiu raised her head when she heard Junyi calling her name, suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and Chen Feng next to her was almost so angry that his eyes popped out. Junyi kissed Wen Wanqiu's red lips directly and did an NTR in front of Chen Feng. Ding! It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It is detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, is furious.
3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding!
It was detected that the host took advantage of the situation and Wen Wanqiu, the girl of luck, was very shy.
4,000 villain points are awarded.
After a moment, their lips parted, when Wanqiu's face flushed, and she shyly buried her face in Junia's arms, not daring to look up at him.
Oh my god! How could the young master do such a thing here? There are people watching. But, is this what kissing is?
It feels pretty good. When Wanqiu was having all sorts of wild thoughts in her mind, while Junyi licked his lips and glanced at Chen Feng with contempt, then he carried Wen Wanqiu out. Chapter 75, the heart-beating drama in the ward. After Junyi took Wen Wanqiu out of the ward, he and Jing Ning slowly left together. The figures of the three people gradually walked away, as if they were gradually isolated from this noisy world. When they passed the fork in the road where he had just talked with Lin Wei, Junyi paused slightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings as quickly as lightning. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he quietly stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the wall of the fork in the road. The seemingly random point is actually a mark left secretly by Junyi. After doing all this, Junyi remained calm and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. When Wanqiu was completely unaware of Junyi's little movements and was still held in his arms, after a while, Lin Wei came from another direction carrying steaming food. She walked briskly and had a faint smile on her face, obviously in a very happy mood. When she reached the fork in the road, she suddenly seemed to remember something and hesitated for a moment. Then she squatted down and carefully observed the ground and walls of the fork. Soon, Lin Wei's eyes were attracted by the mark left by Jun Yi. She stared at the small mark, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a knowing smile. It seems that Master Jun and the others have already left. Lin Wei whispered to herself. A stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She took a deep breath, stood up, and felt more relaxed and happy. Then, she walked towards Chen Feng's ward with light steps. At this time, Chen Feng in the ward was furious. His face was flushed, veins on his forehead were bulging, and he kept cursing. However, due to his excessive excitement, his waist began to ache. Just when Chen Feng was cursing, Lin Wei walked to the door of the ward. She immediately saw Chen Feng's eyes that were as big as copper bells and his gritting teeth. Seeing this, Lin Wei secretly laughed in her heart, but on the surface she immediately pretended to be panicked, walked quickly to the bedside, and asked with concern, "Brother Chen Feng, what's wrong with you?
Did something happen?"
As she spoke, she placed the food in her hands on the bedside table, then bent down and carefully checked Chen Feng's condition. Lin Wei's soles rubbed lightly on the floor, making a subtle sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly clear in this quiet ward. Chen Feng heard the sound, turned his head sharply, and glared at Lin Wei fiercely. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and his knuckles were white as he gripped the corner of the quilt. When he saw Lin Wei coming in, he groaned, "Get out!
Who let you in? Brother Chen Feng."
Lin Wei's wrist trembled, and the porcelain spoon made a crisp sound when it hit the edge of the bowl. She hurriedly placed the dinner plate on the bedside table, bent her knees slightly and moved closer to the bed, her long eyelashes trembling like frightened butterfly wings. "Why are you so angry?
Are you feeling unwell?"
Before she finished her words, her fingertips had already gently covered Chen Feng's forehead, and then retracted as if she had received an electric shock. "Ah, why is your forehead so hot?
Did someone come in just now and make you angry?"
Chen Feng was startled by her soft fingertips, but anger was still boiling in his eyes. "They?
Humph, what is that pretty boy Junyi up to? Do you think I can't see?
He brought that woman around in front of me.
Do you really think I, Chen Feng, am easy to bully?"
The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old injury on his waist made his face turn pale, and he couldn't help but hunch his back and gasp for air. "Oh, please stop talking," Lin Wei exclaimed, holding his arm and gently tapping his back with her fingertips, her tone full of heartache. "Look at you, your waist injury hasn't healed yet, how can you be so angry?" She suddenly lowered her eyelashes, her voice as thin as a mosquito. But Brother Chen Feng, don't take it too seriously. It would be bad if you get sick from being too angry.
If you have any troubles, you can tell me. I won't make you angry like others.
I will only feel sorry for you, Brother Chen Feng." She paused, then suddenly took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped the sweat off Chen Feng's forehead. "You were hospitalized a few days ago, and I stayed outside every night, fearing that you would be in pain and no one would take care of you. Yesterday evening, I specifically asked the cafeteria to stew chicken soup, hoping to nourish your body. Who knew? Her voice gradually choked up, and her eyes turned red like a frightened little rabbit. If I had known that someone would come and make you angry today, I should have come back earlier to watch over you. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. Chen Feng looked at her red eyes and listened to her soft words. The evil fire in his heart was like being poured with a basin of cold water and gradually extinguished. Since he returned to China, he had never seen a woman who cared so much about him. Lin Aoshuang was always cold and distant to him, Lin Ruoxi was sarcastic and mocking to him, and Wen Wanqiu even threw herself into the arms of that bastard Junyi. But the anxiety and grievance in Lin Wei's eyes at this moment were like a fine needle, gently poking the softest part of his heart. Why are you crying? He spoke in a rough voice, but his tone was no longer as aggressive as before. It's none of your business. I'm just angry. Why is it none of my business? Lin Wei raised her tearful eyes, the handkerchief still in her hand, her fingertips twisting the edge of the handkerchief unconsciously. If you get sick from being angry, I will be sad. She suddenly remembered something and quickly turned around to take the plate. Try this chicken soup. It's been simmering for a long time. Maybe your waist will feel better after drinking it. If it's cold, I'll heat it up for you. Chen Feng looked at her busy figure, and his nose suddenly felt a little sour. He thought about everything since he returned to China. Perhaps, Lin Wei was the only one who really cared about him. When he reached out to take the bowl of soup, his fingertips touched the back of her slightly cold hand, and he said inexplicably, "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Wei looked up at him, a hint of subtle cunning flashed in her eyes, and then was covered with full concern. Brother Chen Feng, why are you being so polite to me? As long as you are fine, I am willing to do anything. She scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and handed it to his lips. Her voice was as sweet as melted honey. Drink it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. In the future, if you get angry again, tell me and I'll help you vent your anger, okay? Chen Feng drank the warm soup and looked at himself reflected in Lin Wei's eyes. He suddenly felt that even if the whole world was against him, as long as he had this woman who treated him wholeheartedly by his side, it didn't seem to be a big deal. He put down the soup bowl, took the initiative to reach out for the first time, and clumsily patted the back of Lin Wei's hand. Well, it's great to have you here. Brother Chen Feng. Chapter 76. Iris. While Lin Wei was acting, Junyi had already returned to the car with Wen Wanqiu and Jing Ning. Along started the car and headed towards Yunqi Yuling, the villa area where Junyi lived. In the car, Wen Wanqiu's face was still a little flushed when she thought about how Junyi kissed her just now, and she responded. She didn't dare to look up at Junyi and Jing Ning, who was sitting next to her, especially after what happened just now, which made Wen Wanqiu feel very guilty towards Jing Ning, who was sitting next to her. She was not a little girl who knew nothing. After staying in Junyi's villa for so many days, she had already noticed that Jing Ning and Junyi had an unusual relationship. Of course, this is also because Junyi and Jing Ning have no intention of covering it up. Junyi saw Wen Wanqiu's shy expression through the rearview mirror. He tapped the armrest of the leather seat with his fingertips. The look in the rearview mirror was filled with a lazy smile, but also with a hint of unmistakable amusement. Why, your face is still red? Could it be that you didn't catch your breath when you kissed me just now? When Wanqiu's shoulders trembled violently, and her fingertips unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, the sunlight from outside the car window shone through the glass across her hot cheeks, making the shadow of her eyelashes thin and trembling. She could feel Jing Ning's gaze beside her. That gaze was calm and waveless, like a bottomless lake, but it reminded her inexplicably of the neatly displayed porcelain in Junyi's villa, so exquisite that people dared not touch it, for fear that a mistake would shatter the dignity of the whole room. She opened her mouth, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Master, please stop making fun of me. Ding! It is detected that Wen Wanqiu, the girl of luck, is shy. 2,000 villain points are awarded. Tease? Junyi chuckled, leaning back slightly, his tone more playful. I was just thinking, Jing Ning saw everything just now. Do you think she would think that you have some feelings for me? This sentence was like a fine needle, accurately piercing the most guilty spot in Wen Wanqiu's heart. She secretly glanced at Jing Ning, only to see that he was slowly adjusting his silk scarf, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. That smile instantly reminded her of the tacit understanding between the two of them a few days ago in the villa when Jing Ning was fixing Junyi's tie. That was a magnetic field that an intruder like her could never fit into. My heart felt like it was being Gently gripped by something, making it feel sour and bitter, she knew Junie was teasing, but the weight of his words made her feel uneasy. I didn't. She lowered her head hurriedly, her hair falling to cover her shy face.
I was confused for a moment and didn't react. Confused?
Junia's voice came through the rearview mirror, with an irresistible penetrating power, but I think your confusion is quite cute.
Wanwancho felt even more embarrassed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
Wanwancho was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then shouted in a low voice, Master, you were so bad.
Ha? You dare to say bad things about me? I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get to the villa.
Junie glanced at Wanwancho, who was sitting behind him, and said in a playful tone. While speaking, he also looked at Wanwancho's red lips, which made Wanwancho's face even redder. At this time, Along had already driven the car steadily into the tree-lined avenue of Yunchi Yuling. The light and shadows of the camphor trees on both sides swayed on Wanwancho's knees through the car window, like countless butterflies about to fly. The light and shadow inside the car changed with the interweaving branches of the camphor tree, weaving into a swaying golden pattern on Wanwancho's knees. Jingning, Junie suddenly spoke, his eyes still locked on Wanwancho in the rearview mirror, but his fingertips were casually pointing out the car window. The irises in the artificial lake are blooming. Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to see them? Jingning was stunned for a moment, and when he raised his eyes, he happened to see Junia's gaze towards Wanwancho. There was a kind of tacit understanding hidden in that gaze, like the look of a hunter signaling his companions to take shelter temporarily. She immediately closed the magazine and raised a faint smile at the corner of her lips. It's time to go and see it. After saying that, he actually opened the car door and said, I'm going to go look at the flowers first. The sound of the car door closing was as light as a falling leaf. Wanwancho looked up suddenly and met the suddenly gloomy gaze in the rearview mirror. Junie also opened the car door and got out. Then he opened the back door and let Wanwancho get out. When Wanwancho came down, Junie immediately closed the car door, and along drove away directly. Junie slowly approached Wanwancho. The fresh cedar scent on his body enveloped her like an invisible net. The shadows of the trees outside the car window passed across his well-defined profile and shattered into flickering spots of light in his eyes. There's no one here now, he lowered his voice, with a kind of sandpaper-polished magnetism, and his fingertips suddenly stretched out and gently lifted her falling hair. Did you call me bad just now? Wanwancho's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously wanted to dodge back, but he gently pressed her earlobe with his fingertips. The touch was warm, and it made her stiffen. She could clearly see herself reflected in his pupils, her cheeks flushed, her eyes panicking, like a young deer that had strayed into a trap. Master. Her voice was as thin as a thread. I didn't mean it, whether it was intentional or not is not important. Junie chuckled, his fingertips slid down her earlobe, and finally stopped on her hot cheek. What's important is, he paused, leaned forward a little more, and his warm breath brushed her lips. When you kissed me just now, your heartbeat was as fast as a drum. This sentence made Wanwancho completely panic. She wanted to argue, but found her throat was tight, and she could only stare at his face so close. His eyelashes were very long, casting fan-shaped shadows under his eyelids, and deep in the smile in his eyes, there was a trace of seriousness that she had never seen before. Don't hide. Junia's palm gently supported the back of her neck, and his fingertips caressed her delicate skin. Look at me. Wanwancho was forced to meet his gaze, and felt that those eyes were like a bottomless cold pool, clearly reflecting her panic, shyness, and even a hint of subtle greed. She could smell the faint mint on his breath, mixed with the cedar, forming an aggressive scent that made her head spin. What do you want to do? She finally mustered up the courage, but her voice trembled slightly. Although she had already decided to take good care of the young master, she had never thought about breaking through the relationship between her and the young master. When Junie heard this, the smile on his lips deepened a little, but he did not answer directly to. He simply released the hand that was supporting the back of her neck and instead held the hand that was holding the hem of her skirt. Her fingertips were cold and still, trembling slightly, so he wrapped his palm around her hand and warmed it up bit by bit. Nothing, his tone suddenly became casual, as if the oppressive person just now was not him. I just feel, he paused, his eyes swept across her still red lips, our relationship should be further developed. After saying that, he suddenly opened the car door, and pulled her out with him. When he got out, the petals of Yezakura, Tokyo cherry blossoms, fell on his hair, but he was unaware of it. He just held her hand and walked along the cobblestone path by the lake. Jingning's figure had long disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest. The only sounds around him were the breeze blowing across the lake and the overlapping footsteps of the two people. Junia's palm was warm, the strength was neither light nor heavy, and it carried an irresistible tenderness. When Wancho followed behind him, looking at his broad back, and suddenly felt something was unreal. Look, Junyi suddenly stopped and pointed at the iris in full bloom by the lake. This is the one Jing Ning is talking about. The blue irises echo the color of the lake, creating a harmonious beauty. Chapter 77, Winning. When Wancho was a little dazed when she suddenly felt her wrist being gently pulled, and she was thrown into a solid embrace. Junya's chin rested on the top of her head, and his voice came through his chest with a strange vibration. Wancho, he called her name, his tone serious. Are you willing to be my woman? When Wancho's heart suddenly shrank, and she wanted to push him away, but her fingers curled up as if they were burned. She could feel the warmth of his chest and hear his steady heartbeat, which was like a drumbeat, hitting her heart. She wanted to say something, but he interrupted her. Don't talk. Junya's arms tightened a little, but not to the point of suffocating her. Just think of it as giving me a chance, and giving yourself a chance. The breeze brought the sweet scent of cherry blossoms, mixed with the cedar scent on his body, completely enveloping her. When Wancho closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his embrace, and suddenly felt that the heart barrier somewhere deep in her heart was crumbling bit by bit. She didn't know if this was part of Junya's strategy. She only knew that at this moment, being held in his arms, all the anxieties about Jing Ning and her identity were temporarily forgotten. After a long while, she uttered a soft her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Junya's body stiffened when he heard this, and then he laughed deeply, which tickled her eardrums. He loosened his arm, but still held her hand, and his fingertips gently drew circles on her palm. That's right, he looked down at her, the smile in his eyes so gentle that it could drip water. When Wancho raised her head and looked into his deep eyes, she suddenly realized that the young master was serious, and she didn't dislike it either. At least at this moment, she could clearly feel that she was falling little by little, willingly, into the love net he had carefully woven. In the shadow of the bamboo forest in the distance, Jing Ning leaned against the bamboo, looked at the figures hugging each other by the lake, smiled gently, turned around and disappeared into the bamboo forest. This time, when Wancho hugged Junyi with an infatuated look, smelling the fragrance coming from his body and feeling the heat coming from her head, she didn't want to think about anything right now. This time, Junya's voice sounded in her ears. Let's go. His voice was lower than usual, like wine soaked in honey. I'll take you somewhere. When Wancho lowered her head and let him lead her along the stone path to the lakeshore, the sunlight filtered through the gaps between the cherry trees, breaking into golden spots on the bluestone slabs. The two people's shadows were stretched out and overlapped. She could feel his steady steps, each one neither hurried nor slow, as if the road under his feet was not a gravel path but a smooth path paved with soft satin. When passing by the rose trellis on the west side of the courtyard, there were large deep red roses blooming on the vines, and the fragrance was so strong that it could not be dispelled. Junyi suddenly stopped, when Wancho looked up at him, only to see his eyes fixed on her face. With a playful smile. Are you tired of walking? He asked. Without waiting for her to answer, he had already put his arms around her knees and back and suddenly picked her up sideways. Ah! When Wancho exclaimed and subconsciously clutched the collar of his shirt, his chest was solid and strong beneath the cloth, and I could feel his steady heartbeat through the fabric. She closed her eyes in fear, but couldn't help but sneak a peek through the gaps between her eyelashes. The lines of Junya's jaw were particularly clear in the sunlight, and the tip of her nose was filled with the crisp cedar scent from his body, mixed with the sweetness of roses, which was unexpectedly harmonious. Don't move, Junyi looked down at her with a smile on his face. You'll fall if you move again. She immediately froze up, like a frozen animal, and dared only bury her face in his shoulder. His arms were steady, but his steps were faster than before. He walked through the rose trellis, around the rockery, and stepped onto the carved wooden corridor. Outside the corridor was a neatly trimmed hedge. A few sparrows were jumping on the branches. When they saw someone coming, they fluttered away, leaving behind a series of crisp chirps. The sunlight shines through the carved lattices of the wooden corridor, casting mottled shadows on Junya's shoulders. When Wancho could feel the strength in his arms, and every step she took was solid, as if her weight was as light as a feather to him. She secretly raised her eyes and saw that the tense lines of his jaw softened and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It was a kind of relaxed and genuine tenderness that she had never seen before. Master. She spoke softly, her voice muffled in his neck. Put me down, we're almost there. It's almost there. Junyi refused to let go, but hugged her tighter. Be obedient. At the end of the wooden corridor is a moon-shaped door, behind which is an elegant little courtyard with several banana trees planted in the courtyard, whose broad leaves rustle in the wind. Across the courtyard is a two-story building with blue bricks and gray tiles, with carved window lattices covered with plain white window paper, and a string of copper bells hanging under the eaves, which make a tiny tinkling sound when the wind blows. He had this small courtyard built, although Yunchi Yuling is the #1 villa area in the Magic City. All the houses here are occupied by no one except Jun Yi and his men. Therefore, the entire Yunchi Yuling belongs to Jun Yi. In other words, this is Jun Yi's own manor. Jun Yi carried her up to the second floor. The corridor was covered with a thick red carpet, and it was silent when he stepped on it. The door at the end of the corridor was ajar. He pushed it lightly with his toes, and the door opened with a creak. The light in the house was soft, and the south window was wide open, facing the banana trees in the courtyard. There was a pearwood desk by the window, with a paperweight on the desk holding a half roll of rice paper, and some ink marks still wet in the inkstone. In the east corner stood a rosewood wardrobe with exquisite carvings, and to the west was a large step-out bed with a moonwhite soft gauze curtain embroidered with a fine lotus pattern. Jun Yi carried her to the bed and carefully placed her on the bed covered with a mauve quilt. When Wanqiu was about to sit up when he pressed her shoulder. "Take a break first." He bent down and took off her dusty shoes, revealing a pair of feet wearing plain white silk socks. Her ankles were slender, like the finest mutton fat jade. When Wanqiu's cheeks flushed red and she wanted to pull her foot back, but he gently held her ankle. His fingertips were covered with calluses and felt warm, which made her shudder all over, as if a feather was scratching her heart. "Don't hide." Jun Yi looked up at her, his eyes were deep, as if filled with starlight. "Here, how about you give yourself to me?" His words were soft, but they carried an unquestionable certainty. When Wanqiu stared at him in a daze, looking at the gentle smile in his eyes, looking at the spots of light coming in through the banana leaves outside the window, and suddenly she felt that the cedar scent and sunshine that filled the room were warmer and more reassuring than any other place. She knew that the gap in status between her and Jun Yi was like a chasm, so much so that it seemed so unreal that Jun Yi had just told her to be his woman. But at this moment, she knew that Jun Yi's embrace was real, the warmth of his palm was real, and the hard barrier in her heart had long been transformed into tenderness under his gentle offensive again and again. Ding! The favorability of Wanqiu, the girl of luck, has been detected to have increased. 1,000 villain points will be awarded. Ding! The favorability of Wanqiu, the girl of luck, has been detected to have increased. 1,000 villain points will be awarded. The sun shone through the window lattice, casting swaying shadows on the bed curtains. The air was filled with a faint scent of cedar. It was so quiet that the only sound was the heavy overlapping breathing of the two people. Chapter 78. When Wanqiu completely falls, Jingning enters the expedition again. Ding! It is detected that the host has captured Wanqiu, the girl of luck, and the reward is 40,000 villain points. Ding! It is detected that Wanqiu, the girl of luck, is being bullied by the host. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that Wanqiu, the girl of luck, is being bullied by the host. 3,000 villain points are awarded. Ding! It is detected that Wanqiu, the girl of luck, is being bullied by the host. 3,000 villain points are awarded. After an hour and a half, the movement behind the bed curtains stopped. Immediately afterwards, Jun Yi stood up from behind the bed curtains and walked out. He glanced at Wanqiu, who was exhausted and fell asleep, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Jun Yi put his hands on Wanqiu and massaged her to relieve her fatigue. Wanqiu was still too weak. 1.5 hours was not Jun Yi's limit, and he wasn't even serious yet. If he hadn't seen that Wanqiu was just holding on, he wouldn't have stopped so quickly. In fact, Jun Yi also understood that this was mainly his own problem. He was naturally good at that aspect. If he wasn't the son of a wealthy family, he might have learned the flower language of steel wool. In fact, if we really have to find someone who can be compared with him, it can only be the Chakravartin in history, coupled with Jun Yi's current extremely terrifying internal strength. It is really, therefore, Jun Yi is now truly both proud and distressed. He is proud that he was born to have a harem, but he is distressed that he is still neither here nor there. Jun Yi frowned, then directly notified Jing Ning and asked her to come over. When Jing Ning walked to the entrance of the small courtyard and knocked on the door, Jun Yi directly pulled her in, then carried her to the room on the first floor, and started another fierce fight. When Jun Yi got dressed and came out of the room in high spirits, Jingning had already fallen asleep due to exhaustion. He went out and looked at the sky.
Wow, it was already afternoon. It looks like I'll have to ask Aaron to buy lunch again today.
Junie smiled helplessly, then called Aaron and asked him to send someone to buy lunch. Of course, the portion size should be large, ancient warriors all have huge appetites. The meals Wen Wanqiu usually cooks for him can fill an entire table, which can be called a full Han banquet. Even with this, Junie and Jingning were able to eat it all up. Of course, Wen Wanqiu herself also enjoys it. She herself likes cooking very much, not to mention that Wen Wanqiu has a great talent for cooking and cooks very quickly. In the past, it was mainly financial issues that left her with no time to delve into it, but that is no longer necessary. After receiving Junie's order, alone told Junie directly that he had already bought the food. This surprised Junie a little, but he reacted immediately. Well done, Aaron, you are very smart. Junie praised Aaron. This was something Aaron had expected. After all, his young master had made it clear that he wanted to take down the little maid Wen Wanqiu, but given his young master's strength in that aspect, Wen Wanqiu would most likely not be able to withstand the conquest. Jingning had been unable to get out of bed because of her own eldest young master, and Jingning is a person with great skills. If she can be like that, how could Wen Wanqiu be better than Jingning in that aspect? Therefore, Alam concluded that Wen Wanqiu would definitely not be able to cook today, so he sent someone to buy food early. After Aaron put the food on the big table in the living room, he went out. Not long after, Wen Wanqiu and Jingning came out. After all, Wen Wanqiu had slept for a long time, and with Junia's massage, she woke up quickly, not to mention Jingning, since she took the pills given to her by Junyi, her own cultivation speed has increased day by day, and her strength has improved significantly. So it's normal for Jingning to wake up so quickly, but when Wen Wanqiu came out of the room wearing pajamas, not a nightgown, and saw Jingning who was also wearing pajamas, she was immediately surprised and then felt shy. She thought of Junia's powerful attack on her just now, which made her beg for mercy repeatedly. She could see that Junie had not reached his limit, but she really couldn't hold on any longer. I was afraid that after I fell asleep due to being too excited, the young master called Jingning in again, and then, Wen Wanqiu, who had figured it out, couldn't help feeling ashamed. I'm so useless. I actually let the young master pass out when he was neither getting in nor out, and I even had to let him call for someone else. But is this the happiness of a woman? Wen Wanqiu blushed as she thought about it, which made Junyi feel a little strange. What is this girl thinking? Junyi looked at her strangely, shook his head, and didn't care what Wen Wanqiu was thinking. He said to the two of them, "Come and eat." Wen Wanqiu came back to her senses immediately, and her face turned red with shame when she thought of her previous wild thoughts. She felt so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her face and go back to her room, but her stomach told her brain it was time to eat. After all, she had just done strenuous exercise. Although Junyi did most of the moving himself, Wen Wanqiu still consumed a lot of energy. So, Wen Wanqiu finally sat at the dining table and had lunch with Junyi and Jingning. After dinner, Wen Wanqiu leaned back in her chair as if she was full. In contrast, Junyi and Jingning were fine. Junyi looked at Wen Wanqiu's comfortable appearance and said with a smile, "Are you full?" "Yeah." Wen Wanqiu nodded. "If you're full, then continue. I haven't had enough fun just now." "Ah. Master, please don't do that. You are too strong. Besides, I haven't recovered yet." Wen Wanqiu was frightened by Junya's words. She remembered how weak she felt before, and even felt a little pain down there. If Junyi were to let her ride on his horse for a while longer, she wouldn't know whether she could see the sunrise tomorrow. Looking at Wen Wanqiu begging for mercy, Junyi couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! I'm just kidding. Am I the kind of person who doesn't show sympathy to women?" Then, Junyi got down to business. "By the way, I have to tell you that I have sent someone to change a hospital for your dean. After all, as you know, Qin Feng is also hospitalized there. If he finds out that your dean is also there, it will be a lot of trouble." When Wen Wanqiu heard Junia's words, she was stunned at first, and then her eyes were full of gratitude. "Master, thank you, you were so thoughtful." Junyi waved his hand. "It's a small matter. After all, what the old man needs now is rest." Looking at Wen Wanqiu's grateful expression, Junyi secretly opened the favorability panel. Name, Wen Wanqiu likability rating, 96. Well, it's already 96. Thinking of the series of prompt sounds from the system just now, Junyi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. As expected, what Zhang Ailing said is right. The way to a woman's heart is, after finishing their meal, the three of them just sat there, of course, mainly to keep Wen Wancho company. After she recovered, Junie suggested going back to the villa, and the other two agreed. As for the garbage left here, they were cleaned up by Junia's bodyguards. The 2 rooms where the battle with Wen Wancho and Jingning took place were also cleaned up by Wen Wancho, who volunteered. However, when we returned to the villa, it was almost dark. Jingning went back to his room to meditate and practice, while Wen Wancho was held by Junie on the sofa watching TV. When it was time to go to bed, Junie carried Wen Wancho back to his room and a princess hugged. That night, Junie didn't bother her anymore. He just held her in his arms and slept. After all, the little girl herself can't handle it. Junie looked at the sleeping Wen Wancho, then looked at the sky outside the window, and began to plan in his mind how to clean up all of Chen Feng's younger brothers and backers in the original plot, as well as those who were originally related to the Ghost Mercenary Group, during the time that Chen Feng was in the hospital. Chapter 79: The Great Liquidation. When a new day began, Junie looked outside from the window, his lips slightly raised and his eyes full of indifference. During this month, Shanghai will undergo a major reshuffle. Under Junie's will, Jun Huiming, Secretary of the Demon City Committee, Jun Huisher, Mayor of Demon City, Jun Huiqian, Director of the Demon City Public Security Bureau, and the Yi family worked together to launch a major purge that lasted for a month. At 6 in the morning, it rained heavily. Wang Zhongxian stood in the ancestral hall, wiping the jade offerings in front of the tablets of the Wang family's ancestors. The ring on his fingertips made a clear sound when it collided with the offering vessel, and he swore, "Ancestors, I, Wang Zhongxian, will lead the Wang family to a new glory in the future." Suddenly, there was a loud noise as the security door was broken open by hydraulic pliers, and then he saw Jun Huiqian and the special police rushing into the courtyard, and the blue police uniforms surged like a tide in the rain. Wang Zhongxian was arrested according to law for allegedly organizing and leading a mafia-like organization in smuggling key national materials. Jun Huiqian slapped the arrest warrant on the incense table, and the ink instantly spread, staining the plaque. Loyalty and filial piety passed down from generation to generation. Read. How dare you? My Wang family has been loyal for generations. Wang Zhongxian grabbed the copper incense burner on the altar and smashed it towards the door, but was kicked down by the special police. The jade ring rolled off his fingers and broke into 3 pieces on the bluestone slab, looking very much like the bones and blood of the opponents he had crushed. As he was dragged through the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of his youngest son being escorted out of the study by the police, holding an unburned account book in his arms. It recorded the tens of millions of protection fees that had been sent to Chen Feng from abroad in the past 3 years, asking him to help protect some of his family's shady industries in the Middle East. It's unfair. Secretary Jun and I are old friends. His roar was drowned out by the sound of rain. When the police car drove away, he saw through the car window that the plaque on the door of his house had been taken down and replaced with a seal that read the scene of the seizure of assets involved in the case. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his grandfather's last words: "Don't touch dirty money, don't associate with evil forces." But he eventually became the kind of person he despised the most. In the cold light of the police badge, his family's century-old glory was shattered more thoroughly than jade. At 9 o'clock in the morning, an absurd scene was unfolding in the underground empire of the Li brothers. Boss Li was counting Chinese currency in front of the vault, the hum of the money-counting machine mixed with the cheers from the gambling hall next door. Boss Li was destroying the transfer records with Chen Feng in the secret room. The numbers on the screen flickered like blood. Chen Feng had worked as a mercenary abroad in recent years and had come into contact with this group of people. He even saved the lives of these 2 people. When the 2 returned to China, they hoped to get close to Chen Feng, so they kept transferring money to him and also laundered some black money for him. This is also one of the reasons why the Ghost Mercenary Group has developed so rapidly in just a few years. Suddenly, the whole building fell into darkness. When the emergency lights came on, Jun Huiqian led the economic investigation team to rush in from the ventilation holes and fire escapes at the same time, pointing their guns at the panicked gamblers. Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun are suspected of illegal business operations, money laundering, and intentional injury and are now under arrest. Jun Huiqian raised the search warrant in his hand, which was stamped with the red seals of the Municipal Party Committee, Municipal Government, and Municipal Public Security Bureau. Li Lauer pushed open the secret door of the secret passage suddenly, but ran into Jun Huisher and people from the Market Supervision Bureau guarding outside. "Mayor? You?" Before he could finish his words, he was handcuffed. Boss Li looked at the plaque on the wall that read prosperity and prosperity and suddenly remembered the time when he offered Jun Huiqian a gratuity but was rejected. At that time, Jun Huaiqian said, "My police badge is only for the benefit of the people."
Now I understand that this light is enough to illuminate all the evidence of their crimes. The police are beating people. We want to see a lawyer. When the Lee brothers were dragged out of the casino, undestroyed USB flash drives were scattered at their feet, which contained records of their bribes to 5 former senior officials. The money counting machine was still turning in vain in the darkness, and the banknotes it spit out fell to the ground like paper money for their funeral. At 12 o'clock noon, Lin Wenyuan was writing in his study, and what he wrote was the words, "Be close to virtuous ministers and stay away from villains." From the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital, that he had just finished writing the word when the ink drop happened to fall on the copy of the letter of accusation on the corner of the table. It was a letter from a student who was accidentally missing by his design 3 years ago, and the letter exposed that he had secretly embezzled academic funds. The security door was opened silently, and Jun Huaimin walked in with the Discipline Inspection Commission personnel, followed by the forensic doctor. Lin Wenyuan, the DNA of human tissue found in the basement of the western suburbs villa matches that of the missing student, and the results of the fingerprint identification in the secret room. Jun Huaimin slapped the report on the rice paper, and the word was instantly stained black. Lin Wenyuan's wolf hair brush fell to the ground with a bang, and the ink splattered all over his award certificate that read "Pupils all over the world." That he once denounced corruption in a university classroom, then turned around and transformed himself into a devil, embezzling tens of millions of funds under the guise of cultural revitalization. I am afraid of being poor, so he stared at the plaque on the wall that read "Integrity and Honesty." In the incense burner under the plaque, incense ash was falling on the engraved words, like a thin layer of tombstone ash. When he was taken away, he passed by the living room and saw his wife putting his grandson's certificate into the bottom of the box. She looked up at him, her eyes as empty as a dry well. "Wenyuan, you said in class that knowing shame is close to courage, but you even forgot shame." Lin Wenyuan's throat was choked with sobs, but he could not make a sound. In the end, he used a wolf hair brush to write about the hypocrisy of scholars and also wrote his own verdict. This guy, who was caught by Chen Feng and exploited to death in the original plot, was offline early. 7 days after the arrest, Shanghai Evening News published an article on its front page titled "The First Week of the Clean Sea Storm. 19 families destroyed, 5.6 billion in stolen money recovered." In the accompanying picture, under the photo of Wang Zhongxian in handcuffs, it was written "Begang Wharf major smuggling case solved," and next to the photo of the Lee's casino seizure site, it was written "Cut off the cross-border money laundering black chain." TSK, Professor Lin is actually an accomplice to murder. And Wang at the entrance of the alley pointed at the newspaper. The shoemaker Lao Zhou slapped his thigh and said, "I told you. My son reported him for embezzling research funds, but he was persuaded to quit." Now the truth is finally out. What makes people even more excited is the case handling blog on the Public Security Bureau's Douyin account. Jun Huaiqian personally appears in the video, showing the smuggling account books seized from the Wang family ancestral hall and the encrypted hard drive in the Li family secret room. Each video has received over 1 million likes. I used to think that officials protected each other, but now I know that the police had already set up a trap. Xiaoli, a takeaway boy, posted a photo of delivering milk tea to the police station on WeChat Moments. Chief Jun chatted with us and said, "The police badge was given by the people, and it cannot be stained by dust." There were banners piled up like a small mountain in front of the Public Security Bureau. One of the banners read, "Thunder sweeps away all evil in the world, and the police badge illuminates the hearts of the people," and was signed by all the old boatmen at Begang Wharf. The operation, which lasted for a month, caused a major reshuffle in Shanghai. Many big shots were arrested and some big families were destroyed. Although it would cause a stir, the Yi family took action to stabilize the economy, and the Jun family secretly took action to stabilize public opinion. Everything in the Demon City was full of vitality and everything was flourishing. Of course, with so many big shots getting into trouble, a lot of vacuums have emerged. As a result, the rest of the families and large companies quickly developed, and many small businesses also grew rapidly. Among them, the one that made the most profit was Taichu Group, and the second was Yukong Group. The Yi family no longer cares about these minor fights in the Magic City, and even the second largest family in the Magic City today has been left behind by the Yi family without even a trace left. So the Yi family did not take any action. And because this matter was jointly undertaken by the Jun family and the Yi family, other families would deliberately give way to the Taichu Group. Of course, Lin Aoshuang, who had already become Jun Ye's woman, also gained a lot of benefits from this feast.
Chapter 80, 1 month. Junia's kindness. This great cleansing sweeping across the Magic City has lasted for more than a month. During this period, Taichu Group's chief financial officer Shin Yenjo seized the opportunity and drove the group to achieve rapid expansion and growth. Junie rewarded him highly for this, and the new CFO won the sincere trust of everyone in Taichu Group. At the same time, Yukon Group also gained a lot from this stormed eye in Yunchi Yulink's residence. Junie was lying lazily on the sofa, enjoying the careful care of Wen Wanqiu and Jing Ning. His head rested in front of Jing Ning, who gently massaged his head with both hands. Wen Wanqiu was held in Junia's arms, and from time to time, she picked up a strawberry from the small table next to her, fed it to him, and watched him eat it. The two of them had long been accustomed to such a pleasant day. During this month, Junie was extremely capable in that aspect, and it was simply too much for one person to handle it alone. Even though Jing Ning was better at dealing with the situation than Wen Wanqiu, he couldn't withstand his attack alone, so the two of them had already started accompanying Junie together. If Lin Aoshuang hadn't been busy recently, she would probably have joined in. After all, they would be a family in the future, and this day would come eventually. In addition, because Junia's series of operations greatly changed the original plot, he gained a lot of villain points and took advantage of this to draw lots many times, with good and bad luck. When he was unlucky, he only drew things like toilet paper and carbonated drinks. When he was lucky, he could get a lot of good things, such as a large number of physical pills, anti-aging pills, marrow-cleansing pills, and 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, and even a physique that was immune to all poisons and a god-level hypnosis technique. Although Junie had deep internal strength before, and was almost immune to all poisons, and later he got the horse charm, so he didn't have to worry about being poisoned to death. But this was not without limitations. At least he was not immune to drugs like I Love a Chai and Sousar Crazy. After all, they were not poisons at all. Although the horse charm can drive away all external influences, it requires Junie to take out the charm and point it at himself to take effect. But now, even if he eats this kind of medicine as candy, he can be safe and sound among the prizes from the lottery. There are also some martial arts secrets, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms, the white rainbow palm, the Tianshan plum blossom hand, etc. Junie is now invincible. What's more, he also has the dog talisman and the horse talisman, so even in the face of a nuclear bomb explosion, he can remain unscathed, and at most only his clothes will be blown up. After enjoying a moment of comfort, Junie looked at his watch and patted Wen Wanqiu. Wen Wanqiu understood and knew it was time to cook, so she kissed Junie and got up and walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, Junie's phone rang, and the caller ID showed Lin Ruoshi. In the past month, in addition to leading the big reckoning, Junie would occasionally go to the Lin family villa to accompany Lin Aoshuang, and by the way, he would brush up Lin Ruoshi's favorability. Lin Aoshuang had already seen that Junie was interested in Lin Ruoshi, but she didn't care. It's no wonder. Junia's ability is so strong that it's no exaggeration to say that he is a perpetual motion machine. Even after Lin Aoshuang took the marrow cleansing pill and the physical fitness pill and took time to exercise every day, she still couldn't bear it. She also thought about asking for help, but there were no close relatives in her family, and there were no women with whom she had a good relationship among the descendants of the elders of the Yukon group. Finally, she turned her attention to Lin Ruoshi. She also saw that Lin Ruoshi had a good impression of Junie. In addition, Junie had already told Lin Aoshuang about the existence of Wen Wanqiu and Jing Ning, which made Lin Aoshuang feel a sense of crisis. She had already opened her heart to Junie and gave him her whole heart, believing that she would belong to Junie from now on, and every inch of her skin belonged only to him, and she would never allow other men to touch it. She loved Junie deeply, and because of this, she came up with this idea after she found that she could not satisfy Junie by herself. However, when this thought came to her mind, she couldn't help but think of her previous guess. If Chen Feng took Lin Ruoshi, he might drag her down with him and make her Chen Feng's woman. This made her sigh at the wonder of fate. Of course, with the 99 level favorability, Lin Aoshuang had no ill feelings towards Junie, and only blamed herself for not fulfilling her obligations as Junia's woman. Because of this, with Junia's occasional goodwill and Lin Aoshuang's intentional matchmaking, Lin Ruoshi's favorability towards Junie has greatly increased. However, due to the relationship between Lin Aoshuang and Junie, Lin Ruoshi is unwilling to be the bad guy who interferes. More importantly, she also feels a little shy, so her favorability towards Junie currently remains at level 87. And now, all it takes is an opportunity to completely win Lin Ruoshi's heart. Hello? After the call was connected, Lin Ruoshi's voice came from the other end. Brother-in-law, will you come to my house today? Of course I'll come. Junie thought to himself, how could he not come? the son of luck would be discharged from the hospital today.
That's great. Sister missed you so much. Lin Ruoshi's tone could not hide her joy.
It was unclear whether Lin Aoshuang missed him or she wanted to see him, or maybe both. Junyi chatted with Lin Ruoshi for a few words and then hung up the phone. He was playing with the phone in his hand, and when he thought of Chen Feng's previous improper intentions towards Lin Ruoshi, a playful smile appeared on his face.
Chen Feng, as soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again.
It was the call from the Magic City Central Hospital, informing him that Chen Feng had completely recovered. He recovered in just 1 month. You know, the original injury would take at least 3 months to recover.
This made everyone in the hospital feel incredible. But no matter how they checked, they could not find any abnormalities.
In the end, they could only decide to process Chen Feng's discharge procedures. After Junyi learned the news, he asked the hospital to proceed according to the original plan.
He also notified his subordinates to come over and handed them something, asking them to immediately deliver it to the Magic City Central Hospital and hand it over to the designated person. After arranging everything, Junyi smirked in his heart. Chen Feng, today I will be a good person and help others to achieve their goals. You have to thank me.
Chapter 81 Gentle Trap. At this time, in the Central Hospital of Shanghai, Chen Feng looked at his healed waist and felt very excited and happy that he can finally go out and take a look. During this month, for some reason, he kept feeling that something was constantly leaving him, which made him very upset. However, due to the deliberate blockade of the hospital and Lin Wei's occasional deception, he was unable to access any news from the outside world, and had no idea that a major purge was taking place in the Magic City. All his helpers and future backers are gone, but he still had a hunch in his heart that the reason must be something that happened outside. However, his own cell phone had already been confiscated by the hospital on the grounds that he needed to rest. Chen Feng also asked Lin Wei, but Lin Wei was already prepared. When Chen Feng asked her, she told him directly, "Brother Chen Feng, because the dean said that a leader is coming to inspect the hospital recently, none of us can leave the hospital now. We have to apply to leave after get off work. Even my own mobile phone has been handed in a long time ago. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, for me, it's good to be able to stay with Brother Chen Feng." When Lin Wei said this, Chen Feng didn't know what to say and could only hope to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Of course, part of it was also because Chen Feng was injured and unable to move, so he could only hug Lin Wei, and the most intimate action was to kiss her little mouth. This made Chen Feng very upset. Chen Feng really couldn't stand the situation where he could only watch but not eat. Lin Wei looked at Chen Feng, who had recovered and got out of bed, and said happily, "That's great, Brother Chen Feng, you finally recovered."
"Yeah, Vivi." Chen Feng gently embraced Lin Wei in his arms.
Through the soft fabric in his palms, he could feel her body trembling slightly with joy as the sunlight outside the window shines through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The air is filled with the scent of disinfectant and the faint fragrance of Lin Wei's hair. He looked down at the sparkling eyes of the girl in his arms, in which his own figure was reflected, filled with undisguised concern and joy. The month of bedridden time seemed like a prolonged dream, and Lin Wei's real warmth at this moment made him feel completely back to reality. His Adam's apple rolled gently, and the emotions that had been pent up for a long time surged in his chest, turning into the gradually tightening force of his fingertips. He saw Lin Wei's eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, a faint blush on her cheeks, and her warm breath lingering on the tip of his nose. Wei, his voice was a little hoarse, with a sense of relief after surviving a disaster and a cherishment of regaining something that had been lost. "Thank you for your hard work this month." Before he finished speaking, he leaned forward slightly. His movements were as gentle as if he was treating a fragile treasure, and gently lifted her chin with his fingertips. Lin Wei did not dodge, but just closed her eyes slightly, with a smile still on the corners of her lips. But this seemingly beautiful picture actually involves one party with ulterior motives. Chen Feng felt the person in his arms and felt a fire in his heart, but he still forced himself to suppress it, because this is not the right place after all. When Chen Feng wanted to go through the discharge procedures, Lin Wei told him that she was going to prepare a surprise for Chen Feng first, and asked him to go through the discharge procedures by himself first. Chen Feng was immediately very curious, wondering what surprise Lin Wei had prepared for him, but Lin Wei refused to say anything, so Chen Feng had no choice but to let it go. The discharge procedures went extremely smoothly. After all, everyone in the hospital had received orders from their boss, so even though Chen Feng's recovery ability was different from that of ordinary people, the hospital did not prevent him from being discharged. He also got his cell phone back, but his battery was running low, so Chen Feng didn't read the news of the past month. After completing the discharge procedures, Chen Feng waited for Lin Wei at the hospital gate because this was the place they had agreed to meet, but Chen Feng waited. And waited, and after more than 10 minutes, Lin Wei did not show up. Chen Feng frowned. He had a premonition that something had happened to Lin Wei. He rushed into the hospital to look for her. He didn't know if God was helping him. When he randomly asked a passing nurse where Lin Wei had gone, the nurse told him that Lin Wei was in the head nurse's office. As she spoke, she pointed in the direction of the head nurse's office and told him where it was. After thanking the nurse, Chen Feng hurried to the head nurse's office. The nurse smiled contemptuously when she saw Chen Feng leaving, and then made a phone call. When Chen Feng arrived at the head nurse's office, he heard a roar from inside before he even opened the door.
Lin Wei. What did you say? You want to resign?
Yes, head nurse. Lin Wei is very happy to meet you and to be able to work here, but I have met a man who makes me very moved. So, you're planning to resign?
Lin Wei, don't forget what you promised me in the beginning.
Have you forgotten that when your mother was seriously ill, you wanted to advance your salary to pay off the debt?
There was no precedent for this before.
It was because I felt sorry for you that I asked the higher-ups and made a promise for you, and they finally agreed. Although your mother didn't make it in the end, you will be a resident here for the rest of your life.
But what are you telling me now? Resign? What about the debts you owe?
The head nurse was very angry, and you could tell how angry she was from her tone, but in fact, this was all acting.
Everything the head nurse said was false.
She said it just to make someone hear it. The dean's order to her was to perform a play today, and the person watching the play was Chen Feng. She was already prepared when she received the call from the nurse just now, and there was a camera next to her office, so she easily knew that Chen Feng was coming. After Chen Feng was in position, she acted out her yelling according to the lines while turning off the surveillance footage to avoid Chen Feng's suspicion. When he came in later, Chen Feng, who heard it clearly outside, now understood what was going on. Chen Feng's fingertips suddenly tightened on the door panel, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. The incandescent lights in the corridor shattered into swaying spots of light in his pupils, and every threatening question from the head nurse was like an icicle piercing his eardrum. It turned out that Lin Wei's hesitant sighs in the middle of the night, and her eyes that dimmed instantly when she received the pay slip, all stemmed from this life bound by debt. He remembered the softness of Lin Wei's fingertips when she wiped his body, the moisture on her eyelashes when she held the thermos and said, "Brother Chen Feng, drink it while it's hot," and the embarrassment of her hastily changing the subject when he asked her about work. The so-called predicted salary to pay off debt was clearly a cage woven by the hospital with debts, and only at this moment did he realize that behind the tenderness he coveted was the respite she had exchanged for her freedom. The heat waves surging in the chest first burned the heart, then turned into ice chips and smashed into the limbs. The joy caused by the recovery of the waste turned into a biting disgust for this hospital. What was hidden in the smell of disinfectant was not saving the dying and the wounded, but exploitation using sympathy as bait. He couldn't bear it any longer and kicked the office door open. Chapter 82. Chen Feng's mentality explodes with a bang. The wind that was raised when the door was pushed open caused the documents on the head nurse's desk to rustle. Chen Feng stood at the door, the veins on his forehead throbbing with his rapid breathing, his eyes like a knife out of its sheath, piercing straight at the pale-faced head nurse. How much does she owe? The head nurse was so shocked by the sudden intrusion that she took a half-step back, then she stiffened her neck and slammed the table. Who are you? You have the right to interrupt here. I am the reason why she wants to resign. Chen Feng stepped into the office, and the sound of his leather shoes stepping on the floor carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. Lin Wei's mother's medical expenses, plus the so-called advance salary, should be settled clearly with interest. He pulled out his phone from his trouser pocket. The balance on the bank app on the screen glowed coldly under the light. Now, I'll pay it back for her. Lin Wei raised her head suddenly, tears welling up in her eyes, her lips trembling as she tried to say something, but was stopped by the look in Chen Feng's eyes. He walked to her side, shielding her with his body, and when his fingertips touched the back of her cold hand, he realized that she was shaking all over. Brother Chen Feng, stop talking. He interrupted her, his voice low and hoarse from suppressed anger. From today on, all the grievances you have suffered in this hospital will be written off. He turned to the head nurse, his lips curled up in a cold arc. Your hospital's precedent of using debt to bind employees has broadened my horizons. I might as well ask, by the way, was the process of approving advance payment of wages reported in accordance with regulations? The complaint phone number of the Health Commission, I remember it is, U.
The head nurse's face turned from red to blue.
As she looked at the address book that was gradually being dialed up on Chen Feng's phone screen, the second half of the harsh words got stuck in her throat. She finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, a total of 60 million.
Okay.
Chen Feng agreed easily, but he actually felt a little painful inside. In fact, although he earned a lot of money over the years, most of it was used to develop the ghost mercenary group. Therefore, he did not have much money at his disposal, only about 200 million Chinese yuan at most.
China is the largest country in the world, so it is natural that the international currency is Chinese yuan.
But Chen Fengyo had already made the promise, and it would be too embarrassing for him to go back on his word. He paid the head nurse 60 million yuan without hesitation, and stopped looking at her.
He gently held Lin Wei's hand and said, "Wei Wei, pack up your things, let's go."
Lin Wei looked at his broad back, feeling the warmth from his palms, and the grievances that had accumulated for a long time finally burst out. The moment when her tears fell to the floor, she heard Chen Feng whisper in her ear, "From now on, I am here, and no one can force you to do anything." The sunlight outside the office slanted in through the glass windows, and the moment Chen Feng stepped out of the threshold, it cast a golden edge on the overlapping figures of the two people. The sound of the head nurse smashing a pen in anger could be heard in the corridor, but Chen Feng blocked out all the sounds behind him. He looked down at Lin Wei's red eyes and gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips. A corner of his heart that had collapsed due to anger was being filled again by the warmth of the person in his arms. What Chen Feng didn't know was that after he left, the head nurse smiled slightly, then informed the dean of the matter and transferred the 60 million yuan. After receiving the news from the head nurse, Dean Zhang rewarded her and also gave her 600,000 yuan. The head nurse was very happy, and Dean Zhang also admired Junya's methods at this time and reported everything to Jun. This drama actually started when Chen Feng was hospitalized. Junyi started preparing as early as when he learned that Lin Hai sent Chen Feng to the Central Hospital of Magic City. He first asked Dean Zhang to arrange Lin Wei's identity so that she could open Chen Feng's heart during this period of time. Since Chen Feng had a waist injury, he could only look at Lin Wei but not eat her. This will only make him more and more uncontrollable, and when his injuries recover, he will surely be eager to transform into a big bad wolf. Of course, it is also possible that Chen Feng will restrain himself, but he will definitely eat Lin Wei very quickly. But Junyi doesn't have the patience. So he arranged another scene for Chen Feng where he would be the hero saving the beauty, and in the process cheat Chen Feng out of some money. As for the ownership of the money, Junyi also let Dean Zhang handle it himself. After all, Junyi did not lack the money, so it was reasonable for his subordinates to get some benefits. And now, the play is not over yet. There is still a final ending. In order to avoid affecting the following scenes, because Chen Feng had just been discharged from the hospital, he gave Lin Wei a good thing. As long as he takes it, Chen Feng's waist will be completely healed. But what about the side effects? Of course, Chen Feng didn't know that Junyi was plotting against him in this way. This time, he was holding Lin Wei in his arms, and they took a taxi to the commercial street to play. Of course, I also want to ask what has happened recently. Of course, Lin Wei also intended to let Chen Feng know, because Junyi told her that only if Chen Feng knew it would he be angry and would find a way to vent. This time, Lin Wei will have a chance to succeed, and he has also arranged people here. So, after Lin Wei exchanged glances with a clothing store owner, she realized that this person was the chess piece arranged by Junyi for the next play. When she and Chen Feng walked to the clothing store, she suddenly covered her stomach and showed an uncomfortable expression on her face. Chen Feng immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Wei Wei, are you okay? What happened?" Lin Wei told Chen Feng what happened, but she blushed a little while speaking. I have a stomachache and need to go to the toilet." Chen Feng immediately looked around and found that there was no public toilet here. At this moment, he happened to catch sight of the owner of the clothing store next to him, and he walked up to him and asked, "Excuse me, boss, can I use your bathroom for a moment? She has a stomachache." The owner of the clothing store glanced at Lin Wei, then pointed to a door in his store and said, "No problem, the bathroom is right there." Lin Wei held her stomach, endured the pain, thanked the boss, and then hurried in. Chen Feng also took this opportunity to ask his boss, "Boss, do you know if anything big has happened during this period?" The owner of the clothing store looked at Chen Feng strangely. "Of course there is. It's just that this matter has caused a lot of uproar. Except for those who are isolated from the world, everyone knows about it." "Why don't you know about it?" I've been in the hospital, so I don't know." "So can you tell me what it is?" Chen Feng's intuition told him that this incident was the fundamental reason why he had been uneasy for some time. The clothing store owner kindly told Chen Feng what happened, which made Chen Feng suddenly lose his temper. He could never have imagined that during the time he was in the hospital, all the people in the Magic City who were related to the ghost mercenaries were arrested. Although there were many people in it who had no connection with the ghost mercenaries, but after hearing the information about these people, he felt that they would be good helpers for him in the future. Now it's all gone. Chapter 83. The prey and the hunter. Chen Feng's mentality exploded, and he was unwilling to believe what the clothing store owner said. He really wanted to vent his anger and beat up this bastard, but now they were in public, so he couldn't hit anyone. Chen Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. The owner of the clothing store looked at Chen Feng and asked in confusion, "Young man, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so angry? Could it be that you have something to do with those bastards?" Chen Feng immediately came back to his senses, looked at the clothing store owner's vigilant look, and quickly explained, "Boss, I just remembered the evil things those people did, so I was very angry." Although Chen Feng's explanation was full of loopholes, the owner of the clothing store seemed to really believe it. "So that's how it is. Young man, you are a man of temperament," the clothing store owner joked. "Haha," Chen Feng touched his head and laughed, then he asked, "Boss, do you know why they were arrested?" "You know, these people are not ordinary people." The clothing store owner looked proud. "Of course, it was all thanks to our Demon City's Secretary Jun Huimin, Mayor Jun Huisher, and Public Security Bureau Director Jun Huiqian, as well as a group of government officials, who jointly decided to arrest these people." When Chen Feng heard the names of Jun Huimin, Jun Huisher, and Jun Huiqian, he immediately understood that this must be the work of the Jun family. Yet he was now so angry that he wanted to cut those three members of the Jun family into pieces. You know, the Wang family and the Li brothers who rule the underground world of Demon City were his capital to fight against the Jun family in the future, but now they are gone. Chen Feng's nails dug deeply into his palms, and the stinging pain that seeped blood could not suppress the magma surging in his chest. Jun Huimin, Jun Huisher, Jun Huiqian. He recited these three names silently, and each word was like a steel needle tempered by ice, piercing the root of his tongue and making it numb. The owner of the clothing store in front of him was still praising the three men's thunderous methods with saliva flying. The dresses on the shelves were shaking into a dazzling shadow under the light, but a bloody picture exploded in his mind. "Young man? What's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale?" The clothing store owner's voice was like a blunt knife cutting flesh, pulling Chen Feng back to reality from his memories. Only then did he realize that his hands, holding the shelf, were shaking, and the whole row of hangers were rustling. Several customers who were looking at clothes around him cast strange looks at him. In the reflection of the street window, he could see his own distorted expression. Anger penetrated into his eyes like a poisonous snake, but was wrapped in a layer of suppressed bloodshot. Jun Huimin, the municipal party secretary, holds the power to appoint and dismiss personnel and has the support of the Jun family. With just a flick of his finger, he can make a family disappear in the Magic City. Jun Huisher, the mayor, is in charge of finance and infrastructure. Jun Huiqian, the police chief, directly holds the power of life and death over both the black and white worlds. The official document for this mopping up operation was probably issued from his office. These three men, one drew a circle in the sky, one built a wall on the ground, and one guarded the door with a whip. Chen Feng felt like a wild beast that had crashed into a glass cover. He could see the prey outside and feel the sharpness of its claws and fangs, but he was not even qualified to break the glass. He remembered the bayonet he had secretly brought with him when he returned to China. It should still be at the bottom of the suitcase, but how could that knife hurt someone who was attending a meeting on the top floor of the city government? Nothing, just a little hypoglycemia. Chen Feng loosened his hands, leaving a few white marks on the metal shelf. He forced himself to curl his lips, but that smile was uglier than crying. "You said these three are really amazing. They can cover the sky with one hand." "That's not true." The boss seemed not to hear the sarcasm in his tone. Instead, he moved closer and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you a secret. My cousin works as a driver in the municipal government. He said that when someone was arrested this time," Secretary Jun slammed the table at the standing committee meeting and said, "it's better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go." "Do you think that ordinary people have this kind of courage?" "I would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake." Chen Feng repeated this sentence and tasted blood on the tip of his tongue. He thought of the 20 boxes of arms that had not yet been moved from Wangzhou Wharf, and the dirty money that the two brothers of the Li family had not yet laundered. now all of them have become spoils of war for the June family to seek credit. The clock tower across the street struck 7 times. The setting sun turned the glass of the clothing store golden red, just like the dazzling metals on the chests of the 3 people from the June family. Chen Feng looked at his reflection in the glass. The man who had just been discharged from the hospital was now bound by invisible shackles and unable to move. He wanted to roar, wanted to rush out and smash the door of the city government, wanted to carve those 3 names on a knife and sharpen it every night, but he could only stand there, watching the boss enthusiastically handing him a cup of warm water, listening to the sound of police cars whizzing by in the distance, swallowing all the hatred into his throat, letting it rot into acid. Water in his stomach. At this time, Lin Wei saw the right opportunity and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Chen Feng's ugly face, she asked worriedly, "Brother Chen Feng, what's wrong with you?" "No. It's okay." Chen Feng looked at Lin Wei's worried face and forced a smile. Lin Wei seemed to believe it and did not ask any further questions. Then she thanked the boss and left with Chen Feng. Not long after they walked away, Lin Wei said, "Brother Chen Feng, let's go to the hotel." Chen Feng was attracted by Lin Wei's words. "What did you say?" Lin Wei blushed and whispered in his ear, "Let's go to the hotel." When Chen Feng smelled the fragrance coming from Lin Wei, a flame immediately appeared in his body, thinking of the anger he felt when he learned about those things just now, and the frustration he had been suppressing. He wanted to vent it out quickly. Chen Feng immediately called a taxi and went to the nearest hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, they booked a private room and went in. Chen Feng couldn't wait to release all the frustration and anger he had just felt. Furthermore, since Lin Wei's injury had not healed during this period, he could only look at her but not eat her, and he couldn't wait any longer. But Lin Wei asked Chen Feng to take a shower first, which made Chen Feng very uncomfortable. But when he looked at Lin Wei, he couldn't say no. Chen Feng finished showering quickly, and Lin Wei also went in to take a shower after Chen Feng finished. When Lin Wei came out, Chen Feng immediately hugged her in his arms and wanted to kiss her, but Lin Wei blocked him again. Chen Feng was a little dissatisfied. "Wei, do you still have any concerns?" Lin Wei shook her head. "No, did you forget that I have a surprise for you?" "Surprise?" Chen Feng was a little stunned. He thought that the surprise Lin Wei had told him before was that she was going to resign and be with him. Could it be that she actually meant something else? "This is my surprise for you." Lin Wei took out her small bag and took out a bottle with a pill in it. "Obviously, this is a surprise." "What is this?" Chen Feng was a little confused. "This pill was given to me by a master I met by chance. After taking it, you will be completely recovered. You have just been discharged from the hospital, so it is not advisable to do such things, but after taking this medicine, your waist will be the same as before." "Really?" Chen Feng was a little skeptical. "Really?" Lin Wei nodded heavily. Chen Feng looked at the pill and chose to believe Lin Wei. So he opened the bottle, took out the pill inside and ate it. After taking the pill, Chen Feng immediately felt his waist starting to get hot. He clearly felt that his waist was getting better. Chen Feng was very happy, but his happiness didn't last long. He suddenly found that the desire in his heart was growing wildly, which made his eyes turn red. He looked at Lin Wei and finally couldn't help but pounce on her, but he didn't see the mockery and complacency in Lin Wei's eyes. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. Chapter 84, Side Effects of Pills. Ding. It was detected that the son of luck, Chen Feng, had a relationship with the biochemical mother Lin Wei because of the host's calculations, and has contracted a sexually transmitted disease. The reward is 60,000 villain points. Ding. It is detected that the renal function of the son of luck, Chen Feng, has been greatly damaged due to the host's calculations. 60,000 villain points are awarded. When Chen Feng and Lin Wei were fighting fiercely in the hotel, Jun Yi, who was snuggling with Lin Aoshuang in the Lin family villa, couldn't help but smile complacently after hearing the system prompt sound. Of course, his pill is not so easy to get. After all, that pill was made by Jun Yi in order to trick Chen Feng. It took him a lot of effort, so how could it have no side effects? In addition to being able to completely restore Chen Feng's waist, the pill also had serious side effects. Once ingested, it will greatly stimulate the kidneys and vital organs, and make the user unable to control his inner desires. However, once it is vented, it will deal a huge blow to the man's private part, causing irreversible damage. What's more serious is that after that, the user will become addicted to it and eventually turn himself into a eunuch. Of course, if it were just this, how could it match Junia's evil heart? Not only will the user eventually become a eunuch, his or her own immune system will also be greatly reduced, so there is a 100% chance of contracting a sexually transmitted disease. Lin Wei is a biochemical matrix. Chen Feng can be said to have suffered a lot this time. Lin Aoshuang, who was in Junia's arms, looked up at her lover's handsome and flawless face, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, like a child who had successfully played a prank, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happy things did you think of?" When Junyi heard Lin Aoshuang's voice, he calmed down his mouth and looked down at the beauty in his arms. "I was just thinking, it's really an honor for me, Junyi, to be able to hold a beauty like you, Aoshuang." Junyi started to speak sensational words. In fact, Lin Aoshuang herself had heard similar words from many people, some even more disgusting than this, but love words are not judged by how well they are said, but by whether the person saying them is the one you love. If not, even if the other person is a genius, he still won't get the attention of girls. If so, even if the other person just says something as simple as, "I filled your thermos with hot water before you go out this morning, remember to drink it on the way," it can make a girl feel warm. So, when Lin Aoshuang heard this, she immediately smiled sweetly. She leaned her head on Junia's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and the charming cedar scent, which made Lin Aoshuang want to just immerse herself in his arms. Of course, she could see that Junyi had definitely done something bad, and he must have succeeded, but she didn't want to expose it or delve into it. She just wanted to enjoy the time with him. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi, who was hiding in a corner and peeking here, had a blushing face. However, looking at the two people hugging each other on the sofa, she couldn't help but feel jealous towards her sister. Lin Ruoshi dug her nails deep into her palms, her knuckles turning white. She hid in the shadows at the corner of the corridor, looking at the two people hugging each other on the sofa. Her throat felt like it was stuffed with water-soaked cotton. Junia's cedar scent mixed with Lin Aoshuang's rose water scent wafted over, reminding her of the book Medicinal Properties that she had secretly flipped through in the study last night. Inside it was a love poem Junyi had written to his sister, with the handwriting as vigorous as if carved with a knife. "Sister," she murmured silently, her lower lip bitten until it bled. The lilies in the glass vase were in full bloom, but in her sight they gradually twisted into the curve of Junia's lips. That day in the garden, when Junyi picked up the fallen hairpin for her, the warmth of his fingertips brushed against the back of her hand, and at this moment it turned into thousands of fine needles piercing into her heart. She knew it was wrong, but she just couldn't control herself. At this moment, Junyi felt the gaze coming from behind him. He certainly knew who the owner of that gaze was, and he also knew that when he occasionally came to the Lin family villa to spend the night, the other party had eavesdropped on him several times. Junyi felt that it was almost done and decided to take down Lin Ruoshi within a few days. When Chen Feng woke up, he looked at Lin Wei in his arms and the red spot on the snow-white bedsheet, and still felt it was a little unreal. It is worth mentioning that Lin Wei is certainly not a virgin, and the red color was actually restored by the surgery arranged by Junyi. With technology so advanced now, it is not difficult to repair a membrane. Anyway, it was just a small amount of money for Junyi, and Lin Wei had no objection for her. It was nothing more than getting familiar with the mild pain. Chen Feng felt his waist. Although his kidneys hurt a little, he didn't care. He thought it was because he was too intense just now, and the piercing pain in my waist no longer came. This made Chen Feng overjoyed. This time, Lin Wei's eyes moved and she woke up too. Although Chen Feng's attack just now was very fierce, Lin Wei was also an experienced fighter. So of course she wouldn't be as miserable as those little girls on their virgin night. When Chen Feng saw Lin Wei wake up, he quickly hugged her tightly in his arms. "Wei Wei." His voice trembled. The woman in his arms' eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a lingering kiss mark on her swan neck. The teeth marks that Lin Wei had deliberately left on the side of her neck were of varying depths, like a deliberately drawn rose pattern, and now glowed with an ambiguous pink halo in the light. Lin Wei slowly opened her eyes, the confusion still lingering in her pupils. She raised her hand and touched Qin Feng's cheek. When her fingertips brushed the stubble on his chin, a barely perceptible metallic luster flashed between her nails. That was the microsyringe Junyi gave her, which was filled with a fluorescent reagent that simulated virgin blood. Although a membrane repair surgery was performed, there is still a possibility that the amount of bleeding is not enough, so Junyi gave this thing to Lin Wei and asked her to replenish it according to the situation, in order not to arouse Chen Feng's suspicion. After all, Chen Feng is not an innocent little boy who knows nothing. It would be a big joke if he were to reveal his true colors in such matters. "Brother Chen Feng," her voice was hoarse from just waking up, and she deliberately shrank into his arms. "Just now, did I hurt you?" Chen Feng lowered his head and asked softly in her ear. Lin Wei responded after hearing this. Under the bedsheets, her knees gently rubbed Chen Feng's thighs, accurately avoiding his vital points, with an unsatisfied look.
No, it's just, there was a hint of provocation in Lin Wei's words. How could Chen Feng tolerate this? He immediately turned over and started fighting again. Lin Wei also put her arms around the other person's neck and allowed him to continue sprinting. Chapter 85. The Ghost Mercenary Group decided to go to China while Chen Feng was still communicating with Lin Wei. A meeting was also started at the Ghost Mercenary headquarters in the Middle East. At the edge of the bloody desert in the heart of the Middle East, jagged black mountains pierced the sky like the skeleton of a giant beast. The headquarters of the Ghost Mercenary Group is hidden in a canyon covered by weathered rock layers between the folds of the mountains. At this moment, all the people except the leader Chen Feng were present in the conference room. Sitting in the second-in-command position, the man codenamed Raven spoke. According to the information I received, the previous problems were caused by the arrest of the Li brothers who helped us launder money in China and the Wang family who cooperated with us. When these words came out, everyone else was surprised. The Wang family cooperates with the Ghost Mercenaries, helping them smuggle arms, while the Ghost Mercenaries helped the Wang family take care of some of their shady industries abroad. The Li brothers helped the Ghost Mercenaries launder money, and the profits from their casino will also be shared with the Ghost Mercenaries. And now, since these people were captured, the Ghost Mercenaries immediately noticed the problem. At first they didn't quite understand, but when they sent people to inquire, they found that those people had been killed and all the valuable things there had been taken away, which shocked the people of the Ghost Mercenary Group. But what followed was huge anger. All the forces in the Middle East know that these people are from their Ghost Mercenary Group, but now some people dare to take action against them. This shows that they don't take their Ghost Mercenary Group seriously. It was for this reason that they sent people to investigate, and based on a clue they found accidentally, they turned their attention to China. They guessed that something must have happened in China, so the Ghost Mercenary Group quickly sent people to China to inquire, but for some unknown reason, they only now knew what had happened in China. When Raven said this, the others couldn't believe it. That's impossible. The Wang family and the brothers are very powerful. How could they be taken down so quickly? This sentence was said by a young man, a sniper of the Ghost Mercenary Group, codenamed Black Mamba. That he used to be the 4th-ranked killer on the killer list, but after being subdued by Chen Feng 3 years ago, he joined the Ghost Mercenary Group. That's because the Jun family was the one that did it, and it wasn't just the Wang family and the Li brothers that were in trouble. There were also 17 forces in the Magic City that were eliminated by the Jun family. Also, it was said that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group was also defeated there. Raven looked at Black Mamba and told him what he knew. What? The others were shocked. They could never have imagined that those guys from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group would be killed in China. Their Ghost Mercenary Group has been fighting with the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group for so long, and they have suffered many losses during this period, which shows how powerful the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group is. Wait. Jun family, Demon City? Doesn't that mean, a woman seemed to have thought of something unbelievable? She had a graceful figure, a beauty mole at the corner of her eye, and long black hair draped over her shoulders, but her whole body looked like a beautiful snake. She is the best at poisoning and making poisons in the Ghost Mercenary Group. She is also a doctor, codenamed Medusa. Many powerful people were interested in this beautiful snake, but in the end they were all poisoned to death by her silently. Of course, the people in the Ghost Mercenary Group did not dare to provoke her, not only because of her superb poison-using skills and strong hiding ability, but also because this beautiful snake was interested in their boss Chen Feng. But for some reason, Chen Feng hasn't eaten her yet. But even so, they all acknowledged that there was a great possibility that Medusa would become Chen Feng's woman, so they privately called her sister-in-law. Raven nodded at this time. Yes, maybe something happened to the boss. Medusa was in shock at the moment, but she quickly said, "We must go to China to see what happened. If the boss really met with an accident, we will make the Jun family pay the price." The mercenaries at the long table subconsciously tightened their grips on their guns. The sound of metal colliding was particularly harsh in the silence. Black Mamba stood up suddenly, and his tactical vest rubbed against the table, making a rustling sound. That's right. Sister-in-law is right. At this time, most people agreed to go to China, only a few people still had concerns. But China is the largest country in the world, and the Jun family is extremely powerful in China. Not to mention, China is also a forbidden area for international mercenaries. If we go there, we may be wiped out. Yes, you have to think carefully about everything and not be impulsive. Some people who were not blinded by anger spoke up.
wanting to remind those present that they must not destroy the entire ghost mercenary group because of a momentary impulse. But as soon as these words were spoken, the others began to criticize those who had spoken out to persuade them.
You bastard! The boss's life or death is uncertain right now. He might be waiting for us to rescue him right now, and you're telling me you need to think about it? That's right.
I think you lost too much energy last night and hurt your brain.
What if something happens to the boss? Can you bear this responsibility?
Old ghost, don't you forget that when you went deep into the dangerous area, it was the boss who rescued you by himself at great risk.
You are still saying such things now. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Of course, those who were scolded would not remain indifferent and would immediately refute loudly. You brainless guys, don't you know that this operation is likely to end in death? That's right. Do you want to wipe out the Ghost mercenary group and make them follow in the footsteps of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, destroying everyone's hard work?
The two sides immediately started arguing and the scene became chaotic. Bang. Medusa stood up and looked at the people who were arguing, and said, "Enough. If you don't go, I will." As soon as she said this, everyone tried to persuade her.
Sister-in-law, don't be impulsive, yes. Okay. I'll go to China with you.
At this time, Shadow, the third in command of the Ghost mercenary group, who had been silent all this time, spoke.
If he's alive, I'll see him. If he's dead, I'll see his body. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I'm going this time. Shadow said this and turned to look at Raven. Raven, what do you think?
The others also turned their eyes to Raven.
Oh. I agree, and I will go with you. But I have to consider everyone.
Now, whoever is willing to go to China with us, please raise your hand. If you don't want to, just stay at the base and look after the house. After Raven finished speaking, he raised his hand, and most of the people on the field also raised their hands. The remaining people struggled in their hearts for a while, but finally gritted their teeth and raised their hands.
Okay. Then let's go to China together.